Xue Jiayu, originally a modern-day carefree fairy, unexpectedly opens her eyes to find herself transported into a period novel as the true heiress who is destined to be abducted. Having been swapped at birth, she grows up only to be sold off to an old bachelor, ultimately dying in childbirth, while the imposter heiress turns out to be a treacherous ingrate, leading her once prosperous family to ruin. In essence, the entire family is doomed. Xue Jiayu, amidst her infantile state, struggles against her circumstances. Yet as a mere one-month-old baby, she is powerless. To her astonishment, her domineering father appears, revealing that fate has bestowed upon her a golden opportunity. Her family can hear her thoughts. The wicked adoptive mother and malicious grandmother are dispatched, while the family lavishes their affections solely on her delicate self. Chapter 1. Transmigration into a novel. Little treasure, oh dear, my precious, today marks our full moon. During the celebration, I shall showcase just how beautiful and adorable our Xue family's little princess is. Xue Jiayu, bewildered, opens her eyes to see a young man in a leather jacket, sporting a stylish 70s hairstyle, puckering his lips as he leans in to kiss her. What a rogue! Instinctively, she attempts to kick him, only to find her tiny, delicate foot flailing aimlessly, unable to make contact. Our little treasure can lift her legs. How impressive, kicking so high. The man, with an expression of adoration, pulls her closer, planting a kiss on her foot and rubbing his stubble against her soft skin. Xue Jiayu reflects. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Her large, dark eyes blink in confusion as she surveys her surroundings, realizing she is in a spacious, pristine room. A green-painted ceiling fan spins above her, the walls coated in a layer of whitewash adorned with a poster of a swimsuit model. She lies in a wooden crib, with cans of powdered milk beside her. The floor is laid with dark red tiles, facing a large, dusty color television, accompanied by a VCD player who even uses those anymore. Xue Jiayu recalls being in her dormitory, engrossed in a story about a true heiress and her counterfeit counterpart. How did she end up as a mere infant? Boss Xue, your wife's car is stuck in a mud pit at the village entrance and cannot be moved, and a knock on the door interrupts her thoughts. The man clears his throat, his previously playful tone shifting to a cool, deep timbre. I will go check. Little treasure, Daddy must go fetch Mommy. We shall see each other soon. The man tenderly wraps her in her swaddling cloth, kisses her cheek, and departs. Xue Jiayu gazes at his retreating figure, feeling more lost than ever. The television plays an episode of Black Cat Detective, the image far from clear, and a stack of invitation cards rests nearby, announcing the full moon banquet for the beloved daughter, Xue Jiayu, with her parents listed as Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui. Isn't that the names of the adoptive parents from the novel she read? Pale, Xue Jiyu's chubby little hands clench the fabric of her swaddle as her grape-like eyes dart around in panic. The full moon banquet signifies her fate. She truly is the swapped Xue family's genuine heiress. Looking at the closed door, she bursts into tears. Xue Wangjun, do not leave. If you go, you will never see your little treasure again. I will be sold to some old bachelor in the mountains and suffer. Why can't I talk? Why am I just a baby? Help! In the distance, Xue Wangjun pauses, sensing a faint, babyish voice calling his name. He turns to look, but finds only emptiness. Why is that little girl crying so pitifully? Is something wrong? Li Min Xue, go check on her. You just had a daughter after all. Perhaps the baby is hungry, and you can help feed her. The Xue family wife is still stuck at the village. A timid responds from within. The door gently opens, revealing a woman in a floral top, wearing a pink plastic headband. Her complexion is sallow, her appearance weary, as she nervously approaches Xue Jiayu, glancing at the imported milk powder with envy. Her own daughter does not even know her father's identity and must suffer alongside her. As she nears Xue Jiayu, her gaze betrays jealousy and resentment. In a moment of reckless impulse, she scoops Xue Jiayu into her arms, peeking towards the door. The bystanders remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. If she swaps this child with her own, her daughter would be spared suffering, and she could pursue that man. Xue Jiayu, recognizing the calculating glint in the woman's eyes, cries even louder, her tiny legs futilely kicking against the swaddle, attempting to push her away, but her hands cannot even extend. This is disastrous. Huanyu's mother intends to swap me. Do not look at me like that. It is your own reckless romantic entanglement that led to this pregnancy. Raising the female lead alone is not my fault, Dad. Mom, hurry come. That wicked woman is trying to replace me. Do not cry, little one. Auntie will take you to find her mother. Exhausted from crying, Xue Jiayu can only emit despairing sobs as Li Minxue cradles her, stealthily moving towards the door. It is truly over. Xue Jiyu's face flushes red, desperate to call for help, but only hopeless whimpers escape her. Just as Li Minxue attempts to exit, a cold voice pierces through the air. Where do you think you're taking my little treasure? Xue Jiayu opens her swollen eyes to see Xue Wangjun striding towards them, his brow furrowed as he snatches her from Li Minxue's arms. Burying her head in Xue Wangjun's chest, she finally breathes a sigh of relief, her cries subsiding as she glares at Li Minxue with her dark, wide eyes. Li Minxue, flustered, takes a few steps back, lowering her head. I just heard the child crying and thought to comfort her. Xue Jiayu scoffs in disbelief. Wicked woman, deceitful liar, you intended to steal me. You would sell me to traffickers. The entire family is filled with malice. Huanyu is an ungrateful ingrate. Tiansheng is a foolish, greasy man. You are a foolish and wicked romantic fool. You caused little treasure to marry an old bachelor at 13, dying in childbirth, leading the Xue family to ruin. How tragic, she mutters to herself, her tiny pink lips moving, oblivious to Xue Wangjun's furrowed brow as he stares in astonishment at his daughter babbling. Could it be that little treasure is truly speaking? But she has only just turned 1 month old. How could she possibly articulate words? The woman named Li Minxue seems to have heard nothing. His fists clench tightly as he strides towards Li Minxue. Enough with the sweet talk. We are going to the police station to clarify this matter. Li Minxue panics, attempting to struggle against him, but her floral dress tears, exposing her pale arms. Xue Wangjun hesitates, instinctively wanting to release her when a sharp voice calls from the staircase. Oh dear. Xue Laosan, how dare you bully my daughter? Chapter 2. I see you are asking for a fight. Xue Jiayu instinctively glances over to see a middle-aged woman, sharp-featured and stout, rushing forward in worn-out plastic slippers, clutching a child of similar size to her. Without hesitation, she lunges at Xue Wangjun. The infant in her arms is clad in a dirty diaper, emitting an unpleasant odor, dressed in a shrunken adult work uniform that has chafed her skin red. Xue Wangjun, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stands frozen, momentarily forgetting to dodge, and receives a solid slap across his face. Xue Jiayu, cradled in his arms, nearly bears the brunt of it, recoiling in fear as she hides her tiny head within the swaddle, trembling. Goodness, Li Minxue's mother is truly a shrew, so frightening. Li Minxue initially intended to leave her child, Xiaobao, in the care of her mother. However, her mother, knowing Xiaobao was the child of the Xue family, deemed the child a burden and even encouraged Li Minxue to sell her, revealing the malicious nature of their family. Upon hearing these words, Xue Wangjun clenched his fists, the sound echoing with rage. Li Minxue's mother, Zhou Aifong, was notorious in the village for her unscrupulous behavior, constantly scheming against others and resorting to tantrums when caught. Did both mother and daughter conspire to sell his precious child? Wangjun was consumed by anger, dismissively pushing her away, declaring, "Do not slander. It is your daughter who wishes to switch my Xiaobao with your child. Neither of you is virtuous. Come with me to the police station to clarify this matter." Zhou Aifong, upon hearing this and seeing her daughter's guilty demeanor, quickly understood the implications. With a dramatic flare, she collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "Oh, how heartless you become with wealth. Xue Laosan, you are despicable. You have torn my daughter's clothes, intending to ruin her, and now you falsely accuse us of stealing your child. You are nothing but a beast, a spineless wretch who cannot father a son." Her shrill voice and vile accusations drew the attention of villagers gathered below, who rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Li Minxue's torn clothing and hearing Zhou Aifong's insults, they instinctively believed Wangjun was at fault. "Xue Laosan, how could you do such a thing? How shameless! Indeed, you bully Li Minxue and then slander her? You are truly heartless." Although these villagers had come to enjoy a feast at the Xue home, they harbored resentment towards the family's prosperity, eagerly seizing the opportunity to humiliate them. Further, Wang Jun, at a loss for words, could only repeatedly exclaim, "I did not. How could I do such a thing? Why was there no surveillance at such a crucial moment?" Xue Jiayu, too, became anxious, flailing her small hands in a futile attempt to assist her father, only managing to wail loudly. Noticing her tears, someone indignantly remarked, "Look, your child is crying. You must have done something terrible to frighten her." Wang Jun thought, if only they could hear his daughter's words, they would not utter such nonsense. Just as he was about to retort, a voice suddenly called out, "Ah, the third daughter-in-law is here." Wang Jun turned to see his wife, Jiang Qiui, approaching with a frown. Nearby, the gossipy aunts had already embellished the story, leaving Qiui visibly distressed. Wang Jun, trembling, quickly approached her. "Wife, let me explain." Jiang Qiui clenched her jaw, observing her husband's distressed expression and the tear-streaked face of Li Minxue, raising her hand as if to strike. However, at that moment, a soft, innocent voice reached her ears. "Mommy, please do not be deceived and misunderstand Daddy." It is no wonder Mommy would misunderstand, as Li Minxue has always been envious of her beauty, intelligence, and the affection of our parents. She often speaks ill of men becoming corrupt with wealth. Perhaps it was just an accident that Dad tore her clothes, and she is simply being manipulative. Jiang Qiui froze, instinctively halting her hand. A little girl had just spoken, and she called her mommy? Her gaze fell upon the delicate child in her husband's arms, blinking in confusion. Her daughter was merely a month old. It was impossible for her to speak. Could it be that her daughter was implying that Li Minxue and her mother were scheming against her husband? How audacious! As Wang Jun prepared to smile and explain, his wife gently patted him. "Are you frightened, dear? Do not worry. I believe you would never do such a thing. With me by your side, how could you possibly seek someone else?" Wang Jun was left dumbfounded. Had his wife lost her senses? The villagers were taken aback by her words, while Li Minxue and her mother widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhou Aifeng, hands on her hips, shouted, "Who are you calling a loose woman? You cannot manage your own husband's affairs and dare to speak of my daughter." "Oh, I mean Xue feigned disappointment, lamenting, 'Qiui, we grew up as sisters. Your husband bullies me, and you do not defend me? How have you changed so?" The villagers, upon hearing her words, glanced at Jiang Qiui with altered expressions, pointing at the Xue family, some even spitting in contempt. Jiang Qiui retorted, "Have I spoken incorrectly? You are capable of running off with a man and ending up with a child, and you dare to call my husband a loose man? He would never stoop so low." She regarded them coldly. "My husband may be simple-minded, but his eyes are not blind. You are both poor and unattractive, devoid of any charm. Look in the mirror and see if you are worthy." Her words struck hard, and the villagers instinctively sized up the two women. Jiang Qiui and Li Minxue were of the same age, both 22, yet Qiui lived luxuriously in the city, residing in a villa, free from cares, her skin fair and youthful. Resembling a young girl, dressed in a silk polka dress, wide-brimmed hat, and white wedge shoes, she appeared elegant and beautiful. In stark contrast, Li Minxue, having neglected her appearance after childbirth, looked worn, her skin dull, and her floral top giving her an aged appearance. Even a blind person could distinguish between them. Wang Jun was taken aback, astonished by his wife's sharp tongue. Xue Jiayu, clenching her small fists, chirped with glee, her eyes squinting with delight, her tiny hands flitting in the air. "Wow, my mom's skills in confrontation. I want to cheer for her. She voiced my thoughts entirely. Truly, she is my mother. Such white lotus and green tea bitches deserve to be confronted. I never expected my mother to be so clever," immediately recognizing that Daddy was wronged, and she stands up for him. How impressive. A domineering queen and her charming husband. Li Minxue dared not go to the police station. Her face turned pale as she grasped her mother's hand, sobbing, "You are bullying us, a mother and daughter without support. I cannot confront you. I will flee. Stop. You cannot run away without clarifying your accusations against my husband." Jiang Qiui attempted to pursue them, but the two women fled swiftly, disappearing without a trace. If Wang Jun had truly bullied someone, why would Li Minxue not dare to report him and instead chose to run? In an instant, the expressions of the crowd turned awkward. Jiang Qiui, however, casually flicked her hair, her demeanor composed. Everyone, Enjoy your meal and drink. Do not dwell on this unpleasant matter. The third daughter-in-law is indeed magnanimous, a testament to her education. That mother and daughter must have had ulterior motives, seeing Xue Laosan's success and wealth. TSK. Li Minxue previously gave birth to a child with another man. How dare she create further trouble? Xue Jiayu, overhearing their comments, subtly pouted her lips. These people were just bullying my dad, such fair-weather friends. Wang Jun felt warmth in his heart. His little cotton-padded jacket was not only intelligent, but also empathetic towards him. Jiang Qiui, however, found amusement. Her daughter was so perceptive. How could such a small child know everything? Had she just spoken in English, saying she wanted to cheer for her? But she was right in front of her. What call was there to make? Yet, with such a clever daughter, she must refrain from swearing in her presence. Seeing her husband still holding their daughter in confusion, she quickly scooped up Xue Jiayu. What are you standing around for? Go greet the guests. Xue Wangjun scratched his head, still in a daze, and descended the stairs with a foolish sigh. Jiang Qiui embraced her daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek. My little treasure, I am your mother. Ahem, that it was wrong for mama to scold others. Just now you must not learn from that. We want our little treasure to grow up to be a little princess, a refined lady. Do you understand? Xue Jiayu gazed at her mother's slightly flushed face and broke into a grin. She always adored the character of Jiang Qiui. When reading, she appeared gentle, yet was undeniably strong and decisive. Ah, mama is so adorable. How could a fairy ever be wrong? Even when scolding, the fairy is justified. It's them who are wicked. The thought of her father being driven to jump off a building by the Ying family, and her mother single-handedly supporting the family while seeking revenge, only to meet with a tragic accident, filled her heart with sorrow. I must grow up quickly to protect them. Jiang Qiui furrowed her brow. Her husband was indeed driven to such despair, and she would suffer a car accident. Her eyes darkened momentarily, suppressing her anger. She gently kissed her daughter's forehead. My dear, Mama will protect you for a lifetime, allowing you to be a carefree little princess. Xue Jiayu blinked, not pondering much, and tilted her head to plant a kiss on her mother's face. Jiang Qiui smiled, her eyes narrowing with joy as she carried her downstairs. The full moon banquet was held with great fanfare, the feast lavishly adorned with an abundance of meat and seafood. The dishes were served in enamel bowls, lacking in presentation, yet the chef piled the food high with a focus on substance. The cold pig's head meat was fragrant and enticing, and the wild mushroom black-bone chicken soup wafted an irresistible aroma, making Xue Jiayu's mouth water profusely. In this era, beverages were scarce, with Coca-Cola being a rarity. Only the village folk brewed their own hawthorn syrup. Yet, that hawthorn syrup looked incredibly delicious. The vibrant red hawthorn simmered into a thick syrup, cooled with icy well water, and one could smell the delightful scent of hawthorn just by leaning in. Why can't I eat at my own full moon banquet while watching them relish their meal so heartily? Oh, how unfair. Jiang Qiui, noticing her daughter's longing, found her utterly adorable and humorously wiped her mouth. My little treasure is still too young. You can eat when you grow up. Once you are older, Mama will prepare delicious food for you, anything you desire. Xue Jiayu nodded earnestly, yet a peculiar thought crossed her mind. How did Mama know what she wanted to eat? However, glancing at the drool-soaked bib, she somewhat understood why her mother thought she was craving food. Children easily succumb to fatigue after a short while. She nestled into Jiang Qiui's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Jiang Qiui, cautious not to wake her, settled into their newly purchased Santana outside. Xue Wangjun scratched his head and recounted the earlier events to her, omitting the part about hearing his daughter's voice. He simply mentioned seeing Li Minxue stealthily carrying their daughter down the stairs, which aroused his suspicion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui instinctively tightened her hold on the little bundle in her arms. That lunatic! She must be plotting to switch her child with our little treasure. What a malicious woman! The mere thought of someone wanting to harm her daughter made her want to flee this dreadful place immediately. Yet, Jiang Qiui found herself in a dilemma. Her mother-in-law was already displeased that she had given birth to a girl, insisting on hosting a week-long banquet to uphold the Xue family's reputation. Now, on the very first day, she was about to take her daughter away, which would surely upset her mother-in-law. However, for the sake of her daughter, she could not remain any longer. Who knew what mischief those two women might concoct? Looking at the little one in her arms, she steeled herself, I shall speak up. Just say our little treasure is too young and not accustomed to this environment. Sujun, you are so fortunate your son is filial and earns well, and your daughter-in-law is capable, with a luxury car and renovations to your house. You are the envy of our village. Old Madame Xue, Sujun, was basking in the praise from her old friends at the banquet, her face glowing with satisfaction, unable to suppress a smile as she reveled in their compliments. Yet, someone chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, dear sister, you must be the envy of us all. Just because you had a girl, you're throwing a 7-day banquet. If you had a boy, wouldn't you have to feast the entire county? The old lady's smile froze instantly. Was this a veiled jab at her pride in having given birth to a daughter? Chapter 4. Returned to the city, there were too many people around, and the man spoke with a smile, making it difficult to discern any underlying intentions. She had never cared much about grandchildren. After all, hadn't the leaders proclaimed that women could shoulder half the sky? Sujun felt her face grow cold as she was pushed aside, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. One child is hardly sufficient. With my son's considerable fortune, we must have several grandsons. Once my daughter-in-law has fully recuperated, she will give birth. Speaking of which, your family has quite a few grandsons. Yet they seem to spend their days aimlessly loitering in the streets. This is hardly acceptable. If children are not nurtured properly, it matters not whether they are boys or girls. They will amount to nothing. The old lady's words left the man speechless. Finally, she lifted her chin, catching sight of her son, daughter-in-law, and eldest granddaughter behind her. She frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you eating?" Xue Jiayu cleared his throat. "Mother, I have something to discuss with you." The moment these words left his lips, the old lady's expression darkened with anger before she even knew the reason. "Oh, so you two can't stand being around me anymore, is that it? You find me bothersome. You promised a week-long banquet, and after just one meal, you wish to leave. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me?" Xue Jiayu hurriedly interjected. "He has just finished her confinement, and the baby is still small. There are many germs in the countryside. You ungrateful wretch. Now that you have a wife, you no longer need your old mother, do you?" Xue trembled as she held their daughter. Xue Jiayu found himself caught in the middle, feeling torn. "Mother, do you resent me for having a daughter? Believing I have severed the lineage of the Xue family?" Jiangxiu's voice quivered. "Xue Jiayu has worked tirelessly from nothing to achieve all this. I manage our household, assist him with clients, and negotiate business deals. Every penny I spend is earned through my own hard work. During her pregnancy, her belly was round, and others speculated it would be a girl, saying that the old Xue family had earned so much money that it would benefit her future husband. Her mother-in-law's expression had soured at that time, but now, hearing her mother-in-law speak in such a manner, she felt deeply wronged. She had her grievances against her daughter-in-law, as other daughters-in-law tended to their husbands at home, while she had to brave the world alongside her son, even hiring a nanny. Can a nanny ever be as caring as a mother? Jiangxiu clutched the child and was ready to leave. Xue Jiayu gritted his teeth, determined to follow. "Mother, you are being unreasonable." Sujun held her head high and coldly scoffed. "Yes, I am unreasonable. Who am I to find you both bothersome? It is I who am bothersome. Now leave." As the couple prepared to depart, their daughter, Xue Jiayu, finally woke from the noise, looking dazedly at her parents. Had she just heard someone arguing? Upon seeing Sujun's cold and furious expression, she flinched, nervously twisting her fingers. Could this possibly be my grandmother, Sujun, known for her sharp tongue and ability to confront anyone? Oh, how pitiful she seems. She appears tough, but her heart is kind. When my father faced difficulties, she did not reach out to my parents, but secretly sold her house and worked as a nanny, saving money to send to them anonymously. Sujun's heart was ablaze with fury when she unexpectedly heard the sweet, soft voice, pausing in surprise. Who was speaking? And calling her grandmother? It couldn't be her eldest granddaughter, could it? And what trouble had her son encountered that she was unaware of? Xue Jiayu and his wife were equally taken aback. This indeed seemed like something the old lady would do. The atmosphere grew strangely silent, with only Xue Jiayu oblivious, muttering to herself. Indeed, it is quite normal for a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to have a difficult relationship. Both are strong-willed women, unwilling to yield. My grandmother couldn't exactly raise my father on her own. Xue Jiayu wondered, is my little cotton-padded jacket leaking air? The expressions of both women were somewhat awkward. Su Suzhen's eyes were red-rimmed, while Jiang Qiu seemed flustered. When the incident occurred, she had stepped out and was unaware of the child abduction. When Xue Wangjun recounted the events, the elderly woman became enraged, throwing the enamel cup beside her. That shameless family. They abducted my granddaughter and slandered my son. They are courting death. I will tear that old woman to shreds. She glared at her son and daughter-in-law. Do you think you can keep this from me? Do you consider me an outsider, believing I am not part of your family? Seeing her mother-in-law in such a state, Jiang Qiu understood that Su Suzhen was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Lowering her head, she said, I'm sorry, mother. I should have clarified things with you earlier. We were wrong, and I should not have contradicted you. Su Suzhen turned her head away, seemingly a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, I also have my faults. I never looked down on you for having a daughter. It matters not whether a child is a boy or a girl. Xue Jiayu watched in confusion as the family quickly reconciled, unsure how the argument had suddenly ceased, not suspecting it had anything to do with her. Indeed, why should a family quarrel? They should stand united. It is precisely because they care for one another that they must communicate. Su Suzhen gazed at the little girl and felt that her foolish son was not as perceptive as his granddaughter. She approached and gently stroked the little girl's face, feeling a strange connection. Why was she able to understand what the little treasure was thinking? Everyone assumed she was a cantankerous old woman, yet this little one seemed to comprehend her feelings. Heaven must have blessed her with a precious granddaughter after giving her a wooden-headed son, one who understands and cares for her. The more she looked at the little treasure, the more she liked her. Cradling her carefully and examining her closely, she couldn't help but smile. What is wrong with having a granddaughter? My granddaughter is beautiful, clever, and caring, far better than those unruly boys outside. Xue Jiayu, smelling her grandmother's scent, felt a deep affection for her. Her grandmother was just as stubborn yet soft-hearted, but sadly, she had passed away too early. She nudged her little head against her grandmother's hand, smiling sweetly and innocently, even accidentally blowing a bubble. Su Suzhen felt her heart melt, reluctant to let the little dumpling go. However, if she stayed in the village, even if not stolen, how could such a delicate child be well cared for? Xue Jiayu's little face instantly fell. If only grandmother could come with us. Grandmother can make tiger head shoes, tiger head hats, and osmanthus cakes. Only then did Su Suzhen recall the little thing she had made for her granddaughter. This child is truly clever. Chapter 5. Love Letters Ahem. I made some little things for the little treasure. You can take them later. I will make some more later. This little one has delicate skin. I need to buy better cotton and thread. Su Suzhen was momentarily taken aback, surprised that her daughter-in-law would bring it up. It wasn't that she didn't want to follow her son and daughter-in-law. She merely feared that she would be a burden to their young couple. Her daughter-in-law's temperament was quite similar to hers, like a ticking time bomb, and she worried about affecting their relationship. Su Suzhen has tita. However, Xue Jiyu's eyes lit up at this. Upon hearing this, Xue Wangjun and his wife felt a surge of anticipation, believing they were the only ones aware of it, racking their brains on how to persuade their mother. Yet Su Suzhen clenched her fists, though she did not know what would happen. The little girl's words must hold some truth. She resolved, let it be clear, if you find me bothersome, I will move out. I will not tolerate being belittled in my old age. The couple quickly soothed the elderly lady. That cannot be. You are our matriarch. We would never allow you to feel disrespected. There were misunderstandings before, but the little treasure's words helped them gain clarity. The old lady was simply proud and stubborn. Little treasure truly is a blessing. She thinks more thoughtfully than the adults and has cleared their hearts. The elderly lady had few belongings, and after tidying up a bit, she followed her son and daughter-in-law to the car. As the family of four stepped out of the courtyard, curious neighbors inquired, Su Typo, where are you going? Su Suzhen replied with a hint of mock exasperation, my son and daughter-in-law are worried about me and insist I go to the city. I, an old woman, must follow them around. From now on, I cannot tend to the fields. I will only lie at home and be attended to by a nanny. I fear my old bones will rust away. Though she spoke with disdain, a sense of pride gleamed in her eyes. Xue Jiayu bit her finger and giggled. Her grandmother was truly the epitome of pride, relishing in her own little victories. The neighbors admired the couple, praising their filial piety. The elderly lady, with a sense of triumph, boarded the vehicle, while Xue Wangjun entrusted his daughter to Jiang Qiu before also entering and starting the engine. However, Just as the car reached the village entrance, a figure emerged, cradling a child, rushing toward the front of the vehicle. Xue Wangjun was instantly drenched in cold sweat, slamming on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. Jiang Qiui and Su Suzhen, jolted by the sudden stop, instinctively shielded Xue Jiayu, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Xue Wangjun, trembling, focused to recognize the figure as Li Minxue. This woman again. His chest heaved with agitation as he flung the door open, shouting angrily, "Are you insane? You wish to endanger your life and ours?" Unexpectedly, Li Minxue knelt and clutched his leg, pleading, "Whether you raise one girl or two, she can be a companion for your precious little one." Xue Wangjun attempted to free himself, but felt unable to lay hands on a woman. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he commanded, "Let go. What connection do we share from the past?" "Nonsense." Li Minxue, with a pitiful expression, interjected, "Back in school, you wrote me love letters. Didn't you? I was afraid of hindering my studies, which is why I didn't respond. I truly cannot afford to raise a child now. Please help us, or I'll have no choice but to jump into the river with her." "What love letters?" Xue Wangjun was utterly perplexed. Jiang Qiui and Su Suzhen, who had gotten out of the car with the child, frowned, bewildered by her words. Xue Wangjun, sweating profusely, replied, "I have no idea." "Wangjun, how can you be so ungrateful?" Li Minxue said with a sorrowful smile. "I suppose it's true. You now have a wife and child. So you dare not mention those things. Forget about me. I'll take our daughter and end it all." Upon saying this, she prepared to jump while holding the infant. Xue Wangjun's heart raced. Regardless of his feelings toward her, he could not bear to witness a death. He swiftly grasped Li Minxue, who unexpectedly leaned into him. "Wangjun, you still care for me, don't you?" Jiang Qiui's face darkened like a storm cloud, while Su Laotai looked on in incredulity. Xue Jiayu widened her eyes, internally scoffing, could it be? So Xue Wangjun really regarded this woman as a cherished memory? "I thought this was all too absurd." "Not at all. You don't even call me dad anymore," Xue Wangjun exclaimed. Hearing this, Jiang Qiui's expression soured further. "Xue Wangjun, you need to clarify this." Chapter 6. Explanation. Xue Wangjun lamented, unsure how he found himself entangled in such a predicament, and hurried to clarify. "Li Minxue, please articulate clearly when I ever pursued you. You were merely a recipient of a scholarship at school, bullied by classmates. As the class leader, I wrote you those anonymous letters to offer comfort." As he spoke, he raised his hand in a solemn vow. "My dear wife, the heavens bear witness, you are my one and only first love." He did not spare a glance at Li Minxue, instead directing his charm toward Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu, particularly the latter, as this declaration was meant primarily for his beloved daughter. In the bustling crowd, onlookers at the village entrance murmured, impressed by Xue Jiyu's heartfelt declaration. After hearing his explanation, Xue Jiayu found amusement in the absurdity of it all. Hearing those words, Xue Wangjun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Surely, with his character, he would never abandon his wife and daughter. Jiang Qiui caught wind of his thoughts, her expression softening slightly, yet her gaze remained unsatisfied with Li Minxue, who clung to Xue Wangjun. She approached, reaching for him. "We'll discuss your actions later." Jiang Qiui shot Xue Wangjun a cold glare, prompting him to obediently fall behind her. The trust and intimacy between the couple were unmistakable, igniting a twinge of jealousy in Li Minxue. Such an outstanding and handsome man. Why wasn't he hers? Jiang Qiui addressed Li Minxue. "Minxue, we are old classmates. Today is a joyous occasion. We are headed to the city, yet you stand here for the whole village to mock us?" Li Minxue, tearfully wiping her eyes, replied, "Qiui, how can you say that? As old classmates, you should help me. My husband abandoned me upon learning I bore a daughter, leaving me to survive alone in the village. Please show some compassion. The Xue family is affluent. Can you not assist in raising my daughter?" This statement made Xue Jiayu chuckle. Why should they help her raise her daughter? Since her arrival, this woman had attempted to swap children, and now, rather than retreat, she was shamelessly trying to attach herself to them. What a moral kidnapping. "So what if you have money? Isn't it my father's hard-earned blood and sweat? Why should we raise your child as if we owe you something? Truly foolish and selfish." This sentiment brought satisfaction to both Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun, who felt relieved. What a splendid daughter. They were unaware of the term moral kidnapping. But since Xue Wangjun had become prosperous, the villagers had been clamoring for connections, hoping to gain something from him. Having been raised in the village, Xue Wangjun found it difficult to refuse the debts of gratitude, yet he was no fool. Helping one person is an act of kindness, but supporting hundreds of families in the village would lead to exploitation. This was precisely why they were determined to move to the provincial city, bringing their parents along, to escape the villagers. Their wealth was not easily come by, and they should not be compelled to distribute it to others simply because their circumstances had improved. Xue Jiyu's words emboldened Jiang Xiui, who, having been born in the provincial city and married Xue Wangjun, had faced ridicule for her background. Although she was from a well-off family, her demeanor often led others to perceive her as easy to bully. In the rural setting, where voices were numerous, she typically concealed her emotions for Xue Wangjun's sake. But today, Jiang Xiui boldly stepped beside Xue Jiayu and delivered a resounding slap. The villagers gathered at the entrance were stunned. Xue Wangjun had married a fierce woman. Only rural folk would dare strike their husbands. They had heard that city girls were gentle and demure. How could you be so bold? What are you doing? Li Minxue, taken aback, covered her face in disbelief. What am I doing? Just a few days ago, you sneaked into my home trying to steal my daughter, and I haven't settled that with you yet. Now you dare to flirt with my husband? With everyone watching, it's time to set things straight. Lies. I did no such thing. Li Minxue raturta defiantly. You did not? I have it on surveillance camera. If you don't cease this nonsense, I'll have you arrested. The police will see the footage, and you will face charges. Charges? Jail? The mere mention sent Li Minxue into a panic. Coming from a rural background, she was unfamiliar with such advanced technology and had no idea what a surveillance camera was. Moreover, the villagers, who had never seen such technology, instinctively trusted the well-educated Jiang Xiui and did not doubt her words. Rural homes rarely had surveillance cameras. It was only in Xue Wangjun's clothing factory that a few had been installed, requiring government approval. Xue Wangjun quickly understood what his wife was insinuating and, with a knowing glance, chimed in, yes, it's the surveillance. I purchased many when I set up the factory. Those devices record everyone who enters my house. The police can easily trace who has been there. No one can fabricate evidence. In this legal society, intruding into private homes and abducting children could lead to at least 10 years in prison. Li Minxue faltered, lowering her head in defeat. Xiui, please calm down. I never intended to harm your precious child. I merely wished to see her. Pouting, Li Minxue feigned innocence. Ever since you came to the village. Who doesn't know the name Jiayu? Your little treasure is like a gem, praised by the entire village for her beauty. My daughter, born just days apart, is starving. With that, Li Minxue burst into tears, unveiling her child from the swaddling cloth for all to see the infant's face. Li Minxue did not speak falsely this time. The current malicious supporting character, Huanyu, indeed appears emaciated and frail. Logically, she is several years older than Xue Jiayu and was born full term. However, due to a lack of nutritional supplements and milk, she is as starved as a little mouse, lacking even the strength to cry out. As parents, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui could not bear to see such a sight in their child, immediately furrowing their brows in concern. Xue Jiayu also felt a pang of sympathy, remarking, Huanyu is quite pitiable, although she will grow up to be a wicked supporting character. Right now, she is just a month old. What does she even know? Chapter 7, a melodramatic novel. Jiang Xiui heard her daughter's words and exchanged a glance with Xue Wangjun. Their daughter was correct. Since the situation had come to this, perhaps they should take a loss and help the child find a better family. Yet, just as they contemplated this, Li Minxue seized the opportunity and snatched the child from Jiang Xiui's hands. After being publicly slapped, it was impossible for Li Minxue to remain calm. If she did not obtain money today, then the Xue family would not have an easy time either. Jiang Xiui, a city lady, was no match for Li Minxue, a rural woman, and Xue Wangjun, momentarily careless, failed to stop her. Thus, the child was taken away. At this moment, the elderly Su Sujin, who had been waiting in the background, was utterly stunned, her anger boiling within her. What are you doing, you wretched woman? Return my granddaughter. The elderly lady was also a rural woman, serving as the leader of the grain threshing team, a position that commanded respect. She could not tolerate such indignity. With the child in her arms, Li Minxue appeared brazen and unrepentant. I haven't done anything. Why are you all so anxious? I merely want to take a closer look at Jiayu. Xue Jiyu's heart sank. I can't believe you. You wicked old hag. Is it possible that I am to be victimized by Li Minxue once more? The books say that after the real daughter is swapped away, this malicious adoptive mother completely abandons her, leaving her to be devoured by wolves. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui felt murderous rage rising within them. What? Allow their precious daughter to be consumed by beasts? Is this even human? Xue Wangjun had never felt such fury. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Li Minxue, what do you truly want? I can give it to you. Just return the child. Jiang Qiui nearly fainted, supporting Xue Wangjun as she exclaimed, Li Minxue, how can you be so cruel? A month-old infant, and you can act so ruthlessly? Li Minxue showed no interest in their words, appearing triumphant. Wangjun, don't say that. I only wish to go to the city with you. I have been abandoned by my husband's mother, left all alone. Can't you help me out of old affection? Affection? What a joke. Xue Wangjun cursed inwardly, regretting ever having helped this woman during their high school days simply because she was from the same impoverished village. Jiang Qiui took a deep breath. I understand. Get in the car. We will take you to the provincial city. Despite their anger, they could not refuse. After all, Xue Jiayu was still too small, and if an adult were to throw a month-old baby down, it could easily result in death. The crowd could not force Li Minxue, who was gleeful, comfortably cradling both children as she approached the car. However, upon reaching the car door, she collided with the elderly lady. Su Sujin, now frail and in poor health, was not considered by Li Minxue, but as she bent down to enter the back seat, the elderly lady struck her knee with her cane. Take this wicked woman to the police station, Su Sujin commanded, and the driver quickly locked the car doors. Inside the vehicle, Li Minxue screamed, Let me out. I don't want to go to jail. I haven't done anything. I want to go to jail. Haven't done anything? You attempted murder. Jiang Qiui's face turned pale. Li, take her to the county police station and inform my parents, telling them everything that has transpired in the village. This time, I will not tolerate this wicked woman. Please, Wangjun, save me. I realize my mistakes. I was only thinking of the child. Spare me. Xue Wangjun was unwilling to engage, snorting coldly. Hurry up and take her away. I don't want her to have another chance to emerge from custody and pose a threat to lives. Understood, sir, madam. The black Wuling Hongguang car sped away, leaving the villagers in a state of shock. What has happened? Jiang Qiui, panicked, embraced her child and wept. Wan, are you all right? Mommy is sorry for not keeping a closer watch on you. Xue Jiayu blinked her grape-like eyes. Wow, how thrilling. No wonder it's a melodramatic novel. Life is just like this. The adults who overheard her thoughts held their breath, thinking how carefree this child was, lacking any awareness of danger. Su Sujin considered providing some education, but was instead charmed by Xue Jiyu's praise. Grandma is truly impressive. Wasn't he at the heroines of war years who were just like her? With such skill and poise, she could be Empress Dowager Cixi in ancient times. Such words disarmed Su Sujin's anger. What a reckless child. Fine, let her be. At worst, we shall just keep a closer watch in the future. In the earlier conflict, they had not noticed that Ing Huanyu had also fallen from the carriage. Faced with this little one, the Xue family found themselves in a dilemma. Had Li Minxue not behaved so atrociously, they might have extended their kindness to help Ing Huanyu. However, now, considering her biological mother as frantic threats, they felt no compassion for her. As the Xue family prepared to leave with Xue Jiayu, they thought little of the child left on the ground, feeling indifferent. Yet, Xue Jiayu, flailing her arms in the swaddling cloth, began to cry vehemently. Ing Huanyu is a critical character in the plot. She cannot die. I cannot imagine what would happen if I recklessly altered the future. After all, the antagonist is still small. I believe that if our family adopts her, under the guidance of my parents and myself, she will not be led astray. Wah. Xue Jiayu pointed at the child on the ground, her demeanor demanding to be picked up, which left the Xue family in a quandary. Xue Jiayu thought the adults misunderstood her intentions. In reality, they had clearly heard her thoughts and recognized the truth. Since the little treasure had declared this child was important, they ought to take her in. After all, the Xue family was not lacking in resources. However, Jiang Qiui was aware that the child named Ing would bring ominous outcomes to Xue Wangjun. She did not wish to attract such misfortune. After a long silence, Xue Wangjun reluctantly picked up Ing Huanyu. Fine, Jiayu is right. After all, she's just a month-old baby. If we guide her correctly, nothing should go awry. Upon returning to the provincial city, Xue Wangjun, now a prosperous factory owner, possessed a two-story villa in this era. Mother, this is our newly hired nanny, Xue Lan. Just call her Sister Lan. Chapter 8, The New Nanny. Sister Lan was meticulously chosen by Xue Wangjun as the monthly nanny, possessing immense patience for children and providing attentive care for Xue Jiayu. Xue Sujin, however, remained skeptical. She did not approve of entrusting her child to outsiders. After all, who could care for their child better than their own family? Sister Lan, being astute, noticed the elderly lady's discomfort and immediately responded with warmth. Old madam, if you need anything, just let me know. Besides caring for the young lady, I can handle all household chores. Is this for real? Xue Sujin doubted it. Household chores were exhausting. Could she really manage both the child and the cooking? Of course. Since I have accepted the gentleman's payment, fulfilling my duties is my responsibility. No matter how strenuous the work, I shall never complain. Sister Lan not only claimed this, but also acted accordingly, her diligence gradually winning over Xue Sujin. After all, who would not appreciate being pampered after a lifetime of toil? Thus, within a few days, Sister Lan had endeared herself to Xue Sujin. The elderly lady, who once vigilantly watched over the two children alone, now found herself sharing the responsibility with Sister Lan, alternating shifts in caring for them. However, this arrangement brought its own challenges. Sister Lan had no qualms about attending to Xue Jiayu, being the legitimate daughter of the Xue family, but she was far less satisfied with Huanyu. As one ages, their discretion often wanes, leading them to indulge in idle gossip. Lan Sa had managed to win over Xue Sujin, and the two would engage in idle chatter at home. Unbeknownst to them, Xue Sujin began to divulge matters concerning Li Minxiu. She claimed that this malicious individual intended to have Jiayu imprisoned. Yet her son and daughter-in-law were remarkably kind-hearted, willing to adopt the daughter of their enemy and meticulously ensuring that her needs mirrored those of Jiayu. This statement filled Lan Sa with profound discontent. Did the Xue family truly lack discernment? Surely, adopting a second child from the streets would be a better choice than raising the daughter of an adversary. Rather than caring for Huanyu, she would prefer to look after her grandson, who had just turned 3 and was in dire need of educational funds. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lan Sa could not help but neglecting Huanyu. She was astute enough to maintain a fade, preventing the Xue family from detecting any oddities, yet privately. Xue Jiayu observed her actions, quietly applying salt to Huanyu's mouth. Infants must not consume salt. Lan Sa's intention was to induce renal failure and ultimately bring about the child's untimely demise. Xue Jiayu was alarmed, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Unable to intervene, on a weekend, she seized the opportunity to summon Jiang Qiui, weeping softly. Xue Jiayu waited for Lan Sa to discreetly finish feeding Huanyu before expressing her desire to climb onto Lan Sa's lap. Jiang Qiui, feeling envious, remarked on how the little one seemed more attached to Lan Sa during her absence. Lan Sa, ever the silver-tongued, soothed Jiang Qiui's jealousy, and upon noticing that Xue Jiayu had grown increasingly fair and delicate, she felt even more pleased. Lan Sa, you care for the little one so well. My husband and I were considering giving you a bonus at the end of the month. Would you prefer a large television or a generous red envelope? Lan Sa's eyes sparkled with delight, overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity. Madam, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Listening to their flattery, Xue Jiayu silently rolled her eyes before playfully nibbling on Lan Sa's fingers. In the days that followed, Lan Sa continued to feed Huanyu salt. Although Xue Sujin had entrusted her with the child and visited frequently to ensure that Lan Sa was not slacking, the latter had taken to concealing a packet of salt within her sleeve, waiting for the right moment to apply it to Xue Jiayu's lips. Thus, remnants of salt likely lingered on her fingers. Xue Jiayu's plan was to feign ignorance and inadvertently consume the salt, hoping that Jiang Qiui's concern would prompt her to investigate, leading to the discovery of the crystalline residue at the corners of her mouth. To her surprise, she realized that she need not sacrifice herself. Jiang Qiui had overheard her thoughts. Originally intending to engage Lan Sa in polite conversation, Jiang Qiui's countenance suddenly hardened. What did the little one say? The nanny has been feeding Huanyu salt for several days. As a mother, she instinctively understood the dangers salt posed to infants. Grateful that Lan Sa had not targeted Jiayu, Jiang Qiui was nonetheless furious at the latter's motives. Why would Lan Sa, who professed such fondness for Jiayu, resort to harming Huanyu? This question would soon find its answer. Lan saw, I regret to say, your family circumstances may be difficult, and you may genuinely care for me, but I cannot remain idle while another suffers. Yu has done nothing wrong. Even if she is unworthy of being adopted by the Xue family, your son cannot take her place. Xiu's realization dawned upon her, accompanied by a cold smile. She had misjudged Lan Sa, who portrayed one persona in public and another in private. Xiu shared Xue Jiyu's sentiments. Regardless of whether Lan Sa's malice was directed at Jiyu, her disdain for Yu rendered her unfit to remain in their household. If Lan Sa were willing to act subserviently to Jiayu for her own benefit, what would stop her from abandoning them for a wealthier patron in the future? Furthermore, her actions were undeniably malevolent. Feeding salt to an infant is a grave offense. Were it not for the child's cleverness in avoiding danger, the consequences could have been dire. Even if Lan Sa had no intention of harming Jiayu, the salt on her hands could easily find its way into Jiayu's mouth, thereby endangering her child. Faced with this duality, Xiu fluctuated between gratitude and fury towards Lan Sa, witnessing the little one's naive determination to uncover the truth. Xiu swiftly cupped Xue Jiayu's face. Child, do not bite Lan Sa. Meanwhile, Lan Sa, lost in thoughts of a new television, only realized something was amiss upon hearing Xiu's reprimand. Looking down, she saw Xue Jiayu stubbornly gnawing on her thumb. After a moment, she shifted her tone to one of sugary sweetness. Lan Sa, perhaps Jiayu is teething? It is quite normal for her to want to bite something. It does not hurt. Why not let her gnaw a bit? Her plan was to expose Lan Sa's shortcomings and have her dismissed. As anticipated, Lan Sa was thrown into a panic. Madam, what do you mean? I am just a rural woman, tough-skinned and hardy. The young lady may nibble as she pleases. However, I did not wash my hands and feared she might not be clean. Xiu smiled faintly, waving her hand dismissively. You are more meticulous than I. We washed our hands before meals, and Jiayu is not so delicate. She gnaws on her own fingers daily without any issue, and the same would apply to you. Xue Jiayu silently protested. Nonsense. I do not gnaw on my fingers daily. I am an adult. It is impossible for me to act like a child. At most, I might occasionally suck my thumb. That is an infant's instinct and has nothing to do with me. Lan Sa stubbornly continued. That is not my meaning. I meant to say that the young lady is still small. Generally, children begin teething at 6 or 7 months, but she is only 2 months old. It is better to continue feeding her milk. Oh, Xiu responded thoughtfully, narrowing her eyes. I see. You believe Jiayu is slow to develop her teeth compared to other children? Madam, how could you say such a thing? Lan Sa exclaimed, nearly in tears, realizing Xiu was deliberately challenging her. Despite her confusion over the sudden change in Xiu's demeanor, her desire for the television and red envelope kept her from growing angry. Madam, I was wrong. I did not care for the young lady properly. I will wash my hands and ensure they are clean for her. Xiu was resolute, moving to take the child away, inadvertently tugging at Lan Sa's sleeve. No need. Sister, just let me carry the little one. With a ripping sound, Xiu gasped, looking down to see a pile of white powder spilling onto the ground. Lan Sa's face paled, her legs buckling beneath her. She attempted to shield the evidence with her stout frame, but the quantity of salt was too great to conceal, leaving Xiu with a clear view. Was this Lan Sa? Xiu feigned ignorance, crouching down to scoop up some of the white powder. This size is familiar. Is it sugar or salt? Let me taste. Hearing this, Lan Sa was gripped by fear, rushing to intervene. Madam, please, but it was too late. Xiu had already sampled the granules, wrinkling her brow. How salty! This must be deep well salt. Lan Sa hung her head, unable to speak. Madame, she knew any response would only confirm her guilt regarding the concealed salt. With the truth laid bare, Xiu successfully dismissed the nanny. With the nanny gone, Xue Jiayu believed that tranquility would return, yet unresolved issues lingered. A new nanny had yet to be found, prompting Xiu to take a leave of absence and assist Su Sujin in caring for the child. Under their diligent care, Yu's condition improved. Though still quite thin, she exhibited a robust spirit, akin to a newborn calf, alternating between crying and fussing daily. Perhaps Yu sensed that her revival was due to Xue Jiayu's efforts, leading her to become quite attached. The two infants insisted on sharing the same cradle while they slept. As long as Yinghu Ny cannot perceive the presence of Su Gy, she will weep inconsolably. Her attachment to the little one has increased her encounters with Jiyu. Deep down, Jiyu favors her own daughter, often yearning to secretly embrace Xue Jiayu in the bedroom at night, only to have Yinghuin discover her every time. Whenever Suhi departs, Yinghuin bursts into tears, unless she is allowed to sleep alongside Xue Jiayu. This situation leaves Jiyu perplexed and exasperated. Caring for two children as if they were twins does not equate to genuinely considering them her own, especially with the four of them sharing meals and sleeping arrangements. Xue Jiayu finds it curious that Yinghuin's clinginess brings her joy, as it signifies a shift in Yinghuin's personality. She hopes her younger sister will heed her guidance in the future and avoid straying from the right path. However, the incessant demands of the infant Yinghuin are quite burdensome, and it is unacceptable for her mother to be worn out. Xue Jiayu desires to alleviate Ying's burden. She extends her arms to hold Yinghuin, believing this would quell her cries. Yet, this time, Yinghuin cries even louder, struggling to be held by Jiyu. Neither Xue Jiayu nor Jiyu comprehend the true sentiments of a child. Hesitating for a moment, they are taken aback when Yinghuin suddenly pushes forcefully, attempting to shove Xue Jiayu out of the crib. Jiyu is left in shock as she hurriedly catches the little one. Is this an accident or sheer coincidence? Upon witnessing Xue Jiayu close to Jiyu, Yinghuin feels even more distressed. Rolling her body and contemplating falling off in hopes of being embraced by Jiyu. This behavior enlightens Xue Jiayu. It becomes evident that Yinghuin is vying for affection. Children possess keen insights. Although she clings to me, upon realizing she has another mother, I, as her sister, cannot possibly compete with her mother. If one were to declare the little antagonist as inherently mischievous, aside from her unconscious act of pushing, she even contemplates harming herself, which only serves to illustrate her confusion and instinctive reactions. Upon hitting house, raising two children is indeed quite troublesome, especially with one competing for affection. Jiyu feels apprehensive and devises a plan to take Xue Jiayu to the company the following day. If they are separated, how can they compete for attention if they cannot see one another? Jiyu works in the garment factory operated by Xue Jiayu, managing finances. It is no secret that the couple jointly oversees the business. Thus, upon arriving at the factory, all the employees curiously gather around. Sister Jiyu, is this your child with Xue Ji? Oh my, she is truly enchanting, resembling a doll from a poster. The garment factory employs hundreds of workers in a single workshop. A crowd quickly assembles, causing Jiyu to become flustered. She contemplates placing the little one in Xue Jiayu's independent office. But before she could decide, news spread that the factory manager's daughter had arrived, drawing an even larger crowd. Hundreds of people surged forth, jostling and inadvertently pushing Jiyu to the ground. Jiyu cried out in pain, realizing the situation was dire. As she raised her hand again, she discovered the child was no longer in her grasp. Little one, Jiyu frantically searched, but the child had vanished amidst the throng. Infuriated, she trembled with rage. Who has taken my child? I will report this and review the surveillance. The employees were taken aback by Jiyu's fury, exchanging glances. What on earth is happening? They merely gathered out of curiosity. And now there are rumors of abduction? Chapter 10. This child is quite remarkable. Jiyu did not anticipate such an incident. She was naive, believing that in this era, societal morals were pure. Yet, even in the most innocent environments, shadows can lurk. Moreover, Xue Jiayu and Jiyu have always been entrepreneurs dedicated to revitalizing rural areas, employing mostly laid-off workers and impoverished farmers who lacked formal education. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu found herself being passed around among various individuals, sighing quietly within. It is not merely the employee's lack of legal awareness stemming from inadequate education. Even her parents, as employers, are overly approachable. Lost in thought, Xue Jiayu finds herself in the clutches of a group of rough-looking men clad in burlap. Big brother. This is the daughter of the owner of the largest private garment factory in the city. If you take her for ransom, You could demand quite a sum. How about you give me a cut? Oh, is that true? The men, initially skeptical, had heard of Xue Jiayu. He was indeed a prominent figure, and it was said he earned enough to fill 2 bags with gold. Just look at the fabric. No ordinary family could afford to raise such a child. The men scrutinized Xue Jiayu closely and were convinced. All right, if this works out, I'll give you a share. I've also captured man. If this plan succeeds, we'll never have to worry about food and drink again. If only she were a bit older, it would be easier. However, Xue Jiayu is still merely a 2-month-old infant, unable to contend with these human traffickers. With tears welling in her eyes, Xue Jiayu is confined within a storage room. Wah wah. She cried pitifully, unable to articulate her pleas for help. Just as she despaired, believing she would meet a tragic end, someone approached and poked her cheek. What are you saying? In the darkness, Xue Jiayu could not discern who it was, but she felt no malice. She called out again, wah wah wah, help me, help me, help me. NQ was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe his ears. This infant was genuinely speaking. The 5-year-old prodigy, NQ, had cultivated an icy demeanor. Even after being abducted and imprisoned for a day, he had not furrowed his brow or uttered a word, but Xue Jiyu's presence broke his stoicism. How could a baby speak? Unable to resist, NQ poked Xue Jiyu's cheek several times. It was soft and tender to the touch. Xue Jiyu, feeling irked, bit down onto NQ's finger, but lacking teeth, she merely licked it with drool. What are you doing? Save me, help me. This time, NQ realized that it was not the infant speaking, but rather he could hear her thoughts. A glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. In the quantum materialist texts he had read, there was no mention of telepathy, yet today he genuinely experienced this extraordinary phenomenon. Curiosity dispelled his boredom. Due to an accident 2 years prior, he had developed autism. Thus, rather than being abducted, he had willingly followed those traffickers. In silence and solitude, NQ found the world to be exceedingly dull. Perhaps death or suffering would alleviate his inner emptiness. Yet, it was evident that Xue Jiyu yearned to survive, her heart constantly crying for escape. NQ picked up the infant, resolved to flee. As Xue Jiyu finally found herself in someone else's arms, she felt joy. Wonderful, wonderful. This kind-hearted person, let us escape together. Wait, why is he just a little brat? Once lifted, Xue Jiyu, with her heightened awareness, sensed something was amiss. Her distance from the ground was barely a meter. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that her rescuer was indeed a small boy. Not to mention, he was exceptionally handsome. The villagers often praised her resemblance to a doll, yet this boy looked like a star from television, destined to become a heartthrob. No, wait. Even if he is a little handsome, it won't do. Our combined ages don't even match the width of a criminal's chest. How can this little brat rescue me? It seems my illustrious life will end today at the hands of traffickers. Xue Jiyu lamented, wailing in despair, while NQ frowned. She dared not trust him. In an instant, NQ could devise numerous escape plans. Even against a dozen burly men, he remained unfazed. NQ felt displeased and retaliated by poking Xue Jiyu's cheek, causing a rosy blush to bloom on her fair skin. The peculiar little sister did not trust him, and thus, Jean Nanchi felt compelled to demonstrate his point. He cradled the child and turned towards the corner of the warehouse, where he picked up a wooden stick and, to his surprise, unearthed a small dog hole amidst the rubble. Xue Jiayu was taken aback, thinking to herself, this little rascal is quite clever. She knows something is amiss with the dog hole, yet why does she not escape through it? Jean Nanchi, uninterested in offering an explanation, climbed out and swaggered towards the exit with Xue Jiayu on his back. Although she was an adult, Xue Jiayu found herself disoriented by Jean Nanchi's actions. Unbeknownst to her, within the span of a day spent in the warehouse, Jean Nanchi had memorized the movements of the brutish men solely by sound. His reluctance to flee stemmed from a simple desire not to escape. Furthermore, Jean Nanchi was unaware that Xue Jiyu's rich inner thoughts were enough to evoke a sense of indignation within him. He felt displeased and compelled to prove his own capabilities. It is worth noting that since the unfortunate event 2 years prior, he had become akin to a wooden sculpture. Jean Nanchi carried Xue Jiyu to the entrance of their hideout. Being young and slender, they could easily squeeze through the gap of the locked door. Xue Jiayu, was astonished and impressed. Without needing her to say anything, Zhang Nanqi had already deduced the connection to the Xue family, which seemed to be a recent business associate of his father. Chapter 11. Returning home with the young gentleman, a noblewoman clad in a black robe rushed toward Zhang Nanqi, her high heels clicking against the floor as she embraced him tightly, her fair face streaked with tears. "Nanqi, I finally found you. You nearly frightened your father and mother to death." The noblewoman was none other than Zhang Nanqi's mother, Jiang Peirong. Moments later, a man resembling Zhang Nanqi by 50% rushed in, panting, and embraced the mother and son joyfully, while Xue Jiayu remained cradled in Zhang Nanqi's arms. "At last, we found you. It is your father's fault for not protecting you." Hey, you're going to suffocate me. I can't breathe," Xue Jiayu exclaimed in distress, thinking, "Oh heavens, will I really leave this world so abruptly?" Hearing her silent plea, Zhang Nanqi gently pushed his parents aside, maintaining the same expression, which starkly contrasted with the emotional display of his parents. Zhang Aoxiang immediately called for the driver, but upon reaching for his mobile phone, he noticed Xue Jiayu in Zhang Nanqi's arms and pointed at her, asking, "Where did this child come from?" Zhang Nanqi instinctively turned slightly, furrowing his brow. "Dad, don't move." The driver arrived, and the Zhang family, being affluent, owned a rare red flag vehicle. Xue Jiayu waved her arms, resembling lotus roots, aware that the Santana owned by the Xue family was a notable vehicle, yet it paled in comparison to the red flag. However, the name Zhang Nanqi struck her as familiar. Before she could recall who Zhang Nanqi was, Jiang Peirong suddenly cupped her son's face, apologizing profusely. Her emotional words moved Zhang Aoxiang, causing him to redden at the corners of his eyes. Zhang Nanqi lowered his head slightly, initially unwilling to speak. But as he saw Jiang Peirong nearly fainting from crying, he slowly uttered, "Just taking a stroll." Xue Jiayu widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "You were kidnapped. Aren't you going to tell your parents?" "My goodness, what kind of charming young gentleman are you? I need to reassess." Zhang Nanqi refrained from telling his parents that he had been kidnapped, knowing they would search high and low for the kidnappers upon learning the truth. There was no need to waste time on futile matters. After catching Xue Jiyu's thoughts, he lowered his gaze and raised an eyebrow, signaling her to be quiet. Although Xue Jiyu could not comprehend his expression, she felt an inexplicable sense of awe curling up in his embrace as a well-behaved child. As fatigue washed over her, she fell asleep within moments. "Are you tired? Would you like your mother to hold you?" Jiang Peirong inquired, reaching to take the child, only for Zhang Nanqi to turn aside and evade her grasp. "No need." Jiang Peirong exchanged a surprised glance with her husband, since Zhang Nanqi's emotional withdrawal. He had never expressed his feelings so directly, whether joy or sorrow, affection or disdain. They had been deeply troubled by his indifference. To their astonishment, he had just openly conveyed his resistance and unwillingness. When Xue Jiayu awoke, she found herself in a warm, cozy house, stretching her limbs and feeling as if the layout was familiar. However, before she could ponder further, a beautiful face suddenly loomed before her. "Son, come here, she has awakened." Jiang Peirong instructed Zhang Nanqi to watch over the child while she prepared formula. Zhang Nanqi had long surpassed the age of drinking milk, and the can of formula was precisely what he had instructed the driver to procure, selecting an imported brand. As he approached, Xue Jiyu seized the zipper of his jacket, pouting slightly and gazing at him with a touch of grievance. "You frightened me earlier. I thought you had abandoned me." So that was her concern. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Nanqi's eyes, yet he did not pull away. Instead, he allowed her to hold on. "Nanqi, the milk is ready. Shall I feed her?" Jiang Peirong suggested, but Zhang Nanqi took the bottle and held it to Xue Jiayu's lips. The adorable little bundle opened her mouth wide and drank heartily. Jiang Peirong felt a sense of wonder. Her son was indeed very kind to this unknown child, although the Zhang family could easily support 1,000 infants. Zhang Aoxiang could not trust a child of unknown origin. It was better to send her away sooner rather than later to avoid any potential trouble. Just as Jiang Peirong was about to agree, she noticed Zhang Nanqi suddenly look up, altering her intended words. Let Nanqi decide whether to contact the police. Xue Jiayu blinked, uncertain of her fate, hoping that Zhang Nanqi would not abandon her. "No need to call the police. I'm the daughter of the Xue family." Zhang Aoxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Xue family? The one that owns the garment factory? Son, how do you know this?" This was also a curiosity for Xue Jiu, who looked at Zhang Nanqi with wide, watery eyes, eager for an explanation. I saw Madame Xue taking her out in the community to bask in the sun. What? I'm neighbors with this charming young gentleman? This is too surreal. I need a moment to collect myself. So lost in thought was Xue Jiayu that drool escaped her lips, prompting Zhang Nanqi to expressionlessly hand her a tissue to clean herself and instruct his father to contact Xue Wangjun. All right, understood. Zhang Aoxiang, seated by the phone, found it curious. Who was the father and who was the son? Regardless of the oddity, he proceeded to dial the Xue family, but no one answered. He then called the Xue garment factory, navigating through several connections before finally reaching Xue Wangjun. Xue Wangjun, frazzled from searching for his daughter, immediately perked up upon hearing this news. Give me the address. I'll be there right away. As they relayed the address, Zhang Nanqi placed Xue Jiayu on the sofa and stood to leave. Just as he took a few steps, a loud wailing erupted behind him. Chapter 12. Clinging to him, Zhang Nanqi turned around, finding the little bundle of flesh with tears and snot streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Wah, this family, the only one I recognize is you, and now you want to leave me. Zhang Nanqi could not be bothered to explain that he merely needed to use the restroom. He picked her up and gently patted her back, causing Xue Jiayu to immediately quiet down. Just hold on a little longer. Your father will arrive soon. Their interaction amused Jiang Peirong, who had been observing from the shadows, and she attempted to take Xue Jiayu from Zhang Nanqi. Come, let mommy hold you for a while. However, Jiang Peirong, adorned with the latest imported perfume, caused Xue Jiayu to burst into tears, prompting her to quickly set the child down. Hey, why is this child crying incessantly? It's your perfume. It smells too strong. Xue Jiayu cried, turning her head to the side to hiccup, feeling incredibly defiant. Jiang Peirong was disheartened, wondering if she truly disliked her that much. It's not that I dislike you. Zhang Nanqi moved further away with Xue Jiayu in his arms, causing her to stop crying immediately. It's your perfume I dislike. Both pairs of large eyes were fixed on him. Xue Jiayu thought, how does he know? Jiang Peirong wondered, how do you know? Zhang Nanqi, as if he had not heard, turned away to fetch water for Xue Jiayu to drink. In the ensuing days, whenever Jiang Peirong attempted to embrace Xue Jiayu, the latter would unleash a torrent of cries until Zhang Nanqi took her into his arms. Not only did Jiang Peirong make such attempts, but Zhang Aoxiang also endeavored to carry Xue Jiayu away, only to be met with her piercing wails that sent him retreating in fear before he could even grasp her. They sat quietly on the opposite sofa, whispering to one another as they observed the small infant nestled in their son's embrace, peacefully nursing. Am I seeing things? My son is holding her with one arm while reading with the other. Jiang Peirong remarked, astonished. He usually prefers to read alone in seclusion. Why is he this way today? I was about to ask you if I was imagining it as well. Zhang Aoxiang replied, amused. He cradles her like a precious gem. One might mistake her for a child bride. Yet, should it truly be so, it would not be a misfortune. Observing the delicate features and fair skin of the swaddled infant, one could predict she would blossom into a striking beauty. Not only were Zhang Aoxiang and his wife unable to approach Xue Jiayu, but even Aunt Jiang, the family's nanny, found it impossible to hold her. Aunt Jiang, who prided herself on 3 decades of childcare experience, had volunteered to look after Xue Jiayu. However, the moment her hand reached out to the infant, a flood of memories surged back. That name sounds familiar. Zhang Nanqi is the person who should have been pursued by Ying Huanyu in the original tale. As Aunt Jiang was the Zhang family's caregiver, she had, in secret, caused mischief due to Zhang Nanqi's illness and had no inclination to treat him kindly. Thus, when she extended her hand, Xue Jiayu began to cry uncontrollably, her voice ringing clear and bright, expressing her refusal without inciting annoyance. Jiang Peirong quickly instructed Aunt Jiang to step back. This child may be shy around strangers. It's all right, Aunt Jiang. You go about your business and allow her to stay with Nanqi. Very well, Aunt Jiang replied, not wishing to make a fool of herself, though she shot Xue Jiayu a disdainful glare. Unexpectedly, Xue Jiayu, with her crystal-clear eyes, gazed back at her, startling Aunt Jiang to the point where she nearly stumbled. How terrifying! How could a mere 2 or 3-month-old possess such a gaze? Surely, she is not a malevolent spirit? Aunt Jiang trembled and swiftly retreated to the kitchen. Although Zhang Nanqi maintained a stable demeanor, he was merely 5 years old. As the clock approached 6, he grew restless, fidgeting with his hands. As soon as the fair and slender arm of the woman opened, Xue Jiayu erupted into tears, desperately clinging to Zhang Nanqi. I want to stay with the handsome boy. I'm not going anywhere. I want to be a bother. Why won't you take me with you? She was utterly distressed and even let out a small burp. Zhang Nanqi, helpless, patted her back and, once she calmed down, stood up with her in his arms. I'll take her with me. Jiang Peirong hastily interjected. What will you do if she starts crying while you're trying to read? Be good. Let your mother handle it. I have my ways. Xue Jiayu shook her head vigorously, though to an outsider, it merely appeared as if she were twisting her neck. I will be good. I promise. Zhang Nanqi, composed, voiced her thoughts, causing Xue Jiayu to pause in surprise. Jiang Peirong, unable to argue, conceded, if you can't manage, just call for your mother. All right. Based on her estimations, Xue Jiayu would likely cause a ruckus within 10 minutes. However, to her astonishment, the following hour in Zhang Nanqi's room was remarkably quiet, with only the occasional sound that was not the infant's cries. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Peirong stealthily opened the door slightly, and to her amazement, she discovered Zhang Nanqi teaching Xue Jiayu how to read. She stifled a gasp, realizing that her son typically immersed himself in complex physics texts, which even the brightest graduate students would struggle to comprehend. Yet this little girl was attentively following along. Before her arrival in this world, Xue Jiayu had been a university student who endured the rigors of the college entrance examination. Thus, understanding these terms posed no challenge for her. Although tedious, she dared not complain, for simply being with a handsome boy was sufficient. Yet, he turns the pages too quickly. I haven't finished before he flips to the next one. Such a lack of gentlemanly manners. Handsome boy, can't you wait for me? Yet, he looks so dashing while reading, with such deep-set eyes and long lashes. I wish I could touch them. As Xue Jiayu yawned, she sensed his pace of turning pages slowing down. Zhang Nanqi had read the content on this page twice already and was waiting for her to finish before proceeding. Escape velocity of a universe? What is that? Can it be eaten? Zhang Nanqi smirked slightly, pondering for a moment. Ultimately, he stood up, retrieved a bamboo dragonfly from the bookshelf, and handed it to her. Xue Jiayu looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Am I a cat? Are you teasing me? Zhang Nanqi set the bamboo dragonfly down, noticing her lips were somewhat dry, and went to fetch her some water. He mixed hot and cold water in a 3-to-7 ratio, feeding it to her with a spoon. Initially, Xue Jiayu was reluctant to drink, but recalling the humorous image of Wu Dalong taking medicine, she opened her mouth, allowing him to pour a full spoon into her. Wu Dalong taking medicine cracked me up. Xue Jiayu was thoroughly amused by her own thoughts, completely oblivious to Zhang Nanqi's exasperated gaze. Jiang Peirong was left speechless by the scene before her. Her son was actually caring for someone? After Zhang Nanqi's diagnosis of autism, he had been unable to interact with others like a normal person, living in his own world. Yet today, he had willingly opened his arms to a small infant. Zhang Nanqi fed her some water and placed the bamboo dragonfly in her hand, carefully ensuring the edges were not sharp enough to harm her delicate fingers. He returned to his reading, while Xue Jiayu fiddled with the bamboo dragonfly, her thoughts drifting away. In the original narrative, Zhang Nanqi hailed from a prestigious family, with 3 generations of business legacy, and their enterprises thrived in the industrial realm, once rivaling nations in wealth. His parents, preoccupied with their business, had employed Aunt Jiang for care, who, while receiving a handsome salary, took advantage of the situation. In front of Zhang Aoxiang and his wife, Aunt Jiang appeared to manage Zhang Nanqi's needs impeccably, ensuring he was always well presented. Little did they know that the splendid garments were donned just 5 minutes before their arrival, and due to infrequent changes, they remained pristine. The piping hot meals were hastily prepared by Aunt Jiang, while when she was alone with Zhang Nanqi, he would receive a bowl of plain rice as a meal, while she indulged in the fine steak that Jiang Peirong had purchased for him. This young master from a wealthy family had to serve himself hot water, and if he spilled any, Aunt Jiang would scold him for being clumsy. Most appallingly, Aunt Jiang, well aware of Zhang Nanqi's autism, would lock him in a cramped storage room for her amusement, keeping him there for 2 hours. Her motives were simply rooted in her disdain for the Zhang family's wealth. Jiang Peirong's mere skincare products equated to half a year's worth of their living expenses, and Zhang Aoxiang's purchase of a car would take her parents a decade of labor. Most infuriating was that this child, with an autism diagnosis she had never even heard of, required expensive medical visits costing hundreds to thousands. Aunt Jiang resented their extravagant spending. seeking to torment Zhang Nanqi as an outlet for her frustrations. She relied on Zhang Nanqi's autism to ensure he would not speak out, presenting a facade of impeccable care while neglecting even his wardrobe. Zhang Aoxiang and his wife remained oblivious, spending large sums to employ someone who mistreated their child. This Aunt Jiang has been so cruel to the handsome boy. I must do something about it. Zhang Nanqi, upon hearing this, calmly turned the page, seemingly indifferent to her words. He was unbothered by the notion of seeking revenge. Xue Jiayu caught sight of Jiang Peirong peeking through the door and felt a spark of inspiration, struggling to reach for Zhang Nanqi's wardrobe. The infant could only babble incoherently. Yet Zhang Nanqi stood and assisted her. As she attempted to pull open the wardrobe door, her diminutive strength yielded no results, despite her utmost effort. Zhang Nanqi simply held her, having no intention of opening the door. "Help me. Why are you just standing there? I'm helping you." Zhang Nanqi, however, had no intention of offering assistance. He merely held her, watching as the little one puffed up her cheeks in an adorably cute manner. Just as Xue Jiayu was about to open the wardrobe door, Jiang Peirong suddenly burst in. "Be careful," as Jiang Peirong pulled them apart. A suitcase perched atop the wardrobe tumbled to the ground with a resounding crash. "Are you both all right?" The woman anxiously checked on the two children, only to find that they remained calm. Xue Jiayu blinked her eyes, regretting that she was so close to unveiling Aunt Jiang's true nature. "Nanqi, let mommy see. Did your foot get hurt?" Zhang Nanqi shook his head. Jiang Peirong felt a lump in her throat. Even so, he was still unwilling to speak. She had no choice but to check on Xue Jiayu, who was surprisingly unfazed, her gaze even more composed than Jiang Peirong's. This was truly peculiar. What was going on with this child? Just as Jiang Peirong was about to speak, she suddenly heard the sound of a car entering the courtyard, followed promptly by Zhang Xiaoxiang calling for her. "Dear, Boss Hua has arrived." She had no choice but to take Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu downstairs. Xue Jiayu looked regretfully at the wardrobe, lamenting, "So close. I was about to expose Aunt Jiang's true self. What if I leave and Aunt Jiang bullies him again? This is infuriating. If he cannot take care of himself, he should come to my house." Zhang Nanqi lowered his head slightly, catching sight of Xue Jiyu's wrinkled little face, reminiscent of the pleats on a steamed bun, which involuntarily drew a smile from him. Jiang Peirong intended to remind him to be careful on the stairs, but upon turning, she found herself nearly slipping as she beheld her son's rare smile. "Nanqi, did you just smile?" Jiang Peirong's voice trembled, unable to believe her eyes. That fleeting smile vanished too quickly for her to determine whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. Zhang Xiaoxiang, noticing their delay in descending, called out, "Hurry down. What are you standing there for?" Aunt Jiang went to open the door just as Xue Wangjun hurriedly entered, neglecting formalities, and urgently inquired, "Where's my daughter?" "Right here." Jiang Peirong gestured for Zhang Nanqi to return the child to Xue Wangjun, but as Zhang Nanqi handed Xue Jiayu over, both heard a tender cry. "No." Xue Wangjun's mouth twitched. What was wrong with his little treasure? Xue Jiayu frowned, struggling against the prick of her father's stubble. "Stinky Daddy, your beard hurts. I want the handsome boy." Xue Wangjun quickly lifted his head, glancing at Zhang Nanqi, who, though young, possessed striking features and an air of cool elegance. Could it be that this lad was the suitor his daughter had chosen? "Thank you so much, Boss Zhang and Mrs. Zhang. After my daughter went missing, my wife and I were nearly driven mad. Without your help, we truly would not have known what to do." As he spoke, Xue Wangjun prepared to bow in gratitude. Zhang Xiaoxiang had heard of the Xue family's garment factory and knew the owner to be kind-hearted and often engaged in charitable acts. They had conducted some business dealings, though not particularly close, and Zhang Xiaoxiang held a favorable impression of Xue Wangjun. "You are too kind, Xue boss. What matters is that we found her. By the way, where did you locate my daughter?" Just then, Xue Wangjun reprimanded himself for not teaching his daughter manners, as he heard her exclaim, "Wow, he's so handsome and cool. I'm in love." Zhang Nanqi shifted uncomfortably, slightly tilting his head. Xue Wangjun chuckled awkwardly, never anticipating that his daughter would be a little infatuated. Meanwhile, the Zhang couple, oblivious, continued to warmly invite Xue Wangjun to join them for a meal. Zhang Xiaoxiang adamantly insisted it was too kind, escorting them to the door. As Zhang Nanqi turned to ascend the stairs, he was suddenly met with a heart-wrenching wail from behind. "I want the handsome boy." Chapter 14. Finding a solution, the Zhang couple only heard the baby's cries, while Xue Wangjun and Zhang Nanqi distinctly understood. Xue Wangjun felt his face flush as he quickly embraced his daughter and departed, grateful that others did not comprehend. However, he failed to notice Zhang Nanqi's halted footsteps. This baby was indeed amusing, her mind teeming with words. The Zhang and Xue families resided in close proximity. The Santana emerged from the Zhang courtyard, turning right and traveling 50 meters to reach the Xue household, protecting his precious daughter's head. Xue Wangjun had barely exited the car when Jiang Qiui and Su Suzhen rushed out. "Little treasure, you scared mommy to death. Come here for a hug." Jiang Qiui seized the infant from her husband's arms, tears streaming down her face with worry. Su Suzhen tiptoed to check whether her granddaughter was injured, and upon seeing Xue Jiyu's fair complexion and clean attire, she felt somewhat reassured. Yes, we must properly thank the handsome boy. Ideally, we could arrange a betrothal for them." Xue Wangjun, Jiang Qiui, and Su Suzhen simultaneously froze, astonished by their little treasure's outgoing nature. Xue Wangjun wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, letting out a gentle sigh, concerned that she might not agree. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qiui actually desired just that. "All right, with Aunt Lan just having left and your mother aging, she cannot be expected to care for the little one. I will take care of her myself. Everyone will feel at ease." The garment factory was already operating smoothly, although Jiang Qiui managed the accounts and finances. Her current responsibilities were limited to settling supplier payments and wages at month end. Su Suzhen, upon learning that her daughter-in-law intended to stay home to care for her granddaughter, immediately pledged her assistance, promising not to dispute with her daughter-in-law and cause any unpleasantness. Thus, the three of them finalized the arrangement, unaware that Xue Jiayu had her own plans. She needed to devise a way to assist the handsome boy. Otherwise, if he continued to be reticent, what if that nanny bullied him? She had to think of a method to alert the Zhang couple, helping them uncover the nanny's true nature. Yet, she was still an infant who required someone to carry her everywhere. Xue Jiayu stared at the pristine white ceiling, pondering how to lend a hand to Zhang Nanqi. The following morning, after Xue Wangjun left for the factory, only Jiang Qiui, Su Suzhen, and the two children remained at home. When Xue Jiayu opened her eyes, Huanyu was still fast asleep. Upon noticing that her little treasure was awake, Jiang Qiui immediately prepared milk powder, cradling her in her arms to feed her. Watching the little bundle happily suckle from the bottle filled Jiang Qiui's heart with warmth, and just as she leaned down to kiss her little treasure, she suddenly heard a long sigh from her daughter. Sigh. She wanted to help the handsome boy, but at present, she required assistance even to turn over. What did she do? Hearing her daughter's sigh, Jiang Qiui's heart sank. Recalling the upheaval of the past few days, her little treasure must be feeling low. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Jiang Qiui immediately decided to take her little treasure for a stroll around the neighborhood. She wouldn't dare venture far, lest she lose her again. Jiang Qiui instructed Su Suzhen to watch over Huanyu, then took her little treasure out. Yay, I can go outside. Xue Jiayu envisioned a chance encounter with the handsome boy in the neighborhood, delighting in her laughter. Seeing her daughter smile, Jiang Qiui felt reassured about her decision to take the little one out. The neighborhood's greenery was meticulously maintained, featuring an artificial lake amidst the villa cluster, bordered by a ring of artificial grass. Jiang Qiui sat on the grass with the baby in her arms, and Xue Jiayu, glancing up, spotted the entrance to the Zhang residence. She remembered it clearly from when Xue Wangjun had taken her away the day before. That was the Zhang family. Little treasure, look at how beautiful the weather is today. Would you like to crawl on the grass? It will feel wonderful. Xue Jiayu waved her tiny hands, pointing toward the Zhang residence, but Jiang Qiui remained unfazed, gazing at her in confusion. What is it, little treasure? Do you need to go potty? Of course not. Xue Jiayu pouted, glaring at her mother. Mommy is a silly beauty. Can't you see? I want to go to the Zhang family. Jiang Qiui smiled knowingly, realizing her desire to visit the Zhang residence. However, why did the little treasure want to go there? She pretended not to hear, turning around to walk in the opposite direction with Xue Jiayu in her arms. It seems that Xiao Bao is reluctant to play here, so mother will take you over there for a look. The scenery over there is quite lovely as well. The little meatball struggled even more fiercely, her tiny hands nearly colliding with Jiang Qiui's face. I won't go. I want to find a handsome guy. Let me go to the Zhang family. Xue Jiayu was so preoccupied with her struggles that she failed to notice the slight smile curling at the corners of Jiang Qiui's lips. So, she wants to find a handsome guy. How adorable Xiao Bao is. However, Jiang Qiui couldn't help but worry that Xiao Bao, who had just turned a month old, shouldn't be so easily swayed by a man, right? Her precious little one must not be deceived by anyone. As they moved further away from the Zhan family, Xue Jiayu suddenly twisted, almost tumbling from Jiang Qiui's arms. This startled Jiang Qiui, who, forgetting to tease her daughter, hurriedly reassured, all right, Xiao Bao. Let us go explore another area, shall we? Only then did Xue Jiayu seize her wriggling and lean on Jiang Qiui's shoulder to catch her breath. When will I be able to speak? This babbling is so hindering to my expression. Jiang Qiui secretly chuckled, wanting to tell her that although she couldn't yet speak, it did not in the least impede their mother-daughter bond. Nonetheless, Xiao Bao's current state was quite adorable. She was perfect just the way she was. As they passed by the Zhan family, Xue Jiayu excitedly squirmed. Jiang Qiui understood and immediately halted. There on the doorpost was a glaringly written Zhan character. Jiang Qiui feigned realization. The people from the Zhan family saved you yesterday, right? Since we're here, it would be just right to greet them. Mama really understands me. Love you, Mama. Jiang Qiui was both amused and exasperated as she pressed the doorbell of the Zhan family. Once, twice, thrice. No one responded, and no one came to open the door. Jiang Qiui glanced at her exquisite watch, murmuring, it's 9:15. Mr. Zhan and Mrs. Zhan should be at work. Could it be that the nanny took the child out to buy groceries, leaving no one at home? Impossible. Xue Jiayu vehemently countered in her heart. The nanny from the Zhan family would take a cut, even when buying groceries. How could she possibly take the handsome guy out? To make things easier, she might have locked the handsome guy in the utility room. Perhaps that's the case now. Chapter 15. Locked in the utility room what? Locked in the utility room? That's too much. Jiang Qiui, a new mother brimming with maternal love, immediately resolved to uncover the truth. She looked around and promptly headed toward the security kiosk ahead. One of the selling points of this upscale villa community is its exceptional security. A security kiosk every 50 meters is a strict requirement. Upon seeing Jiang Qiui approach, the guard quickly opened the window and saluted her. Dear resident, is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Qiui pointed towards the Zhan household and asked, have you seen their nanny leave? The guard pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly. Yes, about 10 minutes ago. Did she leave alone? The guard nodded again. Yes. There was no need for further words. It was clear that the nanny had left alone, leaving the child at home by himself. Even if the child was not locked in a utility room, leaving them home alone was incredibly dangerous. Should any electrical appliance malfunction and cause a fire, the consequences would be dire. Xue Jiayu was so furious that she cursed inwardly. She indeed left Zhan Nanqi alone at home. Did she lock him in the utility room or in a bedroom? This is outrageous. If a fire breaks out, Zhan Nanqi would have no way to escape and would only await his doom. Jiang Qiui was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly borrowed the phone from the security kiosk to call Xue Wangjun. Xue Wangjun was busy cataloging new fabrics at the factory and, upon receiving the call, sounded somewhat impatient. Who is it? Jiang Qiui, frantic, urged. Just tell him that I saw their child locked on the balcony, unable to enter the room. All right, don't worry, I'll call them right away. Xue Wangjun did not dare to delay. He hung up and immediately called Zhan Aoxiang. In gratitude for the Zhan family's life-saving assistance in the future, Xue Wangjun had specifically requested Zhan Aoxiang's contact information, never expecting it would come in handy today. Zhan Aoxiang and his wife were in a meeting with partners when they suddenly received Xue Wangjun's call. Though puzzled, they answered, Mr. Xue, what is it? Is there something urgent? Zhan Aoxiang was initially startled, then suspicious. How could the nanny let him stay alone on the balcony at this time? Did Mrs. Xue perhaps see incorrectly? My wife saw it clearly. There's a child on your balcony. Xue Wangjun's tone was exceedingly confident, making it sound quite serious, leaving Zhan Aoxiang no choice but to respond. All right, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Jiang Ai has always taken great care of Nanqi. She would never make such a basic mistake. I suspect Mrs. Xue might have seen it wrong. Just as Zhan Aoxiang picked up a cigarette to light, Jiang Peirong snatched it away and tossed it into the trash. Xue Jiayu immediately widened her round eyes. Jiang Qiui naturally supported her, and feeling uneasy about leaving, politely declined the guard's suggestion. The guard, unable to say anything further, allowed her to sit in a clean spot while he focused on his post. In less than half an hour, a red flag vehicle entered their line of sight. Zhang Aoxiang and his wife parked their car in the yard. And Jiang Peirong quickly leaned over to look at the balcony, but did not see Zhang Nanqi. The next moment, however, Jiang Peirong held her hand. Wait a moment. Don't you find this a bit strange? Jiang Peirong stepped out of the car to glance at the entrance, her expression somewhat grave. The tightly shut door indicated that Jiang Ai had gone grocery shopping, but Nanqi's shoes were still inside. Could it be that Nanqi was home alone? Zhang Aoxiang, alarmed, immediately exited the vehicle and began calling out for Zhang Nanqi as he entered the house. Son, Nanqi. The couple searched the Zhang residence thoroughly, particularly Zhang Nanqi's room and his favorite study, but found no trace of him. Jiang Peirong's voice had shifted from calm to hoarse, and in the end, she could barely produce any sound, only managing to squeeze out a few weak pleas. Son, where are you? Please come out. Don't scare your father and mother. Zhang Aoxiang quickly helped his wife sit on the sofa, just as he was about to call the police when he suddenly heard a noise at the door. But who arrived but a beautiful woman and Xue Jiayu, who had just left their home yesterday. Isn't that the daughter of Mr. Xue? You are Mrs. Xue. Zhang Aoxiang hurriedly welcomed them inside, while Jiang Peirong was solely focused on finding her son and paid no heed to greeting Jiang Qiui. Observing the anxious expressions on Zhang Aoxiang and his wife, Xue Jiayu thought to herself that they truly loved their son, which made things easier. Jiang Qiui exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhang Aoxiang. In truth, she was uncertain why she had come inside, but since Xiao Bao wished to enter, she had no choice but to accompany her. The chubby baby's big eyes scanned the room and immediately zeroed in on the small utility room at the bottom of the stairs, pointing her pudgy little hand at it while babbling excitedly. However, Zhang Aoxiang and his wife were oblivious, prompting Jiang Qiui to deliberately say, Xiao Bao, do you want to go there? Mr. Zhang, what room is that? Zhang Aoxiang casually glanced over. That's the utility room. Wait a moment, Peirong. Didn't we forget to check the utility room? Yes, but it's so small. How could Nanqi be inside? Jiang Peirong shook her head, instinctively feeling it was impossible. Chapter 16. Visiting the Xue family with a mindset of trying everything possible, Zhang Aoxiang approached the utility room door, but found it locked. His expression darkened, and a thought surged within him. It wasn't until he used the spare key to open the door that the thought was confirmed. Inside the dim and cramped utility room, items were piled high, and a moldy mop stood in the corner, emitting a foul odor. And beside the mop stood Zhang Nanqi. The little one stood expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the stench, and upon seeing his suddenly appearing parents, displayed no joy or grievance, merely watching them calmly. Jiang Peirong immediately scooped her son into her arms, her heart aching. Nanqi, why are you alone in the utility room? Xue Jiayu was infuriated, feeling disgusted by the nanny's actions. This is merely one of the many misdeeds she has committed. That nanny has utterly failed to care for him. She did not prepare meals for him, and even allowed him to drink cold water, nearly causing him to catch a cold. What purpose does it serve to retain such a nanny? Jiang Qiui felt a jolt of surprise. It turned out the nanny was so malevolent. Xue Jiayu was indignant about the nanny's misbehavior, yet the party involved, Zhang Nanqi, seemed entirely unfazed as he proceeded to the living room. The Zhang family has only one precious son, and he is subjected to such harsh treatment. Zhang Aoxiang's anger surged, and he immediately sought to confront the nanny. Jiang Peirong was also quite upset but retained her composure, grasping Zhang Aoxiang's hand to prevent him from losing control. She offered a gracious smile, expressing her gratitude to Madame Xue for today's events. The two mothers exchanged polite pleasantries, yet Xue Jiyu's heart was already flying to Zhang Nanqi, fervently wishing to sit beside him. Jiang Qiui, feeling helpless, decided to align with her daughter's wishes and feigned concern for Zhang Nanqi by sitting next to him. Hello there, little one. Wow, how cool. Jiang Qiui helplessly rubbed her forehead. She worried that her little treasure would be swayed by outside men. And now she was already captivated by Zhang Nanqi. However, as matters were resolved, it was inappropriate for them to linger at the Zhang residence. Jiang Qiui picked up her daughter and was about to take her leave when Xue Jiayu swiftly grasped Zhang Nanqi's clothing, unwilling to let go. Zhang Nanqi raised an eyebrow, but did not utter a word. Victorious, Xue Jiayu chuckled inwardly. Humph, no one can separate me from the handsome boy. Jiang Qiui was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Was she not her mother? Nevertheless, since her little treasure wished to play with Zhang Nanqi, it was not a difficult matter. She felt a stroke of inspiration and wore a gentle smile. Mr. Jean, Mrs. Jean, I believe it would be prudent for you to address the situation regarding your nanny first. Such matters should not be discussed in front of the children. If you don't mind, I could take your young master to my home for a while. Jiang Perong found her reasoning sound, but considering her son's nature, she replied, Madam Xue, thank you for your kind offer, but Nanchi has a rather unique temperament and may be reluctant to go. Suddenly, Jean Nanchi, who had been silent, spoke. I want to go. Jean Aoxiang and his wife nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. Was this truly their son? It was known that after their son was diagnosed with autism, he had not visited anyone's home, nor did he wish to remain even at his own. Now, he was voluntarily saying he wanted to go to the Xue residence. Jean Aoxiang was inclined to see if the sun had risen in the west today. Unlike his parents' excitement, Jean Nanchi did not speak further after that statement. Jiang Qiui glanced at Jean Aoxiang and his wife, silently inquiring for their opinions. Since their son was willing, they had no objections and promptly expressed their profound gratitude. Jiang Qiui provided them with her address, stating they could come to pick him up at any time. However, whether their daughter would allow them to take him was another matter. Jean Aoxiang and his wife practically celebrated her departure, reveling in the joy of their son's willingness to visit another home. In contrast, Aunt Jiang spat on the ground. Do they dare to insult me? They still expect me to care for their sick child. However, what awaited her was the furious Jean Aoxiang and his wife. Upon entering, Aunt Jiang was startled into dropping her basket of vegetables by Jean Aoxiang's cold demeanor. Are you certain he is in the room? Jiang Perong stood up and stepped closer to Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang retreated 2 steps, noticing that the storage room door was ajar, and hastily sought an excuse. Sir, it was truly the young master who was too mischievous. He was running around with me, and I had no choice but to confine him in the storage room. Aunt Jiang, do you believe your own words? Jiang Perong questioned, leaving Aunt Jiang speechless. Aunt Jiang wished to plead further, but Jean Aoxiang insisted on involving the police. The authorities soon arrived at the Jean residence and took Aunt Jiang away. In stark contrast to the Jean household, the Xue family's DCOR was warm and inviting. Upon entering, Jean Nanchi was captivated by the tall crystal chandelier. Nanchi, come sit down. Make yourself at home. Jiang Qiui intended to pour him some water, but was momentarily at a loss, holding Xue Jiayu, and called for Su Sujin to assist her. When Su Sujin came down and saw such a handsome boy suddenly in their home, she was utterly delighted. Oh my, where did this child come from? Jiang Qiui briefly explained Jean Nanchi's situation, and Su Sujin's heart ached for him. How dreadful! How could such a fine child be treated in such a manner? Su Suzheng, who already adored children, immediately set about preparing delicious food for Jean Nanchi. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu's gaze remained fixed on Jean Nanchi. Hee, just stay in my house. See how well my family treats you. Jean Nanchi's lips twitched. In truth, his parents were not unkind to him. Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin, hearing her thoughts, exchanged amused glances, both pleased with Jean Nanchi as a prospective son-in-law. Little Treasure indeed had good taste, finding such a fine match at such a young age. With an admirable family background and handsome appearance, albeit somewhat reserved in character. Yet, Xue Jiayu was completely unperturbed, only concerned about one thing, to keeping Huanyu away from Jean Nanchi. Chapter 17. The regretful parents, however, it was unrealistic to prevent them from meeting. As long as Huanyu remained in her home, an encounter with Jean Nanchi was inevitable unless she herself avoided him. This was not something Xue Jiayu was willing to entertain. Jean Nanchi sat on the sofa at the Xue residence, his small face devoid of expression. Although Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin presented him with a plethora of delightful snacks and toys, he showed no interest. He already had these treats at home and could hardly muster the energy to eat. Rather than these offerings, he was more concerned with the small infant tugging at his clothing. Xue Jiayu strained to lift her head to look at him, but her lack of mobility made it exhausting, and soon she had to lower her head to catch her breath. Phew, this is exhausting. Handsome boy, can't you pick me up for a moment? Jean Nanchi remained expressionless, maintaining his aloof demeanor, fully aware of her thoughts, yet having no intention of complying. However, in the next moment, Xue Jiayu nearly toppled off the sofa due to her effort to look up, but Jean Nanchi swiftly caught her, preventing her from injuring herself. Oh my, you scare me. I want to snuggle up to the handsome boy to calm down. Xue Jiayu genuinely pressed her chubby little face against Jean Nanchi's chest. Jiang Qiui, rushing in from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion, could only face-palm at her daughter's antics. Little Treasure, you need to be a bit more reserved. Nanchi, Is Jiayu bothering you? She asked, preparing to find a carrier for her daughter. Just then, Xue Jiayu vehemently protested. No, I want to stay with the handsome boy. Mommy, you can't ruin my plans. Jiang Qiui helplessly shook her head internally. Oh, little treasure, you truly make things difficult for me. Yet, despite the challenges, she, as a mother, could not let her little treasure feel unhappy. So, she suddenly had a stroke of genius. Ah, our carrier is broken. Little Jean, could you please hold your little sister for a moment? Auntie is busy making dinner. Xue Jiyu's thoughts were not only heard by Jiang Qiui. Zhang Nanqi also clearly understood. He did not push Xue Jiayu away because he was curious to see what else this little one could come up with. However, before Xue Jiayu could devise another clever plan, Zhang Nanqi's parents arrived. After dealing with Aunt Jiang, they came to pick up their son, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Qiui. If it weren't for you, we would still be in the dark, believing Aunt Jiang treated Nanqi well. Jiang Peirong was consumed with guilt, wishing to confront Aunt Jiang for allowing their son to endure such suffering in silence. Xue Jiayu gazed at Jiang Peirong's reddened eyes, her tiny fists clenched tightly. Jiang Shanger, known for her numerous misdeeds, should not be excused. This is not the first instance of such behavior. A simple visit from the police to search her home would yield ample evidence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui exclaimed, "This is not the first time Aunt Jiang has acted this way. There is plenty of evidence in the storage room and Zhang Nanqi's bedroom. A search would surely uncover it." What? Jiang Peirong and Zhang Aoxiang were taken aback. Madam Xue, how do you know so much about our family's affairs? Jiang Qiui sighed inwardly, realizing that no explanation she could provide would be believed. Just say you overheard Aunt Jiang boasting while shopping for groceries, suggested Xiao Bao. Oh, that is a brilliant idea. Jiang Qiui quickly recounted Xiao Bao's words verbatim, finishing with a benevolent smile that compelled Jiang Peirong to accept it. So that is how it is. Aunt Jiang is truly outrageous. I am determined to ensure she faces the consequences of her actions, Jiang Peirong declared, her heart aching as she caressed her son's smiling face. She reached for her son's hand, only to have him discreetly evade her grasp. The little figure walked away from the Xue household independently. Jiang Peirong offered Jiang Qiui a wry smile. We must take our leave. We will discuss this more another day. Of course, feel free to call if you have any questions, Jiang Qiui replied, holding Xiao Bao as she stood at the door, watching them depart. She glanced down to find her daughter pouting. Jiang Qiui began to worry that Xiao Bao might grow to be overly infatuated with romance in the future and contemplated purchasing her a love brain insurance policy. In any case, they could no longer rely on nannies. She felt uneasy in trusting Nanqi to someone without a blood connection. She resolved to care for him personally from now on. Jiang Peirong held Zhang Nanqi with a fierce determination that no one would separate them. Zhang Aoxiang shared the same sentiment, but the elders from both families were either traveling abroad or had long since passed away, leaving them without help to care for Zhang Nanqi. In their predicament, they could only delegate some of their work and take turns staying home with their child. Yet even this arrangement left them feeling stretched thin, as was the case today. Zhang Aoxiang and Jiang Peirong woke up simultaneously, casting uneasy glances at each other. I have to go out today. You stay home with the child, they both stated in unison. Jiang Peirong firmly opened the wardrobe to find her clothes. I need to sign a contract today. You must stay home with Nanqi. No, a client is flying in from abroad to see the samples today, and I must personally attend to them, Zhang Aoxiang replied, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. They both prepared to leave. Yet the decision of who would remain to care for their son had yet to be resolved. Jiang Peirong and Zhang Aoxiang faced off in the living room for 5 minutes, silently competing. Ultimately, Jiang Peirong devised a solution, suggesting, why don't we temporarily leave Nanqi at Xue's home? He seemed to enjoy his time there last time. Xue's home? Zhang Aoxiang pondered, recalling that the Xue couple had proven to be quite amiable during their previous encounters. He was confident that nothing akin to Aunt Jiang's behavior would occur there. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you forgotten that Aunt Jiang's actions were brought to our attention by them? Jiang Peirong retorted, her frustration boiling over. It's settled then. We will drop Nanqi off at Xue's before heading to the office. Zhang Nanqi had already risen and was engrossed in a book about the collapse of the universe. Zhang Aoxiang coaxed him, today Mommy and Daddy have matters to attend to. Would you like to stay at Uncle Xue's for the day? We will come to pick you up as soon as we can. The child remained silent. Yet Zhang Aoxiang sensed his son's acquiescence. He sighed internally, wondering when his son would overcome his autism. Entrusting Zhang Nanqi to Xue's home stemmed from their faith in the Xue couple's character, believing they would not harbor any prejudice against Zhang Nanqi's condition. Chapter 18. A handsome guest at my home, as the saying goes. One who receives favors cannot be ungrateful. Jiang Peirong made a point of having Zhang Aoxiang bring 2 boxes of ginseng to the Xue household. Xue Wangjun had left for the factory early that morning, while Jiang Xiui was busily preparing supplementary food for Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu when the sudden arrival of Zhang Aoxiang and his wife startled her. Madam Xue, we have a favor to ask. Could you please look after Nanqi for us? We both have significant work commitments today. Jiang Peirong's earnestness and solemn demeanor left Jiang Xiui pleasantly surprised. Of course, Nanqi is a quiet child. He is easy to care for. You both go ahead and handle your business, Jiang Xiui assured her. Jiang Peirong sighed with relief and promptly presented 2 boxes of ginseng. Despite Jiang Xiui's repeated refusals, she ultimately accepted the gift. Zhang Aoxiang and Jiang Peirong briefly instructed Jiang Xiui on how to care for Zhang Nanqi before departing, leaving her and Zhang Nanqi to gaze at each other. Nanqi, would you like to watch television? Jiang Xiui inquired. The new large television in the Xue home boasted excellent reception and a sizable screen, promising an enjoyable viewing experience. Just as she was about to turn it on, she heard a commotion from upstairs. Oh no, it's Xiao Bao waking up. Nanqi, wait here. Annie needs to tend to your sister first. Zhang Nanqi nodded silently. Jiang Xiui, feeling uneasy, shut the door before heading upstairs. Indeed, Xue Jiayu had awakened, gurgling and drooling in her cradle. Jiang Xiui affectionately kissed her daughter's small face, changed her diaper, and dressed her in a lovely pink outfit before carrying her downstairs. Look, who is that? Jiang Xiui prompted, directing Xue Jiyu's gaze toward Zhang Nanqi. The moment she spotted him, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Handsome boy, Mommy is so naughty for not bringing me down sooner. Jiang Xiui, bewildered at being labeled a bad mother, reminded herself that encouraging her child's extroverted nature was not a negative thing. Xue Jiayu squirmed eagerly, attempting to inch toward Zhang Nanqi. Jiang Xiui, fearing she might fall, swiftly carried her closer. Mommy, please put me down. I want to cultivate a relationship with the handsome boy. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Nanqi's otherwise impassive face as he instinctively reached out when he glanced at Xue Jiayu. You want to hold me? Mommy, hurry and let me down. Xiao Bao's enthusiastic cries gave Jiang Xiui a headache. Reluctantly, she placed Xue Jiayu securely in Zhang Nanqi's arms, offering a parting admonition. Nanqi, make sure to hold Xiao Bao properly. Support her bottom so she doesn't T-fall. Once Zhang Nanqi cradled Xue Jiayu, Jiang Xiui realized her concerns had been unfounded. The boy handled the baby with remarkable skill, supporting her back with one hand and her bottom with the other, securing her safely. Observing her daughter's antics, Jiang Xiui decided to prepare some food to avoid becoming exasperated by her child's lack of decorum. Xue Jiayu clung to Zhang Nanqi's sleeve, her starry eyes fixed upon him, drool uncontrollably dripping onto the freshly changed dress. Seeing a handsome boy first thing in the morning is truly delightful. But how did you end up in my home? Zhang Nanqi hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to explain, but upon hearing Xue Jiyu's next thought, he wisely chose to remain silent. Could it be that you are here to propose? That wouldn't be out of the question. When Jiang Xiui emerged with a milk bottle, she overheard her daughter's musings about proposals, nearly dropping the bottle in surprise as she caught herself before losing her balance against the sofa. Xiao Bao, it's time for your milk. I want the handsome boy to feed me. Mommy, you go and do your thing. Jiang Xiui resolved not to indulge her daughter further. Though Zhang Nanqi could not hear her, she certainly could, and the embarrassment was unbearable. As if the heavens had heard Xue Jiyu's thoughts, another wail echoed from upstairs. Ying Huanyu had awakened. Jiang Xiui had no choice but to hand the milk bottle to Zhang Nanqi, asking for his assistance in feeding Xue Jiayu while she attended to Ying Huanyu. With Jiang Xiui gone, the spacious living room was left with only Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu, making her thoughts audible to him. I'm starving. Hurry and give me the milk bottle. But the handsome boy is so dashing that I could forego milk altogether. If only I could wake up every day to see you. The expression of Zhang Nanqi finally ceased to be indifferent. He raised his hand and pinched the plump cheeks of Xue Jiayu, his good mood reflected in the pleasant sensation. He promptly shoved the milk bottle into her mouth. If he did not block it, her drool would soon drench his clothes. As Jiang Xiui descended the stairs holding Ying Huanyu, she observed Xue Jiayu, who was more captivated by the handsome man than the milk, sucking intermittently. Her eyes glued to Zhang Nanqi's face for not a single moment. Huanyu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhang Nanqi, followed by a subtle furrow of her brow. Where did he come from? To add to the chaos, Jiang Qiui found herself unable to prepare the milk for Huanyu while holding her, and with Su Sujin still asleep. She had no choice but to place Huanyu in the children's playpen in the living room, asking Zhang Nanqi to keep an eye on her. Nanqi, let her crawl in there. If anything happens, call Annie. Annie will come once the milk is ready. Jiang Qiui hastily boiled water for the milk, oblivious to the gaze of Huanyu. Huanyu lay on the foam board, struggling to turn her body, while Zhang Nanqi merely watched, not intending to assist her. She left several scratch marks on the foam board. What are you doing? I want to be with the handsome guy. Xue Jiayu protested vigorously, clearly perceiving Jiang Qiui as an obstacle to her desires. Jiang Qiui slapped her daughter's bottom lightly, her affection softening the gesture, rendering it almost indistinguishable from a mere touch. Only then did the little one quiet down. Jiang Qiui placed her beside Huanyu and brought out some toys for them to play with. Unable to find a suitable nanny for the time being, Jiang Qiui had to assume the basic household tasks, thankful that Su Sujin managed the laundry and cooking. However, collecting and folding clothes remained her responsibility. Concerned about impending rain, she allowed the 3 children to play together in the playpen while she dashed to the yard to gather the laundry. No sooner had Jiang Qiui left than Xue Jiayu picked up a block and handed it to Zhang Nanqi, flashing a smile along with a generous helping of drool. Handsome guy, do you want to play? Zhang Nanqi did not take it, but Xue Jiayu remained undeterred, offering him a doll next. What about this? This doll is beautiful. Zhang Nanqi still refused, and she then presented him with a pig plush toy. This is my favorite toy. If you don't take it, I'll be sad. Zhang Nanqi hesitated for a moment, just as he was about to accept it, when a chubby hand snatched it away first. Chapter 19. Fair share. Huanyu tugged at the pig's tail vigorously, yanking the plush toy from Xue Jiayu's grasp. Xue Jiayu blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she picked up another toy to offer Zhang Nanqi, which was once again forcefully seized by Huanyu. What is happening? Xue Jiayu and Huanyu lay face to face, and from Huanyu's eyes, she detected a sense of defiance. Pouting her lips, she contemplated for a moment before devising a clever plan. She laboriously picked up a triangular block and presented it to Zhang Nanqi. This time, Zhang Nanqi did not ignore her, but accepted the block. As Huanyu prepared to snatch it again, a round block was unexpectedly pushed towards her, inching forward from Xue Jiayu's hand. At last, Huanyu refrained from seizing the triangular block from Zhang Nanqi. When Jiang Qiui returned from collecting the laundry, she was delighted to see the 3 little ones playing harmoniously and proceeded to cut some fruit for them. Although the 2 infants were still small, they could manage some soft fruits, so Jiang Qiui sliced 3 kiwis for them to gnaw on. Xue Jiayu held one corner of the kiwi while pointing at it, signaling Zhang Nanqi to eat quickly. Huanyu immediately crawled over to the plate, eager to seize all the kiwis, but suddenly heard Xue Jiayu's voice. She pushed a piece of kiwi towards Huanyu, who paused momentarily before picking it up to munch on, no longer vying with Zhang Nanqi. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi sensed Huanyu's vague hostility but chose to disregard it. Nonetheless, he accepted all the toys Xue Jiayu offered, and though he was not fond of the fruit she wanted him to eat, he consumed it nonetheless. Zhang Nanqi could not quite articulate why he complied, but he suspected it was merely to avoid the hassle of a crying child. That day, under Xue Jiyu's enthusiastic hospitality, the atmosphere remained relatively calm. When Su Sujin awoke and discovered Zhang Nanqi's presence, her joy was palpable, and she prepared 2 additional dishes for lunch. Once Jiang Peirong finished her tasks, she hurried to the Xue household to pick up her child, worried that Zhang Nanqi's autism might pose difficulty for the Xue family, only to find him flourishing there. Madame Zhang, you've arrived. Jiang Qiui gestured toward Zhang Nanqi, who was sleeping in the playpen, signaling for them to speak quietly outside. Jiang Peirong, seizing a rare moment of relaxation, sighed in relief and engaged in light conversation with Jiang Qiui. Jiang Qiui had long heard that the only son of the Zhang family had autism, which was not congenital but seemingly acquired. This reason had never been publicly disclosed by the Zhang family, and though Jiang Qiui was curious, she understood the need for privacy and refrained from probing further. Noticing the weariness etched on Jiang Perong's face, despite her splendid attire, Jiang Qiui could not help but express concern. Madame Jiang, have you not found a suitable nanny yet? If your work is very demanding, you can leave Nanchi with us. Really? Would that be too much trouble for you? Jiang Perong's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He cannot cause any disturbances. He has autism. For this reason, we do not dare to send him to kindergarten and must care for him ourselves. My apologies, Jiang Qiui said, licking her lips. In any case, feel free to bring him to our home whenever you need. My mother-in-law and I can manage just fine with him. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Zhan Aoxiang wholeheartedly agreed, only concerned about imposing on the Xue family. Thus, they discussed collaborating with the Xue family S-garment factory, securing several lucrative orders worth millions. Su Sujin, in turn, genuinely regarded Zhan Nanchi as her grandson, tending to him with utmost care. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Xue Jiayu, who could finally spend every day with the handsome boy she had been enamored with. However, there was an unpredictable variable in Ying Huanyu. Ying Huanyu was likely the only one in the Xue family who did not welcome Zhan Nanchi. Every time he arrived, she would go to great lengths to vie for Xue Jiyu's attention. If Xue Jiayu favored Zhan Nanchi over her, she would wail and fuss, disrupting the entire household's peace. Jiang Qiui often felt that Ying Huanyu's crying was abnormal, but whenever she discussed it with Xue Wangjun, he would dismiss it, asserting that children harbored no ill intentions. Consequently, Xue Jiayu endeavored to serve both, maintaining an appearance of tranquility. Having grown wary of outsiders after the incident involving Aunt Jiang, Zhan Aoxiang and his wife were also concerned that Zhan Nanchi's autism might hinder his adaptation to kindergarten. They planned to enroll him directly in primary school when he reached the appropriate age. However, the interim period left them feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Perong insisted on caring for him herself, but with the company still on the rise and various projects unfolding rapidly, whenever both parents were occupied with meetings, Zhan Nanchi became a hot potato. Fortunately, following the previous incident, the Zhan and Xue families had grown closer. Thus, whenever Zhan Aoxiang and Jiang Perong needed to attend to work, they entrusted Zhan Nanchi to the Xue family until they were free to pick him up. Most of the time, it was Jiang Perong who came to retrieve her child, and Jiang Qiui would invite them to stay for a meal. Over time, the two women developed a close friendship. Sometimes, Jiang Perong would drop Zhan Nanchi off at the Xue house, while other times, Jiang Qiui would take Xue Jiayu to the Zhan residence for a brief visit, leaving Ying Huanyu at home under Su Sujin's care. One day, after completing a project, Jiang Perong specifically invited Jiang Qiui to join her. Upon hearing that her mother was going to the Zhan house, Xue Jiayu immediately looked up at Jiang Qiui with her doe-like eyes. Mommy, I want to go too. After changing her clothes, Jiang Qiui turned around helplessly, extending her hand. Silly girl, how could mommy not take you along? Let's go. As Jiang Qiui descended the stairs cradling Xue Jiayu, she fortuitously encountered Su Sujin, who was in the midst of changing Ying Huanyu's diaper. Mom, this isn't snug enough. Jiang Qiui adjusted the diaper for Ying Huanyu. Although not her biological granddaughter, Su Sujin did not treat Ying Huanyu with harshness, yet she remained indifferent. This was, after all, a natural human sentiment, as long as it was not excessive. She chose to overlook it. All right, enough of that. Quickly take the little one to the Zhan family. Upon hearing that Xue Jiayu was to visit the Zhan family, Ying Huanyu opened her mouth as if to cry, but Su Sujin preemptively stuffed a bottle into her mouth. Unable to express her sorrow, she could only watch as Jiang Qiui carried Xue Jiayu away. Jiang Qiui strolled leisurely to the Zhan residence with Xue Jiayu in her arms. Jiang Perong had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing Xue Jiyu's cherubic face, she couldn't resist the urge to embrace her. Come here, let Annie hold you, Jiang Perong said, opening her arms wide, accepting Xue Jiayu from Jiang Qiui. The little bundle offered no resistance, her large eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for Zhan Nanchi. Where's my little handsome boy? Where's my big little handsome boy? Jiang Qiui found herself both amused and exasperated, relieved that others could not hear her child's thoughts. Otherwise, it would surely be mortifying to have her constantly murmuring about little handsome boys. If I can't see the little handsome boy, then why am I here? Xue Jiayu pouted, clutching Jiang Perong's clothing, her indignation manifesting as a stream of drool. Unable to bear her disappointment, Jiang Qiui cleared her throat and inquired, Where is Nanchi? Why haven't we seen him? He is in his room. Follow me, Jiang Perong replied, carrying Xue Jiayu upstairs, with Jiang Qiui trailing behind. Although Xue Jiayu had only visited once, she was already quite familiar with Zhang Nanqi's room and confidently pointed in its direction. "Wow, Jiayu, you're so clever," Jiang Peirong exclaimed, affectionately calling Xue Jiayu little treasure and often wishing that Jiayu could one day be her daughter-in-law. With such an adorable appearance, she would undoubtedly grow into a remarkable girl. However, as long as Zhang Nanqi's autism remained unaddressed, she dared not jest about betrothing their children, fearing it might burden the Xue family. As they approached Zhang Nanqi's room, they could hear a voice chattering incessantly. "Nanqi, look at this drawing I made in kindergarten. Isn't it beautiful? My mom says I'm a little artist, and this is my award for being the fastest eater at school. Our teacher taught us how to make bamboo helicopters. Can I teach you too?" Clearly, this was not Zhang Nanqi's voice. Puzzled, Xue Jiayu wondered who it could be. Jiang Qiui casually voiced her thoughts. "Is that a friend of Nanqi's inside?" "Yes, it's Nanqi's childhood friend. His mother has something to attend to today, so she dropped him off here," Jiang Peirong explained as she entered the room with Xue Jiayu. Immediately, Xue Jiayu spotted a chubby little boy sitting next to Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi was engrossed in a book, while the little boy held a toy car. Despite Zhang Nanqi's indifference, the boy continued to chatter happily and stood to greet Jiang Peirong as she entered. "Hello, Auntie. Gu Yuan, this is our neighbor, Auntie Jiang, and her daughter, Xue Jiayu." Upon hearing Jiayu's name, Zhang Nanqi's gaze shifted from his book for a fleeting second to glance at her. Xue Jiayu eagerly waved her chubby arms, yearning for Zhang Nanqi to hold her. Jiang Qiui intended to intervene, but Zhang Nanqi swiftly took Jiayu into his embrace before she could react. "Let the children play on their own. Let's go downstairs for tea. I just received a shipment of English black tea, along with the red swan cake I bought yesterday," Jiang Qiui said, observing her daughter's unwavering gaze fixed on Zhang Nanqi. With a resigned smile, she followed Jiang Peirong downstairs. Gu Yuan, curious about the suddenly appearing little treasure, couldn't resist the temptation to pinch her cheeks. However, before he could reach her, Zhang Nanqi swatted his hand away. "Don't touch her without washing your hands." "Wow," Gu Yuan exaggeratedly gasped, You are so protective of her. This is bad news. I'm no longer Zhang Nanqi's only little friend." Xue Jiayu gleefully observed Zhang Nanqi's face, completely oblivious to the conversation between him and Gu Yuan. "It's been 2 days since I've seen my little handsome boy. He seems even more charming than before. Who is this chubby kid? Why is he so annoying? Little handsome boy is the best." Zhang Nanqi, unfazed, handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth as she squirmed, adjusting her clothing with care. At just 5 years old, Gu Yuan had known Zhang Nanqi for 5 years and had never seen him display such kindness. He wasn't even this gentle with his childhood friend. Gu Yuan's curiosity about the little treasure intensified. He yearned to uncover her true identity. "Nanqi, is she your neighbor or a relative? You're treating her better than me." Of course. I'm going to date my little handsome boy in the future. He will treat me well," Xue Jiayu thought with a sense of pride. Zhang Nanqi's lips twitched slightly, but neither Gu Yuan nor Xue Jiayu noticed. While Xue Jiayu sat contentedly on Zhang Nanqi's lap, she felt comfortable yet uncomfortably hot. In an era when air conditioning was not yet widespread, only a fan buzzed in the room. With 3 people present, beads of sweat quickly formed on her small face. Moreover, wearing a diaper only exacerbated her discomfort, causing her to squirm restlessly, nearly tumbling off Zhang Nanqi's lap. Fortunately, Zhang Nanqi's quick reflexes saved her from a fall. He gave her a playful smack on the bottom and admonished, "Sit still." Woo, that scared me," Xue Jiayu thought, her cheeks flushed. But just now, little handsome boy spanked her. It felt a bit thrilling. Zhang Nanqi struggled to articulate his feelings towards this little one, who seemed to conjure thoughts that were both innocent and mischievous. "Nanqi, put her down. Let's play. She can crawl by herself," Gu Yuan suggested, seizing Xue Jiayu from Zhang Nanqi's grasp and placing her on the bed to play. "Cut it out. She can only crawl, right?" Yet Gu Yuan's words reminded Xue Jiayu that she was nearly 6 months old. While other children her age had already learned to roll over, she was still crawling around. Seizing the opportunity, she resolved to practice rolling over. Gaining confidence, Xue Jiayu raised one arm, preparing to turn in the opposite direction, only to be halted by a cool hand pressing down on her. "Don't move." Xue Jiayu clenched her tiny fists, and, as Gu Yuan distracted Zhang Nanqi, she attempted to wriggle free. However, in the next instant, Zhang Nanqi pinned her down again. "Don't move." The warning tone in Zhang Nanqi's voice made Xue Jiayu feel a bit irked. "I'm a baby. Don't babies like to move around?" Xue Jiayu opened her mouth, babbling incoherently, leaving Zhang Nanqi momentarily bewildered. Finally seizing the chance to interject, Gu Yuan quickly suggested, "Has she wet her diaper? Should we change her?" Zhang Nanqi glanced at Xue Jiayu, who was urgently waving her tiny fists, and considered the possibility. "I'll go call her mother." Gu Yuan volunteered, but Zhang Nanqi halted him. "Wait, let me check first. If it's not the case, we don't want to create a misunderstanding." Xue Jiayu was stunned, halting her frantic gestures. Was the little handsome boy about to take off her pants? Before long, Zhang Nanqi's actions confirmed her fears. Though she harbored innocent thoughts about him, that did not grant him permission to remove her pants. "Mom, come save me. Your little treasure's innocence is at stake." Xue Jiayu exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, fervently wishing for Jiang Qiui to come to her rescue. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiui was downstairs, engaged in a detailed discussion about skincare with Jiang Peirong. "Oh dear, this brand is ineffective. It doesn't provide sufficient hydration." As Jiang Peirong delicately dripped a drop of essence onto Jiang Qiui's hand, intending to spread it, she was suddenly interrupted by the desperate cries of Xiao Bao. Startled, she stood up abruptly. "I could have sworn I heard Xiao Bao wailing, so I decided to check." Jiang Peirong stood frozen, holding the essence. Xue Jiayu was crying? How could she have missed that? Jiang Qiui hurried up the stairs in haste, bursting through the door of Zhang Nanqi's room. The moment Xiao Bao saw her mother, Xue Jiayu was as exhilarated as if a divine being had descended. "Mama, my dear mama." Jiang Qiui gasped for breath. "What are you all doing?" Zhang Nanqi remained silent, while Gu Yuan took it upon himself to explain. "It seems this little sister has wet her diaper, so Nanqi is helping her change it." "Stop talking nonsense. You are the one who wet your pants. Your whole family wets their pants. I just want to turn over, all right." Jiang Qiui found it both amusing and frustrating, suppressing a smile as she clarified for her daughter. "You misunderstood. Jiayu did not wet her diaper. She merely wants a rollover." This caught Zhang Nanqi's attention, and he set his book aside to listen. Jiang Qiui continued. "At this stage, infants love to move about and roll over. Our Xiao Bao is practicing." Exactly. "Mama, give them a good lesson." Xue Jiayu vigorously nodded in agreement. Zhang Nanqi, seemingly pondering, nodded in response as well. Jiang Qiui then felt at ease to set her daughter down. "You all continue playing. Just call Auntie if you need anything." "Okay, Auntie." Though Gu Yuan was meeting Jiang Qiui and her daughter for the first time, his sweet nature compelled Jiang Qiui to gently pat his head. Once Jiang Qiui left, Zhang Nanqi set Xue Jiayu down, no longer paying attention to her restless movements. Gu Yuan mysteriously closed the door and retrieved something from his small backpack, handing it to Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi appeared indifferent, but Xue Jiayu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she struggled to crawl over for a better look. The cover was vibrantly colored, resembling a comic book. She had never seen a comic from this era. Xue Jiayu excitedly waved her little hands. "I want to see. Comic books and picture books are the most interesting." Seeing that she was about to drool, Zhang Nanqi had no choice but to help her sit up. Although he did not enjoy reading, it did not hinder Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu from being engrossed in the story. Consequently, Gu Yuan abandoned his discussion with Zhang Nanqi and turned to Xue Jiayu. "Look at this person getting kicked by the monkey in the back. It's hilarious." Xue Jiayu also wanted to laugh heartily, but when she opened her mouth, she could only gasp for air. "Yes, it's so funny. I can't stop laughing, my stomach hurts." It was remarkable that two individuals who barely understood each other could engage in such delightful conversation, leaving Zhang Nanqi astounded by their connection. As night fell, Gu Yuan's mother arrived to pick him up. Before leaving, Gu Yuan gazed longingly at Zhang Nanqi, urging him to come play whenever he had the chance. The scene was so poignant that it could bring tears to one's eyes. When Xue Jiayu saw Gu Yuan crying, she recalled that in the original story, Zhang Nanqi also had a childhood friend. This childhood friend was a year younger than Zhang Nanqi, unremarkable in appearance during their youth. It had grown up to become a nationwide celebrity. Could this pudgy little boy be him? Xue Jiayu swallowed hard. If Zhang Nanqi had no other childhood friends, it must be him. Who would have thought that such a chubby child would become a household name? Time truly changes everything. Nevertheless, this little chub seemed rather nice. Before leaving, Gu Yuan gently touched Xue Jiyu's hand, whispering, "Next time, let us read comic books together. I have several at home." Instantly, Xue Jiayu's eyes lit up, eager to stand and bid farewell. Jiang Qiui, noticing the darkness, embraced Xue Jiayu for a farewell. Today, she had not only met a handsome boy but also seen comic books, which left Xue Jiayu in high spirits. If only circumstances permitted, she would have hummed a tune. Even Su Sujin noticed her joy and, while holding Ying Huanyu, greeted them with a smile. What good fortune has our little Bao encountered today to be so cheerful? I'm happy just to see a handsome boy. Hee hee. Su Sujin and Jiang Qiui exchanged helpless smiles, realizing there was nothing they could do about their little Bao's infatuation. They could only indulge her. The Xue family had an open kitchen, allowing them to see the living room while working. Suddenly, Xue Jiayu, who had wanted to play along, remembered something. In the original story, Zhang Nanqi developed autism due to trauma from a car accident and, compounded by abuse from a nanny, grew into a paranoid personality. The conclusion of his tale was tragic beyond measure. She had no desire to witness Zhang Nanqi repeat such a fate. She needed to devise a plan to save him. Ying Huanyu, noticing her sudden stillness and blank stare, circled around her, attempting to coax Xue Jiayu into playing with her. Jiang Qiui, glancing occasionally from the kitchen and seeing them engaged, felt reassured and assisted Su Sujin. It seemed that having Ying Huanyu around was not a bad thing after all. Little Bao had gained another playmate. Before long, Jiang Peirong had to leave for a business trip and drop Zhang Nanqi off at the Xue household, providing a brief set of instructions before departing. Her primary message was for Zhang Nanqi to heed Jiang Qiui's guidance and refrain from causing trouble. Deep down, she understood that Zhang Nanqi was unlikely to misbehave. She would be grateful if he managed to utter a few more words. However, such pleasantries had to be exchanged. Indeed, after hearing her words, Jiang Qiui gently ushered her out. If Nanqi were to cause mischief in our home, I would actually welcome it. All right, you go on. I will take good care of the child. Nanqi, Mama is leaving now. Jiang Peirong wished for Zhang Nanqi to wave goodbye like an ordinary child. Yet he merely nodded coolly, as if bidding farewell to a stranger. After Jiang Qiui saw Jiang Peirong off, she led Zhang Nanqi into the house. Nanqi, you can play with little Bao and Huanyu for a while, and he will go prepare some fruit for you. Chapter 22. Should we part ways? As soon as Jiang Qiui stepped away, Xue Jiayu eagerly crawled to Zhang Nanqi's side, offering him the building blocks he often played with. Little handsome boy, hurry and play. Zhang Nanqi glanced at her and accepted the blocks. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy building blocks, but since they were offered by Xue Jiayu, he reluctantly obliged. However, before his hands could touch the blocks, a small foot suddenly appeared before him, sending the blocks that Xue Jiayu had given him flying. Xue Jiayu gaped in astonishment, drool spilling onto the foam barrier. She looked quizzically at Ying Huanyu, confused by her actions. Ying Huanyu innocently gazed back at her, as if her earlier actions were merely a mistake, showing no acknowledgement toward Zhang Nanqi. With her chubby little hands, Ying Huanyu reached for Xue Jiayu's hand, as if to say, "Don't be angry, I didn't mean it." In this life, Ying Huanyu had hardly spent time with her biological mother, so she likely had not developed any twisted notions like Min Xue. Thus, Xue Jiayu did not dwell on it, and picked up another block to offer Zhang Nanqi. This time, Zhang Nanqi did not accept it. He began to examine the puzzle next to him. Xue Jiayu crawled over, nudging her little head under Zhang Nanqi's arm. Insistent on playing together, growing annoyed by her persistence, Zhang Nanqi simply pulled her into his embrace. Wow, the little handsome boy is holding me. Is this any different from dating? So shy. The little handsome boy smells so good. Oh man, you are utterly charming. These phrases poured into Zhang Nanqi's ears one after another, prompting him to gently pat Xue Jiyu's head to quell her fanciful notions. Unaware of his intentions, Xue Jiayu pouted, but did not take offense. Am I too heavy pressing on your leg? Zhang Nanqi had not anticipated she would think this, so he lifted the little bundle slightly. Heavy? It was hardly anything at all. Ying Huanyu, seeing them not only remain close but grow even closer, grew frustrated and tossed a nearby block in frustration. The block flew toward the barrier, bouncing into the air and unexpectedly landing squarely on Jiang Qiui's face as she emerged from the kitchen. Jiang Qiui cried out in pain, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Ying Huanyu. What on earth are you doing? Ying Huanyu, employing her old trick, displayed the innocent expression she had shown to Xue Jiayu to Jiang Qiui. Mom, are you all right? Xue Jiayu struggled in Zhang Nanqi's arms, prompting him to lift her and walk over to Jiang Qiui. Although the building blocks were plastic, they still caused considerable pain upon impact. In Jiang Qiu, he noticed that Xiao Bao was becoming increasingly anxious, hardly able to pay attention to her own discomfort. Don't cry, baby, mommy's fine. It's nothing. she reassured as she held Xue Jiayu, her gaze directed disapprovingly at Yu, who was frowning back at her. Surely, this child could not be acting with malice. This notion was quickly dismissed by Jiang Xiu, for Yu was merely an infant, devoid of such cunning motives. All right, it's fine. You both can have some fruit, she said, placing the fruit within the playpen. She had already mashed their portion into fruit puree and was feeding it to them with a small spoon. Zhang Nanqi was engrossed in a puzzle. While he did not particularly enjoy puzzles, he found himself drawn to this one since it depicted a cosmic star map. Feeding two infants simultaneously left Jiang Xiu in a bit of a frenzy, especially with Su Zhan upstairs tending to the laundry and unable to assist her. As she fed Xue Jiayu with one hand, she nearly poked the spoon down Yu's throat. Yu burst into tears, compelling Jiang Xiu to pick her up and soothe her. Although it was not Yu's fault, the sound of a crying child inevitably tested Jiang Xiu's patience, leading her to pat Yu's back half-heartedly. Just as she was about to resume feeding Xue Jiayu, a delicate white hand reached out, took the spoon, and offered a spoonful of fruit puree to Xue Jiayu. Nanqi, would you like to help Annie feed the baby? Upon seeing the charming young boy feeding her, Xue Jiayu willingly opened her mouth and eagerly swallowed. Delicious, delicious, food from the handsome boy is the best. Jiang Xiu chuckled softly. It seems my efforts have been misplaced. With Zhang Nanqi's assistance, Jiang Xiu could focus on feeding Yu, and together they swiftly finished feeding both infants. In the time that followed, Xue Jiayu clung to Zhang Nanqi, either wanting to piece the puzzle with him or to be held by him. At first, Jiang Xiu worried that Zhang Nanqi might grow impatient, but she gradually observed that he seemed to possess extraordinary patience for their little treasure. Conversely, Yu consistently cried, insisting on being with them, or rather, with Xiaobao. To test her theory, Jiang Xiu deliberately waited for Su Zhan to finish her chores before suggesting that she take Yu outside for some sunlight. What's the point of basking in the sun? Su Laotai found it peculiar, but noticed her daughter-in-law, signaling her, and quickly changed her tune. All right. Just as Su Laotai reached to pick up Yu, the latter began to wail, clinging tightly to Xue Jiayu's sleeve. Why are you crying? I'm taking you out for sunlight. How could that harm you? Su Laotai was puzzled by the child's distress, yet Yu continued to cry, adamantly refusing to part with Xue Jiayu. Jiang Xiu confirmed her suspicions and subtly nodded to Su Zhan, indicating that she should put down Yu. Su Zhan complied, feeling somewhat uneasy but refraining from voicing it in front of the children. That evening, after Zhan Xiang came to take Zhang Nanqi away and Jiang Xiu had lulled both children to sleep, she seized the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with Xue Wangjun. After recounting the day's events, Xue Wangjun seemed unconcerned. It's only natural for children who spend time together to grow close. My mother and I spend time with them every day. Why doesn't she cling to us? Jiang Xiu applied an expensive facial cream to her face, her brow furrowed slightly, feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation. Perhaps, Xue Wangjun suggested, shaking his newspaper, the child might simply see our little treasure as a sister. Yet they were not sisters, lacking the bond of blood. Something feels amiss about this. Shouldn't we consider separating the two children? Jiang Xiu could only console herself that Yu was still young and would grow out of it. Life continued at a leisurely pace until one day, an unexpected guest arrived at the Xue household. With both children finally asleep, Jiang Xiu relished the opportunity to tend to her plants and practice flower arrangement, only to receive a phone call from the property management. Mrs. Xue, there's someone here claiming to be a relative of yours, visiting. Should I allow them entry? Relative? The Xue family had no notable relatives in the city, only those who frequently contacted Xue Wangjun, and she had not heard of anyone coming to town. Without hesitation, she replied, No, you've made a mistake. Understood. On the other end, there were sounds of shoving, followed by a loud voice exclaiming, You must be the third daughter-in-law. Get the third's mother on the phone. The loudness nearly shattered Jiang Xiu's eardrum, yet her ingrained poise reminded her to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she calmly replied, You have the wrong number. How could I be mistaken? I asked my second uncle for the address. It can't be wrong. Get your mother-in-law on the line. The other person grew impatient. And just as Jiang Xiu contemplated hanging up, Su Zhan approached and casually inquired, Who is it? The third's mother. Oh, finally, I hear your voice. Quickly tell your daughter-in-law to let me in. Su recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, but could not place it. Her moment of silence led the property management to assume they truly knew each other, and they promptly allowed the person in, repeatedly apologizing. Soon, a rural woman carrying a burlap sack appeared at the entrance of the Xue villa, led by a security guard. The woman gawked, my. I didn't know the third was making such a fortune in the city. Without a moment's hesitation, she barged into the Xue household, not even bothering to change her shoes as she stepped into the living room. I'll come to seek refuge with you all. Jiang Xiu frowned at the footprints left on the floor, preparing to voice her annoyance when she saw Su Suzhen momentarily stunned before approaching the newcomer. Sister Xiu, what brings you here? Ma Xiu dropped her sack, her eyes darting around as she assessed the Xue family's decor goodness. Such a large television. Even the county doesn't have one this big. I'm here to stay with you. You mustn't turn me away. Jiang Xiu noticed Su Suzhen's smile falter as she invited her to sit down, discreetly signaling her daughter-in-law. The two women retreated into the kitchen, prompting Jiang Xiu to ask, Mom, where is she from? Su Suzhen intentionally created a commotion, making it seem like they were boiling water, and lowered her voice to explain to Jiang Xiu. She's a relative from our hometown. Her husband is a cousin of Wang Jun's father. They used to work together often. Once, when something fell at work, her husband shielded Wang Jun's father and sustained some injuries himself. Su Suzhen glanced into the living room and continued in a hushed tone. While the connection isn't very close, we owe them a debt of gratitude. However, I will handle this, so you need not concern yourself with her. With Su Suzhen's reassurance, Jiang Xiu felt a sense of relief. Observing the women in the kitchen taking their time, Ma Xiu examined the leather sofa and thought to herself, my goodness, how much must this cost? She glanced at the food and drink on the table, none of which she recognized, and quickly, when no one was watching, slipped 2 toffees into her pocket. Shortly thereafter, Su Suzhen emerged with tea, filling Ma Xiu's cup to the brim. Ma Xiu immediately frowned. Are you trying to shoo me away as soon as I sit down? Yet, she had already prepared herself for this. Su Suzhen anticipated this scenario, but, out of politeness, could not firmly refuse and merely stated, business is tough these days. We can only do our best to help you. All right then, I might as well stay at your place for now. It will save me some money, Ma Xiu declared, patting her pants and gesturing to her burlap sack. Look, this is all I brought for you, local produce. It's all good stuff. Whenever I have a meal, I think of your family. Jiang Xiu cast a glance at the filthy burlap sack, the mud smeared all over it, causing her, with her somewhat obsessive cleanliness, great discomfort. Su Suzhen, residing here, noticed her daughter-in-law's evident reluctance. Ma Xiu immediately provoked what? As the mother-in-law, do you still need to consider your daughter-in-law's feelings? Su Suzhen's face flushed crimson, at a loss for words. Understanding her mother-in-law's need for dignity, Jiang Xiu quickly interjected, not at all. It is just that our home currently accommodates 2 children and 3 adults. While the space is ample, the area for activities is quite limited, making it inconvenient for you to stay. All right. If you look down upon me, I won't impose further. Just allow me to stay for a few days until I find a place, okay? With Ma Xiu's insistence, Su Suzhen found it hard to refuse and reluctantly agreed. Jiang Xiu, wishing to spare Su Suzhen's feelings, thought it would only be a few days, and they could endure it. The sound of a baby's wailing echoed from upstairs. Jiang Xiu excused herself to Ma Xiu and ascended the stairway. With both children awake, she found it challenging to manage alone and called for Su Suzhen. As soon as Su Suzhen left, Ma Xiu eagerly rummaged through the drawers of the tea table and the television cabinet in search of valuables, but only unearthed a few remotes and cards. Where on earth is the money hidden? Not a single dime to be found. Rich folks are so stingy. However, Ma Xiu was not concerned about the lack of money, as she knew there would be plenty of opportunities in the coming days. Jiang Xiu and Su Suzhen descended the stairs, each cradling a child. Upon seeing Xue Jiayu, Ma Xiu hurried over, pinching and prodding her, feigning a display of affection. That hurts. Xue Jiayu immediately scrunched her little face in protest, prompting Jiang Xiu to step back. Auntie, your touch is too rough. You've hurt the child. Ma Xiu stared at her own hand in astonishment. Really? Why is your child so delicate? I merely pinched lightly. She is our treasured darling. What of it if she is a bit spoiled? Jiang Xiu settled down with Xue Jiayu, examining her closely to ensure Ma Xiu's clumsy hands had not harmed her, which brought her some relief. No matter how precious, she's still just a girl. Eventually, she'll have to marry. Ma Shu muttered under her breath before turning her attention to Huanyu. The villagers were well aware of the Xue family's adoption of Huanyu, and Ma Shu, envious of her good fortune at such a young age, pinched Huanyu's face in frustration until the girl cried, which somewhat alleviated her feelings. Su Sujin suspected her actions were intentional, yet she held no affection for Huanyu and chose not to speak up. Chapter 24. Consulting the Zhan family, the addition of an extra person in the household was a trivial matter concerning meals. Yet the presence of a stranger left Jiang Qiui feeling unsettled. Unfortunately, Ma Shiyue was far too familiar. Once they consented, she promptly invaded the guest room with her burlap sack, filling the space with her belongings. Moreover, she volunteered to care for the children. Despite Jiang Qiui's numerous refusals, Ma Shiyue boasted of her experience raising the neighborhood children, claiming ample expertise in childcare. Su Sujin, lowering her guard, allowed Jiang Qiui to prepare dinner, entrusting the children to Ma Shiyue. After all, she was family. How could she truly endanger the little ones? Jiang Qiui remained skeptical, frequently peeking out from the kitchen to observe their activities. Initially, it was just Su Sujin and Ma Shiyue chatting about this year's harvest. However, when Su Sujin inquired about Ma Shiyue's son, she abruptly picked up Xue Jiayu. "Oh dear, your child has been lying down for too long. She needs to stretch a bit." Ma Shiyue carried Xue Jiayu around the Xue family's living room, wandering into every corner under the guise of entertaining the child, while secretly probing for any valuable items hidden within the house. She could not believe that in such a large household, there were not a few items of worth. Who is this Annie? So rude. Xue Jiayu looked around, unable to recall such a figure, or perhaps she simply had too little role in the original story to remember. Before she could contemplate further, Ma Shu muttered to herself, "After looking around, there are hardly any valuable items. Only these few vases are worth something. But how can I steal these vases? Biaozi's debts are pressing. I don't know if I'll be able to sell them in time. It's all Biaozi's fault. He is in so much debt, and at my age, I still have to help him find money." Xue Jiayu widened her eyes in surprise, fortunate that Ma Shue was lost in her own world and paid her no heed, failing to notice the astonishment on the baby's face. When Jiang Qiui finished preparing dinner and called Ma Shiyue to eat, Xue Jiayu squirmed, wanted to be held by Jiang Qiui. Jiang Qiui quickly took her precious daughter into her arms. "Little treasure, are you hungry? Mommy will prepare some formula for you." "Mommy, I don't want formula. This Annie is so strange." Jiang Qiui paused, attentively listening to her child. "This Annie wants to sell our things to pay off debts. Mommy, you must be careful. Don't cook just yet." Jiang Qiui glanced at Ma Shiyue, who was devouring her meal, her feelings complex. Su Sujin also caught wind of Xue Jiyu's revelation, nervously clutching her spoon. She contemplated speaking up, but was at a loss since she had been the one to invite Ma Shiyue. She had no choice but to swallow her words and decided to keep a close watch on Ma Shiyue over the next few days, ensuring she did not pilfer from the Xue household. The unexpected presence of an additional person puzzled Xue Wangjun. "Who is this?" Before Jiang Qiui could explain, Ma Shiyue wiped her mouth and carelessly slapped her hand against Xue Wangjun's expensive suit. "Auntie?" Xue Wangjun looked bewildered. Which aunt did they have that he was unaware of? Su Sujin offered a brief explanation and cleared her throat. "In short, your aunt will be staying here for a few days. You should show her some respect and manners." This statement was directed at Xue Wangjun, but its true intent was to warn Ma Shiyue against mischief. As a relative from the hometown, Xue Wangjun was gracious enough to smile and said, "It's nothing significant, just a small factory, barely making ends meet." "Nonsense. I've heard from the villagers that you guys earn quite a bit every year." Ma Shiyue secretly gestured a 5, prompting Xue Wangjun to quickly change the subject. "What is for dinner tonight?" "Em starving." Jiang Qiui handed him a bowl of rice and seamlessly transitioned the conversation to other topics, such as the prices of vegetables today and whether to enroll Little Treasure in an early education class, leaving no room for Ma Shiyue to interject. Feeling disheartened, Ma Xue retreated upstairs. "Well done, Mom and Dad. Just ignore her. Let her go away on her own. Her son is buried in gambling debts, hoping to rely on your money to pay them off. Our family will not play the fool." Jiang Qiui exchanged glances with Xue Wangjun, deciding to heed Little Treasure's advice. Their little one was the cleverest. Trusting her was undoubtedly the right choice. They needed to devise a dignified way to send Ma Shiyue away. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiui had a sudden inspiration. Why not consult Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang? They surely understand the intricacies of social relations better than we do. What a splendid idea. Let's pay them a visit first thing tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Xiui entrusted Huan Yu and Ma Xiuyue to Su Suzhen's supervision while she took Xue Jiayu directly to the Zhang household. Though Xue Jiayu had not yet fully awakened, she obediently clung to Jiang Xiui's neck when picked up, her adorably soft demeanor nearly melting Jiang Xiui's heart. She became even more convinced that Ma Xiuyue must be dealt with swiftly. What if she became enraged and harmed little treasure? The Zhang couple was just finishing breakfast when they noticed the early morning visit, knowing it must be a matter of some urgency. With a few quick bites, they finished their meal. Xiui, what brings you here in such a rush? Jiang Peirong linked her arm with hers as they sat down. Xue Jiayu, with her little head swiveling, eagerly searched for Zhang Naqi's figure. Observing this, Jiang Peirong chuckled and covered her mouth. Nachi, hasn't he gotten up yet? Little treasure. Do you miss your brother? I do. Of course I do. I haven't seen the handsome boy for a whole day. Had she the ability to speak, she would undoubtedly have cried out in despair. Jiang Xiui was utterly overwhelmed by her infatuated daughter, left only to be grateful that outsiders could not hear Xiao Bao's innermost thoughts. However, pressing matters were at hand. Jiang Xiui took a moment to succinctly recount the situation concerning Ma Xiuyue. In conclusion, she felt compelled to add, Wang Jun hails from the village. His roots lie there, so we cannot be too harsh in this matter. I wish to inquire if you have any means to resolve this. Zhang Aoxiang listened attentively and, upon finishing, assured her with a pat on his chest that he had a solution. Jiang Peirong cast a glance at her husband and, as if issuing a decree, said, You shall take charge of this matter. We have frequently relied on their assistance in caring for Nanxi. It is imperative that you see this through. No problem. But what about old Xue? Jiang Xiui indicated that Xue Wangjun was at home. Jiang Peirong, unfazed, brewed and poured tea, suggesting they stay a while longer. Jiang Xiui could not help but vent her frustrations, lamenting the deplorable hygiene habits of Li Xiuyue, such as neglecting to flush the toilet and picking up food that fell on the table to eat. Just as their conversation grew animated, Xue Jiayu suddenly grasped Jiang Xiui's hand. Chapter 25, a demand for money. Xue Jiayu, in a fit of urgency, tugged at her hand. Jiang Xiui's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly bade farewell to Zhang Aoxiang and his wife. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Peirong quickly summoned her husband to accompany her to the Xue residence. Xue Wangjun had deliberately refrained from going to the office today, intending to address this matter first before attending to company affairs. Early in the morning, he had encountered Ma Xiuyue head-on, who was brazenly wandering about the garden, tending to flowers and shoveling dirt, as if she were in her own home. Upon seeing Xue Wangjun awake, she greeted him cheerfully, Old Three, you're up. Xue Wangjun could only respond awkwardly with a nod. As he turned to leave, he was halted by Ma Xiuyue, who stepped forward to grasp his collar, cheerfully proclaiming, Old Three, I have a favor to ask of you. Su Suzhen, observing from the kitchen, promptly shook her head, urging him to find an excuse to escape. Yet, Xue Wangjun could only manage a wry smile, thinking it was not so simple to slip away. Indeed, Ma Xiuyue firmly held onto his collar, determined that he would not leave without acquiescing to her request. Reluctantly, Xue Wangjun asked, Auntie, please just tell me what you need. Clearing her throat, she replied, It's nothing serious. Our Biaozi has lost his job and is hoping you could help him find another. Ma Xiuyue decided to test his limits first. If Xue Wangjun readily agreed, she would then present her subsequent demands. Compared to other requests, finding a job was relatively straightforward. Xue Wangjun, believing this to be her sole request, sighed in relief. That is excellent. I always said among so many children in the village, you, Old Three, are the most promising. As Ma Xiuyue patted Xue Wangjun on the shoulder, he prepared to slip away, but she continued speaking. Before she could finish, the front door of the Xue residence was suddenly battered with loud knocks. Xue Wangjun, puzzled by the aggressive entrance, approached the door, oblivious to the subtle change in Ma Xiuyue's expression, her nervousness palpable. When no one answered, the voices outside grew louder. Open the door. What is going on? We're here. Stop knocking. Xue Wangjun opened the door to find 3 or 5 menacing figures outside, brandishing weapons. Where's Ma Xiuyue? Tell her to come out. Su Suzhen, Cradling Huanyu and coaxing her to drink milk, saw Ma Shiyue rush in and anxiously asked, "Sister Shiyue, what happened? Someone is threatening to chop off my hands and feet. You must help me, old 3's mother." "Why? You old hag, how dare you deceive us? When will your son pay back the 300,000 he owes us?" Xue Jiayu nearly fainted. 300,000 was enough to build 2 large villas in the countryside. What had Biaozi done to incur such a debt? Xue Jiayu furrowed her small brow, worried that this debt could implicate their family. Xue Wangjun exchanged glances with Xue Jiayu, urging her to take Huanyu upstairs. "None of you are leaving." One of the lead men blocked Xue Jiyu's path, exclaiming, "You owe me money and still live in such a nice house. If I don't get the 300,000 today, I'll chop off your hands and feet and toss you out to beg on the street. I might even sell the child to traffickers for a few thousand." Upon hearing the mention of selling a child, Xue Jiayu burst into tears, and Xue Wangjun's fury ignited. "If you dare to touch my Xiao Bao, I will fight you." The man, however, kicked Xue Wangjun aside, declaring, "Whether you sell the child or not depends on your sincerity. Hurry up and give me 300,000, and I will leave." Meanwhile, Ma Shiyue trembled, clutching her head in fear, desperately pointing at Xue Wangjun and saying, "He has money. Their family runs a factory. They have plenty of money." Xue Jiayu, her anger flaring, dared not approach, fearing she might slap Ma Shiyue. "I told you, our families are not that close." Why would Ma Shiyue suddenly visit? It seemed she intended to ask for their help with the debt. Unrepentant, Ma Shiyue muttered, "Your family is so wealthy. What is the problem with helping our Biaozi repay some debt? The richer you are, the stingier you become." Xue Wangjun inhaled deeply, with the elderly and children present. He refrained from acting rashly and stated, "The debtor is not from our family. This person is merely a distant relative. I will not pay their debts. Get lost. I don't care about relatives. As long as you are here, you must repay the money. If you don't come up with 300,000 today, no one leaves this door alive." Ma Shiyue secretly chuckled. Surely the Xue family would have to cough up the money to avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, Huanyu began to cry uncontrollably, which irritated the burly men. "Enough. I'm not here to wipe you out. Just get the 300,000, and we'll be on our way." If they lingered, what would happen to Xiao Bao? For Xiao Bao's sake, Xue Wangjun truly considered finding the 30,000 to avert disaster, intending to take them to the bank for the money, when he suddenly heard Xiao Bao's innocent voice. "No, Dad, you absolutely must not yield to these dark forces. If you give them this 30,000, what will happen when others come asking for 300,000 or 3 million next time? Will our family even survive?" Xue Wangjun's heart tightened. Xiao Bao's reasoning was sound. He would heed her advice. He quickly moved to shield the mother and daughter, urging, "What are you doing? Hurry to the Zhan family to take refuge." "Refuge? Sit down." One of the men pressed Jiang Qiuyi's shoulder, attempting to force her to sit. But Zhan Aoxiang pushed him aside from behind. "What is this? Is bullying women and children a display of strength?" Zhan Aoxiang was even more ferocious than they, his years in the business world having endowed him with an imposing presence that silenced the group of thugs. Zhan Aoxiang scrutinized them and suddenly inquired, "Who do you work for?" "We're under Chang'e. If you've heard of his name, you should comply and pay up." Zhan Aoxiang smiled and replied, "Lu Xiaoqiang." "Is it you? You dare to call her Chang'e by name?" Chapter 26. Sudden high fever. Wait a moment. Zhan Aoxiang smiled slightly and stepped outside to make a phone call. The man answered, and upon hearing the information from the other end, his expression changed dramatically. Yes, Chang'e. We didn't know you were friends with them. All right, I'll leave right away. We will definitely clean up and leave." After hanging up the phone, the previously menacing men suddenly transformed, their demeanor shifting entirely. "We sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. We had no idea you were Chang'e's friends. We will take our leave now. Sorry for the trouble." Xue Wangjun and his wife, holding Xue Jiayu, looked on in astonishment as the men's faces changed as if by magic. The group meticulously cleaned the area they had soiled and left with subservient nods and bows. Ma Shiyue stood up from behind the sofa, her mouth agape, incredulous that they could just leave like that. "What more do you want? Do you need to ruin our family before you are satisfied?" Xue Jiayu placed Huanyu on the sofa and rushed forward, delivering a slap to Ma Shiyue. Ma Shiyue, still wanting to argue, was forcibly dragged out by her hair. Wait, my belongings are still inside." Xue Jiayu tossed the sack Ma Shiyue had brought onto the ground, leaving her no choice but to flee with her possessions in a dejected manner. Xue Jiayu watched the unfolding drama with a mixture of amusement and despair. But internally, she clenched her fists, recognizing that these people were a burden to the Xue family. The Xue family's vast wealth could not withstand such exploitation. Jiang Xiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged glances, agreeing that they must distance themselves from such individuals in the future. After driving Ma Xiui away, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui expressed their profound gratitude to the Zhan Aoxiang couple, shaking their hands repeatedly in thanks. Without your assistance, we would have been at a loss for how to resolve this situation. It's nothing, Jiang Peirong smiled. It was merely a small effort. Fortunately, old Zhan knows their eldest brother. Zhan Aoxiang waved his hand. After so many years in business, if I lacked connections, it would have been for naught. After bidding farewell to the Zhan couple, Jiang Xiui and Xue Wangjun remained shaken, fearing for Xue Jiayu's well-being. Su Suzhen, burdened with guilt, blamed herself for having temporarily softened and allowed Ma Xiui to stay. Had she not done so, this incident would not have occurred. However, her self-reproach was soon overshadowed by concern, as Xue Jiayu had developed a fever. Though Xue Wangjun and his wife cared for her, as if she were a precious gem, the stress of the day and the influx of guests had taken a toll on her fragile health, resulting in a high fever that night. Upon seeing her pale complexion, Jiang Xiui took her into the master bedroom to sleep together, soon realizing that her daughter was burning with fever. Quickly, we must take Xiao Bao to the hospital. She is burning up. Xue Wangjun felt her forehead and nearly lost his senses from the heat. How could she be this hot? Yes, so hurry, contact Dr. Zhang. We need to go to the hospital now. Dr. Zhang, the head of the municipal hospital, had previously had some dealings with the Xue family. Upon learning that their precious daughter was ill, he rushed to the hospital from home. The nurse first took Xue Jiyu's temperature, discovering it had reached a staggering 39 degrees. Jiang Xiui nearly blacked out upon hearing this. 39 degrees. Nurse, please save my daughter. She looked tearfully at the nurse, noticing that Xue Jiyu's lips were dry and her complexion pale. Dear, please do not despair. The nurse will help Xiao Bao, Xue Wangjun reassured her, helping Jiang Xiui to stand as they held hands in the corridor, their hearts aching for their daughter. Xue Jiayu felt as if she were engulfed in flames, on the verge of being scorched. In her haze, she saw many familiar faces: Jiang Xiui, Xue Wangjun, Su Suzhen, Jiang Peirong, Zhan Aoxiang, and Zhan Nachi. She placed her hand in his palm and soon felt a coolness enveloping her. It was unclear how long she had slept, but when Xue Jiayu finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the anxious faces of Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui. Jiang Xiui burst into tears. Xiao Bao, you finally awakened. You scared your mother to death. Mom, please don't cry. Xue Jiayu's weak voice prompted even more tears from Jiang Xiui. Xue Wangjun also wiped away his own tears, relieved that their child had awakened. Dr. Zhang checked Xue Jiayu's temperature again and found that her fever had subsided. The couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Zhang. The night passed without incident. Though Su Suzhen found it hard to sleep, despite Xue Wangjun's call assuring her that Xue Jiayu was fine, she felt immense guilt, knowing that this situation had arisen from her own actions. Ying Huanyu was also worried about Xue Jiayu, crying throughout the night, which only added to Su Suzhen's displeasure. It's all your fault. If it weren't for needing to care for you, I could have gone to the hospital myself. Su Suzhen's Colette, pointing an accusatory finger at Ying Huanyu, who promptly bit her fingertip, drawing blood. Ouch, you little brat. Su Suzhen wished she could vent her frustration, but as an elder, she couldn't bring herself to strike a child, so she could only mutter curses under her breath. The Zhan couple, having learned of Xue Jiyu's hospitalization due to her high fever, decided to visit her. Jiang Peirong glanced upstairs and regretfully said, You go ahead. I'll stay home to look after Nanqi. Why don't you go? I'll watch over Nanqi, Zhan Aoxiang suggested, feeling that he, as a man, should be the one to go, while Jiang Peirong was more attentive. Just as they were discussing this, Zhan Nanqi came down from upstairs. Jiang Peirong's heart fluttered. Nanqi, we're going to visit Uncle Xue's daughter. Would you like to come with us? She asked excitedly, thinking of the familiar Xue family. No, the boy asked which daughter. Zhan Aoxiang gently pressed Jiang Peirong's arm, urging her not to appear overly enthusiastic. It's Uncle Xue's biological daughter, Xiao Bao Jiayu. Oh. Zhan Nanqi lowered his gaze and fell silent. Jiang Peirong was unsure of her son's intentions. Are you going? Yes. All right, then Dad will drive, and we'll go see Jiayu together. Jiang Peirong secretly tugged at Zhan Aoxiang, whispering, The sun must be rising in the west. our son actually wants to join us. Chapter 27. Discharged throughout the journey, Jiang Peirong kept stealing glances at Zhang Nanqi. Her actions were so obvious that Zhang Aoxiang noticed. He coughed lightly a couple of times, reminding her not to be too conspicuous. Their son was not foolish. If she stared too much, she might scare him off after he finally mustered the courage to go out with them. Jiang Peirong could hardly contain her excitement, recalling how the doctor had previously been at a loss regarding Zhang Nanqi's autism. The doctor had suggested they take him out more often to interact with others. They had intended to do so, but whenever they mentioned going out, Zhang Nanqi remained unresponsive, merely gazing at them with indifference, which left them quite troubled. "Honey, do you think Nanqi is starting to improve?" Jiang Peirong asked with hope, but Zhang Aoxiang unhesitatingly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "You're overthinking it. I believe our son's change is entirely due to Xue Jiayu, not because of any improvement in his condition. Can't you just give me a glimmer of hope?" Jiang Peirong retorted, casting a reproachful glance at her husband. Zhang Aoxiang chuckled, adhering to the Zhang family motto, "Listen to your wife and prosper." Consequently, he dutifully abided by Jiang Peirong's wishes, always acquiescing to her requests. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi sat in the back seat, his expression devoid of any superfluous emotion, merely observing the scenery outside as it whizzed by. When the Zhang family finally arrived at the hospital, Dr. Zhang had just completed examining Xue Jiayu. "Dr. Zhang, is our little treasure all right?" Jiang Qiui asked anxiously. Even if Dr. Zhang did not provide details, they could not bear to let their child endure any further distress. Had anything happened to her last night, they would not have survived the ordeal. "Mr. Xue Jiayu." Jiang Qiui was pleasantly surprised to see the Zhang family suddenly appear. "What brings you here?" "We came to see Jiayu. We heard she was sick, and we were so worried." Jiang Peirong looked over at the bed, where Xue Jiayu was still sleeping, her delicate face pale from illness. Zhang Nanqi quietly maneuvered through the crowd to the other side of the bed to see Xue Jiayu. "TSK, this little thing was already frail, and now she looks even smaller when sick," he thought discontentedly. Though still young, Zhang Nanqi was mature for his age, yet he did not fully comprehend his extraordinary concern for Xue Jiayu. He simply stood by the bed, gazing at her sleeping face. Jiang Peirong continued to worry about Xue Jiayu. Although she was not her biological daughter, their time together had fostered a deep affection, and seeing her sick and withered brought tears to her eyes. "Qiui, what did the doctor say?" "Dr. Zhang said she's fine now." Jiang Peirong glanced at the sickbed, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Qiui was also troubled by the situation, although Dr. Zhang assured her that Xue Jiyu's fever was nothing serious. The fact that she remained unresponsive drove Jiang Qiui nearly to madness. In a state of icy numbness, Xue Jiayu felt a profound confusion, struggling to open her eyes but lacking the strength to do so. It was only when she sensed a warm hand grasping hers that she instinctively felt it was a hand reaching out to save her. Thus, she clutched that hand, striving to open her eyes, and beheld the handsome face of Zhang Nanqi. "Little handsome guy." Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun were startled nearly to the ground by Xue Jiyu's thunderous shout. Fortunately, Zhang Aoxiang supported Xue Wangjun, while Jiang Peirong steadied Jiang Qiui. "What is happening? You both look utterly exhausted. Little treasure, you have finally awakened. You frightened your parents half to death." Tears streamed down Jiang Qiui's face as they fell onto Xue Jiayu. The little girl extended her tiny finger, making an effort to touch Jiang Qiui's face. "Mama, don't cry." Xue Wangjun, a man of authority in the business world, was now weeping like a child. "Little treasure, if anything were to happen to you, I would have no reason to live." Zhang Aoxiang and his wife looked at them, both exasperated and amused. Thankfully, they were all present today. Otherwise, if they had been the only ones in the hospital crying like this, others might think Xue Jiayu was gravely ill. Upon seeing her beloved granddaughter, Su Sujin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears spilling from her eyes as she called out affectionately. Everyone gathered around Xue Jiayu, while Ing Huanyu, lying behind a foam barrier, wished to see her as well, but was ignored. Only Zhang Nanqi glanced at her as he walked through the living room, but quickly averted his gaze. Seeing the tearful eyes of her loved ones, Xue Jiayu felt a pang in her heart. Yet, she was somewhat puzzled. After all, it was merely a fright. How could it lead her to such a state of near unconsciousness? Had it not been for that hand that pulled her from the haze, she might still be in a coma. With this thought, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Nanqi. "Cough, cough, cough." Jiang Qiui hurriedly patted her precious daughter's back. What is wrong, little treasure? MMM. Xue Jiayu indicated she was fine, which eased Jiang Qiui's worry, allowing her to turn back to converse with Jiang Perong. By the time the Zhan family departed, night had fallen. Su Sujin rushed to prepare dinner, and the family managed to eat something together. After this incident, Xue Wangjun and his wife became more meticulous in their care for Xue Jiayu, doting on her immensely. In stark contrast was Ying Huanyu. Although Su Sujin took care of her adequately, she did not shower her with the same affection, merely wanting to ensure that such a small child did not come to harm under her watch. One day, while Xue Wangjun was busy with orders at the factory, he received a call from his hometown. He picked up without even removing his safety helmet. "Hello, who is this?" A booming voice on the other end startled Xue Wangjun, nearly causing him to drop the phone. It was the clan leader. "What do you want with me?" "I want to ask if you sent Biaozi's mother away, forbidding her from staying at your home." It turned out to be regarding this matter. Merely mentioning it ignited Xue Wangjun's fury. "Yes." Xue Wangjun scoffed, clan leader. "She only said one thing, not two. Her son owes a mountain of debt and want me to help pay it back. Do you think that is possible?" The clan leader was evidently unaware of this situation, and Xue Wangjun let out another cold snort. "This matter was revealed to us by Little Treasure. Biaozi is a notorious gambler who owes 300,000 at the casino, and Ma Shiyue, unable to repay, set her sights on the Xue family. Initially, she only intended to steal from our home to pay off her debts, but it escalated to the point where she brought her creditors to my doorstep. Clearly, they wanted to pay that 300,000 for them." The clan leader was rendered speechless, silent, and hesitant to respond. Xue Wangjun continued, "I have 2 little ones at home. That gang burst in, openly declaring they would sell my children to traffickers. Do you still think I should help them? Justice is in the hearts of the people. If Ma Shiyue wants to argue with me, I'm not afraid." The clan leader, prioritizing the greater good, hoped to resolve the matter peacefully. "I will handle this for you. You just focus on earning a living in the city. You are right. Such gamblers should not be aided, and I will ensure the other elders in the village are informed." "Thank you, clan leader." Upon returning home, Xue Wangjun shared this incident as a topic of conversation with Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin. Jiang Qiui, while ladling soup, was so incensed that she threw the ladle into the pot. "What do you mean? Is it our fault for not helping? This is outrageous. Mom, dear, please don't be upset. I've already smoothed things over in the village. We just need to live our lives well," Xue Wangjun reassured his wife, soothing her until she finally managed a small smile. If not for her fear of scaring Xue Jiayu with her stern expression, Jiang Qiui would have maintained her frown. Xue Jiayu, nestled in her cradle, listened intently to their conversation. Su Sujin furrowed her brow. But the clan leader said that this matter is known throughout 10 li and 8 villages, which tarnishes our family's reputation. "Let it be tarnished. Can reputation be eaten?" Xue Wangjun replied indifferently, glancing at his beloved daughter and feeling that having a child made everything worthwhile. The mention of a first birthday banquet struck a chord with Xue Jiayu. In the original story, she could only watch as Ying Huanyu was pampered and adored, while she herself was carried around by Li Minxue to perform chores. Whenever Li Minxue was displeased with her work or felt she had not earned enough wages, she would take it out on Xue Jiayu, pinching her arms until they turned purple. Even in her last days, she bore a large, unsightly burn scar on her leg. Thus, she was quite resistant to the idea of a first birthday celebration, hoping it could be avoided altogether. "Papa, Mama, I don't want a birthday banquet. Li Minxue will pour hot soup on me at the banquet. Little Treasure will be in pain." Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged furious glances. "Who dares to bully our Little Treasure? We will repay them tenfold. Li Minxue is it? If she wants to touch our Little Treasure, she must first step over our corpses." Although they wished to respect their Little Treasure's desire not to hold a celebration, they could not ignore the persistent calls from relatives back home. "Sujin, isn't your daughter's first birthday coming up? Are you not planning to hold a banquet?" "Sujin, you are just unwilling. You want a boy." Each sarcastic remark felt like daggers piercing Su Sujin's heart. Yet she did not want to add to her son and daughter-in-law's troubles, so she brushed them off with vague responses. Little did she know that Jiang Qiui was observing everything. As Xue Wangjun perused photos of Xue Jiayu, upon hearing these comments, he immediately dropped the pictures and rushed to his wife, embracing her with emotion. "Wife, you truly are so understanding. What virtue have I, Xue Wangjun, to deserve such a wonderful partner?" "Oh, please." Jiang Qiui playfully pushed him away, but soon turned serious. "However, We must take our little treasure's words seriously. We cannot let our guard down around Li Minxue and her mother. Jiang Qiui gently nodded. Let us hope so. At that moment, Xue Jiayu was drinking milk, pausing her sucking to gaze at her mother with her large, dark, grape-like eyes, filled with confusion. Jiang Qiui sighed, unable to communicate directly with her. So she spoke to herself. This matter is a burden for Grandma. Now others are mocking her because of it. Little treasure, let us help Grandma save face. The tiny infant furrowed her brows. Sigh, well, Grandma has this one flaw of needing face, but she is old, so I will let her have it. Once Little Treasure agreed, Jiang Qiui quickly enlisted Jiang Perong to accompany her to the market to select a dress for Xue Jiayu's first birthday banquet. Jiang Perong, who happened to be resting at home that day, brightened at the mention of shopping, but her expression dimmed when she glanced upstairs. I have no objections, but I must ask my son first. If Zhang Nanqi is unwilling to go out, she will have to stay home. With a sense of hope, Jiang Perong ascended the stairs to find Zhang Nanqi, who was indeed in the study, engrossed in some esoteric books. These books were purchased by Zhang Aoxiang to pass the time, but Zhang Nanqi had nearly finished reading them all. In the doorway of the study, Jiang Perong rubbed her hands together, saying, Mama has something to discuss with you. As she anticipated, Zhang Nanqi showed no response, not even lifting his gaze. Jiang Perong steeled herself and continued, Aunt Jiang has invited us to go shopping for clothes for Jiayu. Are you coming? Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly heard a faint hum. Chapter 29. Almost abducted, that sound was so soft she nearly thought she misheard it. Jiang Perong swallowed hard and asked again, Would you like to go out with Mama? Zhang Nanqi, in addition to his autism, exhibited mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. For instance, he never touched doorknobs or handrails in public, necessitating the preparation of ample disinfecting wipes. As Jiang Perong busily and happily gathered the supplies, she marveled at the remarkable progress Zhang Nanqi had made since meeting the Xue family. He was now willing to go out, and recovery was surely just around the corner. Jiang Qiui meticulously dressed Xue Jiayu, adorning her with a pink bow baby hat and wrapping her in a white chunky knit sweater, even selecting soft and comfortable designer shoes. She was the very picture of a little princess. Su Sujin, unable to resist, immediately put down Huanyu to scoop up Xue Jiayu. Our little treasure is the prettiest. Just look at her. Others will surely adore her. Huanyu pressed her lips together, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes that belied her innocent appearance. Jiang Qiui, pleased with her own styling, proudly remarked, Our little treasure is beautiful, so she looks delightful with just a little dressing up. Be careful when you take her out. Don't let any traffickers snatch her away. Of course. Hearing the sound of a horn, Jiang Qiui promptly carried Xue Jiayu out. Jiang Perong drove, with Zhang Nanqi seated alongside them in the back seat. Jiang Qiui, now quite familiar with Zhang Nanqi, greeted him naturally as they got in the car. Hello, little Nanqi. Just as Jiang Qiui finished speaking, she felt a sudden lightness on her arm and turned to find that her little treasure had leaped into Zhang Nanqi's arms. Oh, little treasure. Xue Jiayu had flung herself into Zhang Nanqi's embrace, uncertain if he would catch her, but she acted on instinct. It's been days since I've seen the handsome boy. What's wrong with a little leap? Zhang Nanqi caught the little bundle and lifted her for a better look. You're quite adorable today. In truth, she was charming every day. Xue Jiayu's little face flushed. Why are you looking at me like that, handsome boy? I'm only 11 months old. Jiang Qiui nearly burst into laughter upon overhearing her thoughts, biting her lip as she turned to gaze out the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi continued to share a heartfelt gaze with Xue Jiayu. Of course, what Xue Jiayu perceived as deep affection was merely her own imagination. They leaned closer, causing Xue Jiayu to feel her heart race. What is he doing? He can't possibly be about to kiss me, can he? Oh my. To her surprise, Zhang Nanqi merely reached out to wipe the drool from her lips, then ruthlessly returned the moisture to Jiang Qiui. Although Zhang Nanqi had spoken not a word, Jiang Qiui felt utterly embarrassed. Throughout the remainder of the journey, she clutched her daughter tightly, determined to prevent her little treasure from climbing back into Zhang Nanqi's arms. Upon finally arriving at the mall, a veritable paradise for women, Jiang Perong, linking arms with her, exclaimed, Children's clothes are easy to find. Why don't we first check out our own attire? However, upon glancing at little treasure, Jiang Qiui thought, I can't relax while holding her. I'm afraid she might drool on someone else's clothes. Xue Jiayu displayed an annoyed expression. Mama, don't make it sound like I only drool. I can behave. Although Jiang Qiui understood that her little treasure was somewhat special compared to her peers, she was still a child. And how could one trust a child's assurances? Just as Jiang Qiui was about to decline, little treasure chimed in. You can hand me over to the handsome boy. He can keep me company while you two shop. How wonderful, Zhang Nanqi thought. Has this little one consulted me on her proposal? Deep down, Xue Jiayu was confident that Zhang Nanqi would not refuse her. Feeling quite pleased with her cleverness, Jiang Qiui pinched Xue Jiyu's cheek, thinking to herself, don't think I don't see through your little scheme. Yet in the end, she bent down and asked Zhang Nanqi, little Nanqi, could you hold my little treasure for a while? Zhang Nanqi wished to refuse, but upon noticing the tiny star atop Xue Jiyu's baby hat, inexplicably, he extended his arms to accept her. Once nestled back into Zhang Nanqi's embrace, Xue Jiayu rubbed her chubby cheek against his chest, utterly content. Although he lacked muscles, she was perfectly satisfied. Jiang Qiui, keeping a watchful eye on Xue Jiayu, delved into one women's clothing store after another, revealing her shopping obsession. Jiang Peirong, equally relentless in her quest for purchases, and the two like-minded women nearly explored every women's clothing store in the mall. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi dutifully held Xue Jiayu, trailing behind them. A janitor walked back and forth behind Zhang Nanqi, scrutinizing him and Xue Jiayu. These two children clearly hailed from affluent families. If they were abducted, a substantial ransom could be demanded. Initially resting on Zhang Nanqi's shoulder, Xue Jiayu, upon noticing the suspicious janitor, cautiously raised her little head. That person is strange. Why is he staring at us? Is he trying to abduct us? Hearing Xue Jiayu's concerns, Zhang Nanqi utilized the reflection in the glass to spot the janitor pretending to clean the floor, yet he had not moved an inch. It was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. With a chill in his gaze, Zhang Nanqi suddenly turned around just as the janitor looked up, causing the janitor to stumble back in fright and fall to the ground, drawing the attention of onlookers. The janitor no longer dared to entertain thoughts of abducting them, hurriedly taking his cleaning tools and departing. Zhang Nanqi gently patted Xue Jiyu's little head, allowing her to descend once more. Xue Jiayu, seeing the janitor flee, thought nothing of it, merely assuming she had given him a fright. Neither of the mothers was aware of this incident. Once Jiang Qiui grew weary from swiping her card, she finally remembered that Zhang Nanqi had been holding Xue Jiayu all along. Nanqi, please give Jiayu back to me. You must be exhausted. I'll buy you ice cream later. Jiang Peirong smiled gently, noting that he rarely indulged in ice cream, usually only enjoying a couple of bites during the hottest days of summer. Then pick out a toy you like, and he will give it to you. Oh, has Jiayu fallen asleep? Jiang Qiui squatted down to see Xue Jiayu's drool had soaked Zhang Nanqi's shoulder. Oh my, this child. Jiang Qiui felt quite apologetic and wanted to take Zhang Nanqi to buy new clothes, but he declined. Jiang Peirong quickly produced a wet wipe to clean him, fearing her son's cleanliness obsession might flare up. However, Zhang Nanqi exhibited no reaction, not even furrowing his brow, merely gazing calmly ahead. This only deepened the mother's feelings of guilt, prompting self-reflection. We've been so focused on shopping for clothes that we've forgotten we came to buy things for our little treasure. Let us go. There's a children's clothing store ahead. Nanqi used to come here often. Chapter 30, Ripping Clothes Indeed. Just a few steps forward led them to a beautifully decorated children's clothing store. Jiang Peirong pulled Jiang Qiui inside, and as soon as they entered, a sales associate greeted them. Mrs. Zhang, it's been a while since we last saw you. Yes, this is my friend. Please bring out everything suitable for a 1-year-old. Jiang Peirong exclaimed generously, leading Jiang Qiui to a sofa. The sales associate, seeing their arms full of shopping bags, understood that today's sales would be promising and smiled broadly. Certainly, please wait a moment. I'll fetch them right away. Xiaozheng, quickly bring water for the two ladies. A cart laden with baby clothes was soon wheeled in, leaving Jiang Qiui dazzled by the selection. It must be said that Jiang Peirong had recommended an excellent store, as the quality of the clothes was impressive. Jiang Qiui initially selected some everyday outfits for Xue Jiayu, then picked a few more formal pieces for Jiang Peirong as consideration. The black and white bonnet dress exudes an air of elegance and nobility, while the pink and white frock radiates a sense of playful charm. Both are splendidly suited for a little princess. The shop assistant held up the two garments for selection, and Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui each favored one, intending for Xue Jiayu to make the final choice. Upon turning, however, they found Xue Jiayu sound asleep in Zhang Nanqi's embrace. With no other option, Jiang Qiui sought Zhang Nanqi's opinion. Nanqi, which one do you think suits Jiayu best? After a brief glance at both dresses, Zhang Nanqi pointed decisively at the black and white one. Are you certain? Jiang Peirong asked, showcasing her chosen pink and white dress before him. Isn't this one more visually appealing? It seems more fitting for a little girl. Jiang Qiui also favored the black and white dress, and, upon seeing Zhang Nanqi's affirmation, she declared, "That's it. Server, please wrap these up for me." By the time Xue Jiayu awoke, they had returned home. As she opened her eyes, she spotted Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin examining the clothes purchased earlier. "Mom, this one is for you. You must dress elegantly for Jiayu's first birthday banquet." Jiang Qiui's relationship with Su Sujin was not entirely smooth, yet had improved, especially after their candid discussions during the full-month celebration, leading her to realize that her mother-in-law was not as dreadful as she once thought. "Oh dear, what about my share? I absolutely adore this color." While Su Sujin tried on the clothes, Jiang Qiui noticed that Xue Jiayu had awakened and quickly picked up her precious daughter. "Little darling, look at the lovely dress Mommy bought for you. Do you like it?" With a pile of new clothes surrounding her, Xue Jiayu bit her finger and nodded. "Mommy's taste is impeccable." Jiang Qiui felt elated by her daughter's praise, responding, "Rest assured, little darling, what Mommy bought for you is undoubtedly the best and most beautiful." This statement was overheard by Ying Huanyu, who had just turned over in her sleep, but Jiang Qiui remained unfazed, as it was simply the truth. After all, what does a child truly understand? Unexpectedly, Ying Huanyu crawled toward the pile of clothes and began to tear at them. However, her small strength only managed to pull down a few accessories. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiui swiftly took away the clothes, casting a disapproving glance at Ying Huanyu. Ying Huanyu looked back innocently, and while Xue Jiayu questioned whether Ying Huanyu acted with intent, she quickly dismissed the thought. At that moment, Ying Huanyu was merely an infant, devoid of any malicious intent. "Mommy, please don't be upset. She must not have meant it." Jiang Qiui regarded Ying Huanyu with a deep gaze. While she would not strike her, it did not mean she was indifferent. "Qiui, you truly chose wonderful clothing," Su Sujin remarked upon descending after changing. Noticing a tense atmosphere in the living room, she inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing, Mom." Jiang Qiui quickly composed herself and donned a smile. "You look splendid in that outfit. My dear, your taste is exceptional. The clothes you bought for both your mother and little darling are delightful." Jiang Qiui playfully glared at him. "I also bought something for you." A new suit had been procured for Xue Wangjun, as Jiang Qiui took charge of all of his clothing, and he was often praised for his sartorial elegance in business dealings. Indeed, after donning the new suit, Xue Wangjun was positively beaming with pride. "My wife has impeccable taste. This is so splendid that I am reluctant to take it off." "Oh, spare me." Jiang Qiui scoffed lightly. "This is meant for our little darling's birthday banquet." Xue Wangjun casually asked, "What about Huanyu? Did you buy her a piece or two?" "No," Jiang Qiui replied. "I believe her jealousy is rather intense. Being around our little darling may influence her negatively." After several mentions of this concern, Xue Wangjun had no choice but to agree to consider it. The Zhan couple, having grown up in the city, was quite excited about their visit to Xue's ancestral home. Before departing, Jiang Peirong inquired what Zhang Nanqi intended to bring along. He selected only a few books. "Nanqi, are you certain you wish to take books? Let us treat this as a chance to relax, and perhaps leave them behind," Jiang Peirong suggested with a pleading tone. However, Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Jiang Peirong ultimately conceded, placing the books in the vehicle. Yet this did not dampen their spirits. The Zhan family's car followed closely behind the Xue family's, both vehicles proceeding methodically along the road leading to Xue village. Upon learning that the Zhan family was also en route, Xue Jiayu continuously peered back, restlessly leaning on Jiang Qiui. "Little handsome, we are so near yet so far." The driving Xue Wangjun nearly swerved into the greenery, nearly startled by his daughter's words. Jiang Qiui, accustomed to such antics, merely reminded, "Darling, please drive safely." Stopping at a service station, the two families took advantage of the restroom break to catch up. Xue Jiayu promptly grabbed Zhang Nanqi's clothing, insisting he hold her. As she nearly tumbled to the ground, Zhang Nanqi had no choice but to extend his arms. "I apologize, Nanqi. Our little darling is quite spirited." Jiang Qiui chuckled, bemused by her daughter's exuberance. "It's quite all right. This is lovely," Jiang Peirong said. "In fact, I worry that Nanchi's constant reading may harm his eyes. Perhaps we should let Jiayu sit with us? That won't do. We can't have Nanchi looking after Jiayu. Jiang Peirong replied, patting her shoulder. What's the issue? You can join us, too. Chapter 31. Returning to the village for the feast, that is indeed a possibility. Jiang Qiui discussed with Xue Wangjun before taking Xue Jiayu onto the Zhan family's vehicle. Suddenly, the previously quiet Ing Huanyu erupted into loud wails. Wah! Su Sujin offered half-hearted pats on her back and bounced her slightly, yet the crying persisted. What is happening? Jiang Peirong, not having interacted much with Ing Huanyu, spoke cautiously, aware that she was a child adopted by the Xue family. Ing Huanyu cried with a heart-wrenching intensity, prompting Xue Jiayu to cast a questioning glance at her. Noticing Jiayu's gaze, Ing Huanyu's cries subsided slightly. She doesn't want to part from her sister. Then let us all ride in our vehicle together, Jiang Peirong proposed. Believing she had come up with a brilliant idea, only to have Jiang Qiui immediately reject it. No, there isn't enough room in the car. Jiayu, and I will take your car. Mom, you can hold Huanyu and ride with Wangjun. Just as Jiang Qiui settled into the back seat, the little one in her arms squirmed like a slippery eel, trying to crawl toward Zhan Nanchi. Little handsome, I'm coming. With small hands and feet working in unison, she deftly climbed onto Zhan Nanchi, drawn by the pleasant scent emanating from him. Oh, little handsome, you smell so good. Zhan Nanchi subtly pressed his lips together, creating some distance between them. Xue Jiayu, taken aback, was on the verge of crying when suddenly a tissue was placed over her face as Zhan Nanchi wiped her nose. Nanchi, you care for your sister so well. You're even more meticulous than Auntie, Jiang Qiui beamed. Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui found themselves lost in endless conversation about beauty, clothing, and investments, while Zhan Aoxiang focused intently on driving, occasionally interjecting. When their discussion reached a delightful crescendo, they turned to find Zhan Nanchi cradling Xue Jiayu, both peacefully asleep. This is the first time I've seen Nanchi so relaxed. Jiang Peirong thought, her eyes misting over. Jiang Qiui whispered, what could have happened to make Nanchi so withdrawn? He witnessed a car accident, Jiang Peirong replied softly. Wiping away a tear, Jiang Qiui chose not to press further, respecting the privacy of the matter. 2 hours later, the Santana and Hongqi vehicles rolled into the village, drawing considerable attention. Although life had improved, the number of car owners remained few, making the presence of 2 fine vehicles quite noteworthy. A throng of villagers swarmed, showering praises upon Xue Wangjun and Zhan Aoxiang. Old Xue, why did you keep the villagers outside? Haha, we'll be feasting tomorrow. There will be plenty of time to chat, Xue Wangjun smiled. Though inwardly, he mused that these individuals were merely seeking to curry favor with Zhan Aoxiang due to his wealth. The Xue family's new residence was distinct, with a style that diverged from urban villas, retaining a touch of rustic charm while emanating warmth. Zhan Nanchi and Xue Jiayu were drowsily awakened, informed that they had arrived home, and found themselves seated in the living room, gradually coming to their senses. Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin hurried to tidy up the guest rooms. The Xue family had ample rooms. Even if each member of the Zhan family occupied one, there was still space left. However, no one was there to care for Ing Huanyu. Jiang Peirong volunteered to hold Ing Huanyu, and Su Sujin entrusted the child to her. Although this little one did not possess the same charm as Jiayu, she was not unattractive. Just as Jiang Peirong intended to play with Ing Huanyu, the baby grasped the skin on her wrist and twisted it painfully, causing her to gasp in surprise. Ouch, you little rascal. Jiang Peirong quickly set Ing Huanyu down, her wrist now red and swollen. The infant's small hands were deceptively strong, able to twist flesh with a force rivaling that of an adult. Was the child truly oblivious to the pain she caused? Suddenly, Jiang Peirong comprehended why Jiang Qiui's expression was always peculiar whenever Ing Huanyu was mentioned. Ing Huanyu was fixated on Zhan Nanchi and Xue Jiayu, attempting to crawl towards them. However, halfway through her endeavor, Zhan Nanchi unexpectedly lifted Xue Jiayu from the sofa and departed. Oh, when did the trees outside bloom? I really want to see, Xue Jiayu mused, resting her chin on Zhan Nanchi's shoulder, only to feel herself being lifted into the air the next moment. Zhan Nanchi carried her into the courtyard, and she thought nothing of it, assuming he wished to play outside. She extended her chubby hand, and a flower gracefully landed in her palm. The flower, a delightful blend of red and pink, was particularly appealing to a little girl like Xue Jiayu. Unable to see Xue Jiayu, Huanyu became distressed and began to cry. Jiang Perong initially thought she needed a diaper change and rushed to assist her. However, upon changing Huanyu's diaper, she quickly realized that was not the case and narrowly avoided a kick aimed directly at her face. "Ouch, you little one." Huanyu glanced at her, and Jiang Perong was momentarily taken aback, sensing an unexpected fierceness in the child's gaze. Yet, when she tried to look closer, only innocence and naivety remained in Huanyu's eyes, causing Jiang Perong to question her initial perception. Jiang Qiui swiftly prepared 2 guest rooms, knowing that Zhan Nanqi preferred to sleep alone. Both rooms had been meticulously arranged, with fresh flowers adorning the one intended for Zhan Aoxiang and his wife, while Zhan Nanqi's room featured brighter light bulbs to facilitate his reading. Su Suzhen prepared a sumptuous feast of authentic hometown dishes to welcome Zhan Aoxiang and his wife, who, accustomed to exquisite cuisine, found this hearty fare refreshingly delightful. The two families shared laughter and stories, enjoying a splendid evening together. The next day marked Xue Jiayu's full moon celebration. Early in the morning, Xue Jiayu opened her eyes. Today, she turned 1 year old. To her surprise, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun, prompting her to blink in confusion, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. In the original story, Xue Jiayu never experienced a day of parental love before her demise. Yet now she basked in the unwavering affection of Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun. "Little treasure, happy birthday. Today you are 1 year old," Jiang Qiui exclaimed, filled with emotion as she embraced her daughter and placed a small gold pendant around her neck. "This is a gift from your parents. Each year on your birthday, we will give you a gold pendant. When you grow up, you may transform these pendants into other gold ornaments or sell them if you wish. We will respect your choices." Xue Wangjun also kissed Xue Jiayu's forehead, assuring her, "You can do anything you desire. Your father and mother will always support you. I will earn enough for you to live comfortably, so you need not worry about your livelihood." Hearing these words made Xue Jiayu's heart swell with emotion. "Whoa, Mommy and Daddy, I love you so much." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Jiang Qiui's face, and Xue Wangjun turned away to wipe his eyes. Jiang Perong, who had risen early, came to inquire about the use of the water heater, only to be met with the sight of the 3 of them in tears. "What is happening? Isn't today Jiayu's birthday? Why are you all crying?" Jiang Qiui quickly wiped her tears, assuring her, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Qiui, this is our gift for Jiayu," Jiang Perong said, handing a gift bag to Jiang Qiui, who received it with surprise. "Why didn't I see you bring this yesterday? If you had, it wouldn't have been a surprise," Jiang Perong winked. Both Jiang Perong and Zhan Aoxiang hailed from prominent families, accustomed to proper etiquette, and naturally would not arrive empty-handed for Xue Jiayu's first birthday celebration. They had thoughtfully selected gifts in advance, a piece of jade and a red envelope. Jiang Qiui immediately placed the jade around Xue Jiayu's neck, marveling at its exquisite quality, realizing it must have cost a fortune. For child's gift, this is quite reasonable. This jade will ward off misfortune and ensure safety. Jiang Perong smiled, gently stroking Xue Jiayu's head, her eyes brimming with affection. Xue Jiayu felt deeply touched. Although she knew little about jade, its translucent color and lack of imperfections indicated its considerable value. "Grandma is so kind," she remarked. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun, still overwhelmed with emotion, nearly dropped Xue Jiayu upon hearing her call Jiang Perong grandma. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Perong asked, puzzled by their reaction. Jiang Qiui quickly replied, "It's fine, it's fine. Let us go downstairs for breakfast." After breakfast, Jiang Qiui taught Jiang Perong how to use the water heater, and Jiang Perong then proceeded to knock on Zhan Nanqi's door. It was already 9 o'clock, and he would typically be awake by this time. One of the side effects of his autism was a strict adherence to routine that should not be disrupted. Sure enough, Zhan Nanqi was awake. He wanted to wear his usual clothes, but Jiang Perong presented him with a small suit. "Nanqi, how about wearing this today?" Zhan Nanqi refused to even look at it. Jiang Perong, feeling exasperated, suddenly had an idea. "Today is your sister's full moon celebration. We should dress more formally. If she sees you in this suit, she will be so happy." Zhan Nanqi was indifferent to the happiness of others. Yet ultimately, after persistent persuasion from Jiang Perong, he changed into the suit. The sensation of wearing new clothes felt awkward, and thus, Zhan Nanqi wore a displeased expression throughout the morning. Normally, Jiang Perong would have indulged him, allowing him to change out of what made him uncomfortable. However, today, she felt it was time to encourage Zhang Nanqi to embrace some change. If Nanqi doesn't want to wear it, why force him? Zhang Aoxiang offered his wife a glass of water, attempting to persuade her to reconsider. But she shot him a glare. You don't want Nanqi to be trapped in autism for life, do you? Don't you see how exceptionally tolerant he is towards Jiayu? He is willing to make some changes for her. We should take advantage of this to help him overcome his autism. Of course, both children were still young, and Jiang Peirong did not doubt Zhang Nanqi's fondness for Xue Jiayu. She merely believed that perhaps the two children were naturally compatible, prompting Zhang Nanqi to change for Xue Jiayu. Or perhaps it was not solely for her, but the notion of changing under the pretext of Jiayu made the process simpler. When their family of 3 descended the stairs, the Xue family was already prepared to complement Xue Jiayu's black and white dress. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui wore matching formal attire, each piece exuding elegance and opulence. Xue Jiayu was dressed exquisitely, her outfit fitting perfectly, revealing her chubby, adorable little arms, making one wish to pinch her cheeks. Little treasure, you are so adorable today. Come here for an embrace, auntie, Jiang Peirong exclaimed. Yet, the usually amiable Xue Jiayu suddenly shyly burrowed into her mother's embrace, refusing to lift her head. What's wrong, little treasure? Xue Wangjun asked with concern, worried that she might be unwell. However, as he leaned closer to her, he overheard Xue Jiyu's inner thoughts. That handsome boy is just too charming. No, today he is a dashing prince. Why is he dressed in a suit? Does he wish to marry me? I am willing to. Oh dear, how shy I am. Yet how handsome he is. Xue Wangjun felt a pang in his heart. Even his father, dressed in a suit, never praised him so. Jiang Qiui cast a humorous glance at Xue Wangjun, then at Zhang Nanqi, and was momentarily taken aback. He was indeed quite handsome, though still young. Zhang Nanqi's striking features were already taking shape, and his height distinguished him among his peers. Clad in a tailored suit, he stood amidst the crowd like a miniature adult. If he grew up like this, countless young ladies would surely be captivated. Yet, even before maturing, he had already enchanted the girls of her family. Jiang Peirong remained unaware that Xue Jiayu clung to Jiang Qiui's shoulder out of shyness, as she tenderly coaxed her. Little Jiayu, Auntie doesn't T truly want to hold you. I just find you adorable and would love to see you. Would you come up for a moment? Jiang Peirong coaxed until Xue Jiayu felt less shy and finally lifted her head. However, upon making eye contact with Zhang Nanqi, she immediately buried her face again in embarrassment. Jiang Peirong was puzzled. What could possibly be the matter? Little did she realize that her beloved son was the cause of it all. After Su Suzhen changed her clothes, the group prepared to head to the hotel. For Xue Jiayu's full moon banquet, Xue Wangjun had splurged a significant amount to reserve a hotel in town for the villagers to feast, an extravagant affair compared to the usual simple banquets in the village. His lavish spending for his daughter had sparked envy among many. At the hotel entrance, several villagers were chatting idly, arms crossed. Is it just 2 measly coins? Why flaunt it? One scoffed. He had a daughter, not a son. In the end, who will carry on the family name? Another chimed in. And look at that. Raising a daughter and 2 burdens at that. However, the Xue family was indeed wealthy. They were raising Ying Huanyu well. And one villager mused that they should have sent their own child to them. Come off it. What is so great about that? Didn't you see how thin and dark the little girl is? That's just how her mother looks. Suddenly, someone gossiping tripped over a mop, stumbling to their feet, only to find a hat-wearing janitor, which incited a furious outburst. What are you doing? Aren't you paying attention? The janitor offered no explanation and simply walked away. The villagers continued their chatter, but the janitor proceeded to a safe passage, removing their hat to reveal a gaunt face. Li Minxiu, upon hearing such remarks about her daughter, sank to the ground in tears. She was determined to see her child today, missing her dearly. As guests flowed in for the banquet, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui welcomed them at the entrance, their smiles becoming strained from the effort. Xue Wangjun, concerned for his wife, urged her to rest. Take the little one to the lounge. I will manage the guests. Jiang Qiui, her smile stiff and her back aching, was eager for a moment of respite. Thus, she took Jiang Peirong along to the lounge. Su Suzhen also wished for a break, but had Huanyu in her arms. Suzhen, have you grown fond of this child? You seem quite attached, someone teased. If I hadn't lost track of her mother and grandmother, would I be carrying her around? Su Suzhen retorted. I dote on my own little one far too much as it is. Before leaving, Xue Wangjun had searched for Li Minxue, but her home was empty. Neighbors mentioned seeing the mother-daughter pair a few days prior, but their whereabouts remained a mystery. With no alternatives, they had to bring Huanyu to the hotel. Su Suzhen's words elicited laughter from those around, mocking her for raising someone else's granddaughter. Yet, before she could express her dissatisfaction, Huanyu unexpectedly clutched her arm and twisted it. Su Suzhen yelped, quickly relinquishing the child to someone nearby while examining her arm. The spot where Huanyu had twisted was red and swollen, a ghastly sight. Others approached, advising her to let it go and not to hold a child accountable for an accident. She meant no harm. She is just a child. However, Su Suzhen disagreed. Having spent time with Huanyu, she had noticed this was not the first time the child had twisted her arm, particularly whenever she had spoken. Yet, before she could finish her thought, her old friends wandered off to chat with others, leaving Huanyu back in her arms. You carry this burden yourself. Su Suzhen glared at the infant, who gazed back innocently. Su Suzhen began to question whether she was overreacting, and the matter faded away, unbeknownst to another who observed quietly. In a lounge, Jiang Peirong and Jiang Xiui were tending to Xue Jiayu. Jiang Xiui changed her diaper, while Jiang Peirong prepared milk. Zhang Nanqi sat a distance away, expressionless. Watching them, I truly admire you. The two of us can hardly care for her, and you manage too. Jiang Peirong wiped the sweat from her brow, smiling at Jiang Xiui. Jiang Xiui's gaze remained fixated on her daughter, a look of contentment in her eyes. She is a piece of my heart. I would do anything for her. Caring for her is simply what I must do. Mommy, Xue Jiayu, clutching her bottle, drank eagerly, stealing glances at Zhang Nanqi on the sofa. Nanqi, today is your sister's birthday. Aren't you going to wish her a happy birthday? Jiang Peirong beckoned her son, fully anticipating his disinterest. Yet he stood up without hesitation, walking over to Xue Jiayu and staring at her intently without uttering a word. Speak, Jiang Peirong urged softly. What good is merely looking? Before Zhang Nanqi could respond, Xue Jiayu's cheeks flushed. Oh my, the little handsome boy is staring at me. I feel so shy. Jiang Xiui's lips twitched as she quickly intervened. It's all right. We understand Nanqi's sentiment without needing words. That won't do. After all, it is a birthday. Jiang Peirong encouraged, patting Zhang Nanqi's shoulder. Just say a simple happy birthday. Happy birthday. The four simple words drew astonished looks from the three around him. Jiang Peirong was overjoyed, embracing Zhang Nanqi, unable to contain her excitement. Previously, Zhang Nanqi had entirely rejected communication with the outside world, but today he had responded to her, igniting her enthusiasm. She even considered calling Zhang Aoxiang to share in the joy. Xue Jiayu, holding her bottle, suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps to change the handsome boy's fate, one could first heal his ailment. In the stories, due to autism, Zhang Nanqi had encountered obstacles in all major life events. If this affliction could be cured, perhaps he could lead a stable life. Jiang Peirong took a deep breath, unable to suppress her excitement, and decided to step out to find Zhang Aoxiang and share this joy. Jiang Xiui noticed her eagerness and smiled. You go ahead. Old Xue is introducing local businessmen to him. Most of those men are likely outside on the balcony smoking. Zhang Nanqi remained unresponsive, but Jiang Peirong was content, hastily leaving the lounge. Jiang Xiui played with Xue Jiayu for a while when someone knocked on the door. A masked individual in a chef's uniform rushed in, exclaiming, Madam, there is an issue with the ingredients. You should come take a look. What kind of issue? Jiang Xiui glanced at the person's chest. Why aren't you wearing a name tag? I was prepping ingredients. It's inconvenient to wear a name tag while working. Today's signature dish, gold soup abalone, cannot be prepared. All the abalone has spoiled. Jiang Xiui immediately stood, her expression serious. How could this happen? Was it mismanagement on your part? Or is there an issue with the ingredients delivered? You should see for yourself. If we cannot serve the gold soup abalone, we need to substitute it with another signature dish. Jiang Xiui felt a headache at the thought of it. Yet the kitchen, a place fraught with grease and danger, was no place for Xue Jiayu. With the urgent matter of the dishes pressing upon her, she had no choice but to temporarily entrust Xue Jiayu to Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Jiang Xiui could not discern his willingness. However, Xue Jiayu was already eagerly lunging toward him. Jiang Xiui thought that as long as she acted swiftly, there would be no mishaps. Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu exchanged wide-eyed glances. To be precise, It was Xue Jiyu's starry-eyed gaze fixed upon him. Wow, the little handsome guy is so charming. This is our little world. Zhang Nanqi's lips twitched. How did this little girl possess such an array of expressions? In Chapter 34, Li Minxue made her appearance. Xue Jiayu, oblivious to the little handsome guy's thoughts, persistently clung to Zhang Nanqi. When Zhang Nanqi placed her on the sofa, she emitted a few whimpers, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Reluctantly, Zhang Nanqi had to lift her once more. Knock, knock. Someone else was at the door. Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu exchanged glances. It can't be Mom and Dad. They wouldn't knock. Xue Jiayu tightened her grip on Zhang Nanqi's clothing, her tiny fingers clutching with determination. Little handsome guy, please don't open the door. Even if Xue Jiayu hadn't spoken, Zhang Nanqi had no intention of opening it. Yet the person outside was not so easily deterred, seeing no response. They pushed the door open. A small figure wearing a hat entered, appearing to be a cleaner. Zhang Nanqi glared at her coldly, startling her. Li Minxue had intended to enter and immediately take Xue Jiayu away, but she didn't expect the little boy to be present. The boy's gaze was unnervingly intense. Little friend, my mother asked me to take her over. Don't believe her, little handsome guy. She is trying to trick you. She wants to abduct me. Xue Jiayu was in a state of panic, fearing that Zhang Nanqi would mistakenly trust Li Minxue and hand her over. Zhang Nanqi tightened his hold on her, soothingly patting her back. Li Minxue was taken aback by the child's assertion, speechless at how young she was and already talking about evidence. She could not bear to meet Zhang Nanqi's eyes. Despite his small stature, his gaze was frightening, exuding a gloomy aura. My mother verbally informed me. There is no evidence. I'm a staff member here. Don't you trust me? Li Minxue displayed her ID badge, desperately attempting to prove her reliability. But it did little to convince Zhang Nanqi. Not convinced, Li Minxue grew impatient. What will it take for you to believe me? My mother is anxious for me to bring the child over now. If this delays matters, will you take responsibility? Finding her attempts at persuasion ineffective, Li Minxue decided to take a more forceful approach, lunging forward to snatch Xue Jiayu from Zhang Nanqi's arms. She did not anticipate that despite his youth, Zhang Nanqi was swift and evaded her grasp. You little rascal! Li Minxue's frustration mounted as her expression twisted into a snarl, advancing to seize Zhang Nanqi's arm, only to be flung aside. As Zhang Nanqi approached the door, she was compelled to retreat. Fine, I want to take her. I just wanted to check if she needs a diaper change or if she wants milk. Xue Jiayu furrowed her small brow anxiously. Oh please, you just want to take me away. Zhang Nanqi shielded Xue Jiayu's head, coldly asserting she doesn't need it. However, Zhang Nanqi proved more challenging than she had anticipated, steadfastly holding Xue Jiayu and refusing to let her near. With gritted teeth, she found herself resenting Zhang Nanqi as well. You little brat, ruining my plans. Upon investigation, she discovered that the staff had confused the abalone. The spoiled batch was from another order, while their premium goods remained safely frozen in the cold storage. Nanqi, what happened just now? Why do both children look so tense? Zhang Nanqi remained silent, while Xue Jiayu babbled incomprehensibly, leaving Jiang Qiui perplexed about the unfolding events. Li Minxue, Jiang Qiui's eyes widened. This woman is here today, too. The mere thought of having such a ticking time bomb nearby set Jiang Qiui on edge, prompting her to summon Xue Wangjun immediately. Yes, we do have a Li Minxue. She is a cleaner and has just recently joined. The manager quickly reassured Xue Wangjun, the major benefactor, promising, I will find her right away. If it is confirmed that she entered, I will take her to the police station at once. Let us resolve this outside and not alarm my precious daughter. Xue Wangjun's face darkened, causing the manager to nod and bow, not daring to utter a word of dissent. All right, don't frown so deeply. The banquet is about to begin. Don't spoil the mood. Jiang Qiui consoled her daughter while casting a gentle glance at Xue Wangjun. It was no wonder they couldn't find anyone at their home. They were waiting for us here. Xue Wangjun simmered in anger, suspecting they might attempt to abscond with their little treasure, thinking they could foster her as their own. Not a chance. Jiang Qiui hastily handed Xue Jiayu over to Zhang Nanqi while soothing Xue Wangjun's back to calm him. Though Jiang Qiui was also irate, she remained rational. Unlike Xue Wangjun, who exploded at the mere mention of danger to his daughter, Xue Wangjun still simmered, showering Xue Jiayu with affection and apologies, lamenting his failure to protect her. Dad, you've treated me wonderfully. Xue Jiayu grasped Xue Wangjun's ear, beaming a radiant smile. It was in that moment that Xue Wangjun's heart melted. Moreover, they needed to thank Nanqi. He had kept a watchful eye on their little treasure. Otherwise, that madwoman Li Minxue would have snatched her away long ago. Wiping his face, Xue Wangjun said, "Nanqi, thank you, uncle." As expected, Jean Nanqi remained silent, merely nodding slightly to acknowledge. Before the manager could ascertain Li Minxue's current whereabouts, another person arrived to announce that it was time to begin the banquet. "We won't start until we find Li Minxue." Xue Wangjun waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Qiui glanced at the time, her expression grave. "We should start the banquet. There are so many people outside. We can't keep them waiting." Xue Wangjun's expression shifted through various shades before he reluctantly acquiesced. Zhan Aoxiang and his wife arrived, and, noticing Xue Wangjun's somber demeanor, inquired, "Old Xue, what's wrong?" Nothing. Xue Wangjun did not wish to involve the Zhan family, reserving his grievances with Li Minxue for another time. In Chapter 35, for the successful execution of this first birthday celebration, Xue Wangjun had even hired a host. The host, also a villager, was well-spoken and presented himself well. "Thank you all for attending the birthday banquet of the beloved Xue Jiayu. Now, let us invite the Xue couple to the stage." Jiang Qiui, holding Xue Jiayu, reminded Xue Wangjun before ascending the stage, "Don't frown." Xue Wangjun responded with a smile, "Of course, today is our daughter's big day. Nothing else compares." Jiang Qiui felt satisfied, unaware that Xue Wangjun was plotting to confront Li Minxue before handing her over to the police. After several attempts on their little treasure, it was essential to teach her a lesson to alleviate his pent-up resentment. The audience erupted into applause as Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun, cradling Xue Jiayu, took the stage, capturing a picture-perfect family portrait. The crowd looked on enviously, admiring the affluent Xue family, now blessed with such an adorable child, seemingly lacking nothing. Noticing Su Sujin's complex expression, Jiang Qiui took the initiative to invite her onto the stage. "Mom, you should join us." Su Sujin was naturally delighted, hurriedly entrusting Ying Huanyu to Jiang Peirong's arms. Jiang Peirong, caught off guard, suddenly found herself holding a small infant. Yet, seeing the elderly lady smiling broadly on stage, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns and simply held the baby. However, whether it was due to shyness or some other reason, Ying Huanyu soon began to wail, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Jiang Peirong, concerned about the impact on the proceedings on stage, cradled Ying Huanyu and moved towards the exit. Once outside the venue, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhan Nanqi had been raised by a nanny since childhood, and even when he took care of himself, he hardly ever cried. Therefore, Jiang Peirong was utterly unaccustomed to comforting a child. Just as she stood in a daze, a woman suddenly appeared. "Big sister, let me take care of her. I am quite adept at soothing children." Jiang Peirong looked at Li Minxue, whose expression radiated shrewdness. She was on the verge of refusing when she noticed the concern in her eyes and the hotel uniform she wore, and thus decided to trust her for the moment. "Very well, you can hold her for a while. However, I would like to see your employee badge." "Of course." Li Minxue quickly presented her badge, which reassured Jiang Peirong. Cheers and applause echoed from within, and Jiang Peirong felt an irresistible urge to return. Seizing the opportunity, Li Minxue suggested, "Sister, you can go inside to watch. I will remain here with the child. You can come out to find me whenever you wish." "All right." Jiang Peirong resolved to stand at the entrance for a brief moment, intending to return shortly to embrace the child. Once inside the banquet hall, Li Minxue promptly took Ying Huanyu to the stairwell, showering the infant's delicate face with kisses. "My precious daughter, how I miss you." Ying Huanyu seemed to sense her mother's presence, reaching out with her tiny hand to touch Li Minxue's face, ceasing her cries. Seeing her daughter so affectionate only strengthened Li Minxue's resolve to eliminate Xue Jiayu. "Once your mother deals with this, you will be the daughter of the Xue family, and all of their wealth will belong to you." Ying Huanyu gazed at her silently, yet Li Minxue felt an immense encouragement emanating from her. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Jiang Qiui held the microphone, expressing her hopes for Xue Jiayu. "I have no other wishes for my little treasure, except for her to grow up safely and have her dreams realized. Her father and I will do everything in our power to ensure her happiness and security." Xue Wangjun took the microphone, echoing his wife's sentiments. "What my wife wishes to convey is precisely what I want to express. My words may not be as melodious as Qiui's, but the meaning remains the same. Anyone who dares to bully our precious child will face my wrath first. All the guests knew that the Xue family indulged their daughter to an outrageous extent, dissuading anyone from crossing Xue Jiayu. The staff had prepared an array of items: abacuses, books, cosmetics, shoes, everything imaginable spread across a soft blanket for Xue Jiayu to choose from. Jiang Qiui held her, gently explaining, "Little treasure, you can grab whatever you like in a moment." "Anything I like." Xue Jiayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The host chuckled. "It appears our little princess can hardly wait. Please, Mrs. Xue, let her down so she may choose for herself." As soon as Jiang Qiui set Xue Jiayu down, she crawled swiftly towards the edge of the stage. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating what she would select. Even Zhang Nanqi turned to watch her. Xue Jiayu crawled straight through the pile of items, heading directly for the edge of the stage. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangyuan's expressions changed dramatically as they rushed after her, unable to keep pace with the agile Xue Jiayu. They feared she might tumble off the stage, which, while not very high, was still a risk. Zhang Nanqi, closest to the stage, immediately stood up to protect her, and Xue Jiayu halted right before him. Just as Jiang Qiui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw Xue Jiayu grasping Zhang Nanqi's hand. Before anyone could react, Zhang Nanqi was taken aback and was about to frown when the host's booming voice declared, "The Xue family's little lady has chosen this handsome young man." Jiang Perong laughed from the entrance, having never seen her son display such an expression. Xue Jiayu continued to crawl towards him, compelling Zhang Nanqi to pick her up. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun were both amused and helpless. What could they do but indulge their daughter? They invited Zhang Nanqi onto the stage for a photo opportunity. Zhang Nanqi ascended with a stoic expression, and some guests, unfamiliar with him, whispered about his apparent rudeness. "Whose child is this? He is quite handsome, but why the long face? That's a friend of the Xue family. The son of the man who drove the Hongqi yesterday. Oh my, he must be quite the little master." Such conversations naturally reached Zhang Aoxiang's ears, but he chose to ignore them, focusing solely on applauding his son. Even when Xue Wangjun invited him to join for a photo, he graciously accepted the invitation. Jiang Qiui then invited Jiang Perong to join for a group photo, resulting in the first family portrait on the occasion of Xue Jiayu's first birthday. In the photograph, Zhang Nanqi held Xue Jiayu, while Jiang Qiui admired the image, exclaiming, "Wow, it looks like a wedding photo." Zhang Nanqi and Jiang Qiui, along with Xue Wangjun, exchanged glances. "Madame Zhang, where's the child you just had?" Su Suzhen inquired upon seeing Jiang Perong empty-handed. "She is outside. I found someone to watch her." Jiang Perong suddenly snapped her fingers, lifting her skirt to rush off the stage. "I must go check." She hurriedly searched, worried about the prevalence of human traffickers these days and what would happen if the child was taken. To her surprise, Li Minxue remained in the same spot, gently cradling Ying Huanyu, who was sound asleep in her arms. "Big sister, is it over inside?" Li Minxue asked with a smile. Jiang Perong let out a sigh of relief, but found it strange that this person was so kind-hearted, especially when she noticed Li Minxue's reluctant expression as she handed over Ying Huanyu. "Why don't you go back in for a bit? I can look after this child." Jiang Perong felt even more puzzled and repeatedly declined. "No, I will take care of her myself. Thank you for your trouble." "It's no trouble," Li Minxue reassured her, "but do make sure to dress her warmly, as she might catch a chill." Jiang Perong's expression shifted slightly. "Why are you so concerned about her? Do you know her?" "I don't, but I am acquainted with the Xue family. I heard that this is their adopted daughter, so I am particularly attentive," Li Minxue replied with a dry laugh, seeking an excuse to leave. At that moment, the festivities for the birthday banquet were essentially complete. Jiang Qiui, cradling Xue Jiayu at the main table, fed her milk, and her heart melted as she watched Xue Jiayu eagerly suck on the bottle. Xue Wangjun pulled Zhang Aoxiang to toast with others, hoping to introduce local acquaintances to Zhang Aoxiang. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. Jiang Qiui took the rare opportunity to tease Ying Huanyu, who immediately grasped her finger and refused to let go. "Let go, Huanyu," Jiang Qiui implored, finding herself unable to hold Xue Jiayu anymore. She had to coax Ying Huanyu to release her grip. Unhappy, Ying Huanyu finally let go, and as Jiang Perong extended her finger to her, she noticed Ying Huanyu had turned to grasp Xue Jiayu's hand instead. Xue Jiayu, busy drinking her milk, nearly had Ying Huanyu's finger poke into her bottle, almost causing her to choke. Jiang Qiui frowned and moved further away with Xue Jiayu. "I encountered a rather peculiar woman earlier," Jiang Peirong recounted her earlier experience, mentioning Li Minxue's name. Upon hearing the name Li Minxue, Jiang Qiuyi's face paled. Are you sure it was Li Minxue? I am certain. I specifically checked her employee badge. Jiang Qiuyi steadied herself against the table and hurriedly summoned a waiter to fetch Xue Wangjun, having indulged in a few rounds of drinks. Xue Wangjun was engaged in talking about how adorable their daughter was when he heard his wife calling for him and swiftly made his way to her side. What is it, dear? He asked, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Qiuyi would never allow him near Xue Jiayu in such a state. But today, she could not afford to be concerned. Li Minxue is outside. Upon hearing the name Li Minxue, Xue Wangjun's fury ignited, fueled by the alcohol. I'm going out to catch her right now. Xue Wangjun stormed out, but found no trace of Li Minxue, immediately summoning the manager to inquire about her whereabouts. She's still in a hotel. How can you not find her? The manager, bowing and scraping, apologized. I am truly sorry, Mr. Xue. We have searched everywhere. Li Minxue is very familiar with the hotel, so we cannot locate her at the moment. Perhaps you could eat first, and we will call you once we find her. Enough of this. Xue Wangjun pointed towards the hotel entrance and ordered the door to be closed, insisting on conducting a thorough search, layer by layer. This, however, posed a significant dilemma for the manager, who was already under considerable stress. After all, the Xue family's anniversary banquet was worth more than 2 months' worth of the hotel's revenue. He was, under no circumstances, willing to offend such a prominent client. Yet, aside from the first and second floors designated for the banquet, there were guests occupying the upper levels, and closing the doors would leave him with no explanation to offer them. Li Minxue seized the opportunity to slip away from the kitchen as she observed the entanglement between Xue Wangjun and the manager. Eventually, the manager, succumbing to the pressure, closed the hotel doors. Xue Wangjun personally led a search, floor by floor, but to no avail in locating Li Minxue. You see, it is not for lack of effort on our part, he remarked, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from saying more. Nothing, he cursed under his breath. Jiang Qiuyi immediately covered Xue Jiyu's ears, reproaching Xue Wangjun for his foul language, reminding him that Xiao Bao would imitate him. Jiang Peirong chuckled, downplaying the severity of the situation, arguing that Xiao Bao was too young to learn such words. He can indeed learn. Jiang Qiuyi subtly countered before swiftly changing the topic. Are you certain that you searched every nook and cranny? I conducted the search personally. Within the narrative, Li Minxue had intentionally separated her parents, waiting for Xue Wangjun to drive alone before tampering with his fuel tank, ultimately causing an accident. This was another tragic thread woven into the fabric of the Xue family's story. Consequently, she began to struggle fiercely. Xue Wangjun, perplexed, interpreted her actions as a sign of her attachment to him. However, the ensuing word from Xue Jiayu alarmed him. If you separate from us, you will have an accident. Jiang Qiuyi's complexion paled as she clutched Xue Wangjun's sleeve, pleading, darling, perhaps you should stay with us. All right, he acquiesced, feeling as if a heavy stone had settled upon his heart. Zhan Aoxiang, noticing his unease, inquired about the cause. No need, I will handle it, Xue Wangjun replied. Shuiyang, go to my house and gather our belongings. Xue Wangjun meticulously provided instructions, and Shuiyang promptly complied. Hurrying to the Xue residence to collect the luggage for both families and deliver it to the hotel, loading it into the vehicle. In their haste to leave, however, they unintentionally left the keys in the car. Only when Li Minxue saw him depart did she emerge from her hiding place, elated to find the car keys still inside. Was this not a stroke of fortune for her? Su Sujin remained unaware of the unfolding events, engaged in conversation with her friends when Xue Wangjun approached, gently tapping her shoulder and whispering, Mom, we need to leave now. Su Sujin, hard of hearing, misinterpreted his words and asked loudly, What? I was just asking your mother about life in the city. He replied, Your mother has scarcely spoken to us for ages to save on phone bills. As a son, you should not be so heartless. Chapter 37. The fuel tank issue. In the end, it was Jiang Qiuyi who, cradling Xue Jiayu, managed to persuade the elderly lady to depart after much coaxing. Yet, Su Sujin continued to chat with her friends, insisting, just let me talk a bit longer. Only a few more sentences. Jiang Qiuyi, both exasperated and amused, remarked, Mom, count how many sentences you've already spoken. Just 2 more. Xue Jiayu, having finished her milk, pouted. Grandma is confused. Those people are not truly your sisters. They spoke about you behind your back. That Wang grandma has been telling others that you have savings of hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, Su Sujin shot an angry glare at Wang Laotai. Why are you staring at me? Wang Laotai asked, puzzled. Why do you think I'm staring at you? Su Suzhen Vito. Xue Jiayu blinked innocently, while Jiang Qiui shook her head in dismay. Wang Laotai, feeling provoked, stood up and pointed an accusatory finger at Su Sujin. Now that you've moved to the city, you think you're above us old friends. What a snob. Su Sujin, equally fierce, retorted, who is being snobbish? Is it not you who seeks my son's assistance in finding jobs for your children, hoping to benefit from his success? Your family must be wealthy. Wang Laotai mumbled under her breath. Why should our wealth be a burden? Our money is not ill-gotten. It is earned through my son's hard work. Su Suden et gleam. Her indignation rendering Wang Laotai speechless. The onlookers dared not interject. Su Sujin coldly declared, in the future, you need not call me. I cannot bear to hear tales of my son being gossiped about. Grandma is fierce. Xue Jiayu thought to herself, admiring her grandmother's boldness. Pleased by her praise, Su Sujin proudly lifted Xue Jiayu into her arms. However, there were others who still sought to ingratiate themselves with Xue Wangjun and Zhan Aoxiang, persistently offering cigarettes and drinks, making it difficult for them to leave. Zhan Nanqi, finding the crowd bothersome, decided to head towards the parking lot. A shadow darted past, causing Zhan Nanqi to frown and move towards the corner. Today, there were not many cars in the parking lot, only 5, among which the Hongqi and Santana were parked closely together. The shadow he noticed had slipped past the Santana, with his hands in his pockets. Zhan Nanqi circled around the Santana and suddenly noticed something amiss with the fuel valve. Typically, the valve would be covered, but now it protruded slightly. As he crouched down, he spotted a drop of water beneath the exhaust pipe. Just as he was about to investigate further, Xue Wangjun and Zhan Aoxiang finally managed to shake off the crowd and arrived to start their vehicle. Old Xue, your reputation here is quite high, Zhan Aoxiang remarked jovially. Xue Wangjun, however, could only offer a bitter smile, saying, reputation? These people only seek my assistance while privately disparaging me. Oh, is that so? Zhan Aoxiang was taken by surprise. Indeed. Nanqi, what are you doing here? Xue Wangjun asked, bewildered, as he glanced at Zhan Nanqi squatting behind the car. Zhan Aoxiang, concerned that his son might be exhibiting odd behavior, quickly pulled him up. Nanqi, do not touch your Uncle Xue's car. Zhan Nanqi replied, the car has a problem. What problem? Xue Wangjun, slightly tipsy, struggled to grasp the situation. My car has only been bought for less than a year. What could possibly be wrong? Fuel. Zhan Nanqi stated succinctly. Fuel? Both men were at a loss, and Xue Wangjun clicked his tongue, saying, Nanqi, do not play guessing games with your uncle. Just tell him directly, will you? Zhan Nanqi frowned, seemingly frustrated by their lack of understanding, yet he remained rooted by the fuel line, refusing to move or speak. What is going on? Why are you standing there? Jiang Qiui, carrying Xue Jiayu, approached and noticed they had not yet boarded the car. Xue Wangjun pointed towards the vehicle, stating that Nanqi believes there is an issue, but he won't specify what. Jiang Perong, overhearing, quickly interjected, our child can be a bit peculiar at times. He probably just misspoke. Let's hurry and get in the car. Fuel, Zhan Nanqi reiterated. The adults huddled together, racking their brains to decipher his meaning. I just filled up on fuel. I ensured it was the best quality, Xue Wangjun asserted, even opening the fuel valve to inspect it, finding no apparent issues. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Perong hastily urged Zhan Nanqi to get into the car. Jiang Qiui intended to do the same with Xue Jiayu, yet the child seemed to have an epiphany. If the little handsome boy says there's a problem, then there certainly is. Xue Wangjun found himself at a loss for words. Surely they could not drain the fuel tank. In the next moment, Zhan Nanqi performed an utterly bewildering act. He leaned over the fuel valve, inhaling deeply as if pondering something profound. Nanqi, what are you doing? Jiang Perong asked, her mouth agape at her son's strange behavior. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui stood frozen, both perplexed and hesitant to intervene, fearing they might hurt the child's feelings. After a lengthy pause, Zhan Nanqi finally spoke. The smell is different. What smell? Xue Wangjun crouched down, mimicking Zhan Nanqi's actions to sniff the fuel, but he could not discern anything unusual. Zhan Nanqi pointed to the water droplet on the ground, and Xue Wangjun's confusion deepened, mirrored by Zhan Aoxiang's perplexity. Xue Jiayu, resting on Jiang Qiui's shoulder, caught sight of the mark on the ground and opened her mouth wide in surprise. Xue Jiayu was terrified, sitting on the ground, contemplating the possibility that someone had tampered with the fuel tank. If the tank had indeed been contaminated with water, it would surely lead to catastrophic failure while driving, especially on a highway or mountain road, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. He broke out in a cold sweat, but refrained from jumping to conclusions, asking Zhan Aoxiang to assist him in inspecting the fuel tank. Old Xue, that child from Nan Qi, was merely speaking off the cuff. There's no need to take it seriously, Zhan Aoxiang said, while examining the tank, hoping to absolve his son of any suspicion. He feared that if they discovered nothing, Xue Jiayu and his companions might harbor negative thoughts about Zhan Nanqi. However, Xue Jiayu had more faith in his son. Nanqi was a level-headed child, and his words surely held weight. After considerable effort, they finally managed to open the fuel tank. Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui leaned in to observe. At first glance, the tank appeared unremarkable, and just as Xue Jiayu felt a sense of relief, he suddenly noticed that the white plastic tank had two layers when viewed from the side. The bottom was filled with fuel, while the upper layer contained water. If it weren't for the child in her arms, Jiang Qiui would have screamed in horror. However, fearing for Xue Jiayu, she merely stammered, "Call the police, we need to call them immediately." The others remained unresponsive, prompting Jiang Qiui to push Xue Jiayu, her voice trembling. "Hurry, call the police. What are you waiting for?" Realizing the urgency, Xue Jiayu finally called the police, but their arrival was not swift, leaving them to wait in the parking lot. Zhan Aoxiang pondered for a moment and suggested, "Old Xue, perhaps we should check the hotel for surveillance footage. I noticed a camera on that wall." That camera was positioned perfectly to capture whoever had tampered with Xue Jiayu's vehicle. "All right," Xue Jiayu agreed. Recognizing that this incident was clearly aimed at the Xue family, he could not leave and had to rely on Zhan Aoxiang to take action. Zhan Aoxiang removed his coat and draped it around Jiang Peirong's shoulders, quietly advising her, "You and Nanqi should get in the car first. The wind in the parking lot is strong, and we don't want you to catch a chill." Jiang Peirong, however, turned to Jiang Qiui and said, "Qiui, you should sit in our car for a bit. Jiayu might get too cold." "All right," Jiang Qiui acquiesced, settling into the back seat of the Hongqi, with Jiang Peirong joining her for company, while Zhan Nanqi took the front seat. After ensuring his son wouldn't touch anything in the driver's seat, Jiang Peirong grasped Jiang Qiui's hand, startled to discover how cold it was. "Qiui, why are your hands so icy?" she asked. Jiang Qiui managed a bitter smile. "What else could it be? I'm simply frightened." Xue Jiayu observed her mother's worried expression and then gazed out the window at her father's silhouette. Lost in thought as he smoked, her small fists clenched tightly. "This must be the work of Li Minxue. She is truly wicked. She wants to cause a car accident for my father, that malicious woman. How can we support Huanyu, who lacks gratitude and seeks to ruin us?" Jiang Qiui caught wind of Xue Jiyu's thoughts. Her lips pursed in agreement that this was indeed Li Minxue's doing. No one desired the destruction of the Xue family more than she did. But was Li Minxue not concerned? What if she harmed her own daughter in the process? Or had she become so deranged that she no longer cared for her daughter's safety? It was utterly insane. When Su Suzhen arrived, holding Huanyu, she found Xue Jiayu having smoked nearly half a pack of cigarettes. The elderly woman frowned disapprovingly at her son, saying, "Jiayu, you reek of smoke. Be careful not to suffocate the little one." "Mom, please get in the car," Xue Jiayu urged, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the Hongqi. Su Suzhen sensed something was amiss. "What on earth is going on? Someone tampered with the car, and I've already called the police," Xue Jiayu replied, rubbing his temples, anticipating a torrent of reprimands from his mother. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, Su Suzhen erupted in fury. Who did this?" "The police are on their way. We'll let them investigate," Xue Jiayu explained. Su Suzhen, fiercely protective of her son, continued to vent her anger beside the car. "Who wants to take my son's life? If I find out, Su Suzhen, will make sure to make you pay for it. I want to rest until I ruin your life." Her expression was fierce, and her voice grating, sending Huanyu into a fit of tears, which only exacerbated Su Suzhen's agitation. "What are you crying for? It's probably because of you, bringing bad luck to our family. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess. Mom, please get in the car. Let the police handle this." Su Suzhen begrudgingly climbed into the vehicle, and before long, the police arrived. "Good day, sir. Did you call the police?" "Yes," Xue Jiayu replied, massaging his throbbing temples and gesturing to the fuel tank on the ground. Someone poured something into my fuel tank. The officer knelt to inspect it, taking a whiff, but could not ascertain the contents immediately. Do you know what was added? No, Xue Jiayu replied. How long will it take to determine? At least a week. Given the limited technology of the time, a week was the quickest result achievable by the city's experts. Xue Jiayu was clearly dissatisfied, exclaiming, "A week? The culprit will be long gone by then." The officer, feeling helpless, was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Nanqi, who stuck his head out of the car. "Water." Zhang Nanqi nodded, and Xue Jiayu turned to the officer, insisting, "That is water." The officer's lips twitched in disbelief. "Sir, do you really believe what a child says? This is not a game. Every step we take in our investigation is meticulously calculated. I believe him. He is no ordinary child. He is the one who noticed the problem with my vehicle." Xue Jiyu's trust in Zhang Nanqi overshadowed his faith in the police, yet the officers still deemed them frivolous. If children could solve cases, what would we need police for? Xue Jiayu, overhearing this, felt indignant. "Of course, it's you officers who are foolish. You aren't half as clever as the little guy." Jiang Qiui, about to cover Jiyu's mouth, suddenly remembered that the police couldn't hear her and sighed in relief. "Is this how it's going to be? Aren't you going to check the parking lot surveillance?" Xue Jiayu doubted whether these two could uncover the truth. The officer's demeanor hardened. "Are you instructing the police on how to do our job? You have no authority here." "That is not what I meant." "I think that is exactly what you meant." The officer sneered. "You either withdraw your report or follow our procedures." Xue Jiayu, exasperated and ready to argue, was interrupted by Zhang Aoxiang's arrival. "Officer, the higher-ups have been cracking down lately. Are you certain you want to treat a victim this way?" The officer faltered, licking his lips nervously. "What attitude? You're the ones forcing me into this." Standing together, Zhang Aoxiang and Xue Jiayu pressed, "You arrive but don't even bother to collect the surveillance footage. And yet you blame the victim for wasting precious investigative time. Who is responsible for that?" Feeling cornered, the officer sheepishly rubbed his nose. "We'll go get the footage now. We don't need you telling us." "You need to," Xue Jiayu interjected. "The manager said the parking lot's cameras are non-functional. They weren't even turned on." Clenching his fists, Xue Jiyu's brow furrowed deeply. Was he to suffer this injustice in silence? Xue Jiayu, armed with her limited knowledge of criminal investigation, shouted silently in her mind, "What kind of incompetent police are these? They should be investigating the interpersonal networks surrounding the Xue family to identify enemies. Currently, the one who despises the Xue family the most is Li Minxue." Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu both felt that Jiayu's assertion was spot on. Had the circumstances been more appropriate, they would have lifted her up in praise. Zhang Aoxiang frowned, stating, "Even without test results, an investigation could be conducted. The interpersonal relationships here are nearly transparent. A little inquiry would reveal who bears a grudge against the Xue family and who would dare to risk damaging his fuel tank. Are you unwilling to even investigate?" Xue Jiayu was ready to punch the officer. The time wasted by these officers could have allowed the culprit to flee far away. Xue Jiayu was frantic. "Right now, we should be at the train station, blocking the suspect." Su Sujin, seated in the car with the child, felt a wave of fear wash over her. If we hadn't discovered this in time, our entire family might have met the Grim Reaper. With a somber expression, Xue Jiayu drove in silence. For safety, Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu took refuge in Zhang's vehicle. The return journey felt entirely different from the initial trip, and Xue Jiayu lost interest in seizing opportunities to cling to Zhang Nanqi. The small face was wrinkled in concern, reflecting deep worry. If she wished to alter the fate of the Xue family and the charming young man, much remained to be done. Just as Jiang Qiui felt a faint ache in her head, she suddenly sensed warmth on the back of her hand. Looking down, she discovered that the young gentleman had unexpectedly grasped her hand. Her face flushed crimson as she turned her gaze toward Zhang Nanqi. However, merely 2 seconds later, he released her hand. What was this? Xue Jiayu looked at the young man in bewilderment, questioning his intentions. If he wished to hold her hand, he could do so properly. She would not deny him that. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Nanqi had only held her hand gently to offer her a semblance of comfort, noticing her little face scrunched up like a dumpling. As for why he had chosen to hold her hand, he himself could not articulate. Su Sujin scolded them all the way home, only pausing when thirst compelled her to close her eyes temporarily. upon sighting the entrance to the Xue residence. She suddenly opened her eyes. Son, could it be that Li Minxue is behind this? Xue Wangjun glanced at her through the rearview mirror, refraining from voicing his own suspicions. Consider this. While many may envy our family, it does not reach the extent of wishing us harm. Yet, Li Minxue is different. After pondering for a moment, Xue Wangjun looked back. But her daughter is still in our grasp. If we were harmed, would Huanyu survive? This posed a dilemma. Su Sujin chose not to vocalize, though she remained convinced that the incident was linked to Li Minxue. She glanced at Huanyu, who bore an innocent expression, and a surge of unnameable anger welled within her. If it truly was your mother, I would send you to an orphanage, consuming our food and drink, while wishing us dead. Xue Wangjun, bemused, replied, Mother, why speak such things to the child? She understands nothing. She may not comprehend. But she is Li Minxue's offspring. She might possess that insidious trait of hers. Su Sujin scratched her head, momentarily unable to recall the term. Xue Wangjun parked the car and helped her out. Genetics. Ah yes, genetics. All right, Mother, the police are investigating this matter. Let's await their findings. You should take the child inside, and I will fetch Xiui. Su Sujin nodded, and as Xue Wangjun began walking to the Zhan residence, he unexpectedly noticed a red flag parked before the Xue home. I sincerely apologize for how this has unfolded. It must have hindered your enjoyment. Jiang Qiui managed a reluctant smile. What was intended to be a planned outing for both families had been disrupted by these occurrences, making it impossible to feel guilt-free. Jiang Peron waved her hand dismissively. Such expressions only create distance. Since we are neighbors, it is serendipity. Do not hesitate to ask for any assistance you may require. After bidding farewell to the Zhan family, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui refrained from leaving the house for several days, dedicating their time to accompany Xue Jiayu. The recent incident had frightened them, and after a week of police investigation, experts concluded, much like Zhan Nanqi, that the impurities were merely water. However, due to technological limitations, they could not extract fingerprints, and the lack of surveillance footage left them without clarity on who had done this. The matter remained unresolved. Jiang Qiui observed Xue Wangjun playing a horse-riding game with Xue Jiayu, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Xue Wangjun had entrusted the factory matters to the deputy director and now focused solely on spending time with his wife and child. While this was commendable, she inquired, Husband, do you truly not need to visit the factory? Xue Wangjun paused and turned to her with a pitiful expression. Wife, am I a nuisance at home? Upon hearing this, Xue Jiayu looked at her with similar pity. The combined gaze of both father and daughter made Jiang Qiui feel like a sinner. She sighed, Of course not. However, have you forgotten that we still need to buy a house and a car for our little treasure and save for her dowry? The moment Jiang Qiui mentioned purchasing a house and car, he became invigorated. Wife, you are right. I must earn money swiftly. Even if one day we cannot be by our little treasure's side, she must have security. Though the topic was misaligned, the thought process was correct. And Jiang Qiui nodded fervently. Yes, so you must hurry to earn. After sending Xue Wangjun off, Jiang Qiui ascended the stairs with Xue Jiayu for their afternoon nap. The incident surrounding the first birthday party had terrified both Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui. She resolved to separate the two children, intending to sleep with Xue Jiayu while Huanyu would have to stay with Su Sujin. Although Su Sujin did not hold a particular fondness for Huanyu, she had never treated her poorly either. Considering her age and mobility issues, Jiang Qiui refurbished the ground floor maid's room for her to reside there. Su Sujin, being unpicky, happily moved into the new room, placing a crib beside her bed for Huanyu. Elderly individuals are prone to snoring, and upon hearing Su Sujin's loud snores, Huanyu formulated a plan. When Jiang Qiui awoke, it was already past 4, and dusk had begun to settle. Passing by the maid's room, she heard faint sounds. The noises were soft, so she did not pay much attention. After preparing water and fruit puree for Xue Jiayu, she felt slightly more at ease. The commotion in the maid's room grew louder, prompting Jiang Qiui to investigate. Upon opening the door, she found Huanyu dangling half her body over the edge of the bed. Jiang Qiui rushed over to scoop her up, and Huanyu beamed at her, causing Jiang Qiui's heart to soften. This child was indeed pitiable, having been separated from her biological mother at such a young age. She had done nothing wrong. Her only fault lay in being Li Minxue's daughter, which rendered her unlovable. Huanyu babbled incoherently, calling out to her. Jiang Qiui stared at her in astonishment. You're calling me Mama? Huanyu repeated it softly. This time Jiang Qiui understood clearly. Su Suzhen, sensing someone had entered, startled awake and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Qiui. You nearly frightened this old woman to death." Jiang Qiui quickly composed her expression, forcing a smile. "Mother, it is time to get up and prepare dinner." "Very well." The elderly lady promptly got up, noticing Jiang Qiui cradling Huanyu with some surprise. Typically, Jiang Qiui cherished Xue Jiayu like a precious gem, while she was merely fair to Huanyu, but now she appeared unusually affectionate towards her. "Qiui, why are you?" "Mother, sometimes you should pay a bit more attention to Huanyu. She nearly fell from the bed just now." Su Suzhen's mouth gaped in disbelief. "Is my daughter-in-law admonishing me regarding Huanyu? What is amiss? Is she not equally gentle and virtuous?" Xue Wangjun cast a glance at Jiang Qiui feeding their daughter. His eyes filled with tenderness. Su Suzhen, convinced, gradually ceased to feel any discrepancy. After severing ties with her village friends, she found her days significantly quieter, filled with either child-rearing or practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Jiang Qiui's attitude towards Huanyu improved considerably, and Huanyu seemed to regard her as her biological mother, growing very affectionate toward her. Xue Jiayu bore no jealousy over this, as long as Huanyu learned well and did not harbor ill intentions. What harm was there in sharing some affection? Moreover, she was confident that her parents loved her more. The bond between the Xue and Zhan families grew even stronger. At times, when Zhan Aoxiang and his wife were busy with work, Zhan Nanqi spent more time at the Xue residence than at his own home. Xue Jiayu and Huanyu began to learn to speak, and after the first birthday celebration, Xue Jiayu discovered that she was slowly picking up words. One day, while Jiang Qiui cradled her in the yard, Xue Jiayu, resting her head on Jiang Qiui's shoulder, inadvertently called out Mama. Unbeknownst to her, upon returning home, Jiang Qiui held her tight, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, our little treasure, called me Mama." Xue Wangjun felt a twinge of jealousy, wondering why she had not called him Dad first. "Don't worry, Dad. I will call you soon," he thought. Naturally, Xue Wangjun was not truly angry. Jiang Qiui wiped away her tears and playfully punched him. "I accompany her every day, so it's only natural she calls her mother first. What is so surprising about that? Do you want to compete with me?" "Of course not. My dear wife deserves all the credit," he replied, managing to cheer Jiang Qiui up while also coaxing Xue Jiayu to call him Dad. The family was enveloped in a warm atmosphere, although Huanyu had previously murmured Mama. The first clear word she uttered was her own name. Jiang Qiui pondered, could it be that she called out to herself? Su then smiled, noting that typically children called out for either Dad or Mom, not their own names. Jiang Qiui was equally puzzled, shaking her head with a smile as she observed the two children playing with building blocks. They had grown so adept, not only crawling and sitting, but also running about, effortlessly climbing over the foam barriers that had once contained them. Thus, she decided to remove the barriers altogether, laying down a thick, soft blanket in the living room for them to play freely. The one most excited about being able to talk was Xue Jiayu. Heaven knows how many words she had been holding back, eager to express herself. Yet, out of concern for startling her parents and grandmother, she spoke in a childlike tone. The one most affected by Xue Jiayu's newfound ability to speak was Zhan Nanqi. Whenever he visited the Xue household, Xue Jiayu would follow him around, peppering him with questions. "Brother Nanqi, you were 5 minutes late today. Did something happen?" Zhan Nanqi, expressionless, slipped off his shoes and changed into the slippers Jiang Qiui had specially bought for him. Adorned with 2 planetary designs that he never mentioned, but Jiang Qiui knew he adored. "No, then why were you late? Did you oversleep?" Xue Jiayu trailed after Zhan Nanqi like an unshakable shadow, chattering incessantly. Jiang Qiui found it bothersome and quickly pulled her away. "Little treasure, go fetch some yogurt for Nanqi." "Okay." Xue Jiayu scampered into the kitchen, where Jiang Qiui took out 3 charming little bowls, pouring yogurt from the refrigerator and adding cereal and fruit, creating a delightful little dish. In this era, yogurt was a rare commodity, and cereal was a luxury item only available in import shops. Yet, Jiang Qiui was willing to spend on the children. For as long as they enjoyed it, the Xue family could afford it. Xue Jiayu received a yellow bowl, Zhan Nanqi a blue one, and Huanyu a purple one. "Little treasure, take yours." Xue Jiayu shook her head, declaring, "No, I want to take Brother Nanqi, yes." All right. Jiang Qiui chuckled, bemused by the little girl's strong will. With a triumphant humph, Xue Jiayu obtained the blue bowl and caught sight of chicken wings on the stove. She stuck out her tongue at Jiang Qiui, exclaiming, "Mommy, I want to eat." "You little glutton," Jiang Qiui affectionately remarked, wrapping a chicken wing in a paper towel for her to nibble on. Just as Xue Jiayu was about to indulge, a sudden cacophony of crying erupted from the living room. Wah! It was Ying Huanyu. Xue Jiayu froze for a moment before dropping the chicken wing and rushing outside. Discovering Ying Huanyu had bumped her head against the coffee table, with Zhang Nanqi standing nearby. Chapter 41. He pushed me. Before Xue Jiayu and Jiang Qiui could inquire about what had happened, Ying Huanyu began wailing. "He pushed me." Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu clearly did not believe her. However, Ying Huanyu cried so heart-wrenchingly, it was as if her heart was being torn apart, prompting Jiang Qiui to pick her up and comfort her. "Don't cry, Huanyu. Let mommy take a look." To prevent Ying Huanyu from harboring any resentment due to her non-biological status, the Xue family had always encouraged her to call them mom and dad since she became aware. "Mommy, my head hurts," Ying Huanyu cried, pointing at Zhang Nanqi. "Hit him. Hit him." All right, just stop crying for now. If you keep this up, you won't be able to see your injury clearly," Jiang Qiui urged, quickly calling Su Sujin to assist, forcing some medicine onto Ying Huanyu's foot. There, it's done now. Stop crying." Yet Ying Huanyu continued to wail, and Xue Jiayu, hearing her cries, looked worriedly at Zhang Nanqi. She knew Zhang Nanqi would never harm anyone. If he were capable of hurting others, would he have allowed himself to be bullied by the nanny? Thus, she grasped Zhang Nanqi's hand and whispered, "Brother Nanqi, I believe in you." Zhang Nanqi, initially disinclined to explain himself, suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor upon hearing Xue Jiayu's words. Just as he was about to speak, Ying Huanyu began crying again. Sister, it hurts." Xue Jiayu had no choice but to walk over to Ying Huanyu, gently patting her hand. "Sister is here. Sister, it hurts so much. It's all his fault." Though Su Sujin held no affection for Ying Huanyu, seeing a well-behaved child in distress tugged at her heartstrings. "Little Nanqi, did you do this? If you did, apologize to your sister." Zhang Nanqi remained silent, neither apologizing nor explaining. To Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin, this silence implied acceptance, and Jiang Qiui, understanding Zhang Nanqi's struggles with autism, planned to smooth over the situation. "Nanqi, Annie knows you didn't mean it. How about you apologize to your sister? Once you apologize, we can put this matter behind us." Zhang Nanqi continued to remain mute. Jiang Qiui felt awkward as she glanced at Ying Huanyu, unsure of how to proceed. A minute later, Zhang Nanqi suddenly stood up and walked toward the door to put on his shoes. "Nanqi, where are you going?" Jiang Qiui exclaimed. "Brother Nanqi." Xue Jiayu hurried to catch up. Zhang Nanqi was tall, and his long strides made it challenging for her, but she managed to follow him. "Brother Nanqi, are you angry?" Zhang Nanqi did not respond, prompting Xue Jiayu to grow anxious. "Mommy didn't mean it. She never doubted you. Anyone would be upset to be misunderstood." Eager to defend her mother, Xue Jiayu was taken aback when Zhang Nanqi suddenly halted. "It wasn't me." Xue Jiayu blinked, gazing up at him, mesmerized by his good looks. It was only when Zhang Nanqi entered the Zhang family house that she realized he was trying to explain something to her. Why had he not explained himself when her mother and grandmother questioned him? Xue Jiayu dashed to the Zhang family door, only to find Zhang Nanqi had already closed it. She ran to the window, calling out, "Brother Nanqi, I believe in you. You must believe in me too." Zhang Nanqi, unsure of what Xue Jiayu wanted him to believe, poured himself a glass of water and turned to head upstairs to read. "Little treasure, how could you run outside by yourself? It's dangerous," Xue Jiayu exclaimed, wiping her sweat with a tissue. "It's not dangerous. Brother Nanqi's house is right next door." The more Jiang Qiui spoke, the more terrified she became, leading Xue Jiayu to declare loudly, "Mommy, I want to go there again next time." "Okay, you must understand there are many bad people outside. Mommy loves you the most and is here to protect you." If it were feasible, Jiang Qiui would have liked to keep her constantly close. Xue Jiayu glanced back at Ying Huanyu, who was gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, and as their eyes met, 2 tears fell. "Sister, Xiaoyu is in so much pain." Xue Jiayu had intended to confront her, but ultimately refrained. Only when Jiang Qiui confirmed that Ying Huanyu was fine did she and Su Sujin head into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Once they entered, Ying Huanyu picked up the blocks on the floor, urging Xue Jiayu to play with her. "Sister, play. Xue Jiayu took the blocks, but placed them on the table the next moment. "Sister?" Ying Huanyu looked at her in confusion, tilting her head in inquiry. Xiaoyu, did you fall by yourself? Huanyu immediately understood what she was implying, her little face turning crimson. No, it wasn't me. Really? If I find out you're lying, I won't talk to you anymore. Please don't. Huanyu exclaimed, anxiously grasping her hand. Sister, you must talk to me. Xue Jiayu ruthlessly withdrew her hand. Xiaoyu, if you're dishonest, sister won't talk to you. I'm honest, I swear. Shed tears, resembling a cascade of tiny droplets cascading down. Upon hearing the sound of her sobs, Jiang Qiui hurriedly rushed outside to inquire about the matter. What is wrong? It's nothing. I'm just hungry, Mama. As long as it's nothing serious, I will prepare a meal shortly. I asked you one last time. If you do not speak the truth, your sister will no longer pay you any attention. Zhang Nanqi did not push you, did he? You fell by yourself, did you not? After much internal conflict, Huanyu finally nodded. Yes, it was indeed little you who fell. Fearing a reprimand from Xue Jiayu, Huanyu began to wail once more. It's all because of my sister. Xue Jiayu shouted, Mama, Grandma. It's nothing, which finally halted their approach. Huanyu sobbed uncontrollably, her breathing becoming labored as she struggled against her tears. It was then that Xue Jiayu reluctantly handed her a tissue. Speak, do not cry. Huanyu sniffled quietly, her tears flowing as she lamented, Sister always accompanies him. No, she does not accompany me. She does not play with me, nor does she read with me. Ugh, I call for you, and you do not even look. Sister no longer loves me. It turned out to be a matter of jealousy. Very well, I shall forgive you this time, but do not let it happen again. Huanyu timidly gazed at her. Sister, do you dislike me? Xue Jiayu shook her head. I do not dislike you, but do not engage in such behavior again. Chapter 42. Preparing for the interview, this matter cannot be allowed to tarnish Zhang Nanqi's reputation. Xue Jiayu insisted that Huanyu take the initiative to confess to the adults that she had framed Zhang Nanqi. With a pout, Huanyu was reluctant. Yet under Xue Jiyu's pressure, she ultimately explained the entire situation to Jiang Qiui after dinner. Jiang Qiui was taken aback. Little you, how could you, Mama? Please do not call me little you. Xue Jiayu pulled Huanyu behind her, having already realized her mistake. Observing her daughter's defense, Jiang Qiui refrained from further comment. I must call Aunt Jiang. She is currently reprimanding Nanqi. Ah, Xue Jiayu exclaimed in shock. Then hurry and clarify things with her. Upon hearing Jiang Qiui mention that Zhang Nanqi had pushed Huanyu, Jiang Peirong's first reaction was disbelief. Although Nanqi had autism, he would never harm another. He appeared exceedingly pitiable. Never mind, I shall not inquire further. However, Zhang Nanqi sensed the scrutinizing gaze from behind and turned to look at her. He said nothing, and Jiang Peirong hurriedly lowered her head to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile. Come and eat, darling. Mama bought your favorite roast duck today. During the meal, Jiang Peirong cautiously asked, Did you enjoy visiting Aunt Jiang's house today? Zhang Nanqi chewed his rice slowly, frowning at the question, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Did something happen? Zhang Nanqi looked up at her, and Jiang Peirong quickly added, Mama means no harm. I merely wish to know if you had a pleasant day. He shook his head. Jiang Peirong felt a pang in her heart, reluctant to press him further. Yet for the sake of guiding his growth correctly, she had to muster her courage to educate him. Just then, a phone call interrupted her. Peirong, today's incident was a misunderstanding. Little Yu fell by herself. Jiang Peirong felt a mix of exasperation and relief. Thankfully, she had not directly blamed her son. Though he was autistic, he had a kind heart. This incident served as a warning for Jiang Peirong, while the Xue family did not mind. Zhang Nanqi had reached the age for schooling. From quite early on, she and Zhang Aoxiang had been seeking a suitable school for Zhang Nanqi. However, the prevailing prejudice against autism made it quite challenging to find a school willing to accept children with such conditions. The Zhang family was affluent, and according to Zhang Aoxiang, a donation would ensure any school's willingness to admit them. Yet, Jiang Peirong believed such an approach was flawed. This merely means they accepted our money, not our child. Zhang Aoxiang agreed with his wife's perspective and had no choice but to accompany Jiang Peirong to inspect various schools in their spare time. One international school expressed a willingness to accept Zhang Nanqi, but the prerequisite was to pass an interview. After discussing it with Zhang Aoxiang, Jiang Peirong found it feasible and inquired about Zhang Nanqi's opinion. Son, you have reached the age for school. Your father and I have found a school for you, which requires an English interview. Shall I teach you some English starting tomorrow? Zhang Nanqi did not respond. They were accustomed to his silence, which, though seemingly non-responsive, indicated no objection. Without hesitation, they proceeded, and for the next few days, Zhang Nanqi did not visit the Xue household but stayed home to learn English with Jiang Peirong. As a rare university graduate at the time, she had even studied abroad for a year after graduation. Zhang Nanqi's absence from the Xue household brought immense joy to Huanyu, who monopolized Xue Jiayu from dawn till dusk, even insisting on napping together. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two children, Jiang Qiui felt delighted. However, she occasionally worried that little Yu was becoming overly attached to Xiaobao. Xue Jiayu spent her days gazing out the window, wondering when Zhang Nanqi would come again. Could it be that he truly harbors resentment from the last incident and will never come back? Jiang Qiui brought her some fruit to eat and shook her head helplessly at her unspoken thoughts. What should I do if Xiaobao is so fond of Zhang Nanqi? Yet, as a mother, she could not bear to see her daughter's spirits dampened. So she set down the fruit and gently ruffled Xue Jiyu's hair. Xiaobao, Mama baked a cake to deliver to Aunt Jiang. Would you like to accompany me? Yes. Xue Jiyu's eyes lit up as she jumped down from her chair, eagerly putting on her shoes. Mama, I'm ready to go. Silly girl. We haven't even taken the cake yet. Jiang Qiui chuckled as she went to fetch the cake, and Huanyu rushed over as she saw her putting on her shoes. I want to go too. Little you stay home with Grandma. We're going to Brother Nanqi's house. Upon hearing this, Huanyu's enthusiasm waned. Then I want to go. Sister, will you stay and play with me? Xue Jiayu shook her head. I just want to take a look. Jiang Qiui entered with the cake, calling out, Make way, my little princesses. Don't bump into each other. The mother and daughter duo set off with the cake, leaving Huanyu at home with Su Sujin for company. Upon reaching the Zhang family's door, they heard English being spoken inside. Jiang Qiui rang the doorbell, and Jiang Peirong answered. Oh dear, how many times have you come? Just come directly. Jiang Peirong hurriedly fetched shoes for them. Xue Jiayu quickly put on her shoes and dashed inside, immediately spotting Zhang Nanqi, who was dressed like a little prince. He wore a small suit, complete with a bow tie, and even his tiny bangs were styled with gel, revealing a handsome face. Oh my goodness, he is so handsome. Mama, I want to marry him. Had Jiang Qiui not been leaning against the wall, she might have stumbled to the ground, laughing awkwardly as she pulled Xue Jiayu closer. What are you two doing? Jiang Peirong handed her a flyer. Today, I'm taking Nanqi for an interview at this elementary school. It requires speaking English, so I'm training him. What elementary school requires speaking English? An international elementary school. We are about to leave. Would you like to come along? Jiang Qiui indeed wanted to go and see, preparing for Xue Jiayu's future schooling. Thus, Jiang Peirong brought them along as well. In that era, international elementary schools were rare, and their decor was quite unique. They stopped at the grand entrance of the school, where a security guard promptly came over to open the door. Welcome to Hausen International School. Hello. Jiang Qiui had seen many educational institutions, but she had never encountered an elementary school so grand. She silently resolved to enroll Xue Jiayu there in the future. However, Xue Jiayu was indifferent to the school. In her original time, international schools were not particularly rare, and she cared more about Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi appeared unfazed, even leading the way. Chapter 43. Interview failure. The principal was already waiting for them in the office. The reception teacher, noticing the two children, smiled and inquired, Which one of you is the little friend here for an interview today? It's my son. Jiang Peirong immediately pointed to Zhang Nanqi. Certainly, please follow me. The others may wait at the door. Zhang Nanqi followed his teacher into the office. Shortly after, the teacher emerged, leaving only Zhang Nanqi and the principal inside. Jiang Peirong, feeling quite anxious, paced back and forth at the entrance, unable to resist the urge to eavesdrop. Do not be so tense. Haven't you trained Nanqi intensively for several days? He will surely be fine. I'm just worried he might not speak, Jiang Peirong sighed. Recalling that Zhang Nanqi had shown little interest in speaking over the past few days, only uttering a few words when in high spirits, otherwise remaining silent. 10 minutes later, Zhang Nanqi was escorted out. The teacher who had taken him and looked at Jiang Peirong helplessly, stating he did not meet the requirements. How could that be possible? Jiang Peirong replied passionately, You only talked for 10 minutes. Is that enough time to understand someone? The teacher adjusted his glasses and regarded her coldly. However, during those 10 minutes, your son did not utter a single word. How can we comprehend him? We cannot afford to spend more time on him. Jiang Peirong was left speechless. Please give him another chance. He might have been too nervous. No need, the principal interjected, visibly irritated. You have worked hard today. Just as the teacher was about to turn away, Xue Jiayu quietly remarked something. The teacher paused, puzzled, glancing at Xue Jiayu. Did she just hear the little girl speak English? It seemed she had even uttered a curse word. Yet, upon observing Xue Jiyu's exquisitely delicate face, the teacher concluded he must have misheard. How could such a small child use foul language? The principal felt he had never encountered such an impudent student. After a while, he reappeared, launching into a rapid monologue. The principal spoke so swiftly that Jiang Peirong could barely catch some of the words. After hearing the principal's remarks, Xue Jiayu stood up from her seat, visibly upset. The single sentence she blurted out astonished the principal, who immediately squatted down to inquire. Would you like to go in and chat? Xue Jiayu shook her head and took Zhang Naqi's hand, intending to leave. The two English sentences Xue Jiayu had just spoken left Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui in astonishment, especially Jiang Peirong, who quietly asked Jiang Qiui, "Do you usually speak English to Xiao Bao?" However, it was not the time for honesty, so she merely skirted around the topic. The two little ones reached the staircase when Zhang Nanqi suddenly stopped, staring blankly at a model airplane in the corner. "Nanqi Gij, what's wrong?" Xue Jiayu waved her hand in front of him. He walked straight to the model, disassembling it to reassemble it properly. It's assembled incorrectly. At that moment, a teacher descended the stairs, intrigued, and asked, "Little friend, how do you know this airplane is assembled incorrectly? The turbine cannot be placed there, otherwise it will break the wings." The teacher became even more excited. "How do you know that? Have you assembled this model before?" Zhang Nanqi gave him a disdainful glance. "From a book. So you mean you learned this from books? My goodness, you are incredibly clever." The teacher gave him a thumbs up. "Are you the child here for the interview? If there are interest classes, you must choose my physics class. I will make you the class monitor. How about that?" Jiang Peirong took Zhang Nanqi's hand with one hand and Xue Jiyu's hand with the other as they descended the stairs. "We were not selected. It seems we will miss your class." The physics teacher looked at the principal in confusion. Why not accept him? He is a physics genius. If he joins, he could bring much honor to our school. Seeing the physics teacher's insistence, the principal could only promise to consider it. Back in the car, Jiang Peirong shook off her gloomy mood and decided to take the children for ice cream. "What should we do now? Should we look for another school?" Jiang Qiui asked anxiously, aware of the Zhang family's search for a school for Zhang Nanqi, a task she had discreetly assisted with. However, most people had recoiled at the mention, almost all refusing. They had inquired at every local school, and if this continued, they might have to send him abroad. Yet, the Zhang family's roots lay here, and considering Zhang Nanqi's young age, sending him overseas would require Jiang Peirong to abandon her job to accompany him, resulting in a family life characterized by separation, which could harm their relationships. Jiang Peirong lowered her eyelashes and smiled helplessly. "If it comes to that, then we will go abroad." Upon hearing those words, Xue Jiyu's eyes widened. "Abroad? That cannot happen. If Zhang Nanqi is not on my watch, I want to be able to help him if anything happens. Annie, please don't let Nanqi Gij go abroad." Xue Jiayu felt a surge of dissatisfaction. "Of course, I have passed the CET 4 and CET 6, she thought proudly. Jiang Qiui felt a jolt. How did Xiao Bao know about this? "There's some noodles in the fridge. I will cook you a bowl." Su Sujin attempted to rise to prepare the meal, but was gently pressed back down by Jiang Qiui. "No need. Both Jiayu and I have already eaten." Heirong, Jiang Qiui refrained from mentioning the interview at the international school, as it was not urgent. That evening, Zhan Aoxiang learned about Zhang Nanqi's performance during the interview and silently finished a cigar. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Peirong felt somewhat displeased. "What do you mean? Do you have any opinions about our son?" "Of course not." Zhan Aoxiang hurriedly reassured her. "I was just contemplating how our son will manage school. If no school accepts him, I will hire a teacher to teach him at home. I will find the best teacher." Jiang Peirong slammed the table. "What a ridiculous school. We want to be attending." Zhan Aoxiang found himself both amused and exasperated. He is already old enough, and yet he still throws tantrums like a child. "I tell you, from now on, if our son wants to study, he shall study. If he does not, he shall not. I will never force him to conform to this world," Jiang Peirong declared with conviction. Chapter 44. Starting school together upon seeing that his wife was genuinely angry, Zhan Aoxiang quickly sought to placate her. "Dear, you are losing your elegant demeanor." Jiang Peirong shot him a sidelong glance. "I am not discussing this with you. I am informing you. I will manage our son's education." and the school he attends must be one that embraces and accepts him. I share the same sentiment. Before Zhang Aoxiang could explain further, the landline suddenly rang. Hello, is this the parent of Zhang Nanqi? Yes. I'm a teacher from House and International School's admissions office. Congratulations, Zhang Nanqi has successfully passed our interview. When would you find it convenient for him to enroll? Zhang Aoxiang looked at Jiang Peirong in astonishment, covering the receiver to say to her, he passed. Jiang Peirong snatched the receiver from Zhang Aoxiang, asking, is it confirmed that Zhang Nanqi passed the interview? Yes. He was the only child interviewed today. So I believe we cannot be mistaken. However, Jiang Peirong was not as elated. But the principal seemed dissatisfied with our child's performance, did he not? The physics teacher highly recommended him, stating that Zhang Nanqi is a rare physics genius. The principal values talent, and thus decided to admit him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Peirong's maternal vanity was instantly satisfied. You truly have a discerning eye. The formal admission notice will be sent to you shortly. Additionally, the principal would like to know the information of another child present today. Would you mind sharing their phone number and name? Another child? You mean Jiayu? The other party confirmed. Without hesitation, Jiang Peirong provided the phone number and name, concluding the call. The admissions office teacher immediately called the Xue household. Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu were sitting on the living room floor playing with Tangram. Xue Jiayu was excelling in the game, while Ying Huanyu, unable to keep up, began to whimper. When the phone rang, the adults in the Xue family were busy in the kitchen, so Xue Jiayu ran to answer it. Hello. Her sweet voice elicited laughter from the caller. Hello, are you Xue Jiayu? Yes. Are you looking for me? The admissions office teacher was charmed by her voice. I am. Do you remember where you went today? Yes, to a very impressive school. Oh, you hold our school in such high regard. Would you be willing to attend our school? Xue Jiayu clutched the telephone receiver tightly, but I'm only 3 years old. Could you please ask your mother to come and talk to the teacher? Oh. Xue Jiayu set down the phone and obediently went to call her mother. After hanging up, Jiang Qiui looked at Xue Jiayu with a complex expression. Xue Wangjun noticed his wife's dazed demeanor by the phone and curiously inquired, what is wrong? The representative from House and International School just called, asking if Xiao Bao would like to attend their school. Jiang Qiui found it somewhat unbelievable, as today was merely meant for accompanying Zhang Nanqi for an interview. Xue Jiayu was also taken aback. Are they asking me to go to school? Yes. Xue Jiayu was overjoyed. Zhang Nanqi must attend school at the appropriate age, which meant she could not protect him around the clock. If there was a chance for her to enroll in the same elementary school as Zhang Nanqi, wouldn't that be splendid? However, Jiang Qiui did not appear as elated. After coaxing Xue Jiayu to sleep, she expressed her concerns to Xue Wangjun. Xiao Bao has been cherished in our hands, fearing even the slightest harm, nurtured like a precious gem until now. I cannot bear to send her to school so early. Xue Wangjun chuckled helplessly. What good does your reluctance do, dear? This is a good thing, indicating our Xiao Bao is smarter than other children. Jiang Qiui became agitated. Why would I want her to be so smart? I want her to be happy. Attending school does not necessarily mean she will be unhappy. Although Xiao Bao is still young, I have heard there is a system of grade skipping, and perhaps our Xiao Bao could enter university by the age of 15. Before long, Xue Wangjun managed to coax Jiang Qiui into laughter. Fine, but whether or not she attends school depends on Xiao Bao's own wishes. Of course. The next day, Jiang Qiui rubbed her hands together and discussed the matter of school with Xue Jiayu. Xiao Bao, do you want to go? I want to. This time, she aims to become the envy of all as a top student. After all, she has already learned all this material. Though Jiang Qiui was concerned, seeing Xiao Bao's enthusiasm, she refrained from saying more. All right, then mommy will help you arrange it. Meanwhile, Ying Huanyu, who was playing with building blocks, crawled over, curiously observing them, seemingly wishing to join in on the conversation between her sister and mother. Little you, your sister's going to school, so she won't be able to play with you every day anymore. Jiang Qiui picked up Ying Huanyu and smiled. Cherish the days when you have your sister by your side. Unexpectedly, this statement prompted Ying Huanyu to burst into tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Jiang Qiui hurriedly comforted her. What are you crying for? Is it because you don't want to be separated from your sister? Indeed, why cry? Jiang Qiui found it both amusing and frustrating, and only after promising that she could accompany Xue Jiayu to school did Ying Huanyu gradually cease her sobbing. Zhang Nanqi was enrolling in the elementary division of Hausen, while Xue Jiayu was entering the kindergarten division. However, due to Zhang Nanqi's special circumstances, The teacher suggested he adapt for a few days in the kindergarten. Jiang Peirong readily agreed, as she was worried about Zhang Nanqi's adaptation. With Xue Jiayu in the kindergarten division, the situation should not be so dire. The enrollment of the two children became a matter of utmost importance for both families. On the morning of the first day of school, Zhang Aoxiang and Xue Wangjun donned suits and postponed their work commitments. Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiuyi adorned themselves with jewelry and specifically chose outfits of the same color scheme, making it quite a grand occasion. Furthermore, both families took a commemorative photo at the entrance of their homes. The security guard, who was taking their picture, could not help but curiously ask, "Is today a special occasion? Today is the children's first day of school." The guard's lips twitched. He could not comprehend why this warranted a photo. Su Suzhen, holding Ying Huanyu, watched them depart, but Ying Huanyu clung desperately to the car door, unwilling to let go, and cried uncontrollably. Little Yu, Xue Jiayu, stepped out of the car, grasped her hand, and said, "Sister will go to school first to find out if you can join us. If not, we will think of another way, all right?" Ying Huanyu continued to wail, her cries sounding as if she were experiencing a heart-wrenching farewell. "Mom, let her come with us." Jiang Qiuyi opened her arms, and Ying Huanyu immediately dove into her embrace, refusing to come out. Chapter 45, the first day of school. In truth, Su Suzhen was not pleased about letting Ying Huanyu accompany them, but she refrained from voicing her concerns, knowing that children could be harmed by such emotional distress. A line of teachers greeted the students at the entrance of Hausen International School. Among them was a teacher from the admissions office who quickly recognized Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu and promptly approached the two families. "Are you the parents of Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu? Please follow me. I will take you to their classroom." Xue Wangjun surveyed the school environment, nodding in satisfaction. The facilities appeared quite new, and teachers were visible throughout the campus, significantly reducing safety concerns. Leaving Xiao Bao here for school reassured him. "This is the classroom for your friend Zhang Nanqi. Please study here for the next few days and be friendly with your classmates." Zhang Nanqi walked in expressionlessly. The children in the class, who had been playing, paused their activities and stared at him, whispering among themselves about who he was. "Nanqi, introduce yourself," Jiang Peirong quietly reminded. Zhang Nanqi heard, but did not move, simply finding an empty seat to sit down. His cold demeanor frightened away the child who had previously occupied the seat. An awkward silence enveloped the classroom. Xue Jiayu clenched her fist. "Don't they want to sit with the handsome boy? I'll take their place." Xue Wangjun patted his daughter's head, preventing her from overthinking. Fortunately, the teacher entered at that moment. "Good morning, everyone. I believe you have noticed that we have a new classmate today. Have you all introduced yourselves?" No one spoke, but all eyes were on Zhang Nanqi. Knowing Zhang Nanqi's special circumstances, the teacher took it upon herself to introduce him. "This is Zhang Nanqi, who will be your classmate from now on. He'll be dining and studying with us for the next few days, so please treat him kindly." "Yes, teacher." Under the teacher's guidance, the classmates finally became less resistant to Zhang Nanqi. Jiang Peirong sighed in relief, revealing a satisfied smile to her husband. Receiving the signal from the teacher that they could leave, the group quietly exited through the back door. Next, they headed to Xue Jiayu's classroom. The minimum enrollment age for the kindergarten division is 3.5 years, and Xue Jiayu was just shy of that age. However, due to her intelligence, the principal made an exception for her to enter the class. The children in the class mostly lacked self-care abilities, were self-aware, and often cried at the slightest provocation. Before reaching the classroom door, the sound of crying filled the air. Jiang Qiuyi, worried that Xue Jiayu might also cry in the future, immediately hesitated. Jiang Qiuyi was taken aback. Wasn't that the line she had prepared? How did Jiayu know all of this? Jiang Peirong was equally surprised. How could Xue Jiayu show no aversion to school and instead appear to enjoy it? The teacher, encountering such an easygoing child for the first time, gently reminded Xue Jiayu, "You can go in now, and remember to greet your classmates once you enter." Oh! Upon entering the classroom filled with small children, Xue Jiayu immediately spotted a few sniffling kids and wrinkled her nose in distaste. Unlike Zhang Nanqi's silence, Xue Jiayu confidently introduced herself as soon as she entered. "Hello, everyone. I am Xue Jiayu, and today I have come to attend class in the first kindergarten class. I look forward to your guidance." The little ones did not understand what "look forward to your guidance" meant, but found Xue Jiayu to appear very reliable, stopping their cries to look at her. "Where should I sit? Can I choose for myself?" "Yes." Xue Jiayu immediately chose a seat closest to the podium, declaring, "Then I will sit here." Her deskmate, a chubby boy, blushed upon seeing her sit down and buried his face in his arms, refusing to look up. The admissions office teacher expressed high praise for Xue Jiayu's performance, commending Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui for their parenting skills. "Jiayu knows how to make friends," Jiang Qiui said cheerfully. Just then, Huanyu began to cry again, prompting Jiang Qiui to ask, "Teacher, I have another child who is also very smart. Can she enroll as well?" Jiang Qiui felt somewhat embarrassed, yet fortunately, the teacher did not say much, merely suggesting in a gentle manner that this little treasure currently faced challenges with even basic communication, and that it would be best to first enhance her linguistic abilities. "All right, Xiaoyu, did you hear that?" Of course, Huanyu heard, but she refused to accept it. She insisted on staying with Xue Jiayu, and no one could separate them. Huanyu cried so hard she could barely catch her breath, prompting the other children in the class to join her in tears, resulting in utter chaos. After a brief discussion with the principal, it was decided that Huanyu would be allowed to enroll, albeit at a tuition rate double that of Xue Jiyu's. The Xue family could manage the expense, and Xue Wangjun discreetly signaled Jiang Qiui, thus finalizing the arrangement. Xue Jiyu and her classmates followed the teacher's lead and, upon seeing Jiang Qiui, dashed towards her. "Mom, how was school today? Did you have fun?" Jiang Qiui's eyes brimmed with affection as she adjusted Jiayu's collar. It was delightful, quite entertaining. The little ones in her class looked up to her, and within just a morning, Xue Jiayu's words held more weight than the teacher's. She excitedly recounted the events of the day. This morning, a little friend missed his mother so much that he cried almost to the point of sickness. I told him his mother would come to pick him up soon, and then he believed me and finished lunch with me. We even took a nap. Jiang Qiui's eyes sparkled with love, so obedient. Did he cry afterwards? No. When school was over, he saw his mother and realized I wasn't lying. Jiang Qiui couldn't help but chuckle as she informed her that Huanyu would join her for school the next day. "Oh, I can't wait." The aroma of something delightful wafted from the passenger seat, and Xue Jiyu couldn't resist peering over to discover a box of cake. "Mom, did you buy cake?" "Yes, to celebrate your first day of school." Oddly enough, Nanqi should have been finished with school too. Why hadn't he come out yet? "I'll go find him." Xue Jiyu volunteered eagerly. "Mom will go with you." Jiang Qiui unbuckled her seatbelt and walked into the school with Jiayu, relieved that the security personnel were quite lenient and did not impede their entry. Remembering the morning's layout, they successfully located John Nanqi's classroom, only to find it empty, with only the janitor tidying up. "Excuse me, where are the students from his class?" The janitor wiped her brow and looked at them quizzically. "They've all gone home. The school does not allow students to linger on campus." Oh, Jiang Qiui thought, having arrived early. If Zhang Nanqi had already left the campus, she would have surely missed him. "Mom, perhaps Brother Nanqi is still at school. Let's go look." Jiang Qiui nodded. The school was divided into several sections based on grade levels, and they were in the kindergarten area, adjacent to the elementary school. After searching the kindergarten playground and teaching buildings without success, Jiang Qiui's expression turned anxious. "Jiayu, let's find the security guard and check the surveillance footage." Initially, Xue Jiyu thought this was a good idea, but as her gaze drifted past the administrative building where they had come for the interview, an idea struck her. "Mom, let's check over there." "What for?" "Just come with me." Xue Jiyu tugged at Jiang Qiui, leading her towards the administrative building. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, they indeed found Zhang Nanqi engrossed in airplane models. Jiang Qiui breathed a sigh of relief, feeling her legs weaken as she leaned against the wall. "Nanqi, you nearly scared me to death. Why did you leave the classroom to come here?" Zhang Nanqi pointed at the airplane models, clearly having come to admire them. Jiang Qiui found it amusing, saying, "If you like this model, you could just ask your parents to buy you another one." Acquiring several models is easier for the Zhang family than buying groceries. He remained silent. The school's models had a distinct sense of wear and tear for being handled repeatedly, a charm he adored. Xue Jiyu tugged at Zhang Nanqi's arm. "Brother Nanqi, let's go." "Aren't you hungry?" "To be honest, I'm a bit hungry," he admitted, not resisting Jiayu's insistence. In unfamiliar settings, Zhang Nanqi's appetite was not great, and aside from the initial attention from the teacher, he had largely been overlooked. There were too many students in need of attention in the class. Despite his condition, he possessed better self-care skills than most children. Hence, no one noticed that he had only eaten half a bowl of rice during lunch. "Today, your mom and dad came to have lunch together. Our families are celebrating your and Jiayu's enrollment." "Hooray!" Xue Jiyu bounced around Zhang Nanqi, Nanshi, can we go to school together tomorrow? Jean Nanshi, who rarely responded, surprisingly murmured in agreement, which thrilled Jiayu to no end, as if she were ready to wag her tail. Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a feast for the larger gathering. The three children played in the living room, and Xue Jiayu asked Jean Nanshi which dish he liked best from lunch. They're all the same. Xue Jiayu blinked her big eyes. The same? Are they all equally delicious or equally unappetizing? Equally unappetizing. Was it that bad? I thought it was all right. Xue Jiayu scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Was she a foodie? Huanyu, seeing that Xue Jiayu was engrossed in talking to Jean Nanshi, whimpered in frustration, "Sister, play with me." Okay. Xue Jiayu sat beside Huanyu, helping her with building blocks. Seizing the moment while Jiayu was distracted, Huanyu shot Jean Nanshi a triumphant glance. "Sister is mine." Jean Nanshi sensed her hostility, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "Xue Jiayu." What is it? Jean Nanshi rarely called her by name, which excited Jiayu. "What do you need? Come here." "All right." Without hesitation, Xue Jiayu moved to Jean Nanshi's side, which infuriated Huanyu, who threw down the block she had been holding, creating a loud clatter. Xue Jiayu, startled, rushed out with a kitchen knife. What happened? The three children stared at her, and she belatedly realized how intimidating she appeared with a knife in hand. Offering an awkward smile, "You all play nicely, no fighting. Otherwise, no cake for anyone tonight." "Got it, Grandma, we won't fight." Xue Jiayu's heart swelled with affection, believing that Jiayu was the most understanding and well-behaved. Although Jiang Qiui often advised her not to express favoritism in front of the children, Xue Jiayu couldn't help but show her love for Xue Jiayu. Jiayu sent her a playful kiss, nearly melting the elderly lady's heart. "Little treasure, Grandma will make you your favorite eggplant dish." However, as she moved, Jean Nanshi pulled out a puzzle and requested Jiayu to hand in the pieces, leaving her little attention to Huanyu. A silent tug-of-war ensued as both children vied for Jiayu's focus. Yet, the one being sought after remained blissfully unaware, happily engaged in the puzzle. "Brother Nanshi, you placed that piece incorrectly." Xue Jiayu quickly pointed out, "Fix it." Unable to compete with Jean Nanshi, Huanyu sulked on the sofa, arms crossed. Jean Nanshi subtly flashed a smile, but it vanished too quickly for Jiayu to notice. "Brother Nanshi, aren't you going to play anymore?" "No, I'm done." Jean Nanshi went to wash his hands, and Jiayu, like a little shadow, followed suit. "Then I'll wash my hands too." Huanyu threw the remote control onto the sofa with a heavy thud, her eyes ablaze with anger. On their way, they encountered Zhang Wangjun, who scooped up his precious daughter and kissed her. Having not seen his little treasure for a day, he had missed her dearly. Jiang Qiui laughed. "She is already in kindergarten, and you're still so clingy. What will you do when she goes to university?" "Wherever our little treasure goes to university, I will accompany her, buying a house right next to her school." As the guests arrived, they prepared to take their seats. Xue Jiayu demonstrated impeccable manners, understanding the importance of allowing the guests to sit first. Jiang Peirong gently caressed her face, saying, "Our Jiayu is the most well-behaved little treasure. Promise me not to be deceived by those mischievous boys outside. Will you be good and be the daughter-in-law of your aunt?" Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui naturally took it as a jest, smiling and chiming in. "That's wonderful. I would love for someone as dashing as Nanshi to be my son-in-law." "It's settled then." Xue Jiayu stole a glance at Jean Nanshi, who remained utterly unresponsive, his face as cold as ever. She pouted silently, feeling a hint of disappointment at his lack of reaction. Xue Jiayu climbed onto a chair, and as Huanyu rushed to sit beside her, someone suddenly took the seat first. "That's my spot." Huanyu pouted, but Jean Nanshi remained unperturbed. "Don't cry. Xiaoyu, let's sit like this for now. After dinner, I'll join you upstairs to play with dolls. All right?" Huanyu sniffled, confirming, "Just the two of us?" Xue Jiayu found it amusing, replying with a simple "Yay." Huanyu settled triumphantly across from Jean Nanshi, raising an eyebrow at him. "What if you sit beside my sister? She promised to play dolls with me for a while." Jean Nanshi's eyes reflected a hint of disdain that seemed incongruous with his age. "You must try this roasted chicken. It took my mother and me 2 hours to prepare." Jiang Qiui tore off a chicken leg for Xue Jiayu, who promptly offered it to Jean Nanshi. "Brother Nanshi, you eat." Previously, Aunt Jiang had neglected to provide Jean Nanshi with anything decent to eat, despite lavishly buying all sorts of delicacies, which ultimately went to that old witch's belly. The thought of it made Xue Jiayu feel a pang of sympathy. Sister, I want to eat too. Huanyu shot a displeased glance at Xue Jiayu, her eyes filled with accusation. I'll give you another one. Xue Jiayu quickly broke off another chicken leg and placed it in Huanyu's bowl, bringing a smile to her face. I knew sister loves me the most. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, merely pushing the chicken leg aside. Why aren't you eating the chicken leg? Don't you like it? Xue Jiayu asked curiously, her large eyes wide with interest. Greasy. Xue Jiayu replied enthusiastically, it's not greasy. Just peel off the skin. Mom, can you help him peel it? If only her little body were more capable, she would have helped Zhang Nanqi herself. Jiang Qiui was both amused and exasperated. Her little treasure was unreserved in commanding her mother for Zhang Nanqi's sake. However, since her daughter had asked, she felt compelled to comply. So Jiang Qiui peeled the skin off the chicken and tore the meat into strips for him. Xue Jiayu watched eagerly, urging, hurry and eat. Zhang Nanqi finally obliged, tasting a bite. Faced with her enthusiastic gaze, he reluctantly responded, it's delicious. Yay, Mom, can we make this again tomorrow? Of course. Jiang Qiui replied with a smile. As long as her daughter was happy, she was willing to do anything. If we keep talking like this, it will feel distant. From now on, when the two children go to school, we could take turns picking them up. How's that sound? Jiang Peirong was the first to raise her hand in support. I have no problem with that. Our family has 4 adults, and each of us has a car. We could take turns picking up the kids, so no one is overburdened. With the arrangement, Huanyu ended up in the same class as Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu had thought she would have opportunities to run to Zhang Nanqi, but since Huanyu started school with her, she clung to Xue Jiayu during every break. Just as Xue Jiayu was about to leave the classroom, Huanyu called out to her. Sister, Xue Jiayu patiently asked, what is it? My shoelace is untied. Huanyu looked at her with a pitiful expression, prompting Xue Jiayu to crouch down and patiently help her. See, now it's untied. Sister is so amazing. Huanyu clapped her hands joyfully, and Xue Jiayu smiled back. During every subsequent break, Huanyu found excuses to keep Xue Jiayu with her. Although Xue Jiayu felt something was off, she reasoned that Huanyu was not doing it intentionally. The only time Xue Jiayu could see Zhang Nanqi was during lunch when the kindergarten students ate in their classrooms. Knowing Jiang Peirong was busy, Jiang Qiui volunteered to take on the task of bringing lunch to Zhang Nanqi, as she was already preparing meals for Xue Jiayu and Huanyu. However, Zhang Nanqi was allergic to peanuts, so Jiang Qiui was particularly careful not to include peanuts in his portion. When Xue Jiayu opened her adorable lunchbox, she discovered that it contained no peanuts, realizing that Jiang Qiui had mistakenly swapped their lunchboxes. She rushed to deliver it to Zhang Nanqi, fearing he might eat the wrong one. As Huanyu approached with her lunchbox, she saw Xue Jiayu dart out of the classroom and called out, Sister, where are you going? Xue Jiayu hurriedly left without answering, causing Huanyu to pout and look displeased. Move aside. Huanyu was next to a boy named Huzi, who was spoiled at home and had a terrible temper. Feeling upset over Zhang Nanqi's situation, Huanyu sulked, I won't let you. Huzi immediately pushed her, you dare. Huanyu sat on the ground, crying loudly, but this wasn't home, and no one came to comfort her. Only a teacher glanced over, helped her up, brushed the dust off her clothes, but did not reprimand Huzi. Families that could afford to send their children to an international school often had some background, and since Huzi's parents were in politics, they were not people to offend. Thus, Huanyu had to endure. Xue Jiayu reached the entrance of the big class, tiptoeing to look inside, but not spotting Zhang Nanqi. Where did Nanqi go? Hasn't he gone to see the models again, has he? Xue Jiayu anxiously scanned the area, aware that there were no teachers supervising lunch in the big class, rendering her unable to seek help. In her frantic search, she failed to notice that the person she was looking for was right behind her. Zhang Nanqi observed her head turning incessantly and asked softly, what are you looking for? Xue Jiayu nearly jumped out of her skin, blinking in surprise before exclaiming, Nanqi, you scared me. He remained silent, but Xue Jiayu didn't mind. She understood that Zhang Nanqi was inherently reticent. Shaking her lunchbox, Xue Jiayu explained her reason for seeking him. Mom swapped our lunchboxes. Zhang Nanqi entered the classroom silently, taking the lunchbox and handing it to her without a word, as if implying he wouldn't see her off. Nanqi, are you getting used to the class? Xue Jiayu glanced around and noticed that the classmates seemed friendly enough. Zhang Nanqi remained mute. In his first 2 days, some students had spoken to him, but now he was largely ignored, which suited him just fine as he preferred solitude. Are you not used to it? Xue Jiayu inquired, shaking her head. How about you join us for lunch? No. Zhang Nanqi slowly replied. Your class is full of little ones. It's too noisy. Xue Jiayu had anticipated this response and did not press him further. Instead, she stood on her toes and patted Zhang Nanqi's shoulder. I'll wait for you at the gate after school. In a few days, Zhang Nanqi would be transferring to the primary school. So Xue Jiayu cherished every opportunity to find him during breaks. However, Ying Huanyu continued to find ways to prevent her from reaching Zhang Nanqi. Ying Huanyu would either feign losing something or claim to feel unwell, ensuring that Xue Jiayu couldn't leave. This left Xue Jiayu feeling exasperated, ultimately resigning herself to stay in class with her. Unbeknownst to her, Ying Huanyu's actions were driven by a desire to keep her from Zhang Nanqi and protect herself from Huzi, who would bully her whenever Xue Jiayu was absent. Ying Huanyu sensed Huzi's hostility towards her. Every time Xue Jiayu was not in class, Huzi would find excuses to torment her. Huzi was the class bully, and when he picked on Ying Huanyu, the other children were too naive to stand up for her. Although the teacher was aware of Huzi's bullying, they refrained from intervening too much due to Huzi's family background, opting instead to console Ying Huanyu privately. Huanyu, it is not that the teacher is unwilling to help you, but if both of your parents were invited, it would likely be your parents who would struggle the most. The teacher, feeling guilty, helped Huanyu adjust her clothes, believing that she could not understand, and murmured for quite some time. You are not allowed in. Why? Huanyu clenched her teeth and glared at Huzi, recalling the teacher's words, and dared not confront him directly. However, Huzi was clearly not one to let her off easily. He arrogantly raised his chin and declared, No reason. I said you can't, so you can't. Most of the children in the class were only 4 years old and did not grasp right from wrong. They did not perceive anything amiss as Huzi bullied Huanyu, merely sitting in their seats and watching. You go out. My mom said you only got in because of connections. You're not part of our class. I am. Huanyu defiantly took the back door. But Huzi immediately shouted to the classmates sitting near it, Don't let her in. The students by the back door, following his orders, swiftly shut the door. Huanyu kicked the door in frustration and glared fiercely at Huzi. Having always been pampered, Huzi was taken aback by her glare and rushed over to push her, easily knocking Huanyu to the ground. She fell hard and, as she was about to retaliate, caught sight of Xue Jiayu approaching. A glimmer of emotion flickered in her eyes, and she immediately began to sob softly. Why are you bullying me? Why are you bullying my sister? Although Huzi bullied Huanyu, he had never considered bullying Xue Jiayu, for the simple reason that she was quite beautiful. He did not wish to torment the princess like Xue Jiayu, but he harbored a strong dislike for the plain Huanyu. I'm not ugly, woo-woo. Huanyu cried out, and Xue Jiayu, in a fit of anger, comforted her, You are not ugly at all. Xiaoyu, you are not ugly one bit. She glared at Huzi, apologized to my sister. I won't apologize, so what? Huzi turned and dashed into the classroom, slamming the front door shut behind him. Now, they were completely blocked from entering through both the front and back doors. Yet Xue Jiayu paid no mind to this, focusing solely on comforting Huanyu to stop her tears. After much effort, she finally ceased her crying, her small face still filled with grievance. Sister will take you to find the teacher. Xue Jiayu, oblivious to the helplessness in Huanyu's eyes, insisted on taking her to see the teacher. Teacher Lin, Huzi is bullying my sister. Xue Jiayu's small stature belied the strength in her voice, drawing the attention of the teachers in the office. Huzi's mischief was well known across several classes, but even more notorious was his father, who was rumored to be receiving a promotion soon. It was said that Huzi was admitted to school primarily because of his family's background. Teacher Lin scratched her head in distress and led the two children into the meeting room. She first checked Huanyu for any injuries, finding none, and then carefully began to speak. Jiayu, the teacher, knows that Huzi can be quite mischievous and tends to bully classmate a little. However, he is not a bad person, so let us be magnanimous and tolerate him a bit, shall we? Jiayu looked at Teacher Lin in confusion. Why should we tolerate him? Because Teacher Lin calculated the ages of the 3 children in her mind. Huzi was the oldest and Huanyu the youngest, which indeed made it hard to justify. Before Teacher Lin could find the right words, Jiayu interjected, It's because of his father, isn't it? Teacher Lin was taken aback, but quickly realized that it might have been something taught at home. She nodded. Jiayu's expression suddenly darkened. Teacher, what if we don't tolerate him? Teacher Lin was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The children were still too young to grasp the complexities of confronting a powerful foe, and she did not want to expose that truth. After a long silence, Jiayu took Huan Yu's hand and left. Huan Yu looked at her in confusion, but Jiayu stopped and embraced her. Sister will protect you, and 1T, let anyone bully you. Chapter 49. Should we withdraw from school? The classroom was bustling as the children shared their snacks. As if nothing had transpired earlier, Xue Jiayu calmly walked to her seat with Huan Yu, directly swapping places with Huan Yu's deskmate, determined to see if Huzi would dare to bully Huan Yu again. To be honest, Huzi felt a bit intimidated by Xue Jiayu. She was beautiful and bore a resemblance to his sister, who often hid him at home. It hurt quite a bit, with Xue Jiayu keeping her watchful eye. Huzi remained quiet for 2 days, not daring to lay a finger on Huan Yu. During these 2 days, Xue Jiayu also refrained from seeking out Zhang Nanqi, choosing instead to stay by Huan Yu's side. Huan Yu was the happiest of all, as this misfortune turned into a blessing, allowing her sister to accompany her. When Jiang Xiu, he came to pick them up after school, she noticed that Xue Jiayu seemed unhappy and anxiously asked, "What is wrong with our little princess? You look a bit down." "Mom, someone is bullying us at school. He didn't hit us, but he bullies Huan Yu." Upon hearing that Xue Jiayu is unharmed, Jiang Xiu sighed in relief. "I see. Mom will talk to your teacher about it. It won't help." Xue Jiayu shook her head seriously. "I already went to the teacher once with Huan Yu, but the teacher said we should tolerate him." "All right, then I will speak with the teacher." Jiang Xiu, he felt some relaxation upon learning it was not her precious daughter being bullied, and merely made a phone call to the teacher that evening. Teacher Lin subtly indicated over the phone that Huzi's family background was powerful, and she was unable to assist. Furthermore, why does Huzi only bully Huan Yu and not other classmates? Jiang Xiu, he felt displeased upon hearing this. "Then you should ask Huzi. Is it our child's fault that he bullies her?" The statement almost made Jiang Xiu laugh out of anger. "Teacher Lin, are you implying that the responsibility for this lies entirely with us parents?" "Of course not. I just hope parents can be more rational. After all, parental emotions can influence children's emotions." Jiang Xiu, he was nearly infuriated and ultimately hung up the phone. Xue Wangjun, having not seen his wife this upset in a long time, fully supported her after learning the details. "You have every right to be angry. If he dares to bully Huan Yu today, he will dare to bully our little Bao tomorrow." Jiang Xiu nestled into her husband's embrace and suggested, "Should we withdraw the children from school? I never intended for her to start school so early. Withdrawing depends on what Xiao Bao thinks. If she wants to leave, we will." The next day at the breakfast table, Jiang Xiu asked Xue Jiayu for her opinion, to which she firmly replied, "I want to withdraw." "Why should they withdraw? It feels like they did something wrong." "But Xiao Bao, if you're in the same class, he will inevitably bully you again. At that time." "Then I still want to withdraw. We did nothing wrong." Xue Jiayu bit in her bread fiercely. "If he dares, let him come. Watch me knock his teeth out." The child's defiant words elicited laughter from the adults, and Jiang Xiu, he even seriously contemplated enrolling Xue Jiayu in a taekwondo class, thinking it might come in handy if someone were to bully her in the future. However, that was a matter for another time. The pressing concern was that today was Zhang Nanqi's last day in the kindergarten section. He would be transitioning to the elementary division tomorrow. "Sister, do you really have to go find him?" Huan Yu tugged at Xue Jiayu's sleeve, unwilling to let her leave. She jogged to find Zhang Nanqi in the senior class, a mere matter of going up and down the stairs, but since it was recess, there were too many people for Xue Jiayu to navigate through. Little did she know that her departure would lead to trouble. As Huan Yu sipped from her cup, Huzi, having refrained from making a move while Xue Jiayu was always by her side, seized the opportunity now that she was alone. He leaped up and deliberately bumped into her, knocking her cup of water to the ground. Huan Yu was drenched, and, as the weather had turned chilly, she could not help but shiver. So cold." Huzi, anticipating this moment, seized her collar, ready to hit her. "You bumped into me. You clearly bumped into me first." Huan Yu retorted defiantly, meeting Huzi's gaze. She wanted to call for her sister, but remembered that Xue Jiayu had gone to find Zhang Nanqi, and tears began to stream down her face in frustration. As Huzi grew increasingly irked by her tears, he demanded an apology, threatening to strike her otherwise. "I won't," Huan Yu retorted, only to be met with a solid punch. She collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably, her cries piercing the air. Not only were her classmates drawn to the spectacle, but even those from a neighboring class rushed to see. Xue Jiayu hurried to the entrance of Zhang Nanqi's class, effortlessly spotting him due to his height, which surpassed that of his peers. "Nan Quan Gij," she exclaimed, dashing inside to sit beside Zhang Nanqi. The students were accustomed to Zhang Nanqi's little shadow following him, so they paid no heed to her presence. "Tomorrow you will be going to the primary section," she stated. Zhang Nanqi began organizing his books, preparing for lunch. "Though we can attend school together, you'll be in a different building. Will you miss me?" Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Xue Jiayu, undeterred, reminded him to inform her if anyone bullied him in the primary section. "I will come to defend you," she asserted earnestly, but Zhang Nanqi merely glanced at her, his expression questioning. "Are you jesting? You are so small and wish to defend me?" It was rather endearing. Sensing his incredulity, Xue Jiayu's cheeks flushed. "Don't underestimate me because of my size. I am quite formidable," she stammered. Zhang Nanqi nodded dismissively, retrieving his lunchbox to eat. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, prompting many to rush outside. With her focus solely on Zhang Nanqi, Xue Jiayu was startled to hear that someone was crying in the small class below. "It can't be Huanyu, can it? Nanquan Gij, eat slowly. I will head downstairs first." Zhang Nanqi suspected it was indeed Huanyu in distress. He glanced at his open lunchbox, paused for a moment, and then closed it. His instincts urged him to follow. Xue Jiayu helped Huanyu to her feet. "Xiaoyu, are you hurt?" Huanyu nodded through her tears, pointing to her stomach. "It hurts here. I was hit." Xue Jiayu shot an unfriendly glare at the little tyrant. "Huzi, did you hit my sister?" "Yes." "Who told her to bump into me?" Huzi retorted defiantly, raising his chin as if it were a matter of course. "Even if she bumped into you, couldn't she just apologize? Why did you have to hit her?" Xue Jiayu stepped closer, jabbing her finger at Huzi's nose. As the pampered little emperor at home, Huzi enjoyed the support of his classmates at school, and teachers were too intimidated by his father's influence to reprimand him. Xue Jiayu was the first to boldly confront him. "I can hit whoever I want." Huzi snarled, baring his teeth. "Do you believe I would hit you too? You dare? I will fetch the teacher immediately." Xue Jiayu pressed forward another step, causing Huzi to recoil. After several exchanges, he found himself cornered against the wall. The crowd outside the classroom grew larger, their eyes mostly fixed on Xue Jiayu. They were all aware of the little tyrant in the small class and had been advised to steer clear of it. Now, witnessing the standoff between Xue Jiayu and Huzi, they were at a loss as to who the true tyrant was. Huzi, feeling humiliated yet unable to outmatch Xue Jiayu, attempted to charge at her. Just as his fist was about to reach her face, a hand seized his wrist. Looking up, Huzi found it was a tall boy. "Let go of me," he shouted. Xue Jiayu turned to see Zhang Nanqi. "Nanquan Gij, you're here too." Huanyu, upon seeing Zhang Nanqi, paused, wiped her tears, and reluctantly joined Xue Jiayu in calling out, "Nanquan Gij." Huzi could not withstand Zhang Nanqi's grip. A slight increase in pressure caused him to scream in pain. "Let me go. I promise I won't bully Huanyu again." Zhang Nanqi was indifferent to whether Huanyu was bullied. His concern lay solely with Xue Jiayu. "I won't bully Xue Jiayu either," Huzi declared. "You better keep your word." Zhang Nanqi released him, and Huzi fell to the ground, unable to suppress his tears. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Huzi realized that while his classmates usually regarded him as a leader, this was the most humiliating moment of his life. Unable to swallow his pride, he attempted to ambush Zhang Nanqi from behind as the latter turned away, but was caught by someone. "What are you doing? Planning to ambush again?" Gu Yuan pulled Huzi's shirt. "Nanquan, look, he wants to ambush you." Then he left. Huzi broke free from Gu Yuan's grip and sprinted out of the classroom, with Gu Yuan hastily pursuing Zhang Nanqi. Xue Jiayu remained preoccupied with Huanyu's injuries, noticing her pale face and quickly escorting her to the infirmary. Initially, teacher Jiang Xiui had misunderstood who was injured and rushed to the school, fearing it was Xue Jiayu. After Huanyu recounted the entire incident to Jiang Xiui, she thought it was over, but to her surprise, the next day she received a call from the teacher requesting her presence at school. The teacher's tone was grave, prompting Jiang Xiui to set aside her tasks and head over. Upon arrival, she was startled to find Jiang Perong there as well. Accompanying Jiang Perong was a plump woman engaged in conversation with her. "Xiui, you are here too." Jiang Perong took the initiative to link arms with Jiang Xiui. "This is my good friend Su Huimei, Gu Yuan's mother." "Gu Yuan, do you remember?" "Of course." Jiang Xiui shook hands with Su Huimei, acknowledging her presence. "By the way, what brings you both to school?" "The teacher notified me," Su Huimei replied. Jiang Perong nodded in agreement. "Me too. What about you?" "Me too." Jiang Xiui suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, not long after, Teacher Lin entered with a stern-faced man. Impossible, Jiang Qiui asserted firmly. Our Jiayu would never bully anyone. As if your family's Xiaobao could bully anyone at all, Jiang Peirong added. Teacher, you are aware of Nanqi's character. He would never bully anyone. What about our Gu Yuan? Before Su Huimei could finish her sentence, Meng Dehai slammed the table, adopting a tone as if lecturing at work. So you are implying that our Huzi has wronged your children? You four ganged up on our Huzi, and you dare to speak of justice? This matter must be addressed. Otherwise, I will not let it go. Su Huimei momentarily faltered, glancing helplessly at the two women. Jiang Qiui, despite her gentle appearance, possessed a resolute mind. Unfazed, she countered. Since you reviewed the surveillance footage, shouldn't we be allowed to see it too? Furthermore, the children should be called in to clarify, as different individuals may recount varying accounts. Meng Dehai regarded her with sarcasm. Teacher Lin and I have already seen the footage. The facts are clear. 4 children bullied one Huzi. Isn't that right, Teacher Lin? Suddenly called upon, Teacher Lin stood nervously. From the footage, that appears to be the case. Then we should definitely call the children in. Jiang Peirong regained her composure. Ultimately, it may just require an apology and compensation, but if they have wronged our children, this matter will not end here. All right, Meng Dehai crosses arms. I support calling the children in to apologize to our Huzi. Apologies should indeed be a matter for the children. Adults should not interfere. Jiang Qiui turned to Teacher Lin. Then please, Teacher Lin, summon the children. Make sure to ask them properly and don't frighten them. Teacher Lin thought to herself. I'm the one who's about to be frightened to death. Caught between 3 fierce mothers and the domineering father of Meng Huzi. She sensed her career as a teacher nearing its end. She went to gather Xue Jiayu and Huanyu first, followed by Meng Huzi, Gu Yuan, and Zhan Nanqi. Originally, Gu Yuan was in the De San class, and due to the proximity to the De E class, Zhan Nanqi was unaware that his friend attended the same school. Gu Yuan was elated. Although he was oblivious to the events unfolding, the mere thought of being with his friend filled him with joy. He cheerfully invited Zhan Nanqi to his home after school to play with his newly acquired toys. Gu Yuan perfectly inherited his mother's plump figure and his father's dimples, which made his smile extraordinarily endearing. My father brought the latest comic books from abroad. Come over to our house and have a look, Gu Yuan exclaimed. Besides, you used to love reading them, didn't you? Gu Yuan scratched his head. I thought you liked them, so my dad brought me a whole bunch. Zhan Nanqi refrained from mentioning that it was because Xue Jiayu liked them but was not well acquainted with Gu Yuan, so he had asked Gu Yuan to borrow them. Just a moment before they pushed open the door, Gu Yuan was fervently inviting Zhan Nanqi to his house to peruse the comic books. However, as soon as they stepped inside, he was bouncing around excitedly. Mom, what brings you here? Gu Yuan rushed to his mother, Su Huimei, the two of them displaying an innocent resemblance. The teacher asked me to come, Ms. Lin said, steeling herself. Children, please come over and line up. Due to his size, Gu Yuan stood at the very end, with Zhan Nanqi in front of him, followed by Xue Jiayu and Huanyu, while the front stood Huzi. Compared to yesterday's timid demeanor, Huzi today radiated boldness. Meng Dehai pulled his son close and asked, Son, did you see who bullied you? It was those 4. Huanyu was about to retort, but was held back by Xue Jiayu. You were the one who struck Huanyu first yesterday. We only retaliated afterward. Meng Dehai, accustomed to resolving such matters at work, immediately seized upon the flaw in Xue Jiyu's words. So, you acknowledge that you hit my son? Xue Jiyu rolled her eyes inwardly, realizing that like begets like, a mouse's offspring will burrow. Huanyu, feeling frightened, quietly shrank back but was pulled back by Jiang Qiui. Huanyu, did you bully your classmates? No, he deliberately hit me, and my stomach still hurts. Huanyu lifted his shirt to reveal a small bruise on his abdomen. Meng Dehai glanced at Meng Hu, perplexed as to why such a significant event had not been brought to his attention. Huzi, feeling guilty, stared at his fingers. Meng Dehai found himself in a difficult position. He could neither ignore the injustice nor remain silent. But this is merely a physical injury. What about the emotional trauma inflicted on my son by your group? Then who will compensate for the wrongful accusation against our child? As the parents prepared to argue again, Ms. Lin hastily intervened. Parents, please calm down. We must clarify the children's situation first. If you wish for us to apologize, evidence is required. Otherwise, do not be so aggressive. Jiang Peirong shielded the children behind her and confronted Meng Dehai. Meng Dehai raised his chin at Ms. Lin. You won't relent until you see the truth, will you? Ms. Lin, let them see. He adopted a demeanor akin to a superior addressing a subordinate. Ms. Lin, with her good temper, said nothing and proceeded to retrieve the surveillance footage they had been watching all morning. All right, let us pause here. At Meng Dehai's command, Ms. Lin dared not move. The footage froze at the moment Xue Jiayu cornered Huzi against the wall, and Meng Dehai appeared elated as if he had discovered incriminating evidence. See, who struck first? Jiang Qiui was taken aback, incredulously looking at Xiao Bao. When did Xiao Bao learn to bully others? Jiang Peirong also pulled Zhan Nanqi aside and whispered, Nanqi, were you involved in this matter as well? Yes. Jiang Peirong's heart sank. Xue Jiayu, upon seeing their expressions, immediately pointed at the footage. If you rewind 5 minutes, you'll understand why I cornered him. You've seen this, haven't you? Meng Dehai's face changed completely. How many secrets had this little rascal withheld from him, leading him to recklessly seek retribution? However, with no way to retract, Meng Dehai shook his head. I haven't seen it. Xue Jiayu crossed her arms and said, then take a look now and see who struck first. With irrefutable evidence before him, Meng Hu attempted to argue but was lifted by Meng Dehai. Dad, put me down. Meng Dehai was about to leave when Jiang Qiui blocked his path. Mr. Meng, you just demanded our child apologize to your son, and after we refuted your unreasonable request, you asked us to bring the kids in. Shouldn't you now apologize to our children? Meng Dehai's face turned a dark shade. A man used to being in control at work found it difficult to bow his head in apology. However, the women were patient, determined that he would not leave without offering an apology. Reluctantly, Meng Dehai muttered, I'm sorry. Jiang Peirong still blocked the doorway, demanding clarity. What do you mean by sorry? I'm sorry. I should not have slandered you. Meng Dehai finished and immediately took his son away, causing the children to leap with joy, celebrating their victory. More precisely, it was Xue Jiayu, Ying Huanyu, and Gu Yuan surrounding Zhan Nanqi in jubilance. Throughout this ordeal, Zhan Nanqi's expression remained unchanged, even when questioned by Meng Dehai. He exhibited not a hint of panic. Qiui, I never anticipated that beneath your gentle exterior lies such formidable energy. Su Huimei couldn't help but applaud her. Jiang Peirong nodded in agreement with Jiang Qiui, acknowledging that had they not maintained their composure from the outset, the children might have unwittingly offered an apology, which would have been quite unjust. Jiang Qiui lifted her chin and looked at Xue Jiayu. All of his confidence comes from Xiao Bao. I know he would never bully anyone. The 4 children grew closer through this experience. Although Ying Huanyu remained somewhat averse to Zhan Nanqi, her attitude towards Gu Yuan was quite amiable. Zhan Nanqi soon transitioned to the elementary division, and Gu Yuan successfully applied to join him in the same class. Chapter 52. Reconciling Conflicts. Su Huimei adored children, particularly Xue Jiayu. Naturally stocky, she favored slender girls, and seeing Xue Jiyu's fair complexion made her fond of the girl. In contrast, her attitude towards Ying Huanyu was rather indifferent. Su Huimei had privately inquired with Jiang Peirong as to why Ying Huanyu, raised in the Xue household, did not adopt their surname. Gu Yuan, however, did not share such sentiments. In his eyes, both Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu were equally cherished. Yet, he longed for an elder sister, which led him to feel a stronger affinity towards the straightforward Xue Jiayu. The children often spent time together, frequently engaging in playful skirmishes, with Ying Huanyu and Zhan Nanqi clashing the most due to Ying Huanyu's distaste for Zhan Nanqi. On one occasion, when Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui were away, Su Huimei took it upon herself to prepare meals for the children, inviting them to the Gu household. Gu Yuan's father, Gu Rahai, had studied abroad, leaving the Gu family with the most intriguing items, including one of the few available video players at the time. Watching cartoons became the children's favorite pastime, though disputes frequently arose over what to watch. We watched Basketball Pioneer last time. Why do we have to watch it again today? Ying Huanyu stood in the living room, hands on her hips, angrily pointing at Zhan Nanqi. Xue Jiayu pulled her down onto the sofa, softly reminding her, Xiaoyu, Aunt Su is still here. It's not good to be so loud, but I already put the DVD of 3 Orphan Cats in the player, and he took it out when I wasn't paying attention. Ying Huanyu's voice grew louder with her frustration, while Zhan Nanqi remained unrepentant. You went to the bathroom. That's not my fault. You little thief. Ying Huanyu, in a fit of fury, turned her back, while Zhan Nanqi maintained an indifferent demeanor. As tensions rose, it was poor Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan who bore the brunt. Xue Jiayu did not wish to scold Ying Huanyu nor put Zhan Nanqi in a difficult position, while Gu Yuan, with his pacifistic nature, preferred for nothing to disrupt their harmony. However, since the incident has transpired, they could not simply turn a blind eye. After a brief exchange of glances, it was decided that Xue Jiayu would pacify Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan would comfort Huanyu. Huanyu, please do not be upset. Next time you come to my house, I shall show you 3 orphan kittens for as long as you desire. Gu Yuan believed that such an enticing offer would surely assuage Huanyu's anger. To his surprise, Huanyu became even more incensed upon hearing this. Why must I wait until next time? If he wants to watch, he should be able to watch. It is unfair. Xue Jiayu quickly pulled Zhang Nanqi aside and whispered, Brother Nanqi, could you please let her have just this once? Would that be agreeable? No. Zhang Nanqi replied with unwavering resolve. Xue Jiayu was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at him in silence. Is there truly no room for compromise? Zhang Nanqi fixed his gaze upon her for 5 seconds. Before he could express his stance, Xue Jiayu capitulated. All right, I will negotiate with her again. Please do not look at me with that expression. Xue Jiayu dreaded the look Zhang Nanqi sometimes gave her, one that seemed to convey unspoken words. His eyes typically bore no trace of emotion, yet when directed at her, they hinted at a profound depth. This made Xue Jiayu feel distressed, as if she had let down his trust. Consequently, whenever Zhang Nanqi exhibited such an expression, words became unnecessary, and she would yield first. Exchanging a glance with Gu Yuan, Xue Jiayu approached Huanyu while Gu Yuan turned to Zhang Nanqi. Xiaoyu, please do not be angry. Just let him have this time. Next time we shall not include him. Xue Jiayu had believed that Huanyu, being obedient in other matters, would comply with this as well. To her astonishment, Huanyu threw herself into her arms and wept. Sister, you always side with him over me. I am your sister. Seeing Huanyu cry made Xue Jiayu equally upset, and she gently stroked her back. There, do not cry. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell and you will no longer be beautiful. We cannot watch any cartoons, so what does it matter if I'm not beautiful? Huanyu cried even more pitifully, leaving Xue Jiayu at a loss for words. Unable to do anything but hold her and pat her back. Sitting beside Zhang Nanqi, Gu Yuan, despite their childhood bond, found it impossible to pry words from Zhang Nanqi when he chose silence. Nanqi, you should be more accommodating toward the girls. Gu Yuan scratched his head, racking his brain for the right words. Letting her have this time will not cost you anything. Be a man. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for how to persuade him. Su Huimei, having finished frying dumplings, entered and noticed a child was missing. She hurriedly inquired, where did she go? Upon seeing Huanyu's state, Su Huimei's expression softened with maternal affection. In that case, you all enjoy the fried dumplings first. If it is not enough, Annie will fry more. Gu Yuan raised his hand, Mom. I want a fried egg. Su Huimei shot him a disapproving glare. Look at you. So chubby. What more do you want to eat? Gu Yuan felt disheartened. He had been craving fried eggs for days, yet his mother had yet to fulfill his request. Xue Jiayu, noticing his expression, pondered for a moment, then donned a sweet smile. Annie, I would also like a fried egg. Oh, Jiayu, you want one? Then Annie will fry a few. Without hesitation, Su Huimei prepared 4 eggs. Zhang Nanqi showed no interest in the fried eggs, while Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan each enjoyed 2. As Su Huimei turned to remove her apron, Xue Jiayu swiftly took 1 fried egg and placed it into Gu Yuan's bowl. Eat up. If Auntie sees me giving the egg to you, she will scold you again. Gu Yuan looked at Xue Jiayu with immense gratitude. Jiayu, will you make me? Before he could finish, Xue Jiayu glanced at him. Make you what? Will you be my big sister? Gu Yuan's candid request made Xue Jiayu chuckle. So you wish to be my little brother? No problem. Su Huimei, entering with her clothes from the balcony, overheard this and laughed. Gu Yuan, you are way bigger than Jiayu, and yet you want to be the little brother. After watching Basketball Vanguard, night had fallen. Su Huimei began to clear the dishes as Xue Jiayu and Zhang Nanqi departed from the Gu household. Brother Nanqi, I apologize on behalf of Xiaoyu. She can be rather headstrong at times, but it is never her intention to upset you. So please do not hold a grudge against her. Xue Jiayu tilted her head and smiled at Zhang Nanqi. He paused, glancing at her, assuming he was reluctant to agree. Xue Jiayu clung to his arm, playfully saying, Brother Nanqi, as a mature individual, please let this go and do not be upset with Xiaoyu. If you must vent, direct it towards me instead. He abruptly raised his hand, startling Xue Jiayu into taking a large step back, her eyes wide with surprise. Brother Nanqi, what are you doing? Zhang Nanqi extended his arm, gently flicking her forehead. Stunned, Xue Jiayu remained frozen, while Zhang Nanqi turned and walked home. It was not until she saw him enter the house that she realized he had merely been letting off steam. Brother Nanqi is truly adorable. At that moment, Xue Jiayu repressed her laughter and approached Huanyu to comfort her. I am indeed quite full, Xue Jiayu admitted, shyly lowering her head to pat her stomach. Xiaoyu, please do not be upset. Would you like me to find you some bread? Bread was a rare treat, worth its weight in gold. And the places that sold it were few and far between. Xue Wangjun had bought it twice, and both children adored it immensely. However, recently, Xue Wangjun had not purchased any bread, and Huanyu felt a pang of jealousy. Has Dad been keeping it all to himself? I knew it. He hides all the good things just for you. As she spoke, Xue Jiayu led Huanyu upstairs in search of the small loaves of bread. Upon witnessing Xue Jiayu cautiously retrieve a loaf from the cupboard, Huanyu's expression softened somewhat. Does it smell good? Xue Jiayu licked her lips, the aroma of the bread tantalizing her senses. Huanyu took a bite of the palm-sized bread and nodded. It is delicious. Sister, you should have some too. You eat it. I'm not hungry. I just had a large plate of fried dumplings at Annie Huime's. Oh, Huanyu relished her bread. Her spirits lifted not only because of the treat, but also due to Xue Jiayu's comforting presence. However, this happiness was short-lived, for as soon as Huanyu finished, she began to question why Xue Jiayu had not defended her earlier. Sister, why didn't you speak up for me at that time? Xue Jiayu internally sighed. Recognizing that Huanyu was not as easily placated as Zhang Nanqi, she could not simply rely on charm to smooth things over. Brother Nanqi was unwell, so it is perfectly normal to accommodate him a bit. You accommodated him more than just a little, Huanyu pouted. I feel like you prefer him over me. Xue Jiayu, feeling guilty, refrained from arguing. Huanyu, sensing a weakness, exclaimed, Sister, you truly like him more. Huanyu confronted her as if in battle, persistently instilling the notion that they were family, while Zhang Nanqi was an outsider who could never compare to her. After enduring nearly half an hour of this brainwashing, Xue Jiayu felt her ears were nearly calloused, and only after swearing to love her sister the most did Huanyu finally relent. I am fine. Huanyu seized the opportunity to be helpful, proactively pouring water for them. Mom and Dad, drink some water. Jiang Qiui accepted the water, continuously praising her for being so sensible. Yet, her voice grew softer, revealing evident feelings of grievance and disappointment. Huanyu was well aware of her status as not being a biological child of the Xue family. In such moments, she could only pretend to be oblivious, for if she were to pursue the matter, her position within the Xue household would become quite awkward. However, classmates had somehow caught wind of this, and, being children, spoke without a filter, often pointing out how she was not as beautiful as Xue Jiayu, and how they did not resemble sisters at all. Jiang Qiui casually reassured her. Teachers are just asking questions. They do not pay attention to such things. But my classmates say I do not look like my sister at all. Huanyu pouted. Xue Wangjun casually remarked that they originally did not intend to. Xue Jiayu instinctively sensed that her father was about to let something slip and hurriedly shouted, Daddy. Oh no! If Huanyu discovers her true identity, it would be a repeat of past mistakes. This matter must be kept secret. Upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, Xue Wangjun quickly changed his tune, saying, I understand. Daddy will change your name another day. From now on, you'll be called Xue Huanyu. Sounds great. Huanyu eagerly began to massage Xue Wangjun's shoulders, while Jiang Qiui displayed a hint of displeasure. We had already agreed that the Xue family could only have one child. If we change Huanyu's surname to Xue, how can we still call her our only child? Xue Wangjun scratched his head, as he indeed had not considered this aspect. However, I cannot go back on my promise to the child, and besides, Xiao Bao also wishes for us to treat her as part of the family, does she not? Are we not already treating her as family? Xiao Bao is everything she has. They both attend the same school. What more could she want? Jiang Qiui applied skincare to her face and firmly stated that she did not agree to Huanyu taking the surname Xue. Then how about taking your surname, Jiang? Xue Wangjun racked his brain for a compromise. Jiang Qiui was even less inclined. Xiao Bao is also the only child in the Jiang family, and besides, my feelings for Huanyu do not extend to allowing her to take my surname. Chapter 54. Preparing to skip a grade, hearing his wife's words. Xue Wangjun was both amused and exasperated. Nothing is agreeable, and I cannot tell the child that I have to retract my promise from yesterday. I don't care. You figure out yourself, Jiang Qiui said as she turned to lie down, pushing her husband away. After contemplating throughout the night, Xue Wangjun still chose to discuss the matter with Ying Huanyu the next morning. Ying Huanyu was drinking milk when she heard this and lost her appetite, gazing at Xue Wangjun with wide eyes. But Daddy, you promised me yesterday. This is something Daddy did wrong. Let me explain it to you later, all right? If your teacher has any questions, just have them call me, and I will handle it. Xue Wangjun adopted the best demeanor possible. Ying Huanyu understood she could not push her luck further, so she remained silent, her little face etched with displeasure. Don't be upset, Xiaoyu. Regardless of whether you take the surname Xue or not, you will always be my little sister. Xue Jiayu gently nudged Ying Huanyu with her elbow and whispered in her ear. This sentiment lifted Ying Huanyu's spirit somewhat, but the seed of changing her surname, once sown, was difficult to uproot. Xue Wangjun continued to take them to school as usual. The kindergarten had no academic tasks, merely playtime. Unlike other carefree children, Xue Jiayu was constantly pondering how to alter the fates of Zhang Nanqi and Ying Huanyu. Unfortunately, after Zhang Nanqi transitioned to primary school, her chances of seeing him at school diminished significantly, let alone during breaks. The kindergarten and primary school were located in two separate buildings, and the only time she could see Zhang Nanqi was during lunch. However, every time she made a move, Ying Huanyu would pull her back with vigilance. Sister, where are you going? I'm going to the primary school to find Brother Nanqi. Do you want to come? Upon hearing that they were going to find Zhang Nanqi, Ying Huanyu's face immediately darkened. Sister, why must you always watch him? Can't you just stay with me? It's not that I can't. I'm just worried Brother Nanqi might not adapt to the primary school. Xue Jiayu's explanation fell on deaf ears as Ying Huanyu crossed her arms and rested her head on the table, sniffling. Aren't you worried I might not adapt? With that, Ying Huanyu's tears overwhelmed Xue Jiayu, who quickly relented, saying, all right, don't cry. I want to go. Such scenarios occurred frequently. Whenever Ying Huanyu saw her preparing to leave, she would perk up her ears, making Xue Jiayu hesitant to move freely. However, this situation could not continue. Xue Jiayu finally seized an opportunity to break away from Ying Huanyu and rushed to the teacher's office. Teacher Lin, can I transfer directly to the primary school? Teacher Lin was preparing materials for a craft class and couldn't help but laugh at this request. What did you say? You want to go to the primary school? Yes. Teacher Lin set down the colored paper, and seeing her serious expression, was compelled to explain, but you are not old enough. Can I skip a grade? Teacher Lin paused, surprised by her knowledge of the concept. You know about skipping a grade? There's just been a notice from above. 4 capable students. Even if they do not meet the age requirement, they can choose to skip a grade. However, there are not many students who can do so. I know you are the smartest in your class, but I am not optimistic about your chances. I know, so can I give it a try? Xue Jiayu's eyes shone with sincerity, making it hard for Teacher Lin to refuse outright. However, the primary school is already learning pinyin and addition and subtraction within 10. You must be able to do those. No problem. Xue Jiayu was confident in her abilities regarding pinyin and arithmetic. You're quite the confident child, Teacher Lin chuckled. If you truly wish to skip a grade, have your parents call me. I can arrange a test. If you pass, you can skip a grade. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Xue Jiayu skipped out of the teacher's office, only to find Ying Huanyu standing at the door, her little fists clenched. Xiaoyu, are you here to see the teacher? What's the matter? Xue Jiayu reached out to take Ying Huanyu's hand, but she surprisingly withdrew. Sister, why do you want to go to the primary school? Ying Huanyu looked at her pitifully, like an abandoned little animal, which made Xue Jiayu feel a pang of guilt, prompting her to explain quickly. Because I find it too boring here. I want to learn new things. Ying Huanyu wiped her tears with the back of her hand. You're lying. You clearly want to go find Zhang Nanqi. Xue Jiayu looked around, and under Ying Huanyu's gaze, she had to nod in acknowledgement. I do want to see him a little, but that is not the only reason. I don't believe you. Ying Huanyu pouted and turned back toward the classroom. I don't care. If my sister goes to the primary school, then I will go too. Then we can prepare for the grade skipping exam together. Xue Jiayu was also uneasy about leaving Ying Huanyu alone in the kindergarten. This made Ying Huanyu a bit happier. Really? Can I really go to the primary school with you? Upon learning that her daughter wished to skip a grade, Xue Wangjun and his wife were utterly against it. Xiaobao, you are still young. You should play for a couple more years. Once you're in primary school, you will have plenty of work. Xue Wangjun, having graduated from high school, understood the hardships of studying and was reluctant to let his daughter face any difficulties. Jiang Qiui, being a serious university graduate, recognized the benefits of education, but wanted Xue Jiayu to live a carefree life without having to start studying so early. However, Xue Jiayu insisted, outlining the myriad benefits of skipping a grade. First, I find a class very boring. We only do crafts every day. Second, the knowledge in first grade is very easy for me, and I can keep up if I skip a grade. Third, I don't want to be in the same class as Huzi for another 2 years. Fourth, Brother Nanqi is also in the primary school. If I go, I can keep him company. Upon hearing the fourth point, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui exchanged glances, revealing an expression of understanding. Xiao Bao, you don't need to say more. You want to go to the primary school because of him, right? Xue Wangjun said with a tinge of bitterness, feeling a pang in his heart as his precious daughter wished to skip a grade for another boy. Jiang Qiui chuckled. Xiao Bao, don't be too eager. What if Nanqi doesn't like it when you go? I don't care about that. I want to go to first grade for my own education. Xue Jiayu rummaged under the coffee table for Jiang Qiui's notebook and casually opened a page, writing her name with flair. Look, I can already write. Xue Wangjun leaned in closer, and Xue Jiyu's handwriting was exquisite, meticulous, and powerful, far surpassing what one would expect from a child her age. He quietly asked Jiang Qiui, "Did you teach Xiao Bao to write?" Chapter 55, Cheating in Exams No. Xue Wangjun pondered for a moment and posed a simple arithmetic question. Simple. Xue Jiayu turned over her notebook and boldly wrote down the answer. 8, leaving the couple speechless in astonishment. It is worth noting that they had never imparted any knowledge related to academics, be it writing or arithmetic. Could it be that their little treasure is a prodigy? Xue Jiayu wrapped her arms around Xue Wangjun's neck and pleaded, "Daddy, please agree to let me attend the primary school division. I truly wish to go." Xue Wangjun, unable to refuse his beloved daughter, decided to call Teacher Lin to inquire about the possibility of a grade advancement examination. Such determination. I thought she was merely expressing a passing fancy, remarked the teacher. Let's schedule it for Friday. I will prepare a test, and if she scores over 90, I will transfer her to the primary school division. Listening to Xue Wangjun's phone call, Ing Huanyu stood opposite him, anxiously gesturing and reminding him not to forget to mention her situation. Only then did Xue Wangjun recall her and hurriedly said, "Could you please prepare 2 test papers? Huanyu also wishes to participate in the grade advancement examination." The two sisters, who lived and studied together, now desired to advance together as well. Teacher Lin chuckled. With just 2 days until Friday, Xue Jiayu urgently tutored Ing Huanyu, teaching her how to write the characters for her name and imparting basic phonetic knowledge along with addition and subtraction up to 10. To ensure Huanyu passed the exam, Xue Jiayu assigned her practice problems, declaring that she could only go to sleep after completing them. "Sister, I can do them tomorrow morning," Huanyu protested. "No, the exam is tomorrow. You must study hard now." After much coaxing and threatening, Xue Jiayu finally got Huanyu to finish the problems, achieving an 80% accuracy rate. She patted Huanyu's head and praised her. "Well done. If you pass this exam, I will reward you." "What reward?" Huanyu asked eagerly. "You'll find out then." Xue Jiayu lay down to sleep, and Huanyu crawled into her blanket from the other side. "My blanket is so cold. I want to sleep with you, sister." "Cold? What do you mean cold?" "Grandma asked us to go out for fresh air this afternoon." Xue Jiayu laughed. Yet she did not push away Huanyu's hand that clung to her. Zhan Nanqi and Gu Yuan knew the two were taking an exam today, and Gu Yuan animatedly cheered them on. "You both do well on the exam. If you succeed, we will be in the same class. Then we can attend school together, leave school together, and do homework together. The homework now is so difficult." "Nanqi, what time did you finish your homework last night?" Gu Yuan excitedly envisioned the future, and Xue Jiayu felt a bit embarrassed to shatter his illusions. "Even if we pass the exam and enter the primary school division, it doesn't necessarily mean we will be in the same class." "What?" Gu Yuan exclaimed in shock, losing his appetite for the bun in his hand. Zhan Nanqi remained indifferent. "There is more than one class in the first grade." "Oh, right," Gu Yuan realized belatedly, taking a worried bite of his bun. "What should we do then? I really want to be in the same class as you two." "Nanqi hardly talks in class. I feel stifled." Huanyu asked, "Don't you have anyone else to play with?" Gu Yuan hesitated to reply, admitting that others found him too heavy to play with him. Understanding this, Xue Jiayu patted Gu Yuan's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. Even if we're not in the same class, we can still find you to play during recess." Yes, yes." Until they parted at the school, Zhan Nanqi hardly spoke, only solemnly saying to Xue Jiayu, "Good luck." By the time Xue Jiayu realized what was happening, He and Gu Yuan had already entered the primary school building. Huan Yu tugged at her. Sister, let us hurry. I want to prepare early. Prepare for what? Of course. For my cheat sheet. Xue Jiayu was unaware of Huan Yu's intentions and assumed she was just nervous before the exam. The examination venue was an empty classroom adjacent to the teacher's office, and since the kindergarten division had many activities, there were plenty of empty classrooms. Upon entering, Huan Yu looked around for any surveillance and, upon confirming there was none, felt relieved. Xue Jiayu sat at the front desk, waiting for Teacher Lin to arrive. When Teacher Lin entered with the test papers, Huan Yu had just finished writing the initials and syllables on the desk and hastily stashed her pencil in the drawer. All right, we will begin the exam now. I must remind you not to look at each other's papers. Otherwise, if caught by the teacher, both of you will be penalized. Teacher Lin placed the test papers on their desks, and, after writing their names, they could start answering the questions. Xue Jiayu completed the paper in mere moments, finding the addition and subtraction to be an affront to her intelligence. Any additional second of contemplation felt like a failure on her part. However, the situation was quite different for Huan Yu. Although she had practiced writing her name repeatedly and completed several calculations the night before at Xue Jiayu's insistence, she found herself unable to do so when the test paper was placed in her hands. Teacher Lin, recognizing their tender ages, did not supervise closely, alternating between inspecting her nails and gazing out the window. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar teacher passing by and stepped out for a chat. At this moment, Huan Yu poked Xue Jiayu and whispered, Sister, I can't do the first question. Can you let me see? Huan Yu pleaded adorably. Xue Jiayu contemplated the impropriety of this request, but feared that speaking too loudly might attract Teacher Lin's attention. So she reluctantly replied, Xiaoyu, you must do it yourself. But I can't. Xue Jiayu's heart softened, and she pulled the paper closer for Huan Yu to see. You can only look at one question. Xue Jiayu turned slightly, and Huan Yu craned her neck to look. Although Xue Jiayu permitted her to view only one question, Huan Yu managed to glance over the entire page. Fortunately, Teacher Lin was engrossed in her conversation and completely oblivious to the commotion. By the time she returned, Huan Yu had nearly finished copying. All right, have you both completed your papers? Teacher Lin glanced at Xue Jiayu's work, evidently surprised. Not only was her handwriting neat, but all the answers she had seen were also correct. Though Huan Yu's writing did not match Xue Jiayu's finesse, it was still quite acceptable. Goodbye, teacher. Just as they exited the classroom, Huan Yu reached out to take Xue Jiayu's hand, but Xue Jiayu preemptively pulled her aside to a corner. Xiaoyu, what you did just now was wrong. Do you understand? Knowing something is one thing. Not knowing is another. The most important thing in life is honesty, not grades. Huan Yu was startled by her sister's rare seriousness. Sister, I didn't mean to. I was just scared. I have many things I can't do, and I think the teacher thinks I'm stupid. Her eyes welled with tears, and she sniffled pitifully. Xue Jiayu felt a mix of emotions. Your actions during the exam are considered cheating, and cheating is wrong. It's acceptable not to know, but if you cheat, it reflects poorly on your character. Chapter 56. Full marks. As soon as they got into the car, Gu Yuan eagerly inquired, How did you do on the exam today? Huan Yu nervously glanced at Xue Jiayu, fearing that her cheating incident would be revealed. Fortunately, Xue Jiayu said nothing, only offering a smile. Just wait until next week when I join you at school. At this, Zhang Nanqi smiled. Gu Yuan clapped excitedly. That's wonderful. Jiayu, do you know how much I've been looking forward to attending school with you? I even told my desk mate today that my sister will be joining our class. Gu Yuan did not finish his sentence. His desk mate had asked why his sister was starting school so late. Gu Yuan proudly puffed out his chest. Because my sister is still in the kindergarten division, she will come once she passes the grade advancement exam. This statement was met with derisive laughter from his desk mate. You're in primary school, and your sister is still in kindergarten? What a joke. Gu Yuan felt embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into the desk, and he had little hope that the taciturn Zhang Nanqi would come to his defense. After asking Xue Jiayu, Gu Yuan turned to Huan Yu. Xiaoyu, how did you do? Average. Grandma bought groceries today. I wanted meatballs for dinner, so she should make them tonight. Yay! Xue Jiayu immediately turned to Zhang Nanqi. Nanqi Gij, come to my house for meatballs, okay? Grandma's meatballs are delicious. Not tonight. Aunt Jiang is taking Nanqi Gij to see a doctor. Invite him another day. The words of Jiang Qiui sparked immense curiosity in Xue Jiayu. Which doctor are you seeing? Brother Nanqi, are you unwell? Had it not been for Jiang Qiui's mention, Zhang Nanqi would have remained oblivious to the fact that he was to visit a doctor. He turned to Jiang Qiui. who elaborated, "Your mother has arranged for you to see a psychologist. She has observed that your condition has improved somewhat recently and wishes to treat your autism thoroughly." The last three words were uttered softly, as the three families had privately agreed to avoid displaying excessive concern for Xue Jiayu's autism, lest it provoke his aversion. Xue Jiayu himself was indifferent. Upon hearing that Xue Jiayu's condition had improved, Xue Jiayu felt a surge of joy. After all, Xue Jiayu had developed autism due to the mistreatment by a nanny. Although they had dismissed the nanny, the damage had been done, and a complete recovery would be splendid. Noticing Xue Jiayu's delight for Xue Jiayu, Huanyu quietly tightened her grip on her backpack, pouting in silence. Gu Yuan clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "I absolutely adore the meals prepared by Grandma Su. At home, my mother doesn't let me eat much. Grandma Su is simply the best. Your mother is concerned about your health if you continue to gain weight." Jiang Qiui suppressed a laugh as she parked the car and allowed the children to disembark. Gu Yuan, in a huff, retorted, "Aunt Jiang, don't defend her. I know her well enough. She simply thinks I'm too plump. What does she know? I will definitely slim down when I grow up." "Indeed," Xue Jiayu chimed in. "Not only will you lose weight, but you will also become a big star." Gu Yuan and Jiang Qiui halted in disbelief, gazing at her. "What did you just say?" Xue Jiayu licked her lips. "What I mean is, with such striking features, Gu Yuan would look like a big star once he shed some weight." Jiang Qiui resumed walking, while Gu Yuan linked arms with Xue Jiayu, exclaiming, "Great minds think alike. I too believe I could become a star when I grow up." Huanyu scoffed inwardly, but remained silent. The enticing aroma of meatballs wafted through the house, prompting Xue Jiayu to clutch her stomach and announce her hunger, just as Su Sujin was about to serve dinner. Jiang Qiui dished out the food, chuckling, "Mom, they say grandchildren are favored by their grandparents. Ever since Jiayu arrived, even your most beloved son has been sidelined." Su Sujin felt a bit embarrassed, yet justified. "Of course. Who told our little treasure to be both beautiful and intelligent?" Winning Grandma's affection. Gu Yuan, receiving a bowl of rice, bit his chopsticks and asked, "Then why doesn't tea Grandma, Su favoring Huanyu?" Xue Jiayu was the first to react. Gu Yuan, "Has tea your teacher taught you not to talk while eating? If you speak again, I won't tea let you have any meatballs." "Don't." Gu Yuan, anxious to protect his meal, was too focused on the delicious food to concern himself with Huanyu's situation. Seeing him devour his food without a care, Xue Jiayu felt relieved and discreetly reached for Huanyu's hand. "Don't be sad, you are my sister." Huanyu forced a smile, responding, "Is being sad even useful? Blood ties cannot be changed." She didn't care. All she desired was her sister's affection. "Daddy!" Xue Jiayu leaped into Xue Wangjuan's embrace, clinging to his leg and acting cute, causing his heart to melt. "My precious daughter, did you have a joyful day at school?" Huanyu wished to mimic Xue Jiayu's antics, but before she could approach, Xue Wangjun had already lifted Xue Jiayu past her. "Yes, today I had an exam, and it was super easy." Xue Jiayu proudly shook her little head, while Xue Wangjun feigned surprise. "Really? It seems our little treasure is quite confident. Just wait and see. If you successfully advance a grade, Daddy will buy you a new backpack." Jiang Qiui emerged from the kitchen with the food, pretending to complain, "You spoil her. Wasn't he that backpack just bought when she started school? It's only been 2 months." Yet her tone lacked sincerity, and she winked at Xue Jiayu. "Didn't you say you liked that backpack with the princess design? Let Daddy buy it for you." A few days ago, Jiang Qiui had taken the 2 children grocery shopping, and upon passing a mall, Xue Jiayu had spotted a princess-themed backpack that instantly captivated her. Jiang Qiui wanted to purchase it for her, but she sensibly declined, stating that her current backpack was just fine. Bye. Even if the exam is failed, we shall buy whatever our little treasure desires. No need for any accolades." Xue Wangjun gazed at Xue Jiayu with the demeanor of a devoted father. However, after dinner, Xue Wangjun received a call from Teacher Lin. "Mr. Xue, I am pleased to inform you that Jiayu and Huanyu passed their grade advancement exams." "Really?" Xue Wangjun was elated and inquired about their scores. Jiayu received full marks, while Huanyu scored 91. Chapter 57, Dr. Jean. "Excellent. Thank you, teacher." After hanging up, Xue Wangjun scooped up Xue Jiayu and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. "My little treasure, you truly make Daddy proud by achieving a perfect score." Huanyu felt a pang of anxiety and timidly asked, "What about me?" "You also passed with a score of 91. Xue Wangjun replied with a smile. Offered her compliment, "You did exceptionally well too. But I'm not as impressive as my sister." Jiayu lowered her gaze, nervously gripping her clothing, while her sister received full marks, and she only managed 91. The 91 was even because she had copied Xue Jiayu, and Jiayu bit her lip, sorrowfully squatting down and crying. Xue Wangjun and his daughter quickly comforted her, assuring her that a score of 91 was commendable, and as long as she passed the exam. The exact score didn't matter. Indeed, many cannot even achieve a score of 91. Jiang Qiui emerged from the kitchen with fruit, joining in the comforting words. I heard from Aunt Sue that Gu Yuan scored only 60 on his first exam. He didn't even do as well as you. They comforted her for quite some time before she finally ceased her tears, but they dared not mention scores again, fearing it would hurt her feelings. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi left the house with his parents. Jiang Perong specifically requested that Zhang Aoxiang skip his social engagements today to accompany them to the doctor. There's a client flying in from abroad tonight. Can't you just take Nanqi with you? Zhang Aoxiang casually complained, but was immediately met with an onslaught of reprimands from Jiang Perong. Is our son solely mine? Don't you have a share in this? You earn so much money. You might as well just go off with it and leave us behind. Zhang Aoxiang, I don't care how much you earn outside. Once you're home, you prioritize our son. Zhang Aoxiang quickly lowered his voice, agreeing, yes, you are right, I misspoke just now. Upon saying this, Zhang Aoxiang pretended to slap himself, successfully eliciting a laugh from his wife. Don't start. You only know how to act. If you had the guts, you would genuinely do it. I would if I could. I'm just concerned you wouldn't want to part with me. Jiang Perong shot him a mock glare, then softened her tone. You know how long I've been hoping for our son to get better. I hope Dr. Jean can help Nanqi. He surely will. Zhang Aoxiang glanced at Zhang Nanqi, who was seated in the back. Sensing his gaze, Zhang Nanqi looked up at him. Their eyes silently met. But Zhang Nanqi's expression was no longer solely cold. It's all right, son. Sit tight. Dad is driving. Zhang Aoxiang and Jiang Perong chatted casually. Have you noticed that our son has improved since getting to know the Xue family? Of course. Jiang Perong rested her chin on her hand. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that it was Jiayu who made Nanqi better. How wonderful it would be if Nanqi could date Jiayu. She is the perfect choice for my daughter-in-law. Isn't it too early for such discussions? Zhang Aoxiang chuckled in disbelief. They are just children. They are merely tiny tots. And you're already talking about dating. Time flies. And I tell you, I've already planned that once they settle down, we will buy 3 houses. One for us, one for them, and one for the in-laws to live together. As they conversed, they arrived at Dr. Jin's clinic. The field of childhood psychological issues remains a niche area of study, and there are relatively few doctors in this domain in the country. Dr. Jin is somewhat renowned in his field. He personally greeted them at the clinic entrance. Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang. He paused momentarily, crouching down to greet Zhang Nanqi. Hello there. I've heard from your mother about you. You must be Zhang Nanqi, right? Zhang Nanqi, hands in his pockets, though still a child, exuded a presence that rivaled any adult, nodding at Dr. Jin. Dr. Jin did not find his behavior unreasonable. Instead, he chuckled softly. Nanqi certainly possesses a unique character. He led them into his office and, rather than addressing Nanqi's condition right away, began to recount the honors he had accumulated over the years. This was taken at an international conference last year. On the left is a professor, and on the right is a prominent figure in child psychology. Doctor. Jin instinctively reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes and was about to light one when Jiang Perong immediately frowned. Dr. Jin, the child is still here. It's inappropriate for you to smoke in front of him. I apologize. Dr. Jin quickly tucked away the cigarette. I have a habit of lighting one while I think. Zhang Aoxiang nodded in understanding, prompting Dr. Jin to swiftly change the subject. How long has your child been diagnosed with autism? Jiang Perong calculated the time. It's been nearly 4 years now. That is quite a lengthy history. How about this? I would like you parents to step outside while I speak with the child privately. Jiang Perong hesitated, but it's their first meeting. What if Nanqi is not cooperative? Perhaps we should stay nearby. Dr. Jin looked at her sternly. Autism is fundamentally a psychological issue. If he does not take the first step, who can assist him? Parents cannot accompany him indefinitely. Despite his reasoning, Jiang Perong remained unconvinced. But Zhang Aoxiang gently urged her to stand up. Let's step outside and trust the doctor. His words quelled Jiang Perong's worries. Isn't Dr. Jin the one you sought out? Do you not trust the doctor you chose? All right. She relented, following Zhang Aoxiang out, yet still pressed her ear against the door, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation. Unfortunately, The door was too thick for her to hear a single word. Dr. Jean opened a window and lit a cigarette, scrutinizing Jean Nanchi. The young boy had not once made eye contact since their meeting began, which irked Dr. Jean. "Young man, why not share your condition with me?" Jean Nanchi disregarded him entirely, refusing to even glance his way. "I am speaking to you," Dr. Jean said, tapping the table in an attempt to gain his attention. But to no avail. Jean Nanchi continued to stare straight ahead, offering Dr. Jean no acknowledgement. Dr. Jean took a couple of deep puffs from a cigarette, rummaging through a drawer for a book titled Communicating Patiently with Children with Autism. He thought to himself, patience? What nonsense! If it weren't for the wealth of this child's parents, I would have kicked him out by now. Checking the time, he noted that only 2 minutes had passed and decided to keep them waiting for at least 10 more. He scoffed, unafraid of Jean Nanchi reporting him. After all, treating autism is laborious and challenging. The only advantage is that they rarely complain. As he continued to smoke and observe Jean Nanchi, Dr. Jean realized he had found a long-term patron. Meanwhile, Jiang Peirong paced anxiously in the hallway, causing Zhang Aoxiang to feel dizzy from her restlessness. "Why don't you sit down? I'm starting to feel faint," he suggested. "How can I sit still? It's been 15 minutes. Zhang Aoxiang chuckled. "This is a medical consultation, not a shopping expedition. Healing takes time. The longer they're in there, the better it is for Nanchi. Don't you think?" Just then, the door swung open, and Dr. Jean appeared, looking utterly fatigued. He gravely announced, "Your child's condition is difficult to treat." Those words nearly caused Jiang Peirong to faint. "Dr. Jean, what do you mean?" Chapter 58, Grandma, please don't be harsh with her. Dr. Jean sighed deeply, feigning mystery. During our time alone, he did not utter a single word, no matter how I inquired or guided him. He simply remained silent. Jiang Peirong attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Dr. Jean. "Mrs. Jean, I recall that when you sought my help, you mentioned he was nearly recovered. However, this behavior suggests a worsening condition." Jiang Peirong tightened her grip on Zhang Aoxiang's hand. "Dr. Jean, what should we do?" "Exactly, that's why we are here. Isn't it?" Zhang Aoxiang supported his wife's shoulder, his gaze resolute. "We ask for your assistance. Rest assured, my primary focus abroad has been the treatment of children with autism. Leave Nanchi in my hands. Bring him to me for treatment every week." Jiang Peirong nodded tremulously, taking Zhang Nanchi's hand, sorrowfully departing. Before leaving, Zhang Nanchi finally glanced at Dr. Jean, causing the latter to tremble, burning his finger with the cigarette. What kind of look was that from this child? It sent chills down his spine. Dr. Jean licked his lips, cursing under his breath. During the weekend, Jiang Qiui brought Xue Jiayu over to visit the Zhang family. Upon hearing they were going to the Zhang household, Ying Huanyu feigned a stomach ache and opted to stay home. Jiang Qiui did not press her, allowing her to remain. When Jiang Peirong opened the door, Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu entered with a cake, beaming with smiles. "Annie Jiang." Upon seeing Xue Jiayu's radiant smile, Jiang Peirong's lips curved slightly. "Ah, little treasure, welcome. Please come in." Having been frequent visitors, Jiang Peirong had prepared a pair of slippers for Xue Jiayu adorned with cute little rabbits. "Nanchi is upstairs. You can go play with him." Xue Jiayu stuck out her tongue, flashing a playful smile, then hurried upstairs. Jiang Qiui noticed Jiang Peirong seemed distracted and inquired whether something was amiss. Jiang Peirong briefly shared the situation regarding the doctor's visit, then leaned into Jiang Qiui's embrace and wept. "Where's Nanchi?" "Not in the study." "Nanchi?" "Not in the room either." Xue Jiayu curiously turned her head, searching the second floor until she finally discovered Zhang Nanchi on the balcony. "Nanchi, what are you doing here?" The villa's design was generally the same, but Jiang Peirong had a large balcony constructed on the second floor for gardening, as she enjoyed it. He remained taciturn, yet Xue Jiayu did not mind, bouncing around him. "Nanchi, I passed my exams." Xue Jiayu leaned closer, her chubby cheeks squeezing together. "I'm going to be in the same class as you. Aren't you happy?" Zhang Nanchi walked towards the room. "We might not be in the same class. I can ask my parents to speak to the teacher." Xue Jiayu chattered beside him like a little sparrow. Indeed, given the extent of Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui's indulgence towards their daughter, it was quite possible they would approach the teacher about changing classes at Xue Jiayu's request. However, Zhang Nanchi felt that even if they were not in the same class, it made little difference. They already attended school together, left together, and sometimes dined together in the evenings, creating a bond even closer than that of classmates. This did not deter Xue Jiayu's enthusiasm. She plopped herself onto Zhang Nanchi's bed, swinging her legs leisurely. Nanqi, what did the doctor say? Zhang Nanqi glanced at the spot where she sat, moved his lips, but ultimately chose not to ask her to get off. If Gu Yuan were sitting on his bed, his attitude would have been entirely different. It's no use. Xue Jiayu tilted her head, feeling as though there was something she couldn't quite recall. What could it be? Jiang Qiui was still comforting Jiang Peirong. Don't worry, Dr. Jin must have a way to treat him. Zhang Nanqi remained silent. He had never been concerned about his condition. He truly did not wish to converse with others. Jiang Peirong gazed upstairs, tears streaming down her face. I am so sorry. Nanqi, that car accident 3 years ago would never have happened if it weren't for the grievances between us adults. Enough, enough. You didn't mean for this to happen, Jiang Qiui reassured her. Just then, the two children descended from upstairs. On the way home, Jiang Qiui held Xue Jiyu's hand, reminding her to look after Zhang Nanqi at school. Nanqi's autism is severe. As his friends, you must help him. Severe? Xue Jiayu thought. Nanqi seemed much better than before. Previously, there had been no emotion in his eyes, but now she could discern his feelings through his gaze. Was it truly severe? Yes, Dr. Jin said it is difficult to treat. Jiang Qiui sighed deeply. How could such a good child have this illness? Xue Jiayu tapped her head, murmuring, Dr. Jin, Dr. Jin. Before she could recall the matter regarding Dr. Jin, Huanyu rushed over, linking her arm. Sister, you and Mom have been gone for so long. Aren't we supposed to buy new backpacks? Let's hurry. She had no choice but to set aside her thoughts about Zhang Nanqi. Xue Wangjun had promised her he would buy a backpack, but it wouldn't be fair to only get one for Xue Jiayu, so he suggested getting one for Huanyu as well. Both girls were overjoyed with their new backpacks, and while Huanyu yearned for new clothes, she hesitated to voice her desire, hoping to coax Xue Jiayu into making the request. Sister, should we wear new clothes to our new class? Xue Jiayu, fiddling with her new backpack, replied, Not necessary. They haven't seen us before. Whatever we wear will be new. But it's different. We know it's new, Huanyu insisted. Does it really matter? Xue Jiayu blinked. I think it's perfectly fine for us to go like this. Huanyu's enthusiasm waned, and Xue Jiayu couldn't bear to see her sister so downcast. Do you really want new clothes? You can wear anything from my wardrobe. Huanyu's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Although they were raised together, Jiang Qiui clearly favored Xue Jiayu, curating her wardrobe with exquisite selections of top-notch styles and fabrics. In contrast, Huanyu's clothes were comparatively ordinary, though still from reputable brands. Children often compare, and Huanyu frequently gazed enviously at Xue Jiayu's lovely dresses, imagining how she would look in them. Xue Jiayu opened her wardrobe. Choose whatever you like. Huanyu's eyes fell upon a blue satin princess dress, and just as she reached for it, Su Sujin entered, clutching the dress and scolding her. Huanyu, what are you doing? Do you know how much that dress costs? Startled, Huanyu stumbled back and fell to the ground. I don't know. That dress is 1,000 yuan. Su Sujin closed the door. It's for Jiayu. You're not allowed to touch it. Xue Jiayu shielded Huanyu behind her and said sternly, Grandma, don't be harsh with her. Chapter 59. Going to school together. Su Sujin's stern expression was quite intimidating, causing Huanyu to tremble behind Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu also adopted a serious demeanor, asserting Grandma. She is my sister. What is wrong with her wearing my dress? She's not really my sister. Su Sujin frowned and pulled Huanyu from behind Xue Jiayu. Upon seeing this, Xue Jiayu squatted down and cried, Ooh, Grandma, doesn't he love me anymore? Oh dear, my little darling. Su Sujin knelt down. Where have I shown you any less love? Grandma loves you the most. Yet no matter how Su Sujin tried to comfort her, Xue Jiayu's tears wouldn't cease until Su Sujin promised not to scold Huanyu. Grandma, you must promise that even if my sister wears my clothes, you won't say anything to her. Xue Jiayu pouted, adding more conditions. Su Sujin, unable to resist her, agreed. All right, I won't say anything. But you must take care of your dress. If it gets ruined, your parents won't buy you another. They will. Xue Jiayu was certain of this. Su Suzhen, set the dress down and left. But Huanyu could no longer muster the courage to wear her clothes. Sister, is it because I'm not biological that they treat me differently from you? Xue Jiayu patted her back, unsure how to comfort her. After a moment, she said, No matter what Mom and Dad think, I will always treat you like my real sister. You can rely on me for life. Really? Huanyu's eyes sparkled. Sister, don't lie to me. I will take you seriously. Xue Jiayu smiled. Really, you can take anything of mine. Anything? Anything. This revelation brought joy to Huanyu. On a Saturday, Jiang Xiui took both girls to the bookstore to purchase first-grade textbooks and notebooks. As she packed their bags, she remarked, "I can't believe you two are starting elementary school so soon. It feels like just yesterday I dropped you off at kindergarten." Xue Jiayu thought that starting elementary school seemed easy. If it weren't for Zhang Nanqi still being in first grade, she would have considered skipping a few grades. On Monday, as school commenced, Xue Jiayu finally walked with Zhang Nanqi towards the elementary section. "Brother Nanqi, I'm really in the same class as you." However, the principal, seeing Xue Wangyuan's affection for his children, agreed. "Am I impressive? I said you would be in the same class, and here you are. My words are never to be doubted." Zhang Nanqi looked at her helplessly. "I recall that it was Uncle Xue who made it happen. But I was the one who asked Dad to do it." Xue Jiayu pouted at him, as if to challenge him to say otherwise. Zhang Nanqi wisely fell silent and patted her head. "The teacher is coming." The teacher was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman, and upon entering the classroom, Xue Jiayu's eyes widened in awe. In this era, she was an unaltered beauty, stunningly captivating. She immediately bowed to the teacher. "Hello, teacher." The teacher smiled slightly, correcting her in fluent English. "You must speak English in class." Huanyu, unable to comprehend, quietly tugged at Xue Jiayu's sleeve. "Sister, what is the teacher saying?" "She said we can only speak English in class," Xue Jiayu whispered. Huanyu's mouth fell open in surprise. "Then what about me?" Just as Xue Jiayu was about to offer her advice, the teacher called her name. "Xue Jiayu." "That's me." Xue Jiayu raised her hand high, filled with pride. "Where would you like to sit?" Xue Jiayu naturally wished to sit beside Zhang Nanqi, but as she glanced around, she noticed Gu Yuan enthusiastically waving his chubby little arm. "Jiayu, I'm over here. I'm over here." It was evident that Gu Yuan wanted her to sit next to him. However, since Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi were already desk partners, Xue Jiayu displayed a conflicted expression. Gu Yuan quickly moved to the back desk. "We can sit together here." Both Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi were tall, thus seated in the second-to-last row, leaving the last row empty. Xue Jiayu still hesitated. If Gu Yuan moved back, wouldn't the seat beside Zhang Nanqi soon become available? "Sister, I want to sit next to Brother Nanqi," Huanyu whispered. Xue Jiayu was taken aback. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Huanyu nodded firmly, prompting Xue Jiayu to relay her request to the teacher, who consented. Huanyu then walked straight to Zhang Nanqi and sat beside him. Zhang Nanqi displayed a slight displeasure upon her arrival, but quickly returned to his usual impassive demeanor. Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu were both astonished. "What's going on?" Gu Yuan whispered to Xue Jiayu. "I have no idea." Huanyu and Zhang Nanqi had always been at odds, especially Huanyu, who seemed to avoid him at all costs. Now, for her to voluntarily sit with Zhang Nanqi was a shocking turn of events. Is the sun rising from the west? Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu watched them warily, fearing a confrontation during class. However, nothing occurred. On the first day of school, everything remained uneventful. Even during lunch, they each sat apart, eating their own meals, unlike Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan, who initially ate separately but later began to share. "Aunt Jiang made you little dried tofu again. It's my favorite. Let me have a bite." "Then why don't you trade me a chicken leg?" Here. I'm more generous." Xue Jiayu dashed over to Zhang Nanqi, offering him the stolen chicken leg. "Brother Nanqi, you eat it. Aunt Hui Mei's chicken legs are the best." Cough. Cough. Huanyu deliberately coughed twice to express her discontent. However, Xue Jiayu had no more chicken legs in her bowl, so she glanced at Gu Yuan for urgent assistance. Gu Yuan promptly offered his chicken leg to Huanyu. "Xiaoyu, you eat. I don't want it anymore. You should eat. Why aren't you?" "All right. If it's what my sister gave me, I will eat." Huanyu joyfully gnawed on a chicken leg, occasionally exclaiming with delight at the taste, creating a stark contrast to Zhang Nanqi, who silently focused on his own chicken leg, almost as if she were intentionally flaunting her enjoyment. "Is it greasy? I can rinse the excess oil off for you," Xue Jiayu suggested, opening her water bottle. Fortunately, she hadn't consumed much that morning, and she quickly washed off the oil from the chicken leg. Chapter 60. Unable to keep up, "I'm not eating anymore," Huanyu declared. Feeling that the chicken leg had lost its allure, particularly disliking how Zhang Nanqi seemed to command Xue Jiayu's assistance. "If you want to eat, then eat. Why should my sister help you wash your chicken leg?" Zhang Nanqi replied nonchalantly. "I didn't ask her to help me." All right, Xiaoyu, your sister is fine. Just hurry and eat," Xue Jiayu said, exchanging a glance with Gu Yuan, encouraging him to sit closer. Gu Yuan promptly pulled up a chair beside Zhang Nanqi and remarked, "Nanqi, let me see what Aunt Pei Rong prepared for you." "Oh, it's the same as theirs? Our meals have always been the same. Aunt Jiang is too busy to make a bento for brother Nanqi. So my mother prepares 3 servings. What? You've been secretly eating the same meals without me, isolating me," Gu Yuan exclaimed, biting angrily into a piece of chicken, feeling a sense of abandonment by his friends. "What is wrong with having the same meal? Is it something special?" Xue Jiayu replied dismissively, pushing some shrimp from her bowl toward Huanyu. "Xiaoyu, here, eat this." Finally, there was something that the sister offered her instead of Zhang Nanqi, and Huanyu was elated, quickly devouring the shrimp. "The vegetables my sister gave me are so delicious. I love them, as long as you like it." Xue Jiayu chuckled. The meal was chaotic, and Xue Jiayu felt as if she had lost 10 years off her life. However, mealtime was relatively manageable compared to the ordeal of using the restroom. Whenever Huanyu needed to go, she had to accompany her. If Huanyu went alone, she could not go with Zhang Nanqi at the same time, or else Huanyu would surely sulk. By the time school ended, Jiang Xiu arrived to pick them up, and Xue Jiayu's expression was already one of exhaustion from the day's trials. Bian Qi, upon seeing her daughter in such a state, assumed it was the weight of academic pressure that had caused it. "It's all right, Mom. I just ate too much at lunch and need to rest a bit." Zhang Nanqi had not eaten the chicken leg he had taken from Gu Yuan, and not wanting to waste it, he reluctantly finished it, only to feel somewhat unwell afterward. "Silly child, why did you eat so much?" Jiang Qiui laughed. In the evening, while doing homework, Huanyu insisted on sitting close to Xue Jiayu. "Sister, let us do it together." "Okay, you sit to my left so that our hands one-t touch." Huanyu obediently complied, but after sitting down, she hesitated to pick up her pen. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu swiftly completed her homework and noticed Huanyu had not written a single word. "Why aren't you writing?" "Sister," Huanyu said with an embarrassed smile, "I can't do it. Can I copy yours?" Xue Jiayu frowned. "Didn't you listen in class today?" "I did, but I didn't understand what the teacher was saying." Huanyu pouted, on the verge of tears. Xue Jiayu pointed at her nose and scolded, "No crying. Let us clarify the situation first. The teacher spoke all in English. How could I understand?" Huanyu was close to bursting into tears, and Xue Jiayu, feeling a headache coming on, covered her mouth. "It's fine if you copy today, but you can't rely on me for every assignment." "I can't do it." With a quivering little body, Huanyu looked utterly pitiful. "I just want to see it today. If I can't do it tomorrow, I'll ask the teacher." "Yes, that's the right attitude." Xue Jiayu nodded, handing over her homework. "Look, it's actually quite simple. We just covered these few letters." Their focused study session appeared warm and endearing to Jiang Xiu and Xue Wangjun, who exchanged glances. Xue Wangjun placed his hand on Jiang Xiu's shoulder. "See, I told you having a sister is better for her. Jiayu is quite happy to have this younger sister." Viang Qi pour cette lips, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something might go wrong in the future. "You're just worrying for nothing," Xue Wangjun said reassuringly. "Why fret over things that haven't happened? Our family will only get better. I have plans to expand the factory." In recent years, the Xue family's business had flourished, and Xue Wangjun intended to seize the momentum to open more factories. "Since we need to save for Xiao Bao's dowry, let us aim for a substantial amount." Jiang Qiu supported the factory expansion, recognizing that the current production scale must meet customer demands. As they discussed their plans, Xue Jiayu had already helped Huanyu finish her homework. "If you have questions tomorrow, feel free to ask the teacher or me." Huanyu nodded vaguely, but in her heart, she was determined not to approach the teacher. The teacher speaks in English. How can I communicate with her? She would devise a way to appear pitiful in front of her sister, knowing Xue Jiayu would let her copy again. She understood her sister well. However, this charade could only last a few days before the teacher would discover Huanyu's struggle with English. "Huanyu, please come read this passage." Huanyu was resting her head on her arms, seemingly oblivious to the call. Only when the teacher approached and tapped her desk did she awaken, realizing the teacher was summoning her. Yet, she was still unaware of what she was being asked to do. Xue Jiayu quietly prompted, "Huanyu, the teacher wants you to read the text." "Which text?" Although the teacher required English during class, she understood Chinese well enough to be infuriated by Huanyu's question. "You don't know which text we're discussing. What were you listening to during class?" Huanyu was frightened into tears. "I didn't mean to." The teacher, feeling utterly exasperated, had no choice but to take her to the office. Xue Jiayu volunteered to accompany them. "Teacher, I'll take care of my sister." The teacher, seeing that Xue Jiayu had performed well in class, reluctantly agreed to let her comfort Huanyu. In the teacher's office, Huanyu sobbed uncontrollably, drawing the attention of other teachers. Xue Jiayu calmly patted her back. "Don't choke, breathe properly." After a while, Huanyu finally stopped crying and immediately stood up. "I can keep up. It's just too easy." "Then I want to go," she resolutely declared, clinging to her sister. "Wherever you go, I go. You can't leave me behind." "You're not being left behind," Xue Jiayu replied, exasperated. "But you can't keep up with the pace here. You'd just be daydreaming in the classroom." Chapter 61. Tutoring Huanyu. Huanyu covered her ears, refusing to listen. Xue Jiayu knew that no matter what she said at that moment, it would not penetrate her sister's stubbornness, so she fell silent, waiting for the teacher to intervene. The teacher called Xue, who hurriedly dropped her work to come. "Hello, teacher." Xue immediately recognized that Huanyu had caused trouble again and felt a twinge of displeasure, but maintained a calm demeanor in front of the teacher, apologizing. "Is there something wrong with our child?" The teacher solemnly asked her to sit down. "Mrs. Xue, please take a seat. Jiayu's academic performance is commendable. The issue lies with Huanyu." Huanyu hung her head, biting her lip and glancing around, unwilling to look at Xue. Upon hearing the teacher praise Xue Jiayu, Xue smiled. "Our Xiao Bao is clever and diligent in her studies." The teacher nodded, affirming. Jiayu is indeed a rare combination of intelligence and hard work. As the compliments continued, Xue Jiayu quickly interjected, signaling the teacher to return to the matter at hand. "Teacher, my mother is aware of my situation." Before Xue could respond, Huanyu shook her head at her mother, tears streaming down her face. "However, you are simply unable to keep pace with the curriculum and its standards. Even if you remain in the primary division, you won't learn anything." The teacher spoke earnestly, truly concerned for Huanyu, but she was not receptive to any of it. No, I don't want to." Huanyu began crying again, until she fainted from her sobs. "What is wrong with Huanyu?" The fluctuations of emotions were overwhelming. The child fainted in excitement. When Huanyu awakened, the sky had darkened, stirred by the tantalizing aroma of food. As she turned her gaze, she spotted Xue Jiayu seated at the table, engrossed in a book. "Sister," she called out. Xue Jiayu promptly closed her book and approached her, beaming with a radiant smile. "You're awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "Not anymore," Huanyu replied, sitting up with a look of guilt. "Is Mom very angry?" "Not at all. Mom has just gone to the office." "Then I must catch up," Huanyu exclaimed, leaping from her bed and hurriedly taking a seat at the table to open her book. In truth, the pinyin and numbers were not difficult. The challenge lay in comprehending the lessons taught in English. This was the oddity that perplexed Huanyu, despite being with Xue Jiayu at all times. Why could Xue Jiayu understand? "Sister, have you secretly learned English behind my back?" "Why would you say that?" Xue Jiayu chuckled awkwardly. "We're together every day. How could you not know if I've studied or not?" "That is puzzling," Huanyu frowned. "Why can't I understand a single word? Why, you seem to have been born knowing English." Xue Jiayu deftly changed the subject. "When I want to find brother Nanqi, I heard Aunt Zhang teaching him some English, so I learned a few phrases. But you don't like going to brother Nanqi's house. If you came with me more often, you'd pick it up naturally." These two sentences convinced Huanyu. Yet she remained unwilling to reconcile with Zhang Nanqi for the sake of English. "Then I'll learn at home by myself. I refuse to believe I can't do it." Xue Jiayu applauded her determination. "You're quite spirited. If you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'm always here to help you. I knew you would be the best sister." With the pretext of studying, Huanyu clung to Xue Jiayu more openly, preventing her from visiting Zhang Nanqi. Throughout the weekend, whenever Xue Jiayu considered going out, Huanyu concocted a question to hinder her. Even when Gu Yuan invited her to watch cartoons, it was futile. "What are you two doing? Studying hard at home on a weekend? Hiding from me?" Gu Yuan murmured. "You're already smarter than I am, and my mom likes you more than me. Why do you have to work so hard? Should I even bother living?" Xue Jiayu found it amusing, yet exasperating. "Stop saying such things. Aunt Hui Mei cares for you deeply. If she hears you talking like this, you'll be in trouble." "That is true," Gu Yuan mumbled, rubbing his nose, his plump figure looking rather cumbersome on the Xue family sofa. "My mom keeps saying how wonderful you are and how if I had just half your understanding, she'd be overjoyed." During her pregnancy, Su Hui Mei had longed for a daughter, indulging in sour foods, only to give birth to Gu Yuan, a hefty boy. Later, witnessing Xue Jiayu's intelligence and charm deepened her affection for her. Gu Yuan anxiously inquired, "How much longer do we have to study? If it takes too long, my mom won tea, let me watch TV." Inghuan Yu blinked at her, and Xue Jiayu could hardly refuse, merely nodding in agreement. Gu Yuan, utterly disheartened, trudged away. Seeing this, Xue Jiayu felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, "You could go find brother Nanqi, but he is going to see the doctor today, and my mom won tea, let me visit him. Is he seeing Dr. Jean?" Gu Yuan was unsure and shook his head as he left, fearing Su Hui Mei would come looking for him while he was out. Inghuan Yu was displeased, pouting and complaining, "Sister, what are you thinking?" "I'm not thinking about anything. You keep reading. I'm going to find brother Nanqi." "Sister." She dashed to the Zhang family's doorstep, just in time to see Jiang Pei Rong escorting Zhang Nanqi out. "Aunt Jiang." Upon hearing Xue Jiayu's youthful voice, Jiang Pei Rong quickly halted. "Xiao Bao Jiayu, what is the matter? Do you need something from Aunt?" Jiang Pei Rong smiled as she leaned out of the car. Xue Jiayu obediently greeted her, even bowing slightly. "Aunt Jiang, are you going to see the doctor?" "Yes. If the hospital weren't so unclean, I'd take you with us." Jiang Pei Rong, aware of the affection the Xue family held for Xue Jiayu, was reluctant to take her along. "It's all right, Aunt. I just want to say a word to brother Nanqi. He is right there." Xue Jiayu glanced back and caught Zhang Nanqi lowering his car window. Zhang Nanqi's demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. "Is there something?" "Nothing at all," Xue Jiayu replied, offering him an encouraging smile. "Make sure to listen to the doctor." "Is that all?" "How tedious," Zhang Nanqi remarked, raising the window again. Jiang Pei Rong immediately admonished him. "Your sister came to see you with kindness. You must not treat her like that." Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Xue Jiayu quickly defended him. "Aunt Jiang, Nanqi isn't being rude on purpose. It's fine. You both should hurry along." Xue Jiayu watched their car depart. Although Jiang Pei Rong felt Zhang Nanqi's attitude towards Xue Jiayu was lacking, she refrained from being overly critical. Dr. Jean was already waiting at the door and hurried over upon seeing their car. "Mrs. Zhang, you're here." "Dr. Jean, I entrust my son's health to you. That's what I'm here for. Come, child, let us go inside." Dr. Jean instructed Jiang Pei Rong to wait outside while he took Zhang Nanqi into his office. "Dr. Jean, can I stay and watch?" Jiang Pei Rong expressed her apprehension. "What if something goes wrong?" "Rest assured, I am a professional doctor. Nothing will go awry," Dr. Jean assured her. And seeing her firm demeanor, she reluctantly complied. "Nanqi, Mom will be right outside. Call me if you need anything." Dr. Jean repeatedly comforted Jiang Pei Rong before closing the door behind them. Once inside, instead of immediately treating Zhang Nanqi, he instructed him to lie down on the sofa. "Now, I'm going to conduct a hypnosis session. Focus on this pendant." Zhang Nanqi gazed at the pendant as Dr. Jean began to sway it back and forth for an extended period. After some time, Dr. Jean's arm grew weary. Yet Zhang Nanqi's gaze remained cold and unyielding. "Are your eyes not tired?" Dr. Jean had never encountered someone who could resist sleepiness. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, showing no signs of drowsiness whatsoever. "Enough, enough. Your eyes may not be tired, but my arm is," Dr. Jean exclaimed, lowering his arm and opting to engage Zhang Nanqi in casual conversation. "What are your current interests?" Zhang Nanqi pressed his lips together, not responding. "Do you have any friends?" Zhang Nanqi turned his gaze away, fixating on a map hanging on the wall. "Hey!" Dr. Jean's frustration flared. "Why won't you look at me? I'm your doctor." Zhang Nanqi continued to stare at the map, causing Dr. Jean, already thinning on top, to lose a few more strands of hair in irritation. However, aware that Jiang Pei Rong was outside, he refrained from reprimanding Zhang Nanqi. Eventually, Dr. Jean retrieved an album from his drawer to show Zhang Nanqi, but he showed no interest and tossed it aside. Dr. Jean, unaffected, settled into his massage chair and casually flipped through a magazine. After 2 hours, Dr. Jean finally opened the door, feigning a troubled expression. "Mrs. Zhang, your son's condition is quite serious." "What?" Jiang Pei Rong, upon hearing this, nearly fainted. "Dr. Jean, didn't you say there was improvement? How can it still be serious?" Glancing at Zhang, Nanqi reclined on the sofa, tears welled in her eyes. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Dr. Jean realized he had her in a delicate position and deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation. "I tried many methods just now, but none were effective. Treatment is a long battle. You must prepare yourself mentally." Jiang Pei Rong closed her eyes, thanking Dr. Jean profusely before promptly paying the consultation fee and taking Zhang Nanqi home. On the way back, Jiang Pei Rong subtly probed Zhang Nanqi about Dr. Jin's medical skills. Nanqi, what do you think of Dr. Jin? Zhang Nanqi furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. He had little to say about Dr. Jin. Jiang Pei Rong, misinterpreting his silence as a symptom of his autism, sighed inwardly but maintained an optimistic demeanor, encouraging him. No worries, NQ. Dr. J.N. assures us of his extensive experience. It appears that your ailment shall soon be resolved. And NQ moved his lips, contemplating a response, yet ultimately chose silence. Subsequently, Jing Pir Ing escorted and NQ to Dr. J.N.'s office on 2 more occasions, each time allowing only the 2 of them to remain behind closed doors, excluding Jing Pir Ing from entering. Dr. J.N. asserted that the presence of a third party would disrupt the efficacy of the treatment, and for the sake of H and NQ's recovery, Jing Pir Ing acquiesced to his wishes. However, after a month of sporadic consultations, there was no sign of improvement. Whenever Jing Pir Ing expressed her anxiety, Dr. J.N. would dismiss her concerns by explaining that autism is a psychological condition that requires time to heal. Jing Pir Ing felt a heavy heart. It was not the financial burden that troubled her, but rather the long and arduous journey ahead. With no one to confide in Oxy Ing remained optimistic, believing he had found an expert even more capable than Dr. J.N., envisioning Zich NQ's imminent recovery. Yet, as the days wore on, without progress, Jing Pir Ing felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Only able to voice her frustrations in moments of solitude with Jing Qi. I have long resolved that it matters not if NQ remains unwell for life. His family fortune is more than sufficient for him, but I simply yearn for him to lead a radiant existence. Jing Pir Ing wept on Jing Qi's shoulder, unable to suppress her self-reproach at the thought of and NQ's vacant gaze. There, do not dwell on it. Such is the plight of every parent. You do not wish for this either. Jing Qi comforted her, patting her back, yet the more she tried to console, the more Jing Pir Ing cried. Your sister Ji is such a delightful child, so lively and cheerful. I often wonder if NQ would be as vibrant as she is had it not been for that incident. Jing Qi managed a smile, though it felt inappropriate in the moment, and quickly suppressed her mirth. NQ is a boy. Enduring more trials in childhood will benefit his character. Consider this the first hurdle fate has set for him, and you must assist him in overcoming it. Assist him, of course. Jing Pir Ing wiped her tears, recalling Dr. J.N.'s words that next month an autism specialist would be attending a conference nearby, and he would take NQ to see them. Really? How wonderful. You must express your gratitude to Dr. J.N. Indeed, I have prepared red envelopes and gifts of tobacco and alcohol, just waiting for an opportune moment to present them to him. Suji Y, who had been eavesdropping at the stairwell, could no longer restrain herself upon hearing this. She could not recall a time when an NQ had been cured, and the more she listened to Dr. J.N.'s rhetoric, the more it seemed like a charade. Chapter 63. 2 hairpins to exercise caution. Suji Y resolved to inquire directly with an NQ. This matter was of great significance, regardless of Ying who New York's tantrums. Suji Y insisted on leaving her to study alone at home while she ventured to the Zich and household. Sister, if you go looking for him, I won't study my letters today. Ying who New York sulked, crossing her arms as she sat on the bed. Sister. The mere utterance of those words startled Ying who New York into hastily writing down her letters, fearing she might not master them. Suji Y made her way straight to the ZHN residence, where Zich N Oxying was home, allowing Jing Pir Ing peace of mind to chat with Jing Qi Y, Uncle ZHN. Upon arriving at the door, Suji Y announced herself with a bright and cheerful greeting. ZHN Oxying, seated on the couch with a newspaper, turned with a jovial smile. Little B.O., you've come. Influenced by Jing Pir Ing, N Oxy Ing held great affection for Suji Y, occasionally expressing a desire for another daughter, leading to Jing Pir Ing chiding him on several occasions. First, let us focus on curing NQ's ailment. Do not concern yourself with anything else. GY, this is for you. Gu Yuan has been pestering me for ages, and I haven't given it to him. Suji Y, Fauna Chocolate, gratefully accepted the box from ZH in Oxy Ying. Thank you, Uncle ZHN. I will go find NQ Gidge. He.S. upstairs. She bypassed the robot and approached NQ. NQ Gidge. How is that Dr. Annie Jing took you to see? Zidash NQ. Engrossed in demonstrating the robot's functions, was preoccupied with the controller and failed to respond. After repeating her question, he finally looked at her. Not good. Strangely, despite Ng's attempts to extract information, he remained indifferent. Xue Jiayu, her small voice insistently pressing him, prompted him to share. I don't know how to articulate it. Xue Jiayu was exasperated by his response. In this day and age, without a hidden camera, one could hardly gather evidence unless caught in the act. She made a bold decision. This weekend, I will accompany you to Dr. JN's. She was certain that Dr. JN was nothing but a quack. Zichen and NQ appeared indifferent, his thoughts still fixated on the robot, unguarded as he accepted the chocolate offered to him. Only when the sweetness coated his mouth did he realize it was Xue Jiayu who had fed him the chocolate. Xue Jiayu indulged in one herself, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Gu Rhi had also brought chocolates for the children, but they were filled, and Xue Jiayu did not fancy them, giving them all to Ying Hu New York. Thus, she concocted a plan. An NQ Gidge. May I store this box of chocolates with you? Please do not share them with Gu Yuan. Zeech and NQ silently acquiesced, and Xue Jiayu kicked the chocolate box beneath the bed, content with herself. Now I am at ease. Gu Yuan is quite plump. He's certainly one T find him here. A faint smile flickered in Zeech and NQ's eyes, so subtle that it would easily go unnoticed. GY. Annie has 2 small gifts for you and Hu New York. Having recently secured the agency of a clothing brand, selected a few accessories, including 2 exquisite pearl hairpins. Xue Jiyu's eyes sparkled upon seeing them. The vintage handcrafted hairpins exuded quality, with pearls intricately strung together with silver thread. They are beautiful. Thank you, Auntie Jiying. You're welcome. Jiying, fond of Xue Jiayu, kissed her cheek before departing. Xue Jiayu ascended the stairs holding the hairpins, deliberately walking softly to observe whether Ying Hu New York had been diligently studying after her departure. As she neared the door, she heard Ying Hu New York reciting her letters, prompting a smile. How could this be? Xue Jiayu clasped her hands behind her back, playfully announcing to her sister, "Let us assess your progress in learning. If satisfactory, I shall reward you." All right. Ying Hu New York confidently raised her chin. You may ask me anything. I shall surely succeed. Very well, then, choose one of these 2 hairpins. Xue Jiayu presented the 2 pearl hairpins to her sister for selection, one adorned with black lace and the other with a lace trim. After considerable deliberation, Ying Hu New York still struggled to decide, biting her lower lip in contemplation. Sister, I cannot choose. Is it not simple? Just select the one you prefer. Then I will choose the black one. Ying Hu New York clasped the black hairpin in her palm, and as Xue Jiayu prepared to place the lace hairpin in her drawer, she suddenly heard a voice behind her call out. Wait, what is it? Sister, I believe I would prefer the lace hairpin. Would you let me have it? Xue Jiayu, though reluctant, acquiesced. Very well, take it. Thank you, sister. Ying Hu New York beamed with joy, trying on the hairpin atop her head before pouting and removing it. It does not suit me. I think the black one looks better. Xue Jiayu could only chuckle. You may have both, to spare you the dilemma. Ying Hu New York gazed at her in astonishment. Really? But then you'll have none. I do not mind. I possess many hairpins. Then thank you, sister. Ying Hu New York tucked the hairpins away, planning to wear them at the next class meeting. Sister, I heard that the popsicle from the canteen are delicious. Shall we go buy some? Yet, Ying Hu New York was tempted but dared not speak her desire directly. Today, Xue SHN was coming to pick her up. If she voiced her wish, Xue SHN would surely be displeased. If Xue Jiayu mentioned it, she would not mind buying a dozen or so. Chapter 64. A family with a little treasure unable to resist the persistent pleas of Ying Hu NY. Xue Jiayu eventually confided to SHN after school that she desired an ice pop from the school store. Xue SHN appeared hesitant, reminding her that her mother had expressly forbidden such treats. Grandma, just one will do. Ying Hu NY and I can share, Xue Jiayu implored, her expression one of utmost innocence, which softened Xue SHN's resolve. Certainly, Suhi salutis sharply, leaving Xue SHN with no choice but to procure the ice pops. GUN and ZHN and NQ followed them out of the school, and Upon witnessing Xue Jiayu purchasing ice pops for the girls, Jiyu wobbled over eagerly. "Grandma Xue, I want one too." Xue Jiayu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but still indulged Jiyu, purchasing one for Zichin and NQ as well. Zichin NQ promptly handed his to Xue Jiayu. "It's dirty." Unfazed, Xue Jiayu wrapped the stick in a tissue and offered the other to Ying Hu Y. Thus, each girl had one. Aware of Zich and NQ's disinterest in such treats, Xue Jiayu did not find his gesture inappropriate. As Xue Jiayu contemplated buying another for Xue Jiayu, she paused, noticing the ice pop in her hand. Where did that come from? At the school gate. A figure observed them from a distance. "What are you doing? Hurry up and sweep. Stop dawdling." The security guard impatiently urged L.M. Xue. L.M. Xue licked her lips and nodded submissively, pretending to sweep while stealing glances at Ying Hu Y's back. Her precious little Y. After the last birthday celebration, she had desperately sought to escape and, by various means, learned that her daughter was enrolled in an elite school. The tuition fees were astronomical. Upon hearing the cost, she felt reassured that Xue Jiayu and Ji Qi had not mistreated Ying Hu Y. Otherwise, she would have stormed the Xue household. She had maneuvered her way into this school as a cleaner, solely to catch glimpses of her daughter. Today marked her first opportunity to secretly observe Ying Hu Y after finding her. To her dismay, she witnessed her daughter eating an ice pop while anxiously checking Xue Jiayu's demeanor. Devising a plan to make the Xue family regard her daughter as a precious treasure, worthy of utmost affection. But under what circumstances would the Xue family act in such a manner? Only if they believed she were their biological daughter. Ji Qi had spent a sleepless night by her daughter's side, fearful that Xue Jiayu's stomach might be unsettled again, finding solace only when she saw her well. The following morning, after some inquiry, Ji Qi finally discovered the cause of her beloved daughter's stomach troubles. "Mom." Ji Qi pressed her forehead in exasperation. "Have I not told you not to let her eat anything from outside? She's still so young. It's them who wanted to eat. I had no choice." Xue Jiayu began to explain, but was interrupted by Ji Qi. "Indulging them like this will spoil the children." Xue Jiayu bristled at the accusation. "Shouldn't you too be even more spoiled? Now you blame me for taking them for ice pops. It seems all the fault lies with me alone." Exasperated, Xue Jiayu turned away from the dining table, refusing to meet Ji Qi gaze. Ji Qi felt equally irate and averted her eyes from Xue Jiayu. When Xue Jiayu descended the stairs, he found the two of them seated back to back, both fuming. His heart sank. He quickly checked on his precious daughter, who was poking at the steamed egg in her bowl. She shrugged her shoulders at him, signaling her helplessness. Sigh. He sighed inwardly, steeling himself to intervene. "Dear wife, why the long faces so early in the day? Are you taking out your frustration on me?" While Xue Jiayu grew more irritated at her son's attempts to placate his wife. So much so that when Xue Jiayu sought to comfort her, Xue Jiayu simply stood up and walked into the living room. Xue Jiayu could only turn to Xue Jiayu for assistance, whispering in her ear, "Little treasure, quickly think of a way to reconcile mom and grandma. You are the smartest in our family." This compliment delighted Xue Jiayu. Her mind raced, and she shouted, "Mom, what's wrong?" At the sound of her voice, Xue Jiayu leaped from the sofa. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Upon seeing Ji Qi sitting unscathed in her chair and Xue Jiyu's playful expression, she realized she had been outwitted by the little one. Ji Qi, still in a fog, asked, "Little treasure, what trick are you playing?" "Mom, look how concerned Grandma is for you." She jumped up immediately. "Thinking something was wrong with you," Xue Jiayu exclaimed animatedly, almost reenacting the moment. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Xue Jiayu hastily defended herself. "I merely sat too long and needed to stretch." "Grandma, you mustn't be insincere. It's your own words that have caused this." Xue Jiayu, standing on her chair, though small in stature, admonished her elders. "You are all adults. Do you need me to teach you how to reconcile? Simply apologize." Xue Jiayu remained silent. And Ji Qi, amused by Xue Jiyu's antics, found it hard to maintain her anger. Taking 3 deep breaths, Ji Qi suppressed her irritation and proactively apologized to Xue Jiayu. "Mom, I was at fault earlier. Please, Be magnanimous and do not hold it against me. With an opportunity presented, Xue Jiayu promptly acquiesced. I will no longer take the children to eat such things. Xue Jiayu scooped up Xue Jiayu. Our little treasure is the best. I can hardly bear to be apart from her. This clever little one had just frightened Grandma to death. Xue Jiayu's heart brimmed with affection as she kissed Xue Jiyu's small hand. Wei sat at the dining table, watching the three adults revolve around Xue Jiyu, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. She too wished to be enveloped in the warmth of her elder's affection. Yet as she glanced down at her bowl of congee, she suddenly lost her appetite. Time passed, and it was time for school. But today is Saturday. We don't have school. Xue Jiyu escaped from Xue Jiayu's embrace. Xue Jiayu promptly guided Jiyu upstairs, saying, "You should hurry and rest. You didn't sleep a wink last night." But little treasure's illness isn't fully resolved. Xue Jiyu leaped about, demonstrating her recovery. "Mom, look how strong I am now." Jiyu finally ascended to rest, unaware of Xue Jiyu racing out like the wind. Chapter 65. A trip to the hospital. Wei could not hold her back, and upon realizing the direction was towards the Zichen household, she stopped at the entrance. Why could she not remain at home and insisted on going to the Zichen family instead? Xue Jiyu had previously informed Xue Jiayu and his wife of her intention to accompany Zichen to the hospital. Though they indulged Xue Jiyu, they still sought Jiangpei Ng's consent before allowing it. Jiangpei Ng awaited her arrival, promptly exiting the car and opening the door. "Little princess, please get in." "Thank you, Auntie Jiang." Jiangpei Ng adored the polite and spirited demeanor of the little girl and was utterly charmed until she caught sight of her son's expression, which bore the urgency of drive carefully. "Sit tight." Xue Jiyu tilted her head. "What?" Zichen repeated, "Sit tight." Xue Jiyu stuck out her tongue and immediately complied. Throughout the journey, Jiangpei Ng engaged in conversation with Xue Jiyu, who responded while casting glances at Zichen. "Auntie Jiang, you should say a few words to brother NQ too." Jiangpei Ng glanced at her son in the rearview mirror, wishing he would speak up. Getting Zichen to initiate a conversation was more challenging than plucking stars from the sky. However, Xue Jiyu didn't share this view. She turned to Zichen and asked, "Brother NQ, after we see the doctor, shall we buy ice pops at the school gate?" "Not good." "Why not?" "They are delicious." Xue Jiyu pressed, leaning in closer, her kitten-like eyes fixated on NQ. Dirty. Zichen handsome features turned towards the window. Xue Jiyu refused to relent, continuing to press. "That's not true. You've never tried one." Just as Jiangpei Ng was about to advise Xue Jiyu to stop teasing NQ, he unexpectedly turned to face her. "Aren't you the one with a stomachache?" Xue Jiayu was taken aback to discover that he was aware of her stomach troubles, which instantly brought her amusement. "So you meant to say the food was unclean? I initially thought you were referring to the unsanitary nature of ice pops." Xue Jiayu decided not to tease him further, recognizing that it was quite a feat for him to engage in conversation at all. Jiangpei Ng, witnessing her son's lively reaction, resolved that henceforth, whenever she took Zhang Nanqi out, she would bring Xue Jiayu along, as she could elicit more words from her son. When Jiangpei Ng knocked on the door, Dr. Jean arrived, albeit tardily. "Dr. Jean, I have entrusted you with this matter today as well." Dr. Jean arrogantly nodded. "My mentor will be coming tomorrow. However, his fees are exorbitant, so you must consider this carefully. Money is not an issue." Jiangpei Ng promptly produced a stack of cash. "I will settle the payment now. You need only arrange matters." Dr. Jin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent. You may proceed." He ushered Zhang Nanqi into the office. But just as he was about to close the door, Xue Jiayu exclaimed, "I want to go in too." "No, we are treating a patient. What business does a child have here?" Dr. Jean gazed sternly at Xue Jiayu, his tone and expression somewhat fierce, causing her to shrink back. Jiangpei Ng immediately shielded Xue Jiayu behind her. "Dr. Jean, let us speak civilly. Do not frighten the little one. If she is so easily frightened, why bring her out?" Dr. Jean frowned and firmly shut the door. Although Jiangpei Ng was displeased, she still hoped for Dr. Jin's assistance in treating Zhang Nanqi. So she had to soothe Xue Jiayu. "Little treasure, do not be upset. Annie will take you to do something, all right?" "Auntie, I'm not upset." Xue Jiayu glanced at the mahogany door, contemplating what kind of treatment Dr. Jean was administering to Jean Nanchi, but Jiang Peirong refused to let her remain alone there. If you were to get lost, how would Annie face your mother? Be good and come with Annie to make the payment. Jiang Peirong then picked up Xue Jiayu and headed towards the payment area. At that moment, Xue Jiayu realized that there were hardly any patients in the entire clinic, with very few staff members present. Annie Jiang, don't you think this clinic has no patients? I had previously arranged this with Dr. Jean. It is best not to accept other patients when Nanchi arrives. Xue Jiayu still felt uneasy, but as Jiang Peirong was engaged with the paperwork, she refrained from voicing her concerns. They had actually pre-deposited 8,000. What a substantial sum. Xue Jiayu anxiously grasped Jiang Peirong's shoulders. Annie Jiang, if you pay such a large amount at once, what if they go out of business? The nurse collecting the payments overheard this and was quite displeased. What nonsense is this little girl spouting? We are a legitimate clinic. It is not that easy to go out of business. If children cannot speak properly, they should remain silent. Annie Jiang, don't you find it strange? They are exploiting your urgent desire to treat Brother Nanchi, deliberately making you pay more. Xue Jiayu was genuinely anxious. No matter how influential Jiang Peirong was in the marketplace, decisively making tough calls, she was now merely a mother worried for her child, inevitably susceptible to deceitful words. However, Xue Jiayu's comments caused Jiang Peirong to hesitate. Dr. Jean did explain to me. He mentioned that this illness is a protracted battle and that recovery will be slow. Slow? How slow exactly? 1 or 2 years, 4 or 5 years, or even a decade? Jiang Peirong was left speechless by this inquiry, taking a while to process the implications. You are right. However, she also found it peculiar that such thoughts and words did not seem typical of a 4-year-old child. Little treasure, who taught you these words? Xue Jiayu then realized that she had spoken too much in her moment of anxiety. Fortunately, she closed her mouth and adopted a well-behaved demeanor. I thought of it myself. I learned it from the television. Jiang Peirong regarded her with a mixture of belief and skepticism, staring into her clear eyes for some time before dismissing her doubts. Television certainly does not impart good lessons, yet you little ones seem to absorb it all. Jiang Peirong and Xue Jiayu sat in the chairs outside Dr. Jin's office, their curiosity about what transpired within growing. Dr. Jean had yet to provide her with a detailed treatment plan, and Jiang Peirong took a deep breath, knocking on the door. Dr. Jean, I would like to come in. No. Dr. Jin's severe refusal echoed through the door. You cannot enter now. It will disrupt the treatment. Little treasure, perhaps we should wait outside. It is indeed inconvenient to interrupt during treatment. Jiang Peirong held Xue Jiayu's shoulders, attempting to encourage her to sit down, but Xue Jiayu refused. Annie Jiang, if this were a standard treatment, why would he deny us a look? Jiang Peirong was indecisive. After all, he was her son's attending physician. If she were to barge in without cause, it could lead to an unjust accusation against Dr. Jean. How about this, Annie Jiang, I will go in, and you stay out. Is that all right? Jiang Peirong furrowed her brow, unable to reach a decision, while Xue Jiayu, feeling the urgency of the situation, knocked on the door firmly and declared, I want to go in. Brother Nanchi, I am coming in. You little rascal, Dr. Jean muttered under his breath, spitting on the ground in frustration, which Jean Nanchi witnessed. Let her in. Dr. Jean, intimidated by Jean Nanchi's gaze, reluctantly opened a small gap for Xue Jiayu to enter. While I am treating, you may only observe and must not speak. I have no intention of talking anyway. Xue Jiayu sat on a separate single sofa, her hands resting on her knees, appearing quite well-behaved. Dr. Jean thought to himself that a little girl like her could hardly cause any trouble. However, with Xue Jiayu present, Dr. Jean could not afford to be careless. He walked around Jean Nanchi a few times, feigning observation, and engaged in several educational games with him. Xue Jiayu crossed her arms. Is this truly how you treat Brother Nanchi? This is merely playing games with him. Mind your own business, sit quietly, or you will be asked to leave. Xue Jiayu pouted, having never faced such indignity. If her parents were to find out, they would surely be heartbroken. Yet before she could voice her grievances, Jean Nanchi stood before her, frowning at Dr. Jean. You owe her an apology. Apologize to a child? Have I lost my mind? Dr. Jean waved his hand, sitting behind his desk, arrogantly lighting a cigarette and observing them. You two little ones listen well. Do not speak carelessly to your parents once you leave. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I will do next time. Dr. Jean, already possessing a cunning demeanor, appeared even more unscrupulous as he spoke, causing Xue Jiayu to feel a wave of nausea, prompting her to hide behind Jean Nanchi. Brother Nachi, I feel like I might throw up. Dr. Jin's expression shifted as he realized Xue Jiyu's comment stemmed from his appearance, causing him to slam his hand on the table in anger. However, Xue Jiyu remained unfazed, sticking her tongue out at him. Why are you so fierce? We were planning to leave anyway. I will tell Annie Jiang that you know nothing. You are a quack. Dr. Jin extinguished the cigarette, feeling quite pleased with himself. Go ahead, tell her. Let us see whether she believes me or a little brat like you. Come on, Brother Nanchi, let us leave. Xue Jiayu tugged at Zhang Nanchi, who was still inside, as Jiang Perong fretted outside. I've been waiting out here anxiously. Nanchi, did today's treatment yield any results? Dr. Jin, shedding his earlier fierce demeanor in front of the children, emerged leisurely, wearing a broad smile. Children speak without a filter, Mrs. Zhang. You need not take their words to heart. Jiang Perong glanced between Xue Jiyu, Dr. Jin, and Zhang Nanchi, utterly bewildered. Wasn't this about treating an illness? Why has it turned into such an embarrassing affair? Xue Jiyu scoffed. What can he treat? He is merely wasting time and money inside. Just as Jiang Perong was about to inquire further, Dr. Jin suddenly erupted in fury. Little girl, how are you so rude inside? Uncle can tolerate you, but if you disrupt my treatment, I will certainly inform your parents. There is no need for you to lie. Xue Jiyu had a profound realization of what it meant to be accused unjustly. You call me a liar? I should be saying that to you. Jiayu, Jiang Perong exclaimed in astonishment. How could you utter such words? My apologies, Dr. Jin. This child has been spoiled by her parents since childhood. Dr. Jin sighed deeply. Let it be this time, but next time, please do not bring her along. I cannot handle this. Absolutely, absolutely, she replied. Xiao Bao, you have always been well behaved. Why are you suddenly at odds with Dr. Jin today? Do you know him from before? Jiang Perong inquired curiously. Xue Jiayu made a face at the rearview mirror. I don't know such a heartless doctor. I just can't stand how he deceives people for money, clearly unable to cure ailments yet demanding exorbitant fees. Although you have wealth, it does not mean you should be taken advantage of. Her words resonated with Jiang Perong, who gazed at Xue Jiayu with even more affection. But Xiao Bao, if we do not seek Dr. Jin, who else can help Zhang Nanchi with his illness? The ailment of Zhang Nanchi remained a thorn in Jiang Perong's heart, and she wished to remove it swiftly to avoid prolonged suffering. Isnt Gij Nanchi doing well now. While he may not speak much, he never bullies or scolds anyone. Xue Jiyu raised her head defiantly, as if not hitting or scolding was an impressive trait. Jiang Perong could only chuckle helplessly. Are you defending your Gij Nanchi so fiercely? Xue Jiyu, sensing the humor in the situation, winked at Zhang Nanchi, implying, do not be afraid. I will protect you. He merely tugged at her hand, urging her to settle down. Oh, unfortunately, in this era, there were no pinhole cameras. Otherwise, the footage would have captured Dr. Jin's misdeeds. While he feigned concern for children, he simultaneously charged exorbitant diagnostic fees. Moreover, Xue Jiyu thought, if she spoke up, the adults might not believe her. Hence, it was essential for Dr. Jin to expose himself. The international school emphasized the holistic development of its students, mandating physical education classes for all. The gym teacher led a group of small children in exercises on the playground, allowing them to play only after 2 rounds. Xue Jiayu crossed her arms and complained, Teacher, it's too cold. We're going to freeze. The biting wind howled. Yet the gym teacher's expression was even more fearsome than the chill. You simply lack exercise. What child is afraid of the cold? Stay on the playground and do not leave without permission. To enforce her words, the gym teacher focused particularly on Xue Jiayu and Huanyu, the 2 newly transferred students. You will lead the exercises at the front. We led? Xue Jiyu thought she must have misheard. She felt her participation was quite lackluster. How could she possibly lead? However, the gym teacher nodded again. Yes, go to the front and lead the exercises. No slacking off. I will notice immediately. Dejected, Xue Jiayu shuffled to the front of the crowd and shouted, Follow my lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Halfway through, Xue Jiyu felt an urgent need to relieve herself and quickly signaled to the teacher that she needed to go to the restroom. Go! The restroom was on the first floor, but Xue Jiayu found it too crowded and filthy, so she decided to run up a few flights instead. After quickly alleviating her bladder, Xue Jiyu sighed in relief, and just as she was about to exit, she found the door would not budge. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Xue Jiayu tiptoed to see outside, but her petite stature rendered her insufficient even when standing on the toilet. She could only shout desperately to attract attention. However, for some inexplicable reason, the usually bustling hallway was eerily silent today, and no one came to her rescue. Before she could think of an escape, she heard the restroom door close. Xue Jiayu thought to herself, "This is not good. Now, no one can come to save me." The gym teacher was furious, but, recalling Xue Jiayu's generally good behavior, merely stated, "Have Xue Jiayu come to see me after school." Yes. Once the gym teacher left, Huanyu anxiously stomped her feet. "Where has my sister gone?" Gu Yuan suggested searching floor by floor. Though it was a simple plan, it was the only option available. Huanyu huffed, "My sister has always treated you well. Once I find her, I will tell her you wouldn't even look for her." "Whatever," Zhang Nanqi retorted. Yet his body moved towards the direction Xue Jiayu had departed. Gu Yuan urged Huanyu to find her first before discussing anything else, and they ultimately split into 3 groups. Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan searched down from the upper floors while Huanyu looked up from the lower floors. The classrooms on the first and second floors were filled with students, and Huanyu glanced around but did not see Xue Jiayu's figure. Just as she prepared to go up to the 3rd floor, she unexpectedly collided with someone around the corner. "Ah!" Huanyu exclaimed in frustration. "Who are you?" She looked up to see a frail, elderly face. Just as she was about to express her anger, the eyes of the person before her rendered her speechless. "This person looks somewhat like me." Huanyu felt as though someone had suddenly covered her mouth, leaving her at a loss for words. Just as she was about to walk away, the person grabbed her arm. Li Minxiu had gazed at her longed-for daughter with rapturous devotion. "Xiaoyu, I finally found you." Huanyu shook off her hand, her face pale as she stepped back. "What nonsense are you talking? My mother is Jiang Xiui." Hearing her precious daughter call someone else mother, Li Minxiu felt as if her heart had been torn apart. "I am your mother. I gave birth to you." Huanyu glanced around, relieved to see no one else present. If anyone caught her with the school janitor, she would surely be looked down upon. "What evidence do you have to prove you are my birth mother?" "I am Xue's daughter. My father is Xue Wangjun, my mother is Jiang Xiui, and my sister is Xue Jiayu. I have no relation to you. You should leave at once." Li Minxiu stared incredulously at Huanyu's face, realizing that this was the daughter she had fought so hard to bring into the world, yet she was unwilling to acknowledge her. After taking a few steps, Huanyu suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, "Is my sister's situation related to you?" "Yes," Li Minxiu admitted directly, "as long as I am here, you will forever be nothing more than the adopted daughter of the Xue family. If I were to die, the Xue family would surely leave all the good things to you." For a brief moment, a flicker of excitement and relief crossed Huanyu's mind. For Li Minxiu's words were indeed tempting. But soon, she realized that if Xue Jiayu were to come to harm, she would lose the only person in the Xue family who truly cared for her. How would she cope then? Huanyu glared at Li Minxiu as if she were a demon and fled up the stairs in terror. Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan ascended from another staircase, with Gu Yuan panting heavily due to his bulk. "Nanqi, wait for me. I will go check upstairs first," Zhang Nanqi said, swiftly darting to the top floor and calling out, "Xue Jiayu." There was no response. The 2 floors above were filled with upperclassmen, and for some reason, they were all absent. After searching down 2 more floors, he suddenly noticed one of the restrooms was locked. Without hesitation, he approached and knocked on the door. "Xue Jiayu." Xue Jiayu, who had been dozing with her knees hugged to her chest on the toilet, immediately awakened at the sound, excitedly shouting, "Gij Nanqi, I'm in here." Unsure if her voice would carry through the 2 sets of doors, she hoped it would reach him. Despite her quiet call, Zhang Nanqi heard her. But the door was locked, so he needed to find a teacher to get the key. Thus he left. "What? You're just leaving like that? How ungrateful." However, she thought to herself that she would not hold it against Zhang Nanqi. She decided to wait. Surely someone would eventually notice her absence. Zhang Nanqi went directly to the teacher's office to obtain the key from the principal. After a brief description of the situation, the principal immediately recognized the gravity of the matter and quickly took the key to accompany Zhang Nanqi to the restroom to rescue her. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Xue Jiayu initially thought she was mistaken. Hadn't Zhang Nanqi just left? Who was opening the door now? The principal stood at the entrance of the girls' restroom and asked, "Xue Jiayu, are you in there?" "I am. I'm in the 3rd stall." Only then did the principal dare to enter, quickly unlocking the door for her. Xue Jiayu, who had been sitting on the toilet lid picking at her fingers, jumped up with joy upon their arrival. Gij Nanchi, I knew you would find me. Great. Xue Jiayu leaped to the ground, accompanied by the director of education and Jiang Nanchi, as they made their way outside. Xue Jiayu pondered how she ended up trapped in the restroom on this floor when all the 5th and 6th graders had gone on a spring outing, leaving the classroom empty. I have no idea, she replied while washing her hands, a slight pout on her lips. I thought this floor was deserted, and perhaps the cleaning lady mistakenly locked the door, thinking no one was inside. Fortunately, a potential mishap was averted. Had something happened to Xue Jiayu, the Xue family would have been in an uproar. As they descended the stairs, they encountered a breathless Gu Yuan, who, exhausted from climbing, hurriedly rushed over upon seeing Xue Jiayu. I was locked in the restroom by the cleaning lady, she explained with a shrug, equally helpless. Chapter 68. The end of term, how could the cleaning lady be so careless? The director of education frowned. This Friday, the 5th and 6th graders are engaged in social practice. There shouldn't be any students on these 2 floors, and the cleaning lady wouldn't have come up here to clean. Jiang Nanchi glanced at the upper right corner, pointing at the surveillance camera and inquiring if it was functional. Gu Yuan, seemingly unfazed, tugged at Jiang Nanchi and Xue Jiayu, leading them back to the classroom. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Huanyu rushed up, and upon seeing Xue Jiayu, she burst into tears. Sister, do you know how worried I was about you? Xue Jiayu embraced her, soothingly patting her back. Why are you crying? I am perfectly fine. Gu Yuan, puzzled, added. Xiaoyu, if Jiayu is all right, why are you crying? I was worried about my sister. Huanyu sniffled, clinging to Xue Jiayu's arm, pleading with her not to wander off again. Xue Jiayu had no intention of informing her parents about the incident, but during dinner, Huanyu inadvertently revealed it. Mom and Dad, today my sister was locked in the restroom, and it scared me. I was searching everywhere for her. Huanyu had intended to express her concern for Xue Jiayu, but inadvertently exposed the situation, and Jiang Qiui immediately seized the crux of the matter. What did you say? Xiao Bao, who locked you in the restroom today? Seeing Jiang Qiui's anxious expression, Xue Jiayu realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to downplay it. It was just an accident, Mom. I'm fine now, aren't I? Xue Wangjun also grew angry, though not as visibly as Jiang Qiui. Xiao Bao, have you offended any classmates at school or had any conflicts with others? No, I can vouch for that. Huanyu interjected, asserting that her sister maintained good relations with her classmates and never quarreled. Moreover, due to Xue Jiayu's intelligence and her ability to complete assignments quickly and neatly, many in the class admired her. Ultimately, the school bears some responsibility for this incident. Tomorrow, I will speak with your teacher about how they supervise the children. Huanyu gazed at her seriously and asked, what does making a mountain out of a molehill mean? Xue Jiayu took a deep breath, reorganizing her thoughts. It means that before you speak to Mom and Dad about my matters, you should ask for my opinion first. Only after I say it's okay should you share. Huanyu looked at her in confusion. Why? Because I don't wish to share everything with Mom and Dad, Xue Jiayu explained with a hint of exasperation. And Huanyu reluctantly understood. Oh, I'll listen to my sister. Despite Xue Jiayu's earnest attempts to dissuade her, Jiang Qiui nonetheless went to the school the following day to discuss the matter with the teacher. After learning of the incident, the teacher expressed regret and assured that such a situation would not arise again, which finally placated Jiang Qiui. Huanyu remained as clingy as ever to Xue Jiayu, insisting on sitting next to her after each class and frequently wanting to swap places with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan refused to switch, Huanyu would sulk. Reluctantly, Gu Yuan agreed to change seats. Fine, you can sit with Jiayu, so we don't have to swap seats every day. All right, Huanyu readily agreed. And Gu Yuan suddenly felt he had been tricked. At last, seated next to Xue Jiayu as desired, Huanyu was overjoyed, chattering incessantly throughout the day. This was the harshest punishment for Huanyu. She quickly sat up straight and declared, Teacher, I promise I will pay attention in class. I have an announcement to make. After a semester of adjustment, you have all become qualified elementary students. Next semester, we will reorganize classes and you will have new classmates. Remember to treat them with the same kindness you show your old friends. What? Huanyu reacted most strongly, standing up abruptly. Teacher, I don't want to be separated from my sister. The teacher gestured for her to sit down, reassuring her, please sit. We are not saying that you will definitely be separated. I am just informing you in advance so you can prepare yourself mentally. I don't want to. I absolutely refuse. Huanyu spent the entire day throwing a tantrum, but the teacher remained firm, continuing to discuss end-of-term matters. Huanyu opened her assessment report and discovered. Gu Yuan's loud voice echoed. I got one. I can't believe I actually have one. I thought I wouldn't. Thankfully, he laughed heartily. Oomph. What is there to be happy about? Huanyu internally scoffed, deliberately glancing at Xue Jiayu. Sister, let me see yours. Xue Jiayu, busy packing her backpack, pointed to the desk with her chin. I haven't opened it yet. You can look for yourself. Huanyu opened it and was greeted by a bold letter. Wow. Gu Yuan leaned in to see, enviously gazing at Xue Jiayu. You got one after only half a semester. I only have. He then turned to check Zhang Nanqi's report. Xue Jiayu craned her neck, equally curious about Zhang Nanqi's assessment. You both have one. That's impressive. Gu Yuan admired Zhang Nanqi, who remained unfazed. Once you're packed, let us go. Right away. Gu Yuan had brought a considerable amount of snacks to school, and with the end of term approaching, he needed to finish them quickly before the next day. He stuffed his mouth with food without pause, a sight that made Huanyu visibly disdainful. Sister, don't you think he eats like a pig? She whispered to Xue Jiayu, initially intending to joke with Xue Jiayu to draw closer. Huanyu was met with a stern expression. Xiaoyu, it's not right to mock your friends. Chapter 69. Huanyu goes missing. Huanyu stood frozen, at a loss as she nervously rubbed the table. Sister, are you scolding me? Xue Jiayu recognized that her expression indicated her sensitivity and insecurity. However, this concerned her character, so Xue Jiayu felt compelled to guide her firmly. I'm not scolding you. I'm just explaining things. Huanyu slumped over the table, unable to absorb anything, consumed by the thought that her sister must dislike her. Xiaoyu, sit up. Xue Jiayu maintained her patience, but it was futile. Huanyu had already begun to sob. Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi, unsure of what was happening, tacitly chose not to intervene in the girl's affairs. Huanyu pushed Xue Jiayu away and dashed out, prompting Xue Jiayu to hurriedly follow, bewildered by how fast Huanyu could run. As students poured out at dismissal, the security guard was unbothered, and Huanyu blended into the throng like a nimble fish. Xue Jiayu stood at the entrance, scanning the surroundings in confusion, her anxiety mounting as she failed to spot Huanyu. Gu Yuan rushed out, carrying their backpacks, with Zhang Nanqi trailing behind. Jiayu, have you found Huanyu? Xue Jiayu shook her head, her brow furrowed. There were too many people. I didn't see where she went. We'll help you look, Gu Yuan declared, dragging Zhang Nanqi as they began searching the vicinity. Eventually, Jiang Peirong arrived, having heard that Huanyu had left the school alone, and she became anxious, joining the search. They scoured the area surrounding the school for quite some time, without success, and were about to call the police when suddenly, Xue Jiayu heard a familiar sound of crying. That sounded like Huanyu. Following the sound, she walked into an alley and spotted Huanyu squatting on the ground, hugging her knees and weeping. Xiaoyu. Xue Jiayu sighed in relief, crouching beside her and asking helplessly, Didn't you hear us looking for you nearby? Because I did something wrong. I fear that my sister despises me. Huanyu dashed into Xue Jiayu's embrace, pleading, Sister, please do not hate me. I promise to be good. Having heard such a heartfelt declaration, Xue Jiayu could not bear to rebuke her further, simply advising, just refrain from speaking ill of others in the future. Little Yu vowed to heed her sister's counsel. Nestled in Xue Jiayu's arms, Huanyu stifled a giggle, resolving to refrain from disparaging Gu Yuan in her sister's presence henceforth. Alas, all the blame lay with Gu Yuan. Jiang Peirong had yet to locate Huanyu and inadvertently lost track of Xue Jiayu. Just as she was about to rush to the police station, she spotted Xue Jiayu walking hand in hand with Huanyu. Aunt Jiang, Jiang Peirong exclaimed, her heart filled with joy. Where did you find my sister? She was just in that alley ahead. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiu-yi, having heard about Huanyu's disappearance, became increasingly concerned for her. Huanyu, overwhelmed by the affection of Jiang Xiu-yi and Xue Jiayu, felt a sense of cherished surprise. The matter concerning Gu Yuan faded into obscurity as Xue Jiayu, fearful of Huanyu running away again, refrained from further admonishing her. However, after the incident, Huanyu and Xue Jiayu engaged in a heartfelt conversation, where Huanyu sincerely acknowledged her mistakes. As long as you recognize your errors, that is sufficient. Gu Yuan is our good friend. You must not speak of him in such a manner. Understood. Xue Jiayu's confidence grew, believing that under her careful guidance, Huanyu would surely flourish. As winter break commenced, Xue Jiayu and Huanyu remained at home, cared for by Su Suzhan, while Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiu busied themselves with factory affairs. Fortunately, both girls had reached an age where they no longer required constant supervision, allowing Su Suzhen to attend to household chores. With no winter assignment from school, Xue Jiayu urged Xue Wangjun to take her shopping. Glancing towards the bathroom, where Jiang Xiu was bathing, he whispered, "Little Bao, why do you wish to buy practice books? Mom and Dad do not expect you to excel. They just want you to be healthy and happy." This notion was a consensus shared between him and Jiang Xiu. Should he unilaterally purchase practice books for Xue Jiayu, Jiang Xiu would certainly be displeased. "But I'm so bored," Xue Jiayu lamented, propping her head on her hands. After spending days watching television with Ying Huanyu, her eyes felt strained. Conversely, Ying Huanyu reveled in the experience, eagerly sitting in front of the television as soon as she awoke. Xue Wangjun chuckled helplessly. "Little Bao, if Mom finds out, she will scold Dad." "This is our secret," Xue Jiayu declared, raising her small hand to mimic a zipper gesture at her mouth. Xue Wangjun couldn't help but laugh at his precious daughter, conceding, all right, I will buy some for you tomorrow." Just then, Jiang Xiu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Xue Jiayu quickly sprang away, flashing a sweet smile at Jiang Xiu. "Good night, Mom and Dad." "Wait." Jiang Xiu grasped Xue Jiayu's small hand, inquiring, "What are you two conspiring?" Nothing, Xue Jiayu protested, bouncing away. "Good night, Mom. Love you." Jiang Xiu shook her head with an amused smile. "This child." No, my dear wife. You look even more beautiful after your bath," Xue Wangjun remarked as Xue Jiayu climbed into bed, pulling up the covers, eager to sleep. Ying Huanyu sat silently at the table, her mind tumultuous. Why did Xue Jiayu not share her thoughts with her? "Little Bao, quickly tidy up," Xue Jiayu said, blinking twice before realizing, causing her to burst into laughter. "Dad, why do you make it seem like you're exchanging stolen goods?" Xue Wangjun stifled a grin. Hurry, don't let your mother see." Jiang Xiu complained while slipping on her slippers. Xue Wangjun promptly handed her the slippers. "I was just going to buy you a cake." For the ensuing days, after Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiu left, Xue Jiayu would take out her practice books. Although the knowledge was simple for her, she aspired to advance to a higher grade, necessitating additional practice. Chapter 70. The Ruin of the Practice Book's Sister. Upon entering, Ying Huanyu discovered Xue Jiayu engrossed in writing, her face momentarily registering a complex emotion. "Sister, what are you writing? Why not watch television with me?" Ying Huanyu pouted, approaching Xue Jiayu, her eyes widening at the problem she was tackling. "But we have no assignments." "This is not an assignment. It is practice that I asked Dad to help me buy." Suppressing her displeasure, Ying Huanyu queried, "Sister, why do you need to do problems?" "I wish to advance a grade." She had contemplated that achieving a commendable rank in the math competition would facilitate her future studies. Aware of the impending reforms and a competition scheduled for the next semester, she aspired to enroll in the best middle school in the city. Ying Huanyu anxiously fidgeted with the table. "But if you advance, we won't be in the same class anymore." "That is of no consequence," Xue Jiayu reassured her, patting her hand. "We still live in the same home, after all." Yet, how could Ying Huanyu not worry? At night, her thoughts were consumed by the fear that Xue Jiayu would make new friends upon advancing and neglect her. Such thoughts plagued her sleep. When Xue Jiayu opened her practice book again, Ying Huanyu leaned in to observe. "Sister, will you teach me too? You're so clever. I don't want to be foolish." "Of course." Xue Jiayu patiently explained each thought process. Yet Ying Huanyu hardly absorbed the information, merely feigning diligence. After repeating one problem ad nauseum, Xue Jiayu ultimately grew parched and surrendered. "Shall we call it a night and sleep?" "All right." For the following 3 days, Ying Huanyu repeated this tactic, causing Xue Jiayu's learning progress to stagnate at 0. After careful consideration, Xue Jiayu suggested that Ying Huanyu use the holiday to catch up on the knowledge she had missed. Unable to deter her from studying, Ying Huanyu was compelled to devise an alternate approach. While Xue Jiayu was immersed in her studies, Ying Huanyu ascended the stairs, presenting a platter of fruit. "Sister, eat this." Xue Jiayu, engrossed in solving a math problem, replied without looking up, "I'll eat it later." "Sister, this apple is very fresh. You should try it now." Xue Jiayu, absorbed in her calculations, failed to hear her. Seizing the opportunity, Ying Huanyu extended the fruit platter closer, only for Xue Jiayu to inadvertently knock it over. Juice immediately spilled onto the practice book, obscuring the text. "I'm so sorry, sister," Ying Huanyu exclaimed, hurriedly extracting tissues to wipe the book, only to inadvertently enlarge the water stain, rendering the entire book illegible. This practice book was now beyond salvaging, and Yu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I am so clumsy. I can't do anything right, she lamented, lowering her head and covering her face, as if unable to face Xue Jiayu. Faced with her distress, Xue Jiayu could not bring herself to scold her. Instead, she focused on rescuing the practice book while also comforting her. It's all right, it's just a practice book. I can ask Dad to buy me another one. Yu's mishap disrupted Xue Jiayu's studies, leading her to watch television instead. Yet, even the most captivating of animated shows, after 3 or 4 days, lost their charm. Xue Jiayu then contemplated visiting Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi for some fun. After the holiday commenced, Jiang Pei Rong took Zhang Nanqi to see Dr. Jin with increasing frequency, nearly every other day. Dr. Jin strictly forbade Jiang Pei Rong from bringing Xue Jiayu to his clinic, and whenever Xue Jiayu expressed a desire to accompany them, Jiang Pei Rong could only gently decline. Xue Jiayu discerned that this was an excuse, yet she understood that Jiang Pei Rong was not intentionally deceiving her, so she saw no need to confront her. With a polite smile, she took a step back, saying, "Please drive safely." Jiang Pei Rong affectionately patted Xue Jiayu's head before driving off. Zhang Nanqi glanced at her through the car window and waved goodbye. She pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. After spending so much time together, how can you still not give me a smile? As if hearing her unspoken thoughts, Zhang Nanqi was about to offer her a smile when Jiang Pei Rong pressed down on the accelerator, and Xue Jiayu became but a small figure in the rearview mirror. "Nanqi, what is the matter?" Jiang Pei Rong keenly observed her son's hesitance and promptly inquired. He shook his head, deciding to save his smile for another time. Jiayu, enough, I've seen you." Xue Jiayu helplessly crossed her arms, looking at Gu Yuan. "Could you please stop pressing that? It's so noisy." Gu Yuan was already drenched in sweat, his chubby little face flushed and glistening. "Has Nanqi gone out? I want him to ride with me." Su Huimei, concerned about her son's weight, devised a weight loss plan for Gu Yuan, which included cycling for 2 hours daily within the neighborhood, promising him a trip to the amusement park if he succeeded in losing weight. Gu Yuan readily agreed, but soon discovered the challenges of execution. The increasingly cold weather was a formidable test for him. Xue Jiayu refused to acknowledge that Dr. Jin was a legitimate physician, not wishing to bestow that title upon him. What a pity. Gu Yuan shook his head in regret. "Then I'll continue riding." Wait, an idea struck Xue Jiayu. Although Aunt Jiang could not take her, she could go by herself. She scrutinized Gu Yuan's bicycle, which was a latest model purchased by Aunt Su to motivate Gu Yuan to lose weight. Her hungry gaze made Gu Yuan shiver, and he instinctively took a couple of steps back, rubbing his arms. Why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of scary." "Gu Yuan, do you still want to be my little brother?" Xue Jiayu's question made Gu Yuan stand upright immediately. "Of course I do. All right, I'll guide you. Take me to a place." "Huh? Where do you want to go?" "Don't ask to be my little brother. You must listen to me. Are you coming or not?" "I'm coming." Chapter 71. Accompanying Gu Yuan, Xue Jiayu remembered the direction to Dr. Jin's clinic. Although she had only been there once, she recalled it was near a shopping mall frequently visited by Jiang Qiui. However, she did not expect Gu Yuan to tire quickly and stop by the roadside. Refusing to continue. "I really can't go on." Gu Yuan panted heavily. "How about I lend you the bicycle, and you can ride over yourself?" Glancing at her petite frame, he thought, "All right, but how far is it? I truly can't ride any longer." "Just a bit further. Right ahead," Xue Jiayu pointed to a building not far away. "Just ride toward there." "Really? If it's that building, it doesn't seem too far." "Indeed." Xue Jiayu widened her eyes, her face expressing disbelief. "Do you not trust me?" Gu Yuan gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's go. Why haven't we arrived yet? Aren't we almost there?" Xue Jiayu pointed again at that building. "Look, it's just on the next street." Gu Yuan glanced over. It indeed appeared close, yet riding felt like traversing an endless distance. Push through to that spot and then rest. "Hurry, the light's green." Under Xue Jiayu's urging, Gu Yuan had no choice but to continue. Each time he asked her how much farther it was, she replied with "almost there," and Gu Yuan felt he had heard "almost there" at least 7 or 8 times. Definitely. Xue Jiayu patted his shoulder. "Just a little longer, we're almost there." The photograph of Dr. Jin prominently hung outside the clinic, resembling a golden sign. Xue Jiayu scoffed, considering Dr. Jin's so-called medical skills akin to a con artist's tricks. Jiayu, why are we here? To save Nanqi. Without hesitation, Xue Jiayu jumped off the bike and walked in, prompting Gu Yuan to call after her, "What about me? You can either wait here or come in with me." Xue Jiayu calculated the time. If they didn't go in soon, Dr. Jin would deceive Jiang Peirong out of more money. "I'll go in with you." Gu Yuan found a place to hide the bicycle and decisively followed Xue Jiayu into the clinic. The clinic was as sparsely populated as it had been during Xue Jiyu's previous visit, with few staff members. A draft wafted through the corridor, casting an eerie atmosphere. Gu Yuan grasped her arm, swallowing hard. "What are we doing now?" "We're going to Dr. Jin's office. You distract Aunt Jiang while I knock on the door." She had already devised a plan on the way. This time, they must expose Dr. Jin's true nature and prevent Jiang Peirong from wasting any more money. "Me?" Gu Yuan incredulously pointed at himself, his mouth agape as he repeated, "Are you sure it's me who distracts Aunt Jiang?" "Absolutely, definitely, and without a doubt." "I'll give it a try." He steeled himself, noticing Jiang Peirong anxiously pacing in the corridor. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Aunt Jiang." "Gu Yuan." Jiang Peirong was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Gu Yuan nervously glanced around. Unlike Xue Jiayu, he lacked her boldness and quick wit. Feeling somewhat guilty as he said, "I was playing nearby and saw your car, so I came up." "Playing nearby? Alone?" Jiang Peirong found it strange. Although it was not far from their neighborhood, it was certainly not close either. Would Gu Yuan really come this far to play? Yes. Gu Yuan scratched his head, already sweating profusely from riding, and now, under Jiang Peirong's scrutiny, he was sweating even more. Although Jiang Peirong was puzzled, she did not dwell on it. She typically respected and cared for other children. Jiang Peirong readily consented, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe Gu Yuan's sweat. "Look at you, a mess of sweat and not even bothering to wipe it. How about I take you to wash your face?" Gu Yuan, who was struggling to find an excuse to divert Jiang Peirong's attention, instantly agreed upon hearing this. Sure, thank you, Aunt Jiang." As Jiang Peirong and Gu Yuan left, Xue Jiayu dashed out right behind them without a moment's delay. She knocked on Dr. Jin's office door. An impatient voice came from behind it. "What do you want?" "Didn't I say no one is allowed to disturb during treatment?" Xue Jiayu continued knocking, and soon the door swung open. "Am I to be disregarded?" Dr. Jin, having just finished scolding, was taken aback when he saw the small but fierce Xue Jiayu and attempted to close the door again. "What are you doing here again, kid? Get lost. My clinic does not welcome you." Zhang Nanqi, sensing Xue Jiyu's presence, looked up and, upon confirming it was indeed her, immediately said, "Come in." "Brother Nan, Qi asked me to come in." Xue Jiayu proudly lifted her chin, squeezing through the gap between Dr. Jin and the doorframe. Spotting a set of educational games on the desk, she realized Dr. Jin was once again deceiving Zhang Nanqi. The thought of him swindling the Zhang family infuriated her. "Doctor." Jin glanced outside, but saw no sign of Jiang Peirong, so he reluctantly closed the door, feeling displeased at the sight of Xue Jiyu's keen, bright eyes. This little girl looked too clever, as if she could see right through him. He needed to get rid of her quickly. "Kid, who allowed you to come? You need to leave immediately, or I'll call your parents, and it's not a joke." Xue Jiayu placed her hands on her hips, looking up at him defiantly. "Sure, go ahead and call. If my parents scold me, I'll side with you." This statement failed to intimidate Dr. Jin. Instead, it amused Zhang Nanqi. Indeed, children have a knack for threats, much like how Xue Jiayu threatened Gu Yuan. Xue Jiayu tilted her head to observe him, re-engaging in a verbal spar with Dr. Jin. "I'll make sure to inform your parents, so they can discipline you properly. You ungrateful child." Dr. Jin pretended to call the police, picking up the phone and saying, 110, "I have a naughty child here. Please come and take her away." Chapter 72. Exposing Dr. Jin provoked repeatedly by Xue Jiayu. Dr. Jin's anger reached its peak. His fierce expression was evident as he shouted, "What do you want? Don't think I can't handle you just because you're a child. You initiated this." Zhang Nanqi stood protectively in front of Xue Jiayu, frowning at Dr. Jin. "What do you want? None of your business. Step aside." "Doctor." Jin forcefully pushed Zhang Nanqi aside and seized Xue Jiayu by her collar. She struggled to breathe, gasping, Nanqi, brother, Zhang Nanqi, having been pushed to the edge of the sofa, picked up the telephone receiver and coldly declared, "If you do not release her, I will call the police." "Go ahead. Report me if you dare. You think you can trick me with the same deceit you use on others? You're still too naive." Dr. Jin laughed triumphantly, but his amusement faded as he realized Zhang Nanqi was not bluffing. He genuinely intended to alert the authorities. This realization terrified Dr. Jean, and he quickly released Xue Jiayu. Snatching the phone from Zhang Nanqi's hand, Xue Jiayu, gasping for breath, began to cough violently, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Nanqi gently patted her back to soothe her as she angrily exclaimed, "You're not a real doctor. No doctor would be so cruel. You're just out to make money. Deceive? What do you mean by deceive? This is treatment. You, a mere child, cannot comprehend." Dr. Jean yanked out the telephone wire. A smug grin plastered across his lewd face. He deemed himself more than capable of handling these two children. "I told you, this is a method of treatment." Xue Jiayu scoffed. "A method of treatment? Which book taught you to treat patients in such a manner? Are you looking for a fight, child?" Zhang Nanqi, sensing Xue Jiayu's provocation of Dr. Jean, swiftly pulled her behind him for protection. "Get away from me. Useless autistic." Dr. Jin's insults pierced through the door, reaching Jiang Peirong's ears, and she could no longer contain herself, pounding on the door. "Open the door." Dr. Jean was taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Realizing he had miscalculated, she was not supposed to be outside. Jiang Peirong wasted no time, her fury palpable as she banged on the door. "If you do not open this door within 3 seconds, I will call the police." With no other option, Dr. Jean reluctantly stepped outside to placate Jiang Peirong, knowing full well her affluent status. "Madame Zhang, what seems to be the problem?" Jiang Peirong retorted with a cold smile. "I should be asking you that. Why did you speak so harshly to my child? Are you referring to earlier? That was merely a misunderstanding. I was just joking with Nanqi." As Dr. Jean prepared to spin his web of persuasion, Xue Jiayu interjected once more. "Brother Nanqi, do you find this amusing?" Zhang Nanqi promptly shook his head in response. "See, you jest with Brother Nanqi, but you must also consider whether he finds it funny." Observing Jiang Peirong's shifting expression, Xue Jiayu felt emboldened to expose Dr. Jin's true nature. "You merely disdain Brother Nanqi while hoping to profit from him." Dr. Jean felt humiliated by Xue Jiyu's words. Yet he feared Jiang Peirong's belief in her accusations even more and hastily explained, "Madame Zhang, please listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding." Jiang Peirong scoffed. "A misunderstanding? I fear not. I heard every disparaging remark you made about my son. That was because no excuses are acceptable." Jiang Peirong glared at Dr. Jean. "What use is a physician who does not respect his patients? I demand a refund of all the money I have deposited. If you refuse, we will pursue legal action." "No, please, Madame Zhang." Dr. Jean was utterly panicked, attempting to block her path, only for her to pull out her cell phone to call the authorities. "Refund? I will have my refund." Dr. Jean, now devoid of any cunning, clenched his teeth and personally processed Jiang Peirong's refund. "Dr. Jean, all the cash in our account has been withdrawn. We still need to pay the landlord rent tomorrow. What are we to do?" A nurse cautiously inquired. "Doctor." Jean raked his fingers through his hair. "How should I know? Hurry and find a way to borrow some money from the bank." As soon as they exited the clinic, Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan began to applaud Jiang Peirong. "Annie Jiang, you were incredible just now. You rendered him speechless." "Exactly. You are even cooler than the heroines in TV dramas." Gu Yuan was so delighted he nearly forgot about his bicycle, only to be reminded of it by Xue Jiayu. "You two didn't follow us from home, did you?" Jiang Peirong calculated the distance, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her at the thought of an accident occurring on the way. Xue Jiayu quickly shook her head, signaling Gu Yuan to lie and say it was merely a coincidence. However, Gu Yuan, timid by nature, stumbled over his words when questioned by Jiang Peirong. "And no, not at all. Really? Gu Yuan, if you are lying, I will tell your mother, and you can forget about eating chicken legs for the next fortnight." To Gu Yuan, chicken legs were paramount, and he anxiously nearly betrayed Xue Jiayu. "I swear, Annie Jiang, I'm telling the truth." It was not that Jiang Peirong did not wish to believe him, but rather the entire situation felt too coincidental. Observing Gu Yuan's stammering and his sweat-drenched forehead, Xue Jiayu could not help but scold him internally. "You fool. If this continues, Annie Jiang will definitely suspect me." Biting her lip, Xue Jiayu contemplated how she would respond if Jiang Peirong continued to press her. However, before she could brace herself for further inquiry, Zhang Nanqi suddenly spoke up. "Mom, I want to eat meatballs for dinner." His rare initiative to express a desire for food caused Jiang Peirong's spirits to lift, momentarily overshadowing her concerns about Gu Yuan and the others. "All right." Xue Jiayu discreetly turned her head to glance at Zhang Nanqi, who she had always found handsome. After the earlier incident, She admired him even more for his ability to diffuse her predicament with just a few words. Suddenly, Zhang Nanqi handed her a piece of paper. Wipe. Wipe what? Xue Jiayu looked at him in confusion. Gu Yuan eagerly raised his hand. I know. It's to wipe your drool. Chapter 73. Comforting Jiang Perong, Gu Yuan's enthusiasm did not earn him any gratitude from Xue Jiayu. In fact, he was scolded after they got out of the car. Yet, he was typically unfazed, only asking Xue Jiayu when she would be able to play with him. No time. Upon arriving at the Zhang residence, Zhang Nanqi exited the car and headed towards the house. Jiayu, Auntie Jiang. Was it because she and Gu Yuan had impulsively visited Dr. Jean earlier that had upset her? Just as Xue Jiayu lowered her head to prepare for an apology, Jiang Peirong suddenly choked up. Do you think Brother Nanqi's condition is serious? Will he ever recover? Jiang Peirong had always been confident in Zhang Nanqi's recovery, but the recent incident with Dr. Jean had exposed her to the societal stigma surrounding autism once more. What if Zhang Nanqi could not be cured for life? What would happen to him after she and Zhang Aoxiang passed away? Sensing her distress, Xue Jiayu leaned forward to comfort her, gently patting Jiang Peirong's back. Auntie Jiang, actually, Brother Nanqi's condition isn't serious. He chats with me and Gu Yuan when we are together. Her words provided Jiang Peirong with some solace. Is that so? Thankfully, he has friends like you. Otherwise, I fear he would never make a friend in his life. Not at all. Xue Jiayu immediately transformed into Zhang Nanqi's devoted admirer. Auntie Jiang, look at Brother Nanqi. He is handsome, smart, and excels in physics. Though he doesn't speak much, he always helps us solve problems. One Brother Nanqi is worth 2 Gu Yuans. Jiang Peirong could not help but chuckle. You little rascal, Gu Yuan will feel sad hearing that. In any case, Auntie Jiang, please do not be upset. Brother Nanqi's autism is not as severe as you think. Don't you think he seems much livelier now than before? He no longer spends all his time at home reading. He even plays at Gu Yuan's house sometimes. That is true. Since meeting Xue Jiayu, Zhang Nanqi had always been included in their activities, which was one of the reasons Jiang Peirong held Xue Jiayu in such high regard. Jiang Peirong affectionately patted her head. Thank you, Jiayu. Hearing your words has greatly eased my heart. Sensing a tinge of jealousy in her tone, Xue Jiayu patiently explained the events surrounding Dr. Jin's incident in detail. However, after listening, Huanyu merely gazed at her with indifference. What does that have to do with me? Xue Jiayu did not anticipate that Huanyu would be so unyielding. Scratching her head in confusion, Xiaoyu, what would it take for you to forgive your sister? I no longer wish to forgive you. Grandma. Xue Jiayu had no choice but to assist Su Sujin with household chores. She had already learned to fold clothes and sometimes did it even better than Su Sujin herself. Good child, why aren't you watching television? Grandma doesn't need your help. The television in the house was monopolized by Huanyu daily, and although Su Sujin did not voice her displeasure, she was not entirely happy about it. Normally, upon hearing such a remark, Huanyu would rush to help, but today she was disinclined to move, simply ignoring it. Xue Jiayu quickly changed the subject, inquiring about dinner. How about some black rice porridge? Grandma will prepare some fish to go with it. What do you think? Sounds great. Xue Jiayu readily agreed, prompting Su Sujin to wash the rice in preparation for the porridge. However, just as Su Sujin left the living room, Huanyu unhappily declared, I don't want black rice porridge, I want noodles. Then you can tell Grandma when she arrives. Huanyu pouted, Grandma doesn't like me. If I say it, she'll definitely scold me for being troublesome. I'll help you say it. Huanyu had been waiting for this assurance. Thus, when Su Sujin re-emerged from the kitchen, Xue Jiayu immediately said, Grandma, I suddenly don't want black rice porridge anymore. I want noodles. Su Sujin instinctively suspected Huanyu was behind this and quickly glanced away. Xue Jiayu hurriedly exclaimed, Grandma, it's me who wants it. It has nothing to do with my sister. All right, Grandma understands. I'll go make noodles. As long as Xue Jiayu desired it, Su Sujin could whip up a lavish feast. She busied herself in the kitchen while Xue Jiayu quietly said, Sister, if there's anything else you want to eat, just tell me, and I'll let them know. So please don't be mad at me, okay? No. Huanyu felt a wave of grievance. You left me at home while going out with Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi for so long. Not at all worried about whether I was being bullied. How could you be bullied? Aren't you at home? Huanyu was already lost in her own world. Upon hearing Xue Jiyu's rebuttal, she immediately burst into tears. You don't believe anything I say anymore. All right, I'm sorry, sister. I made a mistake this time. Next time I'll definitely take you with me. After much coaxing, Huanyu finally smiled. Su Sujin brought the noodles to the table, explaining, "It was Xiao Bao who wanted noodles." "Xiao Bao, didn't you always like rice?" Jiang Qiui handed the first bowl to Xue Jiayu. Recalling how Li Minxue used to love noodles, devouring 2 bowls every time she saw them in the cafeteria. "Just want to change of taste today." Xue Jiayu grimaced upon her first bite. She still preferred rice, as noodles were rather cumbersome to chew. However, Huanyu relished them, consuming them eagerly. Jiang Qiui, with a contemplative demeanor, suddenly said, "Xiao Bao, Huanyu, your parents plan to redecorate your rooms. Since you're both in elementary school now, it's time for you to have separate spaces." She had always harbored the idea of having the 2 children live apart, justifying it by saying they had too many belongings for one room. "I don't want to be separated from my sister." Huanyu immediately set down her bowl and hugged Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu, indifferent to the idea of separation, echoed her sister's sentiment, asserting that she did not wish to part ways. "Mom, we actually have enough space. The plan is to swap your desks for study desks, and the wardrobes will need to be enlarged. Otherwise, your clothes won't fit," Jiang Qiui explained gently, though her gaze was directed at Huanyu. She was well aware of who was reluctant to separate. Huanyu felt guilty under her gaze, subtly pulling Xue Jiyu's hand beneath the table, urging her to find a way to dissuade Jiang Qiui from her intentions. Yet, Xue Jiayu believed Jiang Qiui's thoughts were valid. "It is indeed a bit cramped, and it's inconvenient while studying." Hearing Xiao Bao's sentiments, Jiang Qiui felt pleased, realizing that mother and daughter shared the same thoughts. Seeing Xue Jiayu remain silent, Huanyu could only plead pathetically with Jiang Qiui, "Mom, I want to stay with my sister. You will only be sleeping in separate rooms, but you will still be in the same house, still together," Jiang Qiui reassured, placing a piece of fish in Huanyu's bowl. Huanyu was delighted by the unexpected serving, momentarily casting aside her concerns about changing rooms. Jiang Qiui, with great initiative, promptly called a professional designer to their home, intending to convert the guest room into Huanyu's new space, while the larger room they currently occupied would become Xue Jiayu's. When the designer arrived, Huanyu hid behind Xue Jiayu, asking her to convey her wishes for a larger wardrobe and desk. "Why don't you just tell Uncle Ma directly?" Xue Jiayu asked, puzzled as it seemed so simple. But Huanyu, with a quivering voice, replied, "I'm afraid. I worry that Mom will think I'm being troublesome." "All right, I'll help you. Just don't cry," Xue Jiayu said, hurriedly wiping her tears. For some reason, she felt that Huanyu was not one to cry easily in front of others, yet she was particularly prone to tears before her. "Thank you, sister." When the designer measured the dimensions of the guest room, Xue Jiayu quickly asked, "Uncle, could you make my sister a larger wardrobe and desk?" Of course. The designer noted her request and complimented her. "You are truly a caring sister." "She is my sister. I must care for her," Xue Jiayu replied. "Madam Xue, I will have the plans ready before the new year, and we can commence work right after the holiday. The project isn't extensive, so it should take about a month. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Qiui calculated that with the new school term starting after the new year, it would be perfect timing for the workers to be at their home. "No problem." After experiencing Dr. Jin's situation and Xue Jiayu's comforting words, Jiang Peirong's obsession with curing Zhang Nanqi's autism had lessened. She decided to go with the flow. Just as Xue Jiayu had suggested, Zhang Nanqi had improved significantly compared to before. "Nanqi, you should play more with Gu Yuan and Jiayu. The weather is so nice today. Don't you want to take a stroll with them in the neighborhood?" Zhang Nanqi flipped a page of his book. No. Jiang Peirong felt this was unacceptable and suddenly had an unprecedented thought, directly snatching the book from his hands. Since his diagnosis, Jiang Peirong had always complied with his requests. This was the first time she had said no to Zhang Nanqi. After speaking, she anxiously awaited his reaction, fearing he would be upset. However, Zhang Nanqi simply glanced at Jiang Peirong and silently walked to the entrance to put on his shoes. The cake was small, and Jiang Peirong packed it neatly into a 4-inch box. Zhang Nanqi could comfortably carry one in each hand. Su Huimei was astonished to see Zhang Nanqi delivering the cake. Her mouth agape. "Come in quickly, Jiayu and the others are here as well." Upon hearing Zhang Nanqi's voice, Xue Jiayu eagerly dropped her game controller. "Brother Nanqi." Zhang Nanqi took off his shoes, and Xue Jiayu immediately pulled him to sit in the living room, chattering excitedly. "We are playing a game. Gu Yuan just bought a new game disc. Would you like to join?" "He wouldn't be interested in such things," Huanyu remarked sarcastically. "Doesn't he only like reading?" Zhang Nanqi completely ignored her hostility, letting his actions speak against Ing Huanyu's words. How do you play? I'll teach you. Xue Jiayu explained in detail how to operate the controller. We're playing Super Mario Bros. Right now. Let's have a round together, shall we? Huh. I still want to play, Gu Yuan frowned. Then you too can play. Xue Jiayu didn't get upset, handing her controller to Zhang Nanqi. Gu Yuan draped an arm around Zhang Nanqi's shoulder. This is a bit tricky at first, but don't worry. Brother will guide you. Zhang Nanqi shrugged off his hand, coldly stating, let us begin. As the game commenced, Gu Yuan was eager to take the lead and slay monsters before Zhang Nanqi could, only to be ambushed by a creature that emerged from behind, losing a life within the first 5 minutes. I made a mistake. Let's start over. Xue Jiayu mercilessly mocked him. Aren't you the self-proclaimed gaming king? Is this your level? Just as Gu Yuan's words fell, the screen displayed, level cleared. He gaped in disbelief. How do we pass the level? Of course, it was thanks to Brother Nanqi. Xue Jiayu exclaimed, jumping up to seize Gu Yuan's controller. Brother Nanqi, let me have a turn with you. Gu Yuan, scratching his nose, graciously stepped back. You play your game. When a new round began, Xue Jiayu and Zhang Nanqi exchanged no words, yet their coordination was impeccable. One attacked above while the other struck below, and they cleared the level in merely 2 minutes. Gu Yuan watched in astonishment. Jiayu, why didn't you play this well when we teamed up? It was evident that the issue lay with the teammates. I am not weak. Gu Yuan's temper flared, slamming his hand on the table. You team up with Nanqi, and I will team up with Huanyu. Let us go. Xue Jiayu crossed her arms. Won't that seem rather unfair? Fine, let's battle. Gu Yuan set the game to restart, with him and Ing Huanyu starting first. Ing Huanyu, disinterested in the game, exhibited poor skills, and throughout the round, only Gu Yuan fought hard against the monsters while she hid in a corner. Unsurprisingly, they lost, and before Gu Yuan could chastise her, she complained, I didn't want to play in the first place. You all insisted I join. What's the point of this? Chapter 75. Gu Yuan was angry. While grumbling, Ing Huanyu carelessly tossed the game controller to the ground. Made of plastic, it cracked upon impact. Gu Yuan picked it up, cradling the damaged controller, and said crossly, even if you dislike it, you can't just smash my things. Do you know how expensive this is? How expensive could it be? Huanyu retorted, her defiance growing. Typically, Xue Jiayu indulged Huanyu, leading to her increasingly bad temper. Even towards Gu Yuan, let alone Zhang Nanqi. Huanyu puffed out her chest. How much? I'll have my dad reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Huanyu turned to Xue Jiayu with a look of desperation. Sister, what should I do? Help me think of a solution. Xue Jiayu, feeling helpless, shielded her behind her back and gently explained to Gu Yuan, Huanyu didn't mean it. Can you let it go? Or I could buy you a new one with my new heiress money. Seeing Xue Jiyu's sincerity, Gu Yuan's anger dissipated significantly. All right, we are friends. I forgive you. Though he verbally forgave her, Gu Yuan was unwilling to lend the controller to Huanyu again. Huanyu was secretly pleased, nestling into the sofa and refusing to move, while Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi selected a racing game, preparing for battle. Su Huimei was busy in the kitchen, prompting Xue Jiayu to suggest helping her. Why should we help? Shouldn't adults handle their own affairs? Xue Jiayu pointed towards the kitchen. I see Aunt Su struggling to lift her arms. Why don't we help her wash some vegetables? I don't want to. The water is too cold. Huanyu was resolute in her decision to remain stationary, and Xue Jiayu did not press the matter, proceeding into the kitchen alone. Aunt Su, I'm here to help. Upon seeing her, Su Huimei immediately broke into a bright smile, her cheeks bunching up. Jiayu, you don't need to help. Go watch TV. They're playing games. And I don't want to join. Aunt, let me help you. Xue Jiayu eagerly took the green onions, ginger, and garlic, beginning to peel them. Wow, your skills are quite impressive, and your technique is remarkably adept. Su Huimei praised her without reservation, surpassing even the affection shown by the Xue family to Xue Jiayu. Blushing from the compliments, Xue Jiayu recalled the story where Gu Yuan became a superstar, and Su Huimei severed her mother-son relationship with him due to his actions. The ending was rather lamentable. Lost in thought, she could not help but sigh. Having just finished washing the vegetables, Su Huimei heard her sigh and chuckled. Hey child, why are you sighing? Are you troubled? Xue Jiayu quickly shook her head. No, I'm not troubled. I am just overjoyed to eat Aunt Su's cooking. How could I have any worries? Oh, you flatter me, Su Huimei said, her spirits lifted by Xue Jiyu's words, her smile widening. I say, girls are much more considerate than boys. Gu Yuan can't say such sweet things. Xue Jiayu comforted her, but Aunt Su, rest assured. Gu Yuan will achieve great success in the future. He will earn plenty of money for you to spend. He is very filial. Su Huimei, finding her words believable, laughed. You speak as if you witnessed it firsthand. Of course I did. Then how did you see it? Xue Jiayu was momentarily a loss for words. I saw it in my dreams. Su Huimei's expression suggested she knew. You were just trying to speak well of that boy. He has been upset these past few days because I made him lose weight, and you call him filial. Aunt Su, don't worry about his weight. He will naturally slim down as he grows up. Not only will he slim down, but he will also become immensely popular. A veritable heartthrob. His fans constantly beg him to eat more on his social media. Unable to state it outright, Xue Jiayu could only imply it. But Su Huimei dismissed her words with a laugh. Xue Jiayu was thoroughly entertained, unable to resist cheering for Zhang Nanqi from behind. Brother Nanqi, overtake him on the right. He won't be able to block you. Zhang Nanqi followed her advice and, indeed, left Gu Yuan far behind. Gu Yuan was infuriated, his face flushed. Xue Jiayu, you are biased. You are not allowed to help him. All right, I only said one thing. Xue Jiayu mimicked zipping her lips, but remained behind Zhang Nanqi. In the end, Zhang Nanqi emerged victorious. Although he said nothing, the manner in which he placed down the controller exuded a triumphant aura. Gu Yuan tossed aside his controller and lunged at Xue Jiayu. It's all your fault. If you hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have one. That's debatable. Brother Nanqi was already ahead. He would have one regardless of whether I reminded him. Gu Yuan remained angry, punishing Xue Jiayu to peel pomegranates for him. Thus, while one was not yet appeased, another was provoked. Without hesitation, Xue Jiayu began peeling, but after 2 attempts, Gu Yuan called for her to stop. Don't peel anymore. I actually don't want to eat. Seizing the chance, when you piped up, I want to eat. Then I shall continue peeling. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Nanqi interjected. If you want to eat, peel it yourself. Xue Jiayu was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend Zhang Nanqi's words, feeling delighted that he spoke up for himself. However, Huan Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. She perceived Zhang Nanqi's words as a deliberate insult. Why otherwise? Did he remain silent when Gu Yuan asked Xue Jiayu to peel, but voiced his objections when it came to himself? But my sister is willing to peel for me. Right, sister? Yes, I am a sister. It is only right for me to peel the pomegranate for you. It shouldn't be. Zhang Nanqi's words left Xue Jiayu in a predicament. She could only divert the conversation. How about we don't eat pomegranates and go to our house for other fruits? I want to eat. Sister, aren't you coming with me? Faced with such a situation, Xue Jiayu had no choice but to relent. Brother Nanqi, Gu Yuan, Aunt Su, I will take my leave first. Huh? You're leaving so soon? Gu Yuan expressed a hint of regret. I still have 2 new games I want to play with you. Chapter 76 2 Skirts. Once Xue Jiayu departed, Zhang Nanqi followed suit. Upon returning home, just as Xue Jiayu had predicted, Huanyu was once again furious. The moment she entered, she collapsed on the sofa, sobbing. As Xue Jiyu's hand rested on her shoulder, she shrugged it off. Huanyu, with a heart-wrenching cry, grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu dodged just in time, the pillow grazing her shoulder before crashing into a vase in the corner. The vase shattered into countless pieces, with a few shards even splattering onto Xue Jiayu. Huanyu stood frozen in shock, not having anticipated that her casual toss would result in such destruction. Sister, what do we do? Xue Jiayu found herself at a loss for what to do. Before she could gather her thoughts, Su Sujin had already rushed down from upstairs. My heavens! How did you break the vase? Huanyu quietly moved behind Xue Jiayu, tugging at her sleeve and pleading in a hushed tone, Sister, please help me. What could she do to assist her? Naturally, it would mean taking the blame. However, Xue Jiayu was unwilling. Wasn't it sufficient to admit one's mistakes? If she shielded Huanyu, wouldn't that amount to covering up? Thus, Xue Jiayu remained silent, avoiding both Huanyu's gaze and the responsibility. In her desperation, Huanyu pinched her several times, causing Xue Jiayu to wince in pain. Noticing the 2 children's silence, Su Sujin instinctively pointed at Huanyu and scolded her, Sister, why are you all gathered here? As Xue Wangjun stepped forward and spotted the shattered vase on the floor. His eyes widened in shock. Seeing that Su Sujin was serious, Xue Jiyu's heart raced. Clenching her fists, she shouted, It was me who broke it. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui looked at her in astonishment. Little Bao, was it really you? They had never seen their daughter so reckless. It was unimaginable that she would break a vase. Yes, Su Sujin was momentarily speechless before finally saying, "It was little Bao who broke it. Let's just forget it. What child hasn't accidentally broken something?" Jiang Qiui chimed in, "Indeed, it's just a vase. It can still be replaced for little Bao. Xue Jiayu exega atidli audit, Bao. Is there anything else you wish to break? I bought a lamp last week." The incident with the vase faded into the background. Once the adults resumed their respective activities, Huanyu quietly expressed her gratitude to Xue Jiayu. After all, they were blood relatives. Suddenly, Li Minchue's face flashed through her mind. Xue Jiayu gently patted Huanyu's head, saying, "This time, sister will take the blame for you, but next time you must admit your mistakes on your own. Do not fear scolding from mom and dad. I will support you." Huanyu believed that Xue Jiayu would indeed intercede for her. Yet she doubted that Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui would so easily forgive her as they did Xue Jiayu. Soon, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. Jiang Qiui had prepared new clothes for both children well in advance, 2 matching princess dresses in different colors. Xue Jiyu's was blue, while Huanyu's was pink. She had specially enlisted the help of a designer friend to create them, and a craftsman to sew them by hand. Aware that one of the girls was Xue's biological daughter, while the other was adopted, the designer thoughtfully added a few extra pearls to the blue dress, making it appear even more exquisite. On New Year's Eve, the Xue household buzzed with activity from early morning. There were many dishes to prepare for the reunion dinner. Even Jiang Qiui spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen, assisting Su Sujin. She presented 2 beautifully crafted paper bags to Xue Jiayu and Huanyu, saying, "These are new clothes I bought for you both. Hurry and change into them." Huanyu cradled her new dress like a treasure. But upon noticing the pearls on Xue Jiyu's dress, her smile faltered. "Sister, why does your dress have pearls, but mine doesn't?" "Really? I hadn't noticed the pearls." Xue Jiayu replied casually. "Perhaps your dress has a different design." "It doesn't." Huanyu suddenly grew to dislike her new dress, feeling it paled in comparison to Xue Jiayu's. After carefully examining both dresses, Xue Jiayu confirmed that hers indeed had the additional pearls. Seeing Huanyu's disappointment, she graciously offered, "Then you can wear my dress, and I will wear yours. Mom will be angry if she finds out." Huanyu hesitated, her eyes fixed longingly on the dress in Xue Jiayu's hands. "It's fine. I'll tell Mom that I wanted to switch," Xue Jiayu assured her, handing over the blue dress while donning the pink one. "Thank you, sister. I want to be polite then." When they descended the stairs, after changing, Xue Wangjun had just finished putting up the couplets at the entrance and beamed at them. "2 little princesses. Sister, let us show Mom," Huanyu exclaimed, pulling Xue Jiayu towards the kitchen. As soon as Jiang Qiui heard their voices, she smiled, but her expression froze upon seeing their attire. In her memory, one was supposed to be blue and the other pink. Huanyu immediately displayed a timid demeanor, glancing nervously at Xue Jiayu. "Mom, I wanted to switch dresses with my sister," Xue Jiayu interjected proactively. Jiang Qiui frowned. "Is that so? But when I asked you earlier, you clearly stated you wanted the blue dress." Xue Jiayu scratched her head. "I did want the blue one, but little you also wanted it. What if I had said it? Would Huanyu have been unhappy?" Initially, Jiang Qiui contemplated reprimanding them, but seeing Xue Jiayu considering Huanyu's feelings, she refrained from making it difficult for her. Huanyu was reluctant to switch and subtly hooked Xue Jiayu's thumb. "Mom," Xue Jiayu began again, but Jiang Qiui urged them to step outside. "The kitchen is full of smoke. You both go change first and don't get dirty." Xue Jiayu led the downcast Huanyu out of the kitchen, patting her shoulder comfortingly. "Actually, the pink one looks good too. If you like it, I'll give you the blue one tomorrow, so you'll have 2. Today was New Year's Eve, and she wanted to make her mother happy. Huanyu sulkily released her hand, speaking in a stiff tone, "No thanks. Your dress has pearls, and I'm afraid I'll ruin it." Little you," Xue Jiayu called, knocking on the door, but Huanyu refused to open it. With no other choice, Xue Jiayu donned the blue dress, and, after much coaxing, Huanyu finally opened the door, albeit reluctantly. If it weren't for dinner being imminent, she would have delayed opening it further, wishing to make Xue Jiayu appease her a bit longer, hoping it would make Xue Jiayu feel guilty. When Jiang Qiui saw Xue Jiayu descending the stairs in her custom-made princess dress, her eyes lit up. "Little Bao, you look stunning in that dress. You have great taste." "Mom." Xue Jiayu affectionately rubbed her face against Jiang Qiui's, their closeness making Xue Wangjun feel a twinge of jealousy. After all, being a mother was certainly more rewarding. Xue Jiayu then hugged Xue Wangjun's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. I'm good with Dad, too. All right, you're the best. As a quintessential doting father, Xue Wangjun easily succumbed to their charms, lifting both Xue Jiayu and Jiang Qiui into his embrace. You two are the most important people in my life. Su Sujin feigned annoyance. Once you have a wife and children, you forget your mother. Of course not. Xue Wangjun quickly corrected. You are the person I respect the most. Xue Jiayu wrapped her arms around Su Sujin, saying, Grandma, I'm the most important person to Dad, and you are the most important to me. This statement delighted Su Sujin, who cupped Xue Jiayu's small face affectionately. Our little Bao is the best. The harmonious scene made Huanyu feel out of place. How she longed to be as carefree as Xue Jiayu, playfully seeking affection from Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui, yet she found herself unable to do so. The emotional distance caused by their different bloodlines left only politeness between them. Huanyu silently lowered her head, offering, I'll go fetch the utensils, before hastily escaping the warm atmosphere of the living room. She stretched to reach for the chopsticks, but unexpectedly, a face appeared behind the kitchen window. Startled, Huanyu fell to the ground, initially believing she had encountered a ghost on New Year's Eve. However, when she stood up to look again, she froze in place. It was Li Minxue, the woman who claimed to be her mother. Li Minxue breathed on the window, then wrote the words Happy New Year. Huanyu's eyes brimmed with tears. The person outside the window reached out towards her, seemingly asking if she wanted to leave with her. She decisively shook her head. Although she felt unable to integrate into the Xue family, she had no desire to live a life of poverty alongside Li Minxue. Regardless, within the Xue family, she can still be well-fed and warmly clothed, attending an international school. What could she possibly accomplish alongside Li Minxue? Li Minxue appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she comprehended that this was her daughter's best path. Reluctantly, she turned and stepped into the embrace of the night. Xue Jiayu was the first to notice that Huanyu was absent, promptly exclaiming, Xiao Yu, where are you? I'm in the kitchen. Huanyu quickly composed herself, clutching a container for chopsticks as she emerged from the kitchen. Can we start eating? I'm so hungry. The earlier melancholy in the kitchen vanished in an instant. Observing this, Xue Jiayu also declared her hunger, prompting the family to gather around the table for dinner. Today's New Year's Eve feast was prepared by grandmother. Let's first raise our glasses in gratitude to her. Jiang Qiui lifted her goblet, and Xue Wangjun promptly followed suit. The two children held up cans of cola, while Su Sujin shyly lowered her head, smiling. Oh, what is the big deal? Haven tea, I always been the one to cook, every year. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. Xue Jiayu, aware of what Su Sujin cherished to hear, eagerly chimed in, We love it. Your cooking gets better every year. This was not mere flattery. Su Sujin had adapted her culinary skills to suit Xue Jiayu's palate, resulting in dishes that consistently delighted her. Truly, the beloved granddaughter knew how to bring joy to her grandmother. Su Sujin lovingly patted her precious granddaughter's small hand and discreetly pulled out a red envelope. Here, my dear, this is your New Year's money from Grandma. I wish you a peaceful and prosperous year ahead. Thank you, Grandma. Xue Jiayu joyfully accepted it and noticed Su Sujin's lack of movement, quickly raising her eyebrows and subtly signaling her to also give one to Huanyu. Naturally, Su Sujin had prepared a portion for Huanyu as well. Although she did not particularly favor Huanyu, she recognized that she was still a child, and it was New Year's after all. Huanyu, Grandma has a red envelope for you too. Su Sujin placed the envelope before Huanyu, who happily accepted it. Thank you, Grandma. Xue Jiayu feared that Huanyu might feel saddened by the disparity in treatment, but thankfully, she did not. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui busily served water, simultaneously presenting red envelopes to both girls, and the envelopes were of equal thickness with identical blessings. Mom and Dad wish you both health, safety, and may all your wishes come true. Holding hands, Xue Jiayu and Huanyu bowed to them, articulating each word. We wish Dad, Mom, and Grandma all their wishes come true, good health and prosperity. This was the blessing Xue Jiayu had thoughtfully rehearsed several times earlier. The three adults erupted into laughter, urging, Let us eat, let us eat. The Xue household buzzed with joy, and the Zhan family was no less vibrant. The entire Zhan clan gathered in the city, convening at Zhan Aoxiang's villa for the New Year celebration. Fortuitously, the villa was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of guests, both inside and out. Zhan Aoxiang, along with his cousins, engaged in lively conversation over tea, while Jiang Perong, as the hostess busied herself with a group of women and helpers. The children, meanwhile, flocked to Zhang Nanqi's room. Upon entering, Zhang Nanqi's eldest cousin gasped, "Wow, this is the latest model airplane. I've begged Dad for ages, but he won't buy it for me." Zhang Yang was the son of Zhang Aoxiang's cousin, belonging to a branch of the Zhang family. However, due to the scarcity of heirs in this generation, all the children were treasured immensely. Zhang Yang, being the only child, often overheard adults saying that Zhang Nanqi was afflicted with autism and deemed unfit. Thus, he held a degree of disdain toward Zhang Nanqi. "Cousin, since you have so many toys, why don't you just give me this model?" His tone was presumptuous, lacking any semblance of politeness. As he spoke, he reached for the airplane model, attempting to stow it in his bag. Unexpectedly, the usually reticent Zhang Nanqi firmly refused, his words resolute and non-negotiable. "No, cousin, why are you being so stingy?" Zhang Nanqi fiddled with a model of gravitational force, ignoring him. Zhang Yang, feeling slighted yet unwilling to concede, silently vowed to remember this incident. "It's just a silly model. If Zhang Nanqi wants to play with it, then no one shall." Zhang Yang, along with a group of little ones, intentionally isolated Zhang Nanqi, playing hide-and-seek in the yard without inviting him to join. Jiang Pero, carrying a platter of prepared dishes, noticed the children frolicking outside and promptly called them in. "Why isn't Nanqi playing with you?" Faced with an adult, Zhang Yang adeptly played the innocent. "Aunt, we invited cousin to come play, but he refused. Perhaps he thinks we're too young." Jiang Pero, not suspecting anything amiss, patted Zhang Yang on the head. "Then you all play inside. It's too cold outside. We're not playing anymore, Aunt. I'll help you with some tasks." Zhang Yang sent the other children off to play while he sidled up to Jiang Pero, engaging her in small talk. Despite his young age, he spoke very articulately, winning Jiang Pero's heart. "Minghua, you've taught Zhang Yang very well. He is polite and well-behaved." Zhang Yang's mother, Su Minghua, looked over, surprised by her son's behavior. At home, he was a mischievous little devil. He wouldn't even help out, let alone walk a few extra steps without throwing a tantrum. Nevertheless, she had to maintain his dignity in front of others, so Su Minghua nodded. Yang is very respectful to his elders. He often tells us at home that aunt and uncle work hard to take care of cousin, and if he were aunt's child, he would treat her well. As Su Minghua spoke, she discreetly observed Jiang Pero's reaction. The Zhang family had only Zhang Nanqi as their legitimate heir, and due to his autism, he could not bear the weight of the family's responsibilities. Rumors circulated that Zhang Aoxiang and his wife intended to adopt a child from the clan to serve as their successor. Hence, Su Minghua was contemplating having Zhang Yang try for the role, although the thought of giving up her son was painful. If Zhang Yang could indeed take over the Zhang family business, the profits would be astronomical, figures they could only dream of. Thus, they were determined to ensure that Zhang Yang caught Jiang Pero and Zhang Aoxiang's attention. Jiang Pero, touched, wiped her eyes, saying, "What a good child, truly wonderful. Aunt loves you very much." Upon hearing this, Su Minghua felt a surge of confidence regarding the adoption discussion. Just then, others entered with freshly cooked rice and dishes, leaving only the three of them in the kitchen. Su Minghua quickly leaned closer to Jiang Pero and whispered, "I heard you took Nanqi for treatment. What do the doctors say?" Mentioning this caused Jiang Pero to feel vexed, her impatience evident. "We encounter quack." Su Minghua was even more incensed. "What? Outrageous. Such a person must be imprisoned." Jiang Pero sighed, unsure when Nanqi's condition would show improvement. Su Minghua pulled Jiang Pero to a corner, instructing Zhang Yang to keep watch at the kitchen door and alert them if anyone approached. "What's going on? Why the secrecy?" Jiang Pero chuckled. "Are you borrowing money? It's not proper to ask for money on New Year's Eve." "Of course not. Su Minghua feigned concern. Aunt, you and uncle have worked hard your entire lives. Isn't it all for Nanqi? But if Nanqi's illness can't be cured for a lifetime, what will happen to you and uncle when you grow old?" Jiang Pero's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained unsuspecting, assuming Su Minghua meant well. "Have you not thought about retirement, or that Nanqi's condition might never improve? You need to plan ahead. Waiting until you're old to choose a successor could lead to disaster. It's better to nurture one now." Su Minghua spoke with utmost seriousness, as if genuinely concerned for her. Jiang Pero, however, began to discern an ulterior motive, narrowing her eyes at Su Minghua. "What do you think we should do? You should adopt a child now to train. That way, when they grow up, they can care for Nanqi and support you in your old age." How wonderful would that be? Su Minghua was nearly convinced by her own eloquence. If Jiang Peirong didn't heed this advice, she would truly be ungrateful. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Peirong's face. Then, in your opinion, whom should I adopt? There's hope. Su Minghua licked her lips and pretended to say, of course, it must be a child who is both obedient and filial, just like our Zhanyang. Her ambition was evident on her face, and Jiang Peirong, not in a hurry to expose her, found it amusing. Is that so? But if we were to adopt him, what would you do? After all, you and your cousin only have this one child, don't you? Su Minghua sighed. We could let go. We can't just stand by and watch you and your cousin lose hope. Such sweet words. Jiang Peirong's expression instantly turned sharp. It seemed that her intentions had been completely seen through by Jiang Peirong. Su Minghua felt utterly humiliative. Sister-in-law, please let me explain. Jiang Peirong initially wanted to scold her, restrained herself upon hearing the men's voices outside, chatting over tea. I don't wish to lose my temper during the new year. You should abandon this idea early on. If you dare to mention anything related to adoption again, you will never set foot in my house. With that, Jiang Peirong left the kitchen, leaving Su Minghua trembling alone in the kitchen. Zhanyang greeted Jiang Peirong, but she ignored him. Confused, he went to ask his mother why his aunt was not responding to him. Your aunt has said she doesn't want you. Su Minghua's heart sank. Her gaze towards her son filled with despair. To her surprise, Zhanyang did not comfort her, but was rather furious. It's all your fault for angering aunt. Chapter 79. Jiang Peirong's fury. Jiang Peirong went to the restroom to tidy her makeup and expression. As a refined young lady, she maintained her composure even in anger, expertly concealing her emotions from everyone except her closest confidant. Zhan Aoxiang was engaged in discussions regarding the Zhan family's investment directions for the following year when he noticed Jiang Peirong emerging from the kitchen with a serious demeanor. Upon exiting the restroom, her expression had returned to normal, yet he could distinctly sense her displeasure. He immediately abandoned the men still sipping tea to seek her out. He called her into their master bedroom and gently asked, "What is troubling you?" Jiang Peirong leaned against his shoulder, reluctant to share the thoughts and distasteful plans circulating among her sisters-in-law, and instead posed a single question. Darling, if Zhan Nanqi cannot be cured, let's not have any other children, okay? Neither through adoption nor by having another one. Zhan Aoxiang was taken aback, evidently not expecting her to broach such a topic so suddenly. Yet he instinctively acquiesced. Of course, whatever you say goes. I mean it, Jiang Peirong asserted, playfully hitting Zhan Aoxiang's shoulder. If you still desire other children, we might as well divorce. No. Why take it that far? Divorce? Zhan Aoxiang held her tighter. I can never bear to let go. Zhan Nanqi will be our only child. At that moment, Jiang Peirong's spirits genuinely lifted. However, unbeknownst to them, a little eavesdropper lingered outside. Zhanyang pressed his ear against the door, faintly catching their conversation, and realized he had no hope of inheriting the Zhan family name, attributing all his grievances to Zhan Nanqi, an autistic child wanting to claim everything? On what grounds? Seizing the opportunity while Zhan Nanqi was in the study, Zhanyang slipped into his room. After soothing Jiang Peirong, the New Year's Eve dinner was ready, and someone called them to eat. When Jiang Peirong saw Su Minghua and Zhanyang again, she felt cheerful and chose not to show them any hostility. Yet she also had no interest in engaging with them. Zhanyang, however, greeted each uncle and aunt with politeness, establishing an endearing image. Yang is truly well-behaved. Among these children, he is the most disciplined, not a bit misguided. They say you can tell a child's future at 3 and 7. I believe Yang will be the most accomplished of this generation. Zhanyang's parents beamed with pride. Jiang Peirong remained silent, not even granting a glance. Once they finished praising Zhanyang, they remembered Zhan Nanqi and, eager to maintain Zhan Aoxiang's family dignity, hastily inquired, "Where's Nanqi? Hurry and calm down to eat." Jiang Peirong, wishing to protect Zhan Nanqi from these superficial individuals, smiled and explained, "Nanqi is still in his room tinkering with things. I prepared his favorite food. He is happier and more at ease up there. You are spoiling this child too much. What kind of New Year's Eve dinner is it if he doesn't sit with his parents?" Jiang Peirong maintained her smile. "That's just how our family is. Is there a problem with that?" Others dared not voice their opinions, knowing that while Zhan Aoxiang seemed to hold the power, the real authority lay with Jiang Peirong. Since there were no issues, they continued their meal, enjoying the festive occasion. Implicitly, she conveyed, Do not provoke my anger, or there will be dire consequences. Just as everyone was about to begin eating, the sound of footsteps echoed as Jean Nanchi descended the stairs. He held a shattered airplane model, its wings in disarray, the fuselage barely retaining its form. Nanchi, what happened to your model? Jiang Peirong immediately sensed something was amiss. It appeared to have been intentionally damaged. The broken wings suggested it had been forcefully snapped. Jean Nanchi cast a cold glance at the gathering, scrutinizing everyone, both adults and children alike. Recognizing his anger, Jiang Peirong swiftly defended her son, who broke Nanchi's model. Apologized to him at once. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, but being among the crowd, he was not easily noticeable. Hence Jiang Peirong did not identify him right away. Others attempted to mediate, saying, what matters now is the New Year's dinner. It's just a model. I'll buy Nanchi another one tomorrow. Let us just forget about it. No way. Zhang Nanchi coldly regarded the group of children. It was all of you. Why didn't he do it? The children all began to deny it, with Zhang Yang echoing, it wasn't me, I didn't do anything. Jiang Peirong felt it unlikely that these children were responsible. Nanchi, could it be that it wasn't your younger brother and the others? Only they were in my room with the model. Zhang Nanchi suddenly realized something, pushing through the crowd to confront Zhang Yang. It was you. Zhang Yang struggled momentarily, but could not free himself. So he yelled, Mom, help me. Su Minghua, seeing her precious son being restrained, felt a surge of anxiety. Nanchi, let him go. He is your cousin. How can you suspect him? Zhang Yang forcibly pulled himself away from Zhang Nanchi's grip, casting a reproachful look at him. Jiang Peirong protected her son, directly pushing the pair of mothers and sons out of the dining room. Nanchi Wu suspects someone without reason. You should consider why Zhang Yang is under suspicion. A small child interjected, because brother Zhang Yang wanted to play with Nanchi's model, but Nanchi wouldn't let him. Jiang Peirong scoffed, is it necessary to destroy something over a model? If you can't have it, just ruin it. How petty. Su Minghua gritted her teeth. I firmly believe my son Wu do such a thing. Produce your evidence. No evidence is needed. Whatever my son says is the truth, Jiang Peirong firmly stated, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Nanchi. Su Minghua, seeing the situation, positioned herself alongside Zhang Yang, the tension palpable, ready to erupt. I said my son didn't do it. What you say doesn't count. The wrongdoer is not you. Jiang Peirong glutted at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, tell the truth. Did you break this model? Zhang Yang trembled in fear, neither daring to deny nor admit it. Son, speak up. Quickly say it wasn't you. Su Minghua pushed Zhang Yang's shoulder repeatedly, causing him to feel increasingly guilty. This was a tacit admission. Others began to scrutinize Zhang Yang's expression, their gazes towards Su Minghua turning complicated. Feeling humiliated, Su Minghua disregarded the customs of the New Year's dinner and pulled Zhang Yang away. Zhang Yang's father also found it embarrassing and, unable to remain any longer, grabbed his wife's forgotten bag and left. Jiang Peirong squatted down to Zhang Nanchi's level, holding his shoulders. Son, I want to commend you. Zhang Nanchi displayed a look of surprise, as if questioning why. A lively expression Jiang Peirong had not seen in a long time. Her mood instantly brightened, because now, when you're unhappy, you actively express it. Before, you wouldn't do that. Mom is very gratified to understand your emotions. Chapter 80. Are you acquainted with Zhang Yang? Zhang Nanchi remained silent, turning to ascend the stairs. However, before departing, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Peirong, which greatly encouraged her. Although he did not speak, his eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions. After the departure of the Zhang family, the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Yet, as Zhang Aoxiang was the head of the Zhang family, no one dared to neglect him, and soon they resumed toasting him. The meal proceeded in a pleasant atmosphere. Zhang Aoxiang generously prepared large red envelopes for each child, displaying his lavishness. Additionally, a group of relatives had prepared red envelopes for Zhang Nanchi, all of which were collected by Jiang Peirong. I thank you all for your kind intentions on behalf of Nanchi. Let us wish him a swift recovery. After a round of cordial exchanges, the relatives departed, helping Jiang Peirong clean up the dishes before leaving. Zhang Aoxiang, feeling sympathy for his wife, took it upon himself to mop the floor. You take care of the mopping. I shall rest. Jiang Peirong collapsed onto the sofa, shedding her earlier image of an elegant and cultured hostess. However, Zhang Aoxiang found her appearance endearing as he fetched a bucket of water, only to discover she was putting on her shoes. Where are you going? Jiang Peirong waved a red envelope. I'm off to deliver New Year's money to Jiayu and the others. Zhang Aoxiang was both amused and exasperated, thinking that they could simply give it to them tomorrow when they came to pay New Year's visits. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well join in the festivities of others. With that, Jiang Peirong slammed the door behind her, leaving Zhang Aoxiang bemused. Jiang Peirong first visited the Gu family, presenting Gu Yuan with a red envelope. Thank you, Auntie. May you remain youthful and forever 18. Jiang Peirong was amused. Oh, Xiao Yuan is quite eloquent this year. Gu Yuan felt a swell of pride, having practiced diligently to receive his New Year's money smoothly. After chatting with Su Huimei for a while, Jiang Peirong proceeded to the Xue family. Xue Wangjun pushed Su Sujin and Jiang Qiui onto the sofa, instructing, "You two watch television and don't worry about the chores. Leave that to me." Jiang Qiui relished the leisure, but Su Sujin was reluctant to see her precious son working. "Oh please, what can a man do? You two enjoy your show while I handle the rest." "Mom, what era are we in? Let him help. We'll watch TV and munch on seeds. I bought the best ones today. You'll surely love them." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and without needing to look, Jiang Qiui knew it was Jiang Peirong. Upon opening the door, she was met with 2 large red envelopes. "These are for you, wishing you progress in your studies, and may all your wishes come true." Ying Huanyu was about to take them when Xue Jiayu intervened. Xue Jiayu politely bowed, earnestly wishing Jiang Peirong a happy new year. "Wishing you longevity, Aunt Jiang. Little Jiayu is so well-behaved." Jiang Peirong caressed Xue Jiayu's cheek, complimenting her princess-like attire. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." Ying Huanyu pouted, and Jiang Peirong quickly added, "You look like a little princess, too." If the compliment was merely incidental, Ying Huanyu was not interested. She grabbed the red envelope and dashed into the living room. Xue Jiayu looked apologetically at Jiang Peirong. "Aunt, she is a bit upset about her dress today. Please don't be angry." "Of course not." Jiang Qiui, noticing her concern, pulled Jiang Peirong to sit in the backyard for a chat. Jiang Peirong recounted the events of the evening, her eyes welling up as she spoke of Su Minghua's belief that Zhang Nanqi would never be cured. So what if he remains unwell for life? The Zhang family is not without the means to care for him. Why should they be in a hurry? Jiang Qiui quickly handed her a tissue. "It's windy here. Why are you crying? Be careful not to catch cold. They're delighted by my illness, once again coveting the Zhang family's wealth." Jiang Peirong sighed, her back to the wind. "Qiui, what pains me most is that they are relatives, yet they do not wish us well. They are worse than strangers." Such talk. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Jiang Qiui consoled Jiang Peirong for a long while. "Sun Young? Is he Zhang Nanqi's cousin?" Jiang Peirong was taken aback. "How do you know?" Xue Jiayu was astonished. How could she not know? Later, Zhang Nanqi's autism severely affected his life, and Zhang Yang exploited his condition to create public opinion, seizing everything that belonged to Zhang Nanqi from him. Jiang Qiui was equally stunned. How does Xiao Bao know all this? "I heard Zhang Nanqi mention that he has a cousin." Although Jiang Peirong found it strange, she did not dwell on it. "Really? Nanqi would talk to you about this? Zhang Yang has truly hurt me deeply. He often calls me aunt, yet he prepares to become my stepson. I have only one child, Nanqi, and I will never raise another." "Jiayu, have you met him?" Jiang Peirong wiped her tears and felt the chill, tightening her shawl. "I haven't met him." "Then how do you know he is not a good person?" Moreover, Zhang Yang was still a child. Jiang Peirong would not blame him for anything, at most attributing it to his parents. "Because from Zhang Nanqi's description, I felt he was a good person. In any case, Aunt Jiang in the future, keep her distance from their family. Among all the relatives, they're the ones who wish your family the least well." Jiang Peirong grew increasingly puzzled. "Jiu, why do you seem so knowledgeable about our family's relations?" "Not particularly. I've just heard Zhang Nanqi mention some things." Xue Jiayu laughed awkwardly, regretting her loose tongue. To prevent Jiang Peirong from probing further, Jiang Qiui hurriedly suggested, "Go find Zhang Nanqi to play. Zhang Nanqi is home alone. Dad bought fireworks. Go invite him to play." "All right." Xue Jiayu jumped up, not bothering to put on a coat, and dashed out of the house towards the Zhang residence. Zhang Nanqi was busy repairing a model, engrossed in studying how to assemble the wings when a gust of wind swept into his room. Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi did not lift his head. Xue Jiayu snatched the item from his hands. "Come play with me. My dad bought fireworks." But Zhang Nanqi showed no interest. He was more focused on finishing the airplane. "I'm not going. You must come." Xue Jiayu stuffed the wing in her mouth. "If you don't come with me, I'll eat it." Jean Nanchi looked at her with exasperation, realizing she was serious, and finally stood up. Fine, let us go. See, that wasn't so hard. You should have come with me sooner. Chapter 81. Setting off fireworks. Jean Nanchi wore a new outfit, a red checker jacket. Standing next to Xue Jiayu, they resembled a prince and princess from a fairy tale, stunning Zhang Aoxiang as they descended the stairs. Whose fairy tale book has been left open? How did two little sprites descend upon my home? Jean Nanchi ignored his father's dry humor, while Xue Jiayu forced a smile. Haha, Uncle Jean, I'm taking Jean Nanchi to my house to set off fireworks. All right, go ahead. Zhang Aoxiang was thrilled that Jean Nanchi would spend more time playing with friends. On their way, they also called for Gu Yuan, who was happily gnawing on pig trotters. Su Huimei saw them and handed each a large red envelope. This is your New Year's money from Annie. Be sure to keep it safe. The envelopes were adorned with a cute tiger design, and Xue Jiayu held her envelope. Wishing Su Huimei a happy new year. Noticing Jean Nanchi had not followed her lead, she patted him on the back. Jean Nanchi, hurry and wish Aunt Su a happy new year. Say it with me. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Jean Nanchi mechanically echoed her words. But Su Huimei was already delighted. So well behaved. Gu Yuan, stop eating and hurry to play with them. No, I want to gnaw on another. Gu Yuan stuffed another pig trotter into his mouth, thoroughly enjoying himself. Usually, Su Huimei limited his pig trotter consumption to once a week to control his weight. But Gu Yuan, who relished meat, had to seize this opportunity to indulge. Just moments ago, she had spoken gently to Xue Jiayu and Jean Nanchi. But now Su Huimei wore a fierce expression. Gu Yuan, look at your weight before you eat more. Or do you want to survive on vegetables for the entire new year? Gu Yuan immediately dropped the pig trotter, remembered to swallow the meat in his mouth, and reluctantly wiped his mouth. I got it. I'll go. Gu Yuan donned a scarf and gloves, stepping out with them. The community was adorned with lanterns and couplets, and as they passed the security booth, Xue Jiayu cheerfully wished the guard a happy new year. The guard, holding an iron box filled with dumplings brought from home, was momentarily taken aback by this greeting. Happy New Year, he replied, surprised that someone would extend such a wish to him. The resentment from working on New Year's Eve dissipated instantly. Before long, they arrived home, where Xue Wangjun had already set up the fireworks, eagerly awaiting their return. Dad! Xue Jiayu's melodious voice filled Xue Wangjun with joy. Is it time to set them off now? Yes, he affirmed, opening the box of fireworks with a sense of nostalgia, remarking how beautifully they were crafted now compared to his childhood, when he could only play with firecrackers. What are firecrackers, Dad? Xue Jiayu inquired. He demonstrated their size and explained their unpleasant odor, reminiscing about how much he enjoyed them as a child. As he pulled out a lighter, he urged the children to step back, don't get burned, quickly move onto the eaves. Gu Yuan, valuing his safety, was the first to dash inside. Huanyu attempted to take Xue Jiyu's hand, but noticed she was holding on to Jean Nanchi. Remembering this, she took a couple of steps back to maintain distance. Xiaoyu, come over here. Xue Jiayu called to Huanyu, who ignored her. It's fine, I'll watch from here. All right, Xue Jiayu said, not suspecting anything. As Huanyu contemplated a retort, Xue Wangjun ignited the fireworks. At the moment the fireworks ascended, they burst into vibrant colors, forming the characters for Happy New Year. Gu Yuan gasped. They could change into words? How amazing. Of course. My dad bought these, Xue Jiayu declared proudly, causing Xue Wangjun to beam with pride as he lit the second firework. The next firework soared into the sky, transforming into the shape of a dragon, leaving Gu Yuan and Huanyu in awe. Xue Jiayu, accustomed to such displays, found it less astonishing than the previous one, while Jean Nanchi appeared indifferent. His hands tucked in his pockets as he gazed upward. Brother Nanchi, don't you like fireworks? Xue Jiayu asked. I don't dislike them, he replied. Then why do you look so expressionless? She pouted. I thought you were unhappy. I'm not. Then smile. Jean Nanchi tugged at the corners of his mouth, and Xue Jiayu couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest attempt to move his facial muscles. Although Huanyu was captivated by the fireworks, her thoughts lingered on Jean Nanchi and Xue Jiayu. She strained to hear their conversation, but the sound of the fireworks drowned out their words, rendering her unable to catch a single syllable. What is so funny? Jean Nanchi furrowed his brow slightly. It's nothing. Brother Nanchi, Happy New Year. As Xue Jiayu smiled, her small dimples appeared, softening Jean Nanchi's heart. Happy New Year. I have a New Year wish, and I hope you can help me fulfill it. Jean Nanchi nodded. I wish for your autism to be cured. I know you can get better. You just don't want to. With Aunt Jiang gone, the root of Zhang Nanqi's condition had diminished significantly. If he didn't improve now, it could only mean he was unwilling to. Though Xue Jiayu didn't articulate it explicitly, Zhang Nanqi understood. Brother Nanqi, will you help make my wish come true? Xue Jiayu gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Yes, he silently affirmed in his heart. As the last firework faded, a gentle wave of disappointment washed over them. Huanyu, still wanting more, asked Dad, "Are there any more fireworks?" "No, I spent several thousand on these." Xue Wangjun had not anticipated they would go off so quickly. The deceitful vendor had promised 2 hours of enjoyment. He looked at Xue Jiayu with remorse. "Little treasure, if you want to see more, I'll buy some tomorrow." "That's fine. We've seen plenty today," Xue Jiayu exclaimed, bouncing up the steps. "It's so cold. Let us go inside." Upon entering, they were met with a rich aroma of wine. Jiang Qiui and Jiang Perong emerged from the kitchen with bowls of sweet rice balls, inviting the children to partake. "Eat while it's hot. We must have sweet rice balls for a complete reunion on New Year's." After venting her frustrations with Jiang Qiui, Jiang Perong felt much better, reflecting on Zhang Nanqi with a sense of gratitude. As long as their family remained united, she could disregard the opinions of others. Zhang Nanqi would improve, and they would all thrive together. Chapter 82. Returning home to sweep the graves. Huanyu, stay home. Grandma and I will go up the mountain. Don't wander off. Be careful at home, Xue Wangjun hastily instructed before departing, and Huanyu readily complied. But once they left, her impatience became evident. Li Minchue's words often infiltrated Huanyu's mind, making it difficult for her to escape even if she wished to. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Dragging her feet, Huanyu opened the door, only to stiffen upon seeing the person outside. It was Li Minxue. "Xiaoyu, Mommy finally sees you again." Li Minxue affectionately stroked her precious daughter's small face, but Huanyu retreated several steps, looking at her with disdain. "Don't come near me. Who are you? Didn't I tell you? I'm your mother." Li Minxue entered the Xue household and closed the door behind her. "I specifically waited for Xue Wangjun and the old lady to leave before coming." "ISN, Mommy clever? You're not my mother," Huanyu stated firmly. "My mother is Jiang Qiui. I've told you once. I can say it again." "Bah!" Li Minxue loathed Jiang Qiui, believing she was unworthy of being her mother. "And you think you are?" Huanyu couldn't help but retort. Li Minxue was momentarily speechless, but could only repeatedly ask her what gift she wanted. "I already have a New Year gift. I got a new princess dress." "How lovely. Mommy wishes to see you in your princess dress." Li Minxue fantasisa, recalling how dark it had been on New Year's Eve, preventing her from seeing what Huanyu wore. Huanyu, constantly worried that Xue Wangjun might return unexpectedly, urged Li Minxue to leave. "Does it hurt?" Li Minxue, lauga maniacadi. "How much can it hurt? You're not even their biological child. That still hurts." Huanyu pushed Li Minxue out. Suddenly, Li Minxue pressed down on her head, declaring, "Mommy has already thought of a New Year gift for you." "What gift?" Huanyu regretted asking, realizing it made her seem interested. Not long after Xue Wangjun's success, he renovated old Xue's grave. He had originally planned to refurbish it again in a couple of years, but Su Sujin cautioned him that a 2-grand tomb could attract grave robbers, which deterred him from pursuing that idea. "Dad, it's been half a year since I last visited you. How have you been?" Jiayu has started primary school. She was supposed to attend kindergarten, but she excelled and skipped a grade. Since Jiayu came into our lives, my relationship with Qiui has grown stronger, and my business is flourishing. Don't you think Jiayu is a treasure sent by heaven? Father, Jiayu is still young and delicate. I'll bring her to see you when she is older. Before Su Sujin finished burning the offerings, she quickly interrupted Xue Wangjun. "We mustn't speak of such things now. If a spirit overhears, they might take her away, and we have nowhere to grieve," Su Sujin said ominously, leaving Xue Wangjun both amused and exasperated. "Mom, we should be rational," he said, helping her down the mountain. "I don't know about science or superstition, but I know we can't say such things here." "Huanyu, did someone come to the house earlier?" "No." Huanyu grasped her hands tightly, sitting nervously on the sofa, wearing an innocuous smile. "I had been at home and had not noticed anyone's arrival. Yet the door was ajar." Xue Wangjun furrowed his brow, wondering if he had failed to close it properly when he left. However, he distinctly remembered checking it. Su Sujin observed all of this. After all, they were not family, and nurturing someone like this would not foster familiarity. But the Li Minxue household was eerily quiet, and despite Su Zhan's persistent knocking, no one came to answer. Instead, it had roused the neighbors. "What are you doing? Is it bad luck to visit on the second day of the new year?" An elderly gentleman, wrapped in his coat, emerged and upon seeing Su Zhan, immediately adopted a sarcastic tone. "No, I don't know. No one is watching her home." The villagers scrutinized Su Zhan, quickly grasping her intentions. "No, I didn't say we wouldn't raise her," Su Zhan hastily explained. "It's just a different way of raising her." "Ah, you wouldn't understand." The villagers scoffed, projecting their voices as if announcing, "I don't understand. But I know you initially promised Li Min Xue that you would take care of her child. Now you're retracting your promise, planning to let the child fend for herself. You have no sense of responsibility whatsoever. This child was never ours. We already have children. Why would we take on another? Besides, you all saw the circumstances at the time. If we didn't take care of them, we weren't allowed to leave." Su Zhan's long-suppressed feelings exploded, pointing at the onlookers and saying, "I assent at you all who gossip behind our backs, claiming our family is wealthy. Even if we are, it's all from our own hard work. We haven't stolen anything. Does our modest wealth offend your eyes?" The villagers felt chastened, unable to meet her gaze. Those few who dared to lock eyes with her quickly looked away. Xue Jiayu, hearing the commotion, hurried out to pull Su Zhan away. He turned helplessly, only to find Huanyu gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "Daddy, are you going to send me away?" "No." Xue Jiayu reluctantly handed the car keys to Huanyu, instructing her to wait in the car. She sobbed as she climbed in, harboring deep resentment towards both Li Min Xue and Su Zhan. If they couldn't care for her, why bring her into the world? Now she was subjected to humiliation. Xue Jiayu exerted all his strength to get Su Zhan into the car, saying, "All right, Mom, let us keep the comments to a minimum. I haven't vented my frustrations yet. After all these years of being slandered, I can't even speak a few words in return without being met with such hostility. These people are truly meddling in affairs that don't concern them." On the road, Su Zhan continued to rant, sometimes cursing the villagers for their cold-heartedness, other times scolding Li Min Xue for her irresponsibility, bearing a child she had no intention of raising, almost as if it were for their family. "Mom, keep your voice down. The child is still here." Xue Jiayu glanced at Huanyu in the rearview mirror, seeing her small form curled up, feeling a wave of pity for her. Su Zhan snorted. "You have no ties to her, and yet you've taken care of her until now. Why feel guilty? Once we're home, don't say such things. Xiao Bao will be upset if she hears." Thinking of Xue Jiayu, Su Zhan momentarily paused. If it weren't for Xiao Bao's affection, she would never have taken Huanyu in. Meanwhile, Huanyu was also thinking of Xue Jiayu. On the other side, Xue Jiayu enjoyed a delightful time at the Jiang household, accompanied by Jiang Xiu. Jiang Xiu was the only daughter of the Jiang family, with both Jiang Zirong and He Mei Qin being intellectuals of refined taste, spending their later years writing and painting, indulging in a life of highbrow interests. The living room was filled with Jiang Zirong's collections, all featuring calligraphy and paintings of significant value. Jiang Xiu introduced each piece to Xue Jiayu, saying, "Look, these are treasures from Grandpa and Grandma." Jiang Zirong chuckled. "These are all meant for Xiao Bao. What's ours is yours, and what's yours is Xiao Bao's. It's only a matter of time." He Mei Qin handed a cup of ginseng tea to Xue Jiayu, saying, "Drink this. You seem to have lost some weight lately. Is caring for Xiao Bao tiring?" "Not at all. Xiao Bao is my source of motivation. How could I feel tired caring for her? She is so understanding now." He Mei Qin patted her head, recalling how she and her mother-in-law were once at odds. Jiang Xiu refrained from mentioning that it was due to Xue Jiayu's heartfelt sentiments that she and Su Zhan had resolved their long-standing misunderstandings, fearing that revealing this might shock the elderly couple. While the adults chatted, Xue Jiayu wandered among the artworks, standing in a daze beneath a Tang Dynasty painting. Jiang Zirong squatted down to ask, "Xiao Bao, what are you looking at?" "Grandpa, why is this painting only half complete?" Having endured the ravages of time and war, it's a miracle that it still exists in this form. Jiang Zirong adjusted his reading glasses and began to explain the painting to Xue Jiayu. He Mei Qin chuckled. "Xiao Bao is still so young. Even if you explain, she won't understand." "Who says I don't understand? This painting is worth much more than it appears." Jiang Zirong and He Mei Qin exchanged puzzled glances. Was that little voice truly from Xiao Bao? but she hadn't even opened her mouth. Jiang Qiu, he was unfazed by Xue Jiayu's words, not even flinching. He made Qin asked, Xiao Bao, do you think this painting is beautiful? Not really, Xue Jiayu replied honestly, admitting that she lacked an appreciation for such art. How could it not be beautiful? Jiang Zirong was about to elaborate when he suddenly heard her say, this painting may not be beautiful, but it hides secrets, which is why it's valuable. This artwork fetched an astronomical sum at auction, and of course, the profits were claimed by the two mothers. Secrets? Jiang Zirong tilted his head, unable to discern any hidden meanings in the painting, only finding the brushwork stunning and captivating. Xiao Bao. He made Qin couldn't intervene in time as Xue Jiyu's hand already brushed against the bottom of the painting, her fingers delicately probing. Jiang Zirong was not in a hurry to stop her. Instead, he restrained his wife, eager to see what Xiao Bao was up to. Soon, Xue Jiayu carefully pried out a corner from beneath. This is Jiang Zirong's eyes widened, quickly asking He Mei Qin for his reading glasses. He Mei Qin was so stunned she could hardly speak. Xue Jiayu patiently continued to pry, taking over 10 minutes to extract a small piece. Grandpa, I can't do it anymore, Xue Jiayu said playfully. You do the rest. Jiang Zirong, being meticulous, fetched a pair of tweezers, disinfecting them before gently removing the object. It turned out to be a letter. The paper and envelope were quite thin, and upon unfolding it, a poem emerged. My goodness, Jiang Zirong exclaimed, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. Who would have thought a letter was hidden inside the painting? He looked incredulously at Xue Jiayu. Xiao Bao, how did you know there was a letter inside? Xue Jiayu quickly racked her brain, knowing they wouldn't believe it was just a guess. She feigned seriousness, saying, I'm short, so when I looked from below, the painting seemed bulging, so I used my hand to poke it. This explanation, though flimsy, was acceptable. Jiang Zirong gently stroked Xue Jiayu's head, saying, Xiao Bao, you may have inadvertently discovered a national treasure. Xue Jiayu tilted her head. Grandpa, what is a national treasure? Is it more impressive than me? This statement elicited laughter from both He Mei Qin and Jiang Zirong. Of course, nothing is more impressive than you. Our Xiao Bao is the best. Jiang Zirong carefully stored the letter and painting, planning to take them to the museum for appraisal the next day. Qiu Yi, take good care, Xiao Bao. I foresee great things in her future, He Mei Qin advised while holding Jiang Qiu Yi's hand. Jiang Qiu Yi raised her chin, naturally. Just look at whose daughter she is. In a jubilant mood, Jiang Zirong decided to display all his collections for Xue Jiayu to admire. Xiao Bao, take a look at this ivory cup Grandpa collected. What do you think? Xue Jiayu glanced at it and instantly recognized its immense value. If she recalled correctly, it had been auctioned for 7 million at a certain auction house. Grandpa, this set of cups is beautiful, but it's too valuable to keep at home. Jiang Zirong was astonished by her perspective. He shared the same sentiment and had already rented a safe deposit box, planning to store it there next week. Nothing to worry about, grandfather. There are a few more paintings that you should put away as well. Jiang Zirong expressed curiosity. Which ones? Xue Jiayu, with her delicate hands resembling lotus roots, seemingly carelessly pointed to a few pieces. Jiang Zirong questioned, but these authors are not very well known. Is it really necessary to place them in the safe? Xue Jiayu replied, they may not be famous now, but that could change in the future. At that moment, Xue Jiayu stood beneath a painting by an artist named Xue Sheng. For instance, this Xue Sheng, who will later be recognized for his exceptional poetry, calligraphy, and painting. In 3 years, his works might appreciate at least 5-fold. Jiang Zirong was astonished. Could it be that Xiao Bao has the ability to foresee the future? Jiang Qiu, concerned that Xiao Bao's revelations might alarm Jiang Zirong, and He Mei Qin hurriedly said, all right, Xiao Bao, these are all grandfather's treasures, and he will handle them. Jiang Zirong instructed He Mei Qin to properly store the paintings mentioned by Xue Jiayu, intending to take them to the bank together next week. The Jiang family's housekeeper came to inform them that dinner was ready. Although the Jiang family was not feudalistic, they adhered to the principles of respecting elders, and Jiang Zirong typically took his seat first. However, today, with the precious Xue Jiayu present, Jiang Zirong willingly relinquished this privilege. Come, Xiao Bao, you may sit first. Grandfather, I want to sit beside you, Xue Jiayu insisted, climbing onto Jiang Zirong's right side. Grandmother, you sit beside grandfather. What a good child. You even know to give your grandmother the place of honor. When the elderly couple heard that their little darling was about to leave, They both put down their chopsticks. You're leaving already? It's not even dark yet. The array of dishes before them, all fried or stir-fried, were not to their taste. But they were happy to partake because Xue Jiayu enjoyed them. Jiang Zirong remained silent, quietly serving Xue Jiayu a heap of food, creating a small mountain of dishes before her. Dad, you eat too. Don't just serve her, Jiang Qiui remarked, feeling a pang of discomfort. Knowing her parents were reluctant to part with Xiaobao, perhaps it was time to consider moving to a larger villa and bringing her parents to live with them. However, such matters required careful deliberation, and at the very least, they needed to consult Xue Jiayu first. Although the two families held no grievances, respect demanded that they seek Xue Jiayu's opinion. As for Xue Wangjun, there was no need to ask. He would undoubtedly support her, which gave Jiang Qiui a measure of confidence. He Mei-Qin held Xue Jiayu tightly, unwilling to let her go. Ultimately, after half an hour, Jiang Qiui helplessly said, "Mother, if we don't leave now, we'll arrive home in the middle of the night, and Xiaobao won't get any sleep." "All right, let's go," Jiang Zirong interjected, waving to his wife and the others. "Be careful on the way, and call us when you get home. You all hurry inside." Jiang Qiui got into the car and drove away. Xue Jiayu poked her head out of the window, waving to her grandparents. "Grandmother, grandfather, I'll come and see you again next time." "All right." Upon arriving home, Jiang Qiui quickly sensed that something was amiss. The elderly lady lay on the couch, sighing heavily, while Xue Wangjun and Ying Huanyu sat on separate short sofas, both silent. "Mother, sister," Ying Huanyu called softly. Jiang Qiui replied tersely, instructing Xue Jiayu to take her upstairs. She generously scattered snacks all over the floor. "Sister, take whatever you like." "Wow, chocolate!" Ying Huanyu exclaimed, grabbing a piece of chocolate with its packaging covered in English that she couldn't understand. The rich aroma of chocolate wafted from the bag, making her swallow repeatedly. "Sister, why didn't Mom take me to grandmother's house?" Xue Jiayu explained, "Grandmother's house is quite far, and you get car sick, right? Mom is worried you might feel unwell." "But it's only a 2-hour ride," Ying Huanyu said, her head drooping in disappointment. Xue Jiayu picked up the snacks scattered on the floor, stuffing the expensive and delicious treats into Ying Huanyu's hands. Although Xue Jiayu's words did little to comfort her, Ying Huanyu quietly munched on the snacks, no longer fixating on the issue. Downstairs, Jiang Qiui shot a glance at Xue Wangjun, inquiring, "What is going on?" Xue Wangjun offered a bitter smile, wishing to summon Jiang Qiui upstairs, but Xue Jiayu had begun to create a scene. "Mom, calm down. You're being so loud that Jiayu can hear you." Xue Wangjun quickly signaled to his wife, while Xue Jiayu sat beside Xue Jiayu, trying to soothe her. Chapter 85. Publicly acting petulant, however, Ling Minxue and her mother could not be found for the time being. Xue Jiayu insisted that Xue Wangjun send someone to search for them, to which he readily agreed, though he felt troubled. That night, the couple discussed strategies. "Xiaobao wants to stay with us, but my mother won't hear of it. What should we do?" Xue Wangjun, who was formidable in business, felt powerless at that moment, glancing at his wife with a wry smile. Jiang Qiui, with a touch more compassion, thought of Ying Huanyu, recognizing her plight amid their mother's irresponsibility. "Let us just take care of it for now and figure it out later." "What about Mom?" "You fool." Jiang Qiui scolded Xue Wangjun. "How could you be so dense? Why not just tell her you couldn't find them?" Xue Wangjun suddenly realized, of course. "My wife is the clever one." "You're hopeless," she replied. Ying Huanyu had been anxious for several days, but fortunately, until the end of the spring festival, the Xue family had not sent her away. On the first day of school, Jiang Qiui took them to class. In the car, Gu Yuan excitedly shared his newly purchased Ultraman cards. "I begged my mom for a long time before she finally bought them for me. This little box is for my New Year's money." He cheerfully pulled out 3 cards, saying, "Here, these 3 are for you." Zhang Nanshi showed no interest in such things, not even lifting his eyelids. Xue Jiayu politely declined. "I don't like playing with cards." "Ah!" Jiang Qiui exclaimed in alarm. "Gu Yuan, let go. Can't you see Annie Jiang is driving?" "Oh." Gu Yuan released his grip, but continued to inquire. "Why are you sending her away?" Jiang Qiui hadn't expected Ying Huanyu to bring up the subject suddenly and replied helplessly, "We're not sending her away. She is coming to school with you now." "Isn't she?" In truth, Jiang Qiui was uncertain why Ying Huanyu held such thoughts. Thanks to her and Xue Wangjun's cooperation, Xue Jiayu had stopped mentioning the matter. If Ying Huanyu hadn't brought it up herself today, it would have been as if it never happened. Huanyu looked at her with a pitiful expression. You really want to send me away? But grandmother, Jiayu nodded. Only then did Huanyu break into a smile. I want to be with sister forever. Really? Jiayu reaffirmed, which eased Yuan's worries. Zhang Nanqi cast a cold glance at Huanyu, feeling that she harbored ulterior motives. If she truly feared being sent away, such sentiments should be expressed privately, not in front of so many people, which seemed somewhat coercive. However, seeing that Xue Jiayu held no particular thoughts on the matter, he chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at school, all the first graders gathered on the playground, where the principal announced the class assignments. As soon as the results were posted, Huanyu tugged Xue Jiayu forward. Sister, you're in class 1, Huanyu exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the first name on the list. Following the list down, she quickly found Yuan's name. Yuan jumped for Xue Jiayu. I'm in the same class as you. This is fantastic. He clung to Xue Jiayu, reluctant to let go, making her feel a bit breathless. Zhang Nanqi glanced at him. Get down. Oh. Yuan obediently climbed down from Xue Jiayu. Nanqi, which class are you in? Searching through the class 1 roster, Zhang Nanqi and Huanyu's names were nowhere to be found. Could it be that the school forgot to include your names? Yuan speculated. Xue Jiayu also stood on tiptoe to inspect the remaining list and soon located Huanyu and Zhang Nanqi's names in class 2. Huanyu immediately pouted. Sister, why am I not in the same class as you? Although Xue Jiayu wished to be in the same class, the school's arrangements were beyond her control. Huanyu began to cry uncontrollably, drawing the attention of students and teachers alike. What's wrong? Has she been bullied? Isn't that Xue Jiayu's sister, Huanyu? Xue Jiayu gazed helplessly at her sister, who was in tears. Teacher, she said, my sister wants to be in the same class as me, which is why she's crying. I don't care. I want to be in the same class as my sister. Huanyu protested, sitting on the ground and kicking her legs, attracting the attention of students from other grades. The more eyes on her, the more exhilarated she seemed. The headmaster had no choice but to coax her to stand up. Please get up. The ground is quite dirty. Xue Jiayu frowned, noticing how Huanyu's petulance mirrored that of Li Minxue, despite their lack of prior acquaintance. How could she possibly resemble her biological mother? Before Xue Jiayu could ponder this further, Huanyu wailed, I don't care. I want to be in the same class as my sister. If we aren't, I won't accept it. The headmaster, bewildered, was at a loss, as most students here were well-mannered, and he had never encountered someone throwing such a tantrum. Please, let's talk this over calmly. Huanyu refused to listen, and even Xue Jiayu felt somewhat embarrassed, her expression stern. Huanyu, get up. Sister wants you to stand, and we can think of a solution together. Reluctantly, Huanyu stood up, yet she remained adamant about not entering class 2. Zhang Nanqi walked straight in, disregarding Huanyu's antics at the door. She followed Xue Jiayu to class 1, pitifully squatting at the entrance. The homeroom teacher approached, asking, Are you a student in our class? Why aren't you coming in for class? I'm not. Huanyu sniffled. I want to attend class, but I'm not on the class 1 roster. Other students were waiting anxiously, and the teacher had no choice but to acquiesce. A victorious smile spread across Huanyu's face as she dashed to sit beside Xue Jiayu. Sister, we're in the same class now. Xue Jiayu smiled at her, but there was little warmth in her eyes. Noticing her sister's displeasure, Huanyu behaved herself for the rest of the day, sitting quietly beside her. Sister, Huanyu attempted to employ the same tactic again, crying for her attention. However, Xue Jiayu reprimanded her sternly. No crying. You were in the wrong. You have no right to cry. Oh, usually you're so kind, and now you're actually scolding Xiaoyu, her friends remarked. Typically, she would not allow anyone to raise their voice against Huanyu. This situation is different, Xue Jiayu replied, shaking her head. If it were at home or over trivial matters, I wouldn't mind indulging Huanyu, but this concerns school, and many classmates are watching. Seeing Xue Jiayu's discontent, Jiang Qiui knew questioning Zhang Nanqi would yield no results, so she directly asked Yuan, What's wrong with Xiaobao today? Why is she unhappy? Yuan animatedly recounted the class assignment issue, wishing he could repeat Huanyu's antics if he weren't afraid of being scolded by Xue Jiayu. That was indeed excessive. Jiang Qiui frowned. Xiaoyu, don't you have any sense of shame? Huanyu felt wronged. I just want to be with my sister. What's wrong with that? As long as I can be in the same class as her, I don't mind looking foolish. Does being laughed at not bother you? Xue Jiayu gently brushed Huanyu's hair aside. If you wish to be in the same class as me, we can find a way, speak to the teachers or the headmaster. But not like this. This was Xue Jiayu's first serious admonition to Yu, who initially felt ashamed, but grew increasingly frustrated as the conversation continued. Sister, you don't understand me at all. Gu Yuan sat between the two girls, feeling awkward as they quarreled. He looked helplessly at Zhang Nanqi, who preferred to ignore Yu's affairs and close his eyes to rest. Neither spoke a word to each other until they arrived home, where they each focused on their homework, Xue Jiayu in the living room and Yu in her room. When Jiang Qiui relayed the situation to Su Sujin, she found it amusing. Mom, why are you laughing? I'm not laughing. I just think they should have some quarrels. After all, Yu isn't biologically ours, and if Xiaobao insists on keeping her, she should face some challenges. Jiang Qiui disagreed with this perspective, but didn't see quarreling as entirely negative. After all, which child didn't bicker occasionally? Xue Jiayu swiftly completed her homework, finding the questions far too simple for her. Once done, she turned on the television. Meanwhile, Yu, who usually copied Xue Jiyu's work, found herself struggling to write anything without her sister's help. The sound of the television from downstairs only fueled her frustration, leading her to throw down her pen in exasperation. Standing at the staircase, she shouted, "Stop watching TV. It's too noisy." Su Sujin poked her head out from the kitchen, muttering, "What is so loud? It isn't louder than when I'm cooking." Realizing Yu was upset due to her inability to complete her homework, Xue Jiayu softened her demeanor and lowered the volume. Hearing the television quieten, Yu felt a sense of victory. What did this signify? It meant her sister still cared for her. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to apologize. As long as her sister still cared, she believed Xue Jiayu would eventually relent. Yu waited upstairs for Xue Jiayu to speak to her, but even by dinner time, Xue Jiayu had yet to approach her. During dinner, Jiang Qiui called, "Xiaoyu, come down for dinner." Yu trudged to the staircase and immediately spotted Xue Jiayu seated on the sofa. Their eyes met, but Xue Jiayu calmly averted her gaze and headed straight for the dining room. Yu deliberately sat across from her sister, unlike her usual habit of sticking close by. Seeing this, Xue Wangjun chuckled, noting how they typically resembled conjoined twins. "Don't say too much. You might get yourself into trouble," Jiang Qiui warned him kindly, prompting him to fall silent. Yu poked at her rice, feeling as if the entire family had conspired against her. That night, as Yu lay in bed, she bit her lip, contemplating whether to reconcile with Xue Jiayu. Just then, Xue Jiayu jumped off her bed with her pillow in hand and headed to the room of Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui. Yu stared blankly at her sister's retreating figure. The couple was preparing for sleep when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Mom and Dad, I want to sleep with you tonight." Hearing their daughter's soft voice, Xue Wangjun rushed to open the door without even putting on his shoes. "Xiaobao, why do you want to sleep with us tonight?" Xue Jiayu didn't mention that her desire to sleep with them stemmed from her quarrel with Yu. She simply expressed her wish to be with them. "Of course, that's wonderful," Jiang Qiui said, lifting the covers. Mean, while Yu's request was unreasonable, Xue Jiayu still wanted to assist her. "Mom, could you help Xiaoyu change classes?" Jiang Qiui affectionately patted her head, her eyes filled with love. "You still care for her, because she is my sister." Xue Jiayu secretly hoped that if she could help altering Yu's behavior, perhaps Zhang Nanqi's fate could also change. "All right, I will see what I can do." Jiang Qiui didn't particularly care about Yu, but since Xiaobao had asked, she felt compelled to offer her support. The next day, when Jiang Qiui accompanied them to school, she didn't leave immediately, but instead entered the school with them. The teachers recognized Jiang Qiui and greeted her warmly. "Hello, Mrs. Xue." Jiang Qiui smiled and nodded gracefully. "I need to speak with the headmaster." She went straight to the headmaster's office, where he was tending to some flowers and looked surprised upon seeing her. "Is there something you need?" "Yes." Jiang Qiui explained the situation regarding Yu's class change, and the headmaster's expression faltered. "The class roster has already been finalized and made public to the students. This might not be good." Jiang Qiui lightly tapped the desk. "Originally, we were indifferent, but the child desires it. Having the two children in the same class would allow us to care for them better. However, the other parents may not agree." The director of education adjusted his glasses, yet Jiang Qiui remained undeterred by his words. The principal's statement indicated that there was still room for negotiation regarding this matter. "Very well. We shall cover the cost of the first-grade students' uniforms this year." The director cast a sideways glance. That was a considerable sum. However, given that we had inconvenienced the school, it was only reasonable to spend a little. Contributing to the school is indeed an honor for us as parents. Jiang Qiui articulated her thoughts beautifully, leaving the director with no room for objection. In light of this, I shall consider a solution. We will be understanding of the parents' goodwill. That would be splendid. As Jiang Qiui departed, she made a point to visit Class 1 and quickly spotted her little darling, Xue Jiayu, sitting in the front row, and waved at her eagerly. "Mom," Xue Jiayu exclaimed, standing proudly. Upon hearing her call, her classmates rushed over to see Jiang Qiui, chattering excitedly. "Jiayu, your mother is so beautiful." "Of course." Xue Jiayu nodded, her little head bobbing with pride. Jiang Qiui couldn't help but chuckle as she produced a generous handful of candies from her bag. "Here, darling, share these with your classmates." The candies became highly coveted, and Xue Jiayu distributed them among her peers, saving a few for Huanyu and Zhan Nanqi after class. As for Gu Yuan, he had already stealthily taken several pieces during the commotion. News of the candy distribution in Class 1 quickly spread to the neighboring Class 2, where students gazed enviously at the lively scene. "Who brought so many candies to school?" "Xue Jiayu?" Upon hearing her name, 2 students perked up. "I think it's Jiayu's mom." "How nice. She came to visit and brought so many treats." Being Xue Jiayu's classmate is such a blessing. Didn't they say Huanyu is her sister? Why isn't her mom here for her? Who knows? Maybe they're not really sisters. What are you looking at? Huanyu, trying to assert herself, attempted to intimidate them, but her bravado only seemed to fuel their excitement. "Hey, you're also a girl. Why isn't your mom here for you?" A line of boys surrounded Huanyu, taunting her. "Are you the one they picked up?" "I'm not." Huanyu, infuriated, attempted to retaliate against the boys, but her petite stature rendered her powerless, and she was shoved to the ground. "Wah!" Huanyu burst into tears, yet the boys showed no concern. "Cry all you want. You usually rely on Xue Jiayu to protect you. Now that you're in different classes, how can she help you?" One boy reached for Huanyu's braid, but just as his hand brushed her hair, it was seized by none other than Zhan Nanqi. The students in her class had a healthy respect for Zhan Nanqi, not only due to his peculiar and aloof demeanor, but also because of the esteemed background and substantial wealth of the Zhan family. They had all been advised to avoid unnecessary conflict with him. "This has nothing to do with you, Zhan Nanqi. Don't meddle," one boy remarked impatiently. "I will meddle," Zhan Nanqi retorted, positioning himself protectively in front of Huanyu, his face set in a stern expression that belied his age. "Do you want to resolve this with the teacher or settle it directly?" Huanyu gazed at Zhan Nanqi in disbelief. Was he truly helping her? The boys exchanged glances, deciding to let it go for today. "Consider yourself lucky. Don't think this will happen every day." She turned to Zhan Nanqi, but he had already returned to his book, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. For reasons unknown, Huanyu felt a shift in her heart. It wasn't until lunchtime that Xue Jiayu learned of Huanyu's troubles. She hurried to Class 2 to offer her support. "Who bullied my sister?" Huanyu quickly pointed out her aggressors. It was Li Jun, Li Lin, and Yang Mao. The 3 boys were taken aback by Xue Jiayu's arrival and quickly protested. "We didn't bully her. Look, we're all sitting in our places." Just a moment ago, without hesitation, Xue Jiayu grabbed Li Jun by the ear and twisted it. "How dare you bully my sister and not admit it? I swear, we were going to bully her, but we didn't after Zhan Nanqi spoke up for her." Li Jun pleaded, looking genuinely remorseful. Seeing his sincerity, Xue Jiayu quickly glanced at Zhan Nanqi, who remained unruffled as he flipped through his book. "Fine. Let us not dwell on this. You 3 assure me you won't bully my sister again." Li Jun, still cradling his sore ear, hastily promised, "Absolutely." "What do you mean by absolutely?" "We promise we won't bully your sister anymore." "Is that good enough?" Xue Jiayu released her grip, and Li Jun immediately sought out his desk, made to check if his ear was bleeding. "What a little injury." Xue Jiayu scoffed, having been careful not to inflict any real harm, though it would certainly leave Li Jun in discomfort. Li Lin, standing at a distance, muttered under his breath, "What is the point of protecting her? She is not even your real sister." "What did you say?" Xue Jiayu snapped, glaring at him. "Do you want to experience the pain of an ear twist too?" Li Lin quickly bolted from the classroom, realizing he couldn't contend with her. "Sister, if you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death." Huanyu seized the opportunity to cling tightly to Xue Jiayu, who, feeling pity for her sister, chose not to hold a grudge over their previous quarrel. "I'll protect you. Don't be afraid." Xue Jiayu comforted, patting her sister's back. I've already asked Mom to speak with the director about transferring you to my class. Don't worry. Really? I could be in the same class as you again. Huanyu exclaimed with delight. Yes, perhaps. The argument faded into the past, and as school concluded, Jiang Qiui observed the two sisters emerging hand in hand and smiled as she opened the door. I knew you two wouldn't stay mad for long. Have you been missing each other these past few days? Once inside the car, Huanyu quickly took the blame. Mom, it was my fault. I shouldn't have upset my sister. Xiaoyu, please don't say that. We both made mistakes. Xue Jiayu felt that she might need to adopt a gentler approach when reasoning with Huanyu in the future, as it might be more effective. Gu Yuan, trailing behind them, munched on snacks as he remarked, you two might as well argue a bit longer. These past few days, I've been getting along famously with Jiayu. She has been accompanying me everywhere. Now that you've made up, Jiayu will be with Huanyu, and I'm left with no one. Where's Nanqi? However, Zhan Nanqi was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, Gu Yuan exclaimed, tossing aside his snack in alarm. What if Li Jun and the others are causing trouble for him? Xue Jiayu frowned. Why would Li Jun pick a fight with Zhan Nanqi? You don't know? Before you arrived in class 2 today, Nanqi stood up for Huanyu, Gu Yuan explained. Xue Jiayu immediately cast a glance at Huanyu. Why didn't you tell me? I forgot. Huanyu muttered, feeling guilty. Xue Jiayu instructed Gu Yuan to move aside, determined to exit the car. Little darling, don't go in. Let me handle this. Jiang Qiui was about to get out, but Xue Jiayu stopped her. Mom, please stay in the car. Gu Yuan and Xiaoyu are still here, and it's unsafe without an adult. But Jiang Qiui's primary concern was her precious daughter's safety. Just take your time cleaning up this paper. The teacher will be coming for an inspection tomorrow, and there mustn't be a speck of dirt on the floor. Although Li Jun did not dare to confront Zhan Nanqi openly, he deliberately tossed paper on the ground, especially in areas Zhan Nanqi had already cleaned. As Zhan Nanqi finished sweeping the left side of the classroom and prepared to tackle the right, Li Jun intentionally yanked his backpack from the desk, spilling a heap of trash onto the freshly cleaned floor. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I tore a bunch of paper during art class and forgot to throw it away. Sorry for the trouble cleaning duty. Li Jun donned his backpack, laughing heartily with a few companions as they prepared to depart, only to find Xue Jiayu standing at the doorway. The moment he laid eyes on her, a twinge of discomfort surged through his ears. However, the presence of his peers emboldened him, prompting a taunt. What are you doing? Guarding the entrance like a gatekeeper of class 2? Xue Jiayu crossed her arms and flashed a smile at Zhan Nanqi. Brother Nanqi, continue with your duty. Mother is waiting for you at the school gate. Zhan Nanqi nodded, intently sweeping the floor, seemingly oblivious to Li Jun and his friends. As they attempted to leave, Xue Jiayu blocked the exit decisively. Why bully Brother Nanqi? Pick up your litter. You still call him Brother Nanqi? How disgusting, Li Jun retorted, pulling a face and laughing boisterously. Xue Jiayu pinched his other ear, insisting, now, immediately, go pick up the trash you discarded. Touch me again, and I'll tell my mom. He warned. Fine, Xue Jiayu replied with a cold smile. Go ahead and tell her that you bully your classmates at school. Not just one, and that you trouble Zhan Nanqi. Go on. Li Jun stammered, ultimately too intimidated to utter a word. I get it. I'll go, he exclaimed, desperate for her to release him. As soon as she let go, he scurried to retrieve the litter he had carelessly thrown aside and even arranged a few desks before departing. Is that satisfactory now? He asked. Xue Jiayu nodded in approval. Yes, you may leave. If I see you troubling Zhan Nanqi or Huanyu again, you will regret it, even without Xue Jiayu's warning. Li Jun knew he could not provoke Zhan Nanqi. However, he decided to place the blame on Huanyu, a girl adopted by the Xue family, who had so many supporters. After a brief wait, Zhan Nanqi emerged. Brother Nanqi, Xue Jiayu bounced in front of him with a bright smile. You were quite fast. They walked side by side toward the school gate. Xue Jiayu had already placed her backpack in Jiang Qiui's car, feeling quite at ease, admiring the leaves and flowers along the way. Thank you for today, Brother Nanqi. I know you helped Xiaoyu at a critical moment. Zhan Nanqi's expression remained unchanged, and he said nothing. But didn't you always dislike her? Why would you help her? Zhan Nanqi suddenly halted, his brow slightly furrowed. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on her? All right. Xue Jiayu hadn't anticipated he would take her words to heart, beaming with joy. So it was for me. Thank you, Brother Nanqi. Zhan Nanqi's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort as he moved ahead, prompting Xue Jiayu to hastily follow. Brother Nanqi, let us walk together. I want Xiaoyu to thank you too. No need. Xue Jiayu insisted, causing Zhang Nanqi to finally pause. Huanyu is quite troublesome, he implied, cautioning her to be wary. But Xue Jiayu dismissed his concern, thinking that since she had already changed so many things, she might as well change a bit more, at least for Huanyu's betterment. I know, Brother Nanqi, you're so nagging. Zhang Nanqi glanced at her without speaking. Yet Xue Jiayu sensed an inexplicable sense of grievance from him. Why is he feeling this way? Does he not want to talk to me? No. Xue Jiayu quickly declared her loyalty. I just don't want you to mention Xiaoyu anymore. Only then did Zhang Nanqi conceal his grievance. Directly sitting in the car at the school gate. Xiao Bao, why do you look so glum after just a brief visit to school? Jiang Qiui handed each of them a tong halu. Xue Jiayu relished the sugary coating, but disliked the hawthorn inside. As she pondered where to spit out the seeds after finishing the candy, Zhang Nanqi offered her a plastic bag. Brother Nanqi, you're so clever. How did you know I wanted to spit out the seeds? Xue Jiayu beamed. The efficiency of the head teacher was remarkable. Within a week, she announced during the morning meeting that Huanyu would be transferred from Class 2 to Class 1. Although they were in the same school, they could not sit together. Xue Jiayu sat at the back of the classroom, while Huanyu occupied a seat at the front. If you want to sit with your sister, you should not remain in Class 1. You will not see the blackboard clearly from the back. Should your sister sit in front to block your view? Fine. Huanyu pouted, visibly displeased, but being in the same class as Xue Jiayu was a stroke of luck. During lunch break, Gu Yuan brought a lunchbox to invite the two sisters to eat together, poking at the beef in his bowl in frustration. Now it's just the four of us. And Brother Nanqi ISNT in Class 1. With him gone, I feel so lonely. Xue Jiayu picked up a bite of food. Then you can switch to Class 2 to keep him company. That's out of the question. Gu Yuan stated firmly, I want to advance and retreat together with you. If I go to Class 2, who will protect you? Chapter 89. The Four Swordsmen after the announcement of Huanyu's transfer. The classmates in Class 2 showed little reaction. Their impression of Huanyu was mediocre. She was neither as disliked as Li Jun and his group, nor as protected as Xue Jiayu, only glancing at Zhang Nanqi. Yet Zhang Nanqi remained unfazed, engrossed in his book. He was reading the latest published physics series, and the teacher, upon seeing the cover, recognized it was not a textbook. However, Zhang Nanqi's remarkable academic performance, with perfect scores across the board in assignments that could serve as models displayed in the corridor, prevented her from saying anything further, treating him as if she hadn't seen him. As long as his grades did not decline, it was acceptable. Today, however, Huanyu, unusually shy, grasped Xue Jiayu's hand and said, Sister, I want to join you in Class 2. You want to join us to find Brother Nanqi? But aren't you? All right, let us go together. Xue Jiayu, unaware of her intentions, took Huanyu's hand and headed straight next door. Once the teacher left, Li Jun and his friends began to play around, soon rushing to Zhang Nanqi and accidentally knocking his book to the ground. I didn't do it on purpose. While chasing after someone, Li Jun kicked Zhang Nanqi's book away. Just as he was about to flee, Zhang Nanqi suddenly stood up and seized his arm. Ouch! That hurts! Li Jun cried out, What has this guy been eating? How does he have such strength? Where are you? Li Jun was nearly in tears. My arm is going to break. Let go of me. Quickly, Li Lin found Zhang Nanqi's book in the corner, brushed off the dust, and handed it back to him. Here's your book. Just as Li Jun was about to sneak up on Zhang Nanqi, he heard someone call from the back door of the classroom, Brother Nanqi. It was Xue Jiayu again. Upon hearing her voice, Li Jun covered his ears and dashed out of the classroom, fearing for his hearing again. Xue Jiayu paid no heed to them, weaving through the crowd to reach Zhang Nanqi. He looked at her with a bland expression. Do you need something? No, we can't play with you. Xue Jiayu sat down right beside him. The head teacher had given special instructions not to assign him a deskmate. Hence, he had been sitting alone for several days since school began. Gu Yuan was seated at the desk in front of Zhang Nanqi. What's it like being alone here? No feeling. Zhang Nanqi tucked a bookmark into his book. What exactly do you want? Huanyu also sat down, albeit next to Gu Yuan, and quietly said, Sister wants to come find you. I'm worried you'll be bullied. But it seems like you're the one bullying others. Forget it. Xue Jiayu stood up and patted his shoulder, Brother Nanqi. Why don't you tell Aunt Jiang and transfer to our class? That way, I won't have to worry about you being alone, with no one to play with or eat with. I can come find Brother Nanqi for meals every day. Gu Yuan raised his hand as if to report. Don't kid yourself. You clearly want to eat Brother Nanqi's food. I know you too well. Xue Jiayu shot him a glance. Look at how plump you are. And then look at brother Nanchi, who is so slender. Aren't you ashamed? Gu Yuan was unfazed by her remarks, having developed an immunity after days of training. Is that so? I think I've lost a bit of weight. Purely an illusion. As Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan engaged in a spirited exchange, Zhang Nanchi rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Transferring classes seemed to be quite appealing. Nanchi, are you discussing this with your mother? Jiang Peirong exclaimed, bursting forth from the kitchen with a kitchen knife, visibly excited. It had been ages since her son had asked for anything, and she was practically elated. Zhang Nanchi glanced at the knife in her hand and suggested, perhaps you should set that down first. All right. I wish to transfer classes and be in the same class as Gu Yuan. Jiang Peirong pondered for a moment and said, I understand. You wish to share a class with Jiayu, correct? Gu Yuan is also in that class. Zhang Nanchi suddenly felt a pang of regret. He ought to reconsider. However, Jiang Peirong confidently proclaimed, leave it to your mother. It might be difficult. If it proves too challenging, then so be it. Zhang Nanchi, having made a long-awaited request and spoken more than usual, prompted Jiang Peirong to resolve this matter for her son at all costs. Rest assured, your mother has her ways. The last time, the head teacher even sought my assistance for a recommendation. Although Jiang Peirong did not intend to exploit her privileges at school, she found it justifiable to make an exception for her son. Moreover, as Xue Jiayu had noted, Zhang Nanchi's condition was improving. The four companions could once again be in the same class, much to Gu Yuan's delight. We shall once again be the four swordsmen. Gu Yuan, having recently watched numerous martial arts dramas, had developed a fascination with the roles of heroic swordsmen, even adopting an archaic manner of speech. Huanyu interjected, who is a swordsman? I'm a good child. Does not mentioning swordsman make you any less a good child? Gu Yuan retorted, feeling aggrieved as he settled beside Zhang Nanchi. Nanchi, do you think I resemble a swordsman? Zhang Nanchi remained silent, entirely disinterested in their banter. Gu Yuan, feeling dejected, turned to Xue Jiayu and asked, Jiayu, do I look like a swordsman to you? Indeed, Xue Jiayu replied with utmost seriousness. Gu Yuan later actually portrayed a swordsman and gained popularity for that role. I knew you were the best to me. Gu Yuan nearly leaped towards her, but Xue Jiayu promptly raised her hand to block him. Gu Yuan begrudgingly redirected his attention to Zhang Nanchi. Nanchi, stop reading. I've borrowed a set of comic books. Let's read them together. Not interested. Zhang Nanchi turned to a new page, leaving Gu Yuan feeling disheartened. Why do you spend all your time reading such books? Are you planning to become a physicist? Xue Jiayu, struck with inspiration, thought that perhaps helping Zhang Nanchi find his life's direction would alter his fate. Nanchi Gij, do you aspire to be a physicist? Zhang Nanchi frowned. What physicist? I'm just browsing. The number of books you've read far exceeds the comic books I've perused. Gu Yuan bluntly criticized. Chapter 90. Cherishing family bonds. Xue Jiayu immediately shot Gu Yuan a disapproving glance. Gu Yuan, speak respectfully to Nanchi Gij. Gu Yuan, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his nose and muttered, clearly, I'm the same age as Nanchi, yet you never call me Gij, always favoring him. Xue Jiayu couldn't help but chuckle at his jealousy. Are you really jealous of Nanchi Gij? Gu Yuan's face twitched in frustration. My mother is the same. She favors Nanchi, always cooking plenty of chicken drumsticks for him when he visits. Last time, I begged her for half a month to make sweet and sour spare ribs. But she only did so when Nanchi was coming over. Growing increasingly aggrieved, Gu Yuan turned his back to wipe away his tears. Xue Jiayu, rolling her eyes, remarked, you are just here for the sweet and sour spare ribs. Oof. Gu Yuan remained upset, but had no intention of taking it further, knowing that Zhang Nanchi and Xue Jiayu wouldn't soothe him. But then, Zhang Nanchi unexpectedly stood up and headed downstairs. Nanchi Gij, where are you going? Xue Jiayu quickly followed to inquire. At the stairway, Zhang Nanchi called out to Jiang Peirong, who was busy showcasing her culinary skills downstairs. Say, Mom, I do like sweet and sour spare ribs for dinner. Sure thing. Jiang Peirong immediately retrieved some pork ribs from the refrigerator to thaw. Xue Jiayu covered her mouth to suppress laughter. You ordered that dish for Gu Yuan, didn't you? Let us see if he is still upset. Are you leaving now? Xue Jiayu grasped his arm. If you go, who will eat the sweet and sour spare ribs? Gu Yuan's eyes widened. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Where are the sweet and sour spare ribs? Nanchi Gij asked Aunt Jiang to make them. Xue Jiayu winked at Gu Yuan. Now tell me, for whom did you order this dish? And yet you're sulking with Nanchi Gij. I won't sulk anymore, never again. Gu Yuan hugged Zhang Nanchi. You are my best buddy. I'll share my comic books with you. Enough. Zhang Nanqi struggled to breathe under Gu Yuan's embrace and gently frowned. Gu Yuan quickly released him. Xue Jiayu laughed heartily, while Ying Huanyu watched from the corner, enviously. She longed to join them in their playful antics. Although Gu Yuan spoke of the four swordsmen, she understood that, in terms of background and character, she was not one of them. Yet, she did not wish to be left behind, so even if she could not integrate, she would bravely remain by their side. She vowed silently, determined not to be isolated or abandoned. They had already begun sleeping separately, with Ying Huanyu moving to the guest room. To make amends, Xue Wangjun had specifically purchased a study desk for her. Thank you, Dad. With this desk, I will study diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Ying Huanyu skillfully delivered these ingratiating words. Xue Wangjun, satisfied, patted her head, then go ahead and do your homework. I'll check on Jiayu. Ying Huanyu obediently closed the door, but at that moment, her expression darkened. She despised the color of this desk. Moreover, it was not as expensive as the one bought for Xue Jiayu. Though she had yet to grasp the concept of money, she understood the notion that the more expensive, the better. Standing beside the desk, she rolled her eyes in irritation. Just as she was about to draw the curtains to sleep, she suddenly spotted someone standing outside. Thunder rumbled, illuminating the person's face, causing Ying Huanyu to take a step back in fright. It was the woman who claimed to be her mother, Li Mingchua. Upon seeing her longed-for daughter, eagerly waved, convinced that her daughter had noticed her. To her surprise, her daughter stepped back and resolutely drew the curtains. It must be the Xue family that has corrupted Huanyu. Li Mingxue glared at the exquisite door of the Xue family, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Knock, knock, knock. Xue Jiayu had just finished packing her bag and was about to sleep when she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Jiang Qiui standing at the threshold with a pillow, smiling warmly. Little Bao, it's thundering. Are you afraid? Shall I sleep with you? Mom, I've told you I'm not afraid. Xue Jiayu feigned exasperation but quickly switched to a cheerful smile. However, I welcome you to sleep with me. You little rascal. Jiang Qiui affectionately pinched Xue Jiayu's nose as they lay down together. Soon after, Xue Wangjun knocked at the door, and after receiving permission from Xue Jiayu, he peeked in and asked, May I join you both? Dad, you're too heavy. My bed can't fit you. Xue Jiayu said with mock seriousness. All right, but you mustn't snore. Xue Jiayu lifted a corner of the blanket, and Xue Wangjun immediately stood straight, saluting, at your command. The three of them cozily nestled together on Xue Jiayu's small bed, sleeping soundly, while Xue Jiayu thought, the love of parents I had not enjoyed before. I shall relish this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun instinctively lowered their heads and planted kisses on her cheek. Good night, darling. Jiang Perong effortlessly secured the head teacher's agreement for the class transfer. Within half a month, 2 students were to be transferred, leaving the homeroom teacher overwhelmed. Not only did the roster need to be redone, but other corresponding teaching materials also needed to be purchased anew. Yet, this was not the most pressing issue. The most crucial aspect was that those who could transfer were no ordinary students. These 2 individuals likely had significant backgrounds. You 2 could be desk mates. The homeroom teacher promptly designated Ying Huanyu to sit with Zhang Nanqi, to which Gu Yuan immediately raised his hand. Teacher, I want to sit with Nanqi. Gu Yuan initially thought he had misread the situation, but after expressing his desire to sit with Zhang Nanqi once more, only to be met with a glare. He became convinced that Ying Huanyu was indeed glaring at him. Why is she glaring at me? Is it not because she believes that you and Nanqi do not get along, hence preventing you from sitting together? Gu Yuan, feeling wronged, lowered his head. Xue Jiayu also noticed Ying Huanyu's gaze. She had been concerned that Ying Huanyu might throw a tantrum about sitting with Zhang Nanqi. Yet, Ying Huanyu surprisingly accepted the arrangement. Has Xiaoyu finally changed her opinion of Brother Nanqi? Xue Jiayu felt a sense of joy at this thought. The homeroom teacher, seeing Gu Yuan so eager, agreed. Very well, Nanqi, you shall sit with Gu Yuan. Zhang Nanqi was indifferent about whom he sat with, and promptly grabbed his bag, moving to sit beside Gu Yuan. Good buddy, we are together again. Gu Yuan exclaimed, throwing an arm around Zhang Nanqi's shoulder, wishing he could give him a hug. Ying Huanyu quickly interjected before the teacher could make any further arrangements, saying, Teacher, I want to sit in front of them. All right, then you may sit there. Ying Huanyu positioned herself in front of Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan, content in her solitary seating. Gu Yuan, puzzled, whispered to her, Why didn't you let the teacher assign you a desk mate? Why do I need a desk mate? Huanyu subtly observed what Zhang Nanqi was doing, only to find him engrossed in his book, not sparing her glance. Gu Yuan chimed in with a flurry of explanations. Having a desk mate can help you with homework and even assist you with cheating. I would never cheat, Huanyu declared, wanting to present herself well in front of Zhang Nanqi, which left Gu Yuan momentarily speechless. He felt compelled to sneak a look at Zhang Nanqi, for without it, he would surely fail the quiz. Their seats were merely a few desks apart from Xue Jiayu, who was attentive to their interactions, but was soon pulled away by other classmates to chat. She had a pleasant disposition and was generous, making her well-liked among her female peers. During recess, they often dragged her along to the restroom. Jiayu, is Huanyu your real sister? A desk mate inquired. She is like a real sister to me, Xue Jiayu replied, while washing her hands and fixing her hair in the mirror. But it's not the same. A biological sister is different from a non-biological sister. The desk mate, puzzled, questioned, then why does she live with you? It's a complicated matter. In any case, she is my sister now. Xue Jiayu linked arms with her desk mate, leaving the restroom, unaware of the whispers behind them. But Huanyu is so ugly, and she smells. Don't they live in the same house? How come Jiayu smells so nice? I don't know. Maybe Huanyu is the daughter of a maid. Her clothes certainly look like it. Ha! In the stall, Huanyu listened to the insults directed at her from outside, trembling with sadness. After school, Xue Jiayu packed her belongings and was about to approach Huanyu when a sudden scream erupted from the front desk. Ah, my picture book. My dad just bought this for me. The front desk student cried, holding a picture book that was scribbled all over, while the surrounding students gathered to offer comfort. Who did this? So mean. We should tell the teacher. They must find out who did it. Yes, exactly. Xue Jiayu quickly glanced at the marks on the picture book, resembling crayon scribbles. However, there was no art class today, so who would bring crayons to school? Sister, have you packed up? Yes. Xue Jiayu temporarily set aside the crayon issue as the four of them walked toward the school gate. Oh no, I forgot my practice book in the classroom. Right? Thanks. Sister. Huanyu hurriedly took off her backpack and handed it to Xue Jiayu, rushing back toward the teaching building. Gu Yuan complained about the heat, while Xue Jiayu picked up Huanyu's backpack, saying, I know, let's hurry. Yet the more they rushed, the more complications arose. After only a few steps, Xue Jiayu tripped, causing Huanyu's backpack to fall to the ground, spilling its contents. Zhang Nanqi immediately crouched down to ask her, Are you hurt? No. Xue Jiayu brushed the dirt off her pants as she stood up. I'm not that easily hurt. She picked up Huanyu's backpack and other scattered items, only to catch sight of a box of crayons inside. The crayons reminded her of the marks on the picture book at the front desk. Jiayu, what is wrong? Why are you dazed? Gu Yuan waved his hand in front of her face. Are you silly? Does the picture book at the front desk have anything to do with Xiaoyu? Xue Jiayu hesitated to ponder further, hurriedly stuffing Huanyu's belongings back in her bag while forcing a smile at them. It's nothing, let us go. Gu Yuan, being rather oblivious, failed to notice Xue Jiayu's unusual expression. Only Zhang Nanqi asked again, Are you really okay? Me fine, Xue Jiayu replied, lightly, not wanting to raise any misunderstandings about her uncertainty. Jiang Peirong had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time and rushed down as soon as she saw them. They consoled the crying girl, ignoring Huanyu completely, and soon departed. Huanyu smiled triumphantly as she retrieved her practice book from the drawer and turned to leave. Li Minxue stood at the back door of the classroom, watching her with a smile. Huanyu instinctively gripped the edge of the desk, contemplating slipping out the front door. Stop. Perhaps it was the blood tie that drew her in. Huanyu found herself unable to run away and involuntarily halted at Li Minxue's command. Do you need something? Li Minxue set down her broom, closed the back door, walked into the classroom from the front, and locked the door behind her. Now, the classroom contained only the two of them, mother and daughter. Xiaoyu, do you know how much your mother misses you? Li Minxue wept as she embraced Huanyu. During the new year, I came to give you your red envelope. I don't need your money. Huanyu's face turned pale as she attempted to push Li Minxue away, but to no avail. Let me go. My sister is still waiting for me outside. What sister? You are my only daughter. You don't have a sister. Li Minxue was greatly provoked by the mention of the word sister. Xue Jiayu is Jiang Qiue's child. Do you truly believe they will care for you properly? They only adopted you for the sake of appearances. Otherwise, the Xue family would have long abandoned you on the street. Huanyu bit her lip. I want to leave. Let me go. Xiaoyu, listen to your mother. I am in a desperate situation. I can barely pay the rent. Help your mother out. Steal something from the Xue family for me. and I will use it to buy food. Huanyu immediately shook her head in refusal. No. Sister said stealing is what bad children do. If I steal something from home, sister will be angry. Why would she be angry? I'm not even angry. Li Minxue exploded in anger. They have taken my daughter for so long. I merely want something from the Xue family. Is that too much to ask? I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, you will steal. Huanyu pretended to hesitate, and as Li Minxue believed she was successfully brainwashing her, she stomped hard on Li Minxue's foot, pushed her aside, and dashed out. She could not bear to think how her classmates, who already looked down on her, would view her if they discovered her biological mother was a cleaner with such behavior. She could only hasten toward the school gate, eventually breaking into a run out of sheer urgency. Chapter 92. The Desire to Steal the Golden Lock. Xiaoyu, why are you drenched in sweat? Xue Jiayu immediately handed the ice pop she had to Zhang Nanqi and rummaged through her backpack for a tissue to wipe Huanyu's sweat. There's no one chasing you. Why are you running? Zhang Nanqi naturally accepted the ice pop, wrapping in a tissue and waiting for Xue Jiayu to continue eating. Jiang Perong's gaze flitted between the two, teasingly smiling. It seemed that her son's fastidiousness vanished when faced with Xue Jiayu. I wasn't running, Huanyu gasped. I just wanted to exercise. Since when did you become so proactive? Xue Jiayu was astonished, while Gu Yuan shouted that the ice pop would melt and insisted they discuss in the car. Here, Aunt Jiang bought ice pops. You can have one too. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Huanyu accepted the ice pop, but was so distracted that she could hardly taste it. Gu Yuan observed her sporadic eating and could not help but feel anxious. If you're not going to eat, may I have it? He asked. Is that all right? I will eat. Huanyu quickly stuffed the popsicle in her mouth, and with a flourish, waved the wooden stick in front of Gu Yuan. Oomph. Gu Yuan sulked against the back of the chair, causing Xue Jiayu to stifle a laugh. Huanyu was in turmoil, worried that Xue Jiayu might discover her relationship with Li Minxue, leaving her uncertain about what to do. Just then, noise echoed from downstairs. Xiao Bao, you finish your homework so quickly again today? Jiang Qiu's voice, usually gentle, sounded jarring to Huanyu's ears at that moment. Yes, Mom. You look so beautiful today. What did you buy? I bought you a little gold lock. I've decided to save a bit of gold for you each year. Can you help me take it to my room? No problem. Xue Jiayu took the bag and dashed upstairs like a whirlwind, placing in the wardrobe as instructed, before swiftly returning downstairs. Mom, I'm here to help you. Xiao Bao is so obedient. The joyful atmosphere downstairs went unnoticed by Huanyu, who was consumed with anxiety. She feared that if she did not assist Li Minxue might come to cause a scene at the Xue household, making her predicament even more embarrassing. Yet, she also worried that if she took something from the Xue family and it was discovered, she would be unable to explain herself. After much internal conflict, Huanyu found herself standing before Jiang Qiu's room. I'll just take this one time. They probably won't notice, and even if they do, they might suspect it was Xue Jiayu since the item never passed through my hands. A malicious thought crossed her mind. If Jiang Qiu discovers that Xue Jiayu has stolen something, would she still love her? She doubted it. Just as Huanyu's hand was about to push open the master bedroom door, Xue Jiayu's voice rang out from downstairs. Xiaoyu, come down to eat cookies. She truly intended to steal something for Li Minxue. Huanyu felt as if she were being chased by a ghost as she rushed downstairs. I'm coming. Xiaoyu, why do you seem strange today? Are you feeling unwell? Xue Jiayu noticed her unusual expression and touched her forehead with the back of her hand. You don't have a fever, Mom. Can you check if Xiaoyu is sick? Sick? Jiang Qiu immediately set aside her tasks to check on Huanyu, concerned that if she were ill, she might pass it on to Xiao Bao. Fortunately, after her examination, Huanyu appeared perfectly fine. It's nothing. Perhaps Xiaoyu is just too tired from class today. Yes, I'm just too tired. Huanyu forced a smile. Thank you, sister, for your concern. But I truly feel fine. All right then, make sure to sleep early tonight. Xue Jiayu turned to Su Zhen and said, Grandma, can we have dinner early today? I want Xiaoyu to get to bed early. Fine. Su Zhen, feeling helpless, subtly hinted to Huanyu. Did you hear that? Be a little nicer to your sister. She cares so much about you. She doesn't even show us this much concern. Grandma. Xue Jiayu clung to Su Zhen's back. Are you jealous of Xiaoyu? I care about you too. Of course. You're the apple of my eye. If you didn't care about me, I would be heartbroken. While Su Zhen and Xue Jiayu laughed and played in the kitchen, Huanyu sat on the sofa, still shaken. She had nearly made a grave mistake. almost getting expelled from the Xue household. Yet, she was aware that Li Min Xue could disrupt her life at any moment, and she needed to devise a plan. Xiaoyu, come eat. Coming. After the meal, Huanyu felt much calmer. Her complexion improved significantly, and only then did Xue Jiayu stop pestering Jiang Xiu about taking her to the hospital. All right, you two little ones, hurry and finish your baths so you can go to bed early. Jiang Xiu urged them upstairs, and Huanyu promptly headed up, but just as she was about to enter the bathroom, Xue Jiayu called out to her. Wait. Huanyu froze, feeling guilty. Sister, what's wrong? Xue Jiayu glanced back, confirming that the adults hadn't followed, before slipping into the bathroom herself. I need to ask you something. Huanyu's heart raced, and she took a deep breath, feeling anxious. I haven't done anything. Could she have discovered her intention to take the gold lock? But she hadn't even seen it. A flurry of thoughts raced through Huanyu's mind, and she almost wanted to beg Xue Jiayu for forgiveness right then and there. Sister cares for her so much. She wouldn't tell mom and dad, would she? Huh? What crayon? Huanyu momentarily failed to grasp her words and retorted. Are you talking about the box of crayons Dad bought for us? Yes. Xue Jiayu fixed her gaze on her. There was no art class today, so why did you bring crayons to school? Because, Huanyu furrowed her brow. I forgot to pack my bag after art class yesterday and accidentally brought them again today. Is that so? Xue Jiayu pondered, recalling they had indeed had art class yesterday. Sister, what are you thinking? Seeing that she was no longer asking about the matter that concerned her, Huanyu regained her confidence. Xue Jiayu hesitated, yet ultimately voiced her concerns. I saw crayons in Shu's picture book, and I thought. Before she could finish, Huanyu interrupted. You think I did it, right? No, Xiaoyu, I just wanted to ask you. Huanyu, exasperated, pushed her away. You asking me means you suspect me. Then go tell them I did it. That I ruined her picture book. It was me, all right. Chapter 93. The bad deed exposed. Huanyu felt like a wounded animal, not only pushing Xue Jiayu away but also crouching on the floor, sobbing. Sister, I'm truly so sad. I never expected you wouldn't believe me. After a bout of venting, Huanyu attempted to bolt from the bathroom, but Xue Jiayu quickly blocked her path. Xiaoyu, don't run away yet. I was just asking. I never said it was definitely you. Xue Jiayu regretted her hasty inquiry, realizing she should have observed more before questioning her. Huanyu, already a sensitive soul, became even harder to soothe. But you asking me means you suspect me. Even if I say it wasn't me, would you believe me? I believe you. Xue Jiayu quickly apologized. Sorry, Xiao Igreku. I shouldn't have asked you and made you upset. Sister, Huanyu threw a tantrum, successfully diverting attention away from the matter. Although Xue Jiayu still harbored doubts, she dared not ask further. The issue was temporarily set aside. Huanyu was anxious that Li Min Xue might come looking for her, and at school, she stuck to her class, living in constant apprehension. She feared that Li Min Xue might suddenly appear, making her feel uneasy even while sitting in class, always on guard. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder from behind. Ah! Huanyu jumped, startled, and turned to see Gu Yuan's astonished face. Why are you screaming? I didn't do anything to you. Zhan Nanqi shot her a glance due to her exaggerated reaction, and Huanyu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself and feigning nonchalance. It's nothing. Nothing? Your reaction seems quite significant, Gu Yuan said with a mischievous grin. Are you secretly doing something bad behind our backs, afraid we might find out? What was meant as a joke elicited a strong response from Huanyu, who retorted furiously, when have I ever done anything bad behind your backs? Don't slander me. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words, slightly unnerved. He quietly grumbled, I was just joking. Why do you react so strongly? Xue Jiayu heard Huanyu's agitated voice and came over to take her hand. Sister, are you all right? Huanyu shook off Xue Jiayu's hand. I need to go to the restroom. Huanyu dashed out of the classroom toward the restroom, colliding with several people along the way, drawing their disdainful glances. What's going on? It's that Huanyu again. Why is she always so clumsy, right? It's so annoying. Huanyu paid no heed to their insults, rushing into a stall and closing the door. She took several deep breaths to calm herself. Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan were left staring at her hasty retreat, both taken aback. After a considerable pause, Xue Jiayu finally furrowed her brow, pondering what was amiss with Huanyu, who had been acting strangely over the past few days. Gu Yuan vigorously nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Lu Shishir pushed open the classroom door and glared at Huanyu's seat, stating, Let me enlighten you as to why she is behaving so oddly. A wave of foreboding washed over Xue Jiayu. I concur, she added, as Yu approached the entrance of the class, intending to blend into the crowd. She was suddenly seized. Lu Shi, the daughter of a certain leader, tall and well-nourished, was not gentle as she gripped Yu's collar, forcing her to stand. What do you think you can hide? I am not trying to hide. Yu trembled, scanning the crowd for Xue Jiayu's familiar figure. After some effort, she finally spotted her, yet Xue Jiayu regarded her with a subtly disapproving expression. Sister, Yu called out, but Lu Shi obstructed her line of sight. Don't think about appealing to Jiayu. I've already told her everything. What is it? Yu attempted to maintain her facade, but Lu Shi swiftly dismantled her pretense. Fong from the next class saw everything. You didn't attend gym class that day. Instead, you used crayons to deface my picture book. Lu Shi, gripping Yu's arm menacingly, declared, Come on, we're going to find the teacher. I want you expelled from our class. Yu, taken aback by being seen despite her carefulness, could only deny it, exclaiming, It wasn't me. I swear. Lu Shi yelled toward the door, Fong, come here. Fong, cowering at the entrance, hesitated but pointed at Yu, asserting, That's her. I saw it clearly that day. Her crayons were so beautiful. I had never seen them before. Whispers erupted among the classmates, and the volume of their discussions grew, with Yu catching snippets of insults. She felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. But what was worse, Xue Jiayu still had not come to her aid. Unbeknownst to her, Xue Jiayu was experiencing her own turmoil. The last time she had confronted Yu, she had been met with vehement denial, leaving her regretting her own doubts. Today, however, she felt utterly betrayed. Could she still trust Yu? Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi, seeing Xue Jiayu's silence, too chose to remain quiet. Just as Lu Shi was about to escalate the situation, the teacher arrived. What is going on? Why are you all making such a racket during class? Lu Shi pointed at Yu in anger. Teacher, she. At this moment, Yu felt a rush of relief, stifling a laugh within. Yet, her joy was short-lived as she began to fret over what would happen after class. Lu Shi's personality would never allow her to escape unscathed. She needed a plan. Suddenly, Yu looked up and locked eyes with Xue Jiayu, feeling a surge of anger. Xue Jiayu had not stood up for her when Lu Shi had cornered her. Leaving her the subject of ridicule among so many, she resolved to ignore her sister. Yu turned her head away defiantly, deliberately avoiding Xue Jiayu's gaze, while Xue Jiayu could only shake her head in exasperation. Nevertheless, despite Yu's tantrum, Xue Jiayu could not simply disregard her. Sure enough, as soon as the bell rang, Lu Shi approached, intent on dragging Yu to the homeroom teacher's office. Let us go. We need to clarify this with the teacher. Lu Shi tugged at Yu's hand, but she clung stubbornly to her desk, unwilling to budge. Just then, Xue Jiayu appeared. Sure. How much is that picture book? We can compensate you. Would you please refrain from informing the teacher? Lu Shi lifted her chin, adopting a haughty demeanor. No way. Xue Jiayu bit her lip, taken aback by Lu Shi's obstinacy. Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi emerged from the crowd, siding with Xue Jiayu. Isn't it just a picture book? We could buy you a new one. There's no need to involve the teacher, Gu Yuan asserted, his presence formidable despite his stature. Lu Shi's eyes widened in fury. Why is it not necessary? That book was a special gift from my father. Do you have any idea how many stores he visited to find it? But the next moment, Lu Shi caught Yu's provoking gaze, which only fueled her anger further. No way. This is a limited edition. The last one in the city. You cannot possibly find another. Lu Shi scowled, gripping Yu's arm to drag her away. Zhang Nanqi, who had been a silent observer, suddenly spoke up. My family has it. I can give you mine. Lu Shi looked at him in astonishment. How does your family have it? My mom bought it. Zhang Nanqi replied nonchalantly. I'll bring it for you tomorrow. Gu Yuan cheered, clapping Zhang Nanqi on the shoulder. Good man. You always come through in a pinch. He then turned to Lu Shi. How about that? It's not just your family that has it. I'll bring it tomorrow. Are you satisfied now? Lu Shi had long wanted to speak with Zhang Nanqi, but had never found the opportunity. Now, seeing him speak up, her expression darkened as she released Yu. Fine, but you'd better remember to bring it tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge it. Okay. Gu Yuan waved his hand. Let us disperse. Hurry, the teacher is coming. As the crowd began to scatter, Huanyu and Xue Jiayu looked at Zhang Nanqi with gratitude. Thank you, brother Nanqi. I will ask my mother to give the money to your aunt for the book, Huanyu said. Xue Jiayu grasped Zhang Nanqi's hand, her eyes sparkling, causing a stir in Zhang Nanqi's heart. It's nothing. I don't even read it, he replied. That one tea do. Money must be given, Xue Jiayu insisted. Huanyu quickly thanked brother Nanqi. To Xue Jiayu's surprise, Huanyu, who usually required coaxing, responded readily. Thank you, brother Nanqi, her cheeks flushing. Gu Yuan scratched his head. Why are you blushing, Huanyu? As Xue Jiayu was about to respond, the teacher arrived. Once at home, Huanyu eagerly pulled Xue Jiayu to watch television. Finally, it's Friday. We can watch cartoons. Just as Huanyu reached for the remote, Xue Jiayu pressed her hand down. Wait, sister? Huanyu looked at her in confusion. What is it? Xue Jiayu, having held back her questions all the way home, finally seized the opportunity to ask, why did you ruin Lu Shish's picture book? You have no conflict with her. I didn't do it on purpose. Huanyu pouted, instinctively deflecting blame, but Xue Jiayu would not allow it. You drew on her book. How could it not be intentional? Xue Jiayu's firm inquiry startled Huanyu, who felt tears welling up, attempting to cry to soften Xue Jiayu's heart. But today, Xue Jiayu was resolute in seeking a resolution. Huanyu racked her brain for an excuse. Sister, if you think I did it on purpose, why don't you ask what Lu Shishi did? Xue Jiayu frowned. What she did does not justify your destruction of her property. She mocked me. She said I wasn't your real sister. I was so furious that I acted out. Huanyu, in a fit of rage, threw the remote to the ground. Xue Jiayu had not anticipated that this was the root cause. She knew that many classmates had been mocking Huanyu, but none had been as blunt as Lu Shishi. Next time, you should tell me. No matter what, you shouldn't damage someone else's belongings. I truly did it out of anger. Sister, I promise I won't do it again. Huanyu cried, resembling an abandoned kitten, prompting Xue Jiayu to relent and agree not to bring up the matter again. She picked up a tissue and gently dabbed at Huanyu's tears. Look at you, cry like a little flower cat. Woo woo woo. Grandmother, I'm not crying. We're just playing. Su Sujin was about to scold Huanyu when Xue Jiayu interjected. It was me. I did it, Grandma. Don't blame my sister. You did it. Well, you must have done it accidentally. Let it go. Su Sujin retreated to the kitchen to continue her tasks, while Xue Jiayu stuck her tongue out at Huanyu. Mom's going to send the money now. Jiang Peirong, unaware of the situation, cast a puzzled glance at her son. Nanqi, is this true? Yeah, a trivial matter. The book is just sitting at home. I don't read it anyway. That is not acceptable. Right is right. Jiang Qiui insisted on leaving money, tossing it down and departing, leaving Jiang Peirong with no choice but to accept it. She found it quite peculiar, especially after learning the details from Jiang Qiui. Nanqi, when did you become so enthusiastic? You even assisted Huanyu. Are you quite familiar with her? Not really, Zhang Nanqi replied coolly. I was helping Xue Jiayu. If Huanyu were to find herself in a predicament, it would undoubtedly affect Xue Jiayu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. So it was for Jiayu, Zhang Nanqi thought, feeling at a loss. And he simply tossed the book aside and headed upstairs. He gazed at a row of physics books on the wall. Recalling the day Xue Jiayu asked him if he intended to become a physicist in the future. In retrospect, it wasn't entirely out of the question. After handing the book to Lu Shishi, he finally put that matter to rest. However, the disdainful glances from his classmates towards Huanyu were openly contemptuous, with those who already disliked her becoming even more overt in their behavior, such as deliberately withholding assignments from her or tossing her exam papers onto the floor. Although Huanyu felt wronged, she understood she lacked the leverage to argue with them and could only endure in silence, later venting to Xue Jiayu. Every time this happened, Xue Jiayu would insist on confronting those individuals on her behalf. Come on, let's ask them why they treat you this way. Forget it, sister, Huanyu sniffled. They think I'm easy to bully. They only treat me a bit better because of you. If you stand up for me, they would hate me even more. Chapter 95. Huanyu's transformation. Seeing her so submissive, Xue Jiayu felt a pang of heartache. Then just ignore them. Nanqi Gij, Gu Yuan, and I are still your friends. Just stick with us from now on. Okay, Huanyu replied, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes at the thought of Zhang Nanqi. Since that incident, Huanyu eagerly participated in their four-person activities, even being the first to arrive at Gu Yuan's house for gaming. While Xue Jiayu was still putting on her shoes, Huanyu had already dashed down the steps. Xiaoyu, when did you become so fond of gaming? You used to refuse to join. I suddenly find it fun. she exclaimed. Sister, hurry. Nan Chi Gij is almost here. Xue Jiayu harbored a vague suspicion that Huan Yu might have developed feelings for Zhang Nanqi, but she quickly dismissed the thought. No way. Huan Yu is still so young. Even during gaming, Huan Yu was eager to team up with Zhang Nanqi. Gu Yuan, displeased, plopped down beside Xue Jiayu. It used to be me and Nan Chi on a team. Now you insist on teaming with him. Our golden duo is being split apart. Xue Jiayu playfully knocked Gu Yuan on the head and raised an eyebrow. What? Are you at a disadvantage teaming with me? No. Gu Yuan quickly corrected himself. I just worry about dragging you down. I'm not worried. Let the games begin. After 2 rounds, Zhang Nanqi decided he was done playing. The disparity in skill between him and Huan Yu was stark, with no synergy between them. Huan Yu merely followed his lead without contributing, making the games tedious. I'm done, Zhang Nanqi declared, tossing aside the controller to grab soda. Huan Yu hesitantly trailed behind him. Nan Chi Gij, do you think I'm foolish? Yes, Zhang Nanqi replied bluntly, causing Gu Yuan to nearly spit out his soda in shock. That was too direct. But Zhang Nanqi was indifferent. He saw no need to cater to Huan Yu's feelings. Noticing Huan Yu on the verge of tears, Xue Jiayu quickly pulled her down to sit. All right, it's just a game. Don't take it too seriously. Huan Yu forced a smile, but her face was still etched with disappointment. The thought that had been suppressed resurfaced. Could Huan Yu really have feelings for Nan Chi Gij? Zhang Nanqi nearly choked on his soda upon hearing this. Just then, Gu Yuan approached him, and he accidentally sprayed Gu Yuan with soda. Zhang Nanqi. Gu Yuan jumped around, determined to confront Zhang Nanqi, but his plumpness hindered him from outrunning the long-limbed Zhang Nanqi. Ultimately, Su Huimei intervened to scold him. What are you doing? Are you bullying Nanqi again? Mom, he sprayed me all over. He's the one bullying me. Gu Yuan pointed at his disheveled clothes, only to receive a disdainful glance from his mother. Then hurry and change. Clean yourself up first. A rag was tossed his way, and after wiping his face, he became even angrier. This is a cleaning cloth. Xue Jiayu was amused by the antics of Su Huimei and Gu Yuan, but by the time she regained her composure, Zhang Nanqi had already taken a seat beside her. Stop overthinking, she vaguely heard him say. Turning her head, she asked, Nan Chi Gij, are you talking to me? Huan Yu leaned in. What are you talking about? I want to hear too. It's nothing. Although fewer people spoke to Huan Yu, she still had a multitude of friends to play with, maintaining her popularity in class. Sometimes when Huan Yu wanted to go to the restroom with Xue Jiayu after class, a crowd of admirers surrounded her, making it impossible for Huan Yu to join in. She had to go alone. As she entered the restroom, the door suddenly slammed shut. Startled, Huan Yu screamed, Help! Help! From what? Li Minxue emerged from behind the door, motioning for her to be quiet. Upon realizing it was her, Huan Yu felt even more anxious. What do you want? I'm your mother. What do you think I want? Li Minxue locked the door. Did you manage to steal anything from the Xue family like I asked? No. Huan Yu gulped, whispering, stealing is something bad children do. I can't do that. Oomph. What is this good child or bad child nonsense? Your mother is struggling to get by. You should be helping. Li Minxue poked her on the head. I sent you to the Xue family to enjoy a good life. You can't just indulge yourself and forget about your mother. Huan Yu dared not resist or argue. And Li Minxue's incessant mother made her too intimidated to correct her. I have class. Let me out. Whether you attend class or not is irrelevant. Remember, I'm giving you 2 more days to steal something valuable from the Xue family to sell. Do you understand? Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do. After Li Minxue finished speaking, she left, leaving Huan Yu trembling in fear. How could a mother be like this? Huan Yu felt an intense hatred, wishing she could push Li Minxue down the stairs. Little sister, what's wrong? Are you cold? Your face is so icy. Mifine. Huan Yu forced a smile, but Xue Jiayu sensed something was amiss. Jiayu, let us go. The teacher wants us to submit our assignments together. A girl came over, linking arms with Xue Jiayu and pulling her away, completely disregarding Huan Yu, who was trying to speak to her. Xiao may wait. My sister, it's fine. She doesn't have anything important to say. Let us go to teacher Zhao first. Huan Yu envied Xue Jiayu's popularity while feeling angry that Xue Jiayu paid attention to those people. Why did she need other friends? Wasn't it enough to have just her? Upon seeing Jiang Peirong's car at the school gate, Xue Jiayu sensed something was amiss. After climbing into the car, she first greeted Jiang Peirong sweetly before asking, Auntie Jiang, why have you been the one picking us up all week? Is it not good for Auntie Jiang to pick you up? Jiang Peirong smiled gently as she started the car. Of course it is, but it used to be you and my mom alternating. Jiang Peirong had come every day that week. What was her mother so busy with? A hint of discomfort flashed across Jiang Peirong's face. But she believed she was concealing it well and intended to brush it off. Any Jiang has been free this week, so I've been the one picking you up. Although Xue Jiayu harbored doubts, she could tell Jiang Peirong did not intend to divulge anything more. So she decided to investigate on her own. Zhang Nanqi noticed her lowering her gaze. Though he remained silent, thoughts began to form in his mind. Let us go. Today, Mom made sweet and sour fish. Jiang Peirong carried the ingredients ahead, while Zhang Nanqi followed behind. Mom, what happened to Uncle Xue and Aunt Jiang? Chapter 96. A twist of fate. Jiang Peirong initially hesitated to answer, but seeing her son take an unusual interest in other families' affairs, she decided to share a bit with him. Uncle Xue's factory is struggling with its operations. An overseas merchant had placed a substantial order, but now that party has gone bankrupt, leaving him unable to collect payment, which has caused him considerable distress. Jiang Peirong has contemplated offering assistance, yet Xue Wangjun adamantly refuses, insisting he will seek a bank loan instead. Although both she and Zhang Aoxiang are eager to help, they feel powerless to intervene if he is unwilling to accept their support. Jiang Peirong affectionately pats Zhang Nanqi's head, noticing how he has become increasingly considerate. Xue Jiayu, cradling a glass of milk, glances around the room, and, having failed to spot Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun, inquires, Grandma, where have Mom and Dad gone? Su Sujin brings the dishes to the table, urging, come quickly, the food is freshly prepared. However, Jiayu expresses concern, noting, but Mom hasn't picked us up for several days. Sensing something amiss, Jiayu finds this unusual. Jiang Qiui would never neglect home for so long, even when busy. Could it be that there are issues at the factory? According to the original narrative, the Xue family's factory indeed faces significant troubles later on, with Xue Wangjun being deceived and ultimately losing everything. But it shouldn't be happening this early. No, she has altered parts of the storyline, thus disrupting the original plot. Jiayu glances at Su Sujin, who is humming while cooking, and, unwilling to cause her any worry, forces a smile to finish her meal before quickly leaving the table. Huanyu notices and sets down her utensils to follow. Sister, why are you running? What is happening? Jiayu rushes to the master bedroom, intending to call Xue Wangjun. Huanyu, everything will be fine. Didn't Grandma say the factory is just busy? I will call Dad to find out. Typically, when Jiayu calls Xue Wangjun from home, he answers within 3 seconds. Yet today it takes a full half-minute before he picks up, his tone fraught with anxiety. Hello? Mom, what is wrong? Dad, it's me. Upon hearing Jiayu's voice, Xue Wangjun feels a wave of relief wash over him, the fatigue of recent days seemingly dissipating. Little treasure, what is it? Of course I miss you. As his only cherished child, how could he not? However, gazing at the dejected employees in the factory and the mountains of unsold garments in the warehouse, he can only sigh. Dad, is there something wrong at the factory? Xue Wangjun pauses, surprised by Jiayu's perceptiveness. She has hit the nail on the head. Nevertheless, no matter how dire the situation at the factory, he must shield the children from its impact. Jiayu wishes to inquire further, but Xue Wangjun hangs up the call. Huanyu, oblivious to the tension, takes Jiayu's hand, urging her to come downstairs to watch television. Sister, Mom and Dad will be fine. They said there's nothing to worry about. Yet, sharing these concerns with Huanyu would be futile. It is better if one person bears the burden alone. Yes, I'll go take a bath. You can go watch TV first. Okay. With joy, Huanyu rushes downstairs to watch television, while Jiayu hastens to the study to search for documents that Xue Wangjun has left at home. After rummaging through a few papers, she discovers a leather bag filled with English documents, and, upon opening it, she immediately senses something is amiss. At the Xue garment factory, several individuals are blocking the entrance to Xue Wangjun's office. Mr. Xue, you should have transferred the payment by now. It has been 3 days. I am from the bank. We heard about Mr. Xue's financial difficulties and have come to conduct an asset evaluation. Exhausted from dealing with them, Xue Wangjun manages to reassure 2 suppliers while sending someone to escort the bank staff to the conference room for a discussion, finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. Dear, what do you plan to do? Jiang Qiui gazes at Xue Wangjun with concern. I do have some money on hand. Why not take it for emergencies? No, that is your personal savings. Keep it. Should the factory truly face dire straits, You and little treasure will need funds to rely on. Xue Jiayu's face appears haggard, his spirit waning. He considers lighting a cigarette but recalls Jiang Qiui's aversion to the smell, opting instead to hold it in his mouth. What are you saying? Jiang Qiui's eyes well with tears. Do you think that if you fall on hard times, I and little treasure will abandon you? Xue Jiayu embraces her, his voice laced with bitterness. It is not that I think so, but I hope for it. If the day comes when the factory cannot sustain itself, I wish for you to take little treasure and find a better life without me. Stop thinking such thoughts. The immediate priority is to locate that Steve. Have you been unable to reach him? 3 months prior, a foreign merchant named Steve approached, willing to purchase a large quantity of garments at a price 5% above market value, and he had paid a 30% deposit. However, 3 months later, when Xue Jiayu completed the order and attempted to contact him for delivery, he was informed that the company had gone bankrupt and would not be taking the goods or paying the balance. Frantic, Xue Jiayu went to the company's location, only to find it abandoned, with Steve having vanished without a trace. To make matters worse, the garments were tailored to the unique specifications provided by Steve, differing significantly from standard sizes, leaving them with no buyers for resale. Additionally, the factory had declined several smaller orders to fulfill Steve's request, and now it was in dire straits, unable to pay for the goods. Can you manage alone? Chapter 97. A rare return home. Jiayu ponders in her room for a long while, trying to ascertain who exactly this Steve is. He does not appear to exist in the original narrative. As she furrows her brow in contemplation, Jiayu calls out from downstairs, urging her to come down. Sister. Initially thinking Jiayu has urgent news, Jiayu hurriedly descends the stairs, only to find that her sister merely wants her to watch a cartoon. Sister, hurry and sit down. It's about to start. Little you go ahead and watch. I don't feel like watching television today. Without resolving the issue concerning Steve, it seems likely that the Xue family will face difficult times ahead. Jiayu, however, watches her sister's retreating figure with concern. Could it be that the Xue family is truly on the brink of bankruptcy? That cannot be allowed to happen. She does not wish to endure hardship alongside the Xue family. She recalls Li Minxue's words, given that the Xue family possesses numerous valuable items. Perhaps it would be wise to hide a few away. If the Xue family truly collapses, she could rely on those possessions to survive. Stealthily, Jiayu places the remote control down, glancing at Su Sujin, who is washing dishes and likely won't emerge anytime soon, and quietly ascends the stairs. Jiayu's room is firmly locked. Fortune favors her. Jiayu heads straight for Jiang Qiui's bedroom, rummaging through the lowest tier of the wardrobe until she finds a jewelry box. The golden lock symbolizes peace and prosperity, a meaning even a child like Jiayu understands. She is curious to see what would transpire if Jiayu were to be without this golden lock. However, just as she reaches the staircase, she unexpectedly collides with Jiang Qiui. Mommy! Jiayu calls out, feeling guilty, causing Jiang Qiui to almost lose her balance. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Jiayu rushes forward to embrace Jiang Qiui affectionately. Oh, I haven't seen you in a while, so I was just a bit too excited. Is that so? Jiang Qiui gently pats her head. While she may not have deep feelings for her, she is not cold-hearted, and seeing Jianyu's affection warms her heart. Where's your sister? Sister is in her room. Jiayu quickly opens the door and rushes into Jiang Qiui's arms. Mom. In contrast to her earlier demeanor, Jiang Qiui hugs her tightly and kisses her cheek. My darling, Mommy has missed you so much. Mommy, has the factory situation been resolved? Jiang Qiui forces a smile, avoiding the topic. Your father and I will handle it. We haven't been able to pick you up these past few days. Let's take a look at your homework. Mommy, look at my assignments. The teacher says I've made significant progress lately. While Jiang Qiui examines Jiayu's schoolwork, Jiayu takes the opportunity to place her own assignments on top. All right, Mommy will look at them one by one. Jiang Qiui pushes aside Jianyu's book, focusing intently on Jiayu's work, unaware of Jianyu's glum expression. Jiayu then adds, Mommy, you should also look at my sister's work. Her writing has improved as well. Is that so? Jiang Qiui, taking Jiayu's words to heart, shifts her attention to Jianyu's work and, with a cursory glance, acknowledges, this is quite well done. Keep up the good work. Although Jianyu was dissatisfied with her rapid reading, she refrained from expressing her discontent and merely lowered her head in disappointment. Mama, why aren't you turning the page? Jiang Qiu forced a smile. Mama is too tired. Xiao Bao. May I rest on your bed for a while? All right, Mama. Please lie down quickly. Xue Jiayu hastily lifted the covers, allowing her to settle in. I'm sorry, Xiaobao, today your quilt is going to get dirty. Usually, Xue Jiayu would not permit anyone in outdoor clothes to sit on her bed, but today, Jiang Xiu was utterly exhausted and could not be concerned about such things. Xue Jiayu signaled to Huanyu, let us go outside first, so we don't disturb Mama. Hum. The two children quietly exited, closing the door behind them before daring to breathe deeply. Sister, is it true that our family can't go on like this? Xue Jiayu gently patted her head. Didn't Team Mama say that she and Papa will resolve it? No matter what, they won't let you go hungry, all right? Really? Huanyu's greatest worry was that the Xue family, once prosperous enough to support her, would quickly discard her as a burden if they fell on hard times. However, Xue Jiayu's resolute assurance instilled a measure of confidence within her. In the dead of night, Jiang Xiu groggily awoke to find herself asleep on Xue Jiayu's small bed. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up only to hear a faint rustling sound. Mama, you're awake. After Xue Jiayu turned on the light, Jiang Xiu realized she had been sitting in a chair. Xiaobao, why are you sitting in a chair? You could sleep in Mama's room or with Xiaoyu. Yet Xue Jiayu saw no issue with it. I want to stay close to Mama, so when she wakes up, she can see me right away. Xiaobao. Jiang Xiu embraced her tightly. You are the best child in the world. I wish Mama would share the factory matters with me. Then we could think of solutions together. Xue Jiayu pondered quietly in Jiang Xiu's arms. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiu bit her lip and made a decision to share the factory situation with Xue Jiayu. After all, she was a part of the Xue family, and she deserved to know. Xiaobao, Mama wants to talk to you about what Papa and I have been busy with lately. Are you willing to listen? I am. Jiang Xiu explained the situation, and Xue Jiayu's deductions were nearly accurate. Yet she maintained an expression of keen interest. After finishing, Jiang Xiu suddenly felt foolish. What purpose did sharing these matters serve for a child? But Xiaobao, you need not worry. Mama will find a way to resolve these issues. Just focus on eating well, attending school, and sleeping. Xue Jiayu pondered for a long while before asking, Mama, have you ever doubted that this Steve isn't actually a foreigner? Jiang Xiu was taken aback. She had met that Steve. A true foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. How could he not be? What I mean is, could he possibly not be a foreign businessman, but rather someone sent to deceive you? This line of thought had genuinely never occurred to Jiang Xiu. Xue Jiayu nodded seriously, urging her father to consider whether they had offended anyone in business recently. It seemed orchestrated, a 3-month term, and the prompt payment of a deposit suggested foreseen failure. But if they were targeting our factory, why would they pay a deposit? Jiang Xiu instinctively lowered herself to meet her daughter's gaze, treating her like an adult. Mama, how much is that deposit? In comparison to our factory, which is more valuable. In other words, the deposit is bait, and the factory is the big fish. Jiang Xiu was left speechless by this revelation. Seeing her mother's expression, Xue Jiayu realized she had spoken too much and hurried to amend. Mama, all of this is from what I've seen on television. I don't know if it will help you and Papa. It certainly can. What you said makes sense, and I will discuss it with your Papa. Jiang Xiu tucked her back into the covers. Wait for Mama a moment. I'll go take a shower and then come back to sleep with you. All right, today I want to hear a story. No problem, I'll tell you 3. The following day, Jiang Xiu took them to school, and Jiang Pei Rong observed her with some surprise. Not yet, but soon. Jiang Xiu had applied light makeup to conceal her fatigue, restoring her former elegance. You're too kind. These children are also my children. Jiang Pei Rong, still concerned, asked again, are you sure you don't need Lao Zhan's help? No need. All right, but if you do require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Xue Jiayu felt deeply moved by their conversation. Indeed, neighborly relations in this era were genuinely supportive in times of need. Gu Yuan was also delighted to see Jiang Xiu and greeted her cheerfully. Auntie Jiang, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. How have you been these past few days? Jiang Xiu smiled warmly, bending down to greet him. Not good. Jiayu really misses you. She doesn't even joke with me on the way to the car. Gu Yuan pouted. Will you come and take us often in the future? Of course. Andy will try her best. Jiang Xiu felt a lump in her throat. All right, children, let us head to school. Once they arrived at school, Jiang Xiu dropped them off and proceeded to the factory. Xue Jiayu's mood had improved significantly. She could joke and play with Gu Yuan, and she even noticed Zhang Nanqi wearing a new pair of shoes. Brother Nanqi, you have new shoes. Zhang Nanqi glanced down. Although the shoes had been worn for several days, if Jiayu said they were new, then they were new. They look nice. I like them too. Zhang Nanqi, seemingly contemplative, replied, I can give you a pair. No need. I have my own red envelope money. I can buy them myself. Suddenly, Xue Jiayu remembered she was the monitor for the day and immediately shouted as she dashed into the classroom. Gu Yuan hooked his arm around Zhang Nanqi's neck, saying, It's not time yet. Shall we go to the restroom first? I want to go too. Ying Huanyu, fearing being left behind, quickly chimed in. Gu Yuan opened his mouth wide. Xiaoyu, we're going to the boys' restroom. I know. I didn't say I was going to the boys' restroom. I want to go to the girls' restroom. Ying Huanyu quietly walked on Zhang Nanqi's right side. When Xue Jiayu was present, it was usually her position. Upon reaching the restroom door, they separated. As she stepped inside, she spotted Li Min Xue cleaning. Startled, Ying Huanyu immediately turned to flee, but it was too late. Stop! Li Min Xue dropped her mop and advanced to grab her cap, simultaneously closing the door. Why are you hiding from your mother? Ying Huanyu struggled to push her away. I have a mother. You're not my mother. Do you need me to take you to the hospital for a blood test before you'll acknowledge me as your mother? Li Min Xue sneered. All right, let us go. We'll see if the Xue family will still support you. Furious, Ying Huanyu bit down hard on her wrist. Ouch, you little brat. Li Min Xue cursed angrily. I gave birth to you, and you still bite me? Do you have no conscience? I never asked you to give birth to me. Ying Huanyu seized an opportunity to escape, but was blocked by Li Min Xue at the door. Tell me, did you steal anything? I need to pay rent this month. No, I would never steal anything. I don't believe you. The Xue family must have bought you some security locks or something. Li Min Xue rummaged through her pockets and unexpectedly found a gold lock, her eyes lighting up. Didn't you say you didn't have anything? ISNT this it? This is... Ying Huanyu attempted to snatch it back, but was overpowered, helplessly watching Li Min Xue wave the gold lock in triumph. Good daughter. You prepared this grand gift for me. All right, this will cover 2 months' rent. I suppose I didn't raise you in vain. Get back to me. Ying Huanyu jumped, but couldn't reach her arms high enough, and was ultimately pushed to the ground. This gold lock is only enough for 2 months. If you continue to steal, I'll cause a scene at the Xue family. Li Min Xue picked up her mop and left happily. Ying Huanyu picked herself up from the ground, glaring at her retreating figure with gritted teeth. Why is it that Jiayu's mother is gentle and generous, yet mine behaves like this? The teacher frowned. Ying Huanyu, this is school, not your home. How can you dawdle like this on the way to class? Ying Huanyu pursed her lips in silence, which only intensified the teacher's irritation. Still unwilling to admit her fault, her expression conveyed a defiance that was unmistakable. Despite her reluctance to speak, Xue Jiayu rose to defend her, stating, Teacher, Xiaoyu may not be feeling well today. We arrived at school quite early. You can ask our classmates for confirmation. Although the classmates harbored disdain for Ying Huanyu, they shared a good rapport with Xue Jiayu and were willing to vouch for them. Teacher, I saw them arrive at 7:30. One student chimed in. Xue Jiayu is on duty today. Yes, I noticed that as well. They were not late. Witnessing so many students advocating for her and observing Ying Huanyu's troubled expression, the teacher felt compelled to temper her approach. Ying Huanyu kept her head down, taking slow steps inward. As she passed by her classmates, she distinctly heard a voice remark, Why does she smell so bad? It's like a restroom. Who knows? Xue Jiayu always smells lovely. She's nothing like her. The relentless taunts echoed in Ying Huanyu's ears, and she yearned to cover them, yet could not escape the barrage of scorn. The pointing and whispering of her peers rendered her unable to lift her head, but this was not her gravest concern. What troubled her more was the fear of how she would explain if Li Min Xue discovered the gold lock she had taken. It mattered little what others thought. The critical question was how Xue Jiayu would perceive her. By chance, when she looked up, she met Xue Jiayu's gaze. Sensing her distress due to the classmates' comments, Xue Jiayu mouthed, Don't listen to them. This simple gesture imbued Ying Huanyu with boundless courage. As long as her sister was by her side, she feared nothing. After class, Ying Huanyu intended to seek out Xue Jiayu for a chat, but upon standing, she spotted Lu Shi linking arms with Xue Jiayu as they exited. Jiayu, let us go to the restroom. Come on, Jiayu, why are you dawdling? Lu Shi feigned a close friendship with Xue Jiayu, relishing the discomfort that contorted Ying Huanyu's face. Don't expect to get off easy after ruining her picture book. Watching Xue Jiayu being led away, Ying Huanyu sank back in her seat, dejected. Gu Yuan patted her shoulder gently, coaxing, Don't let Lu Shi get to you. Just ignore her. With a bitter nod, Yu averted her gaze towards Zhang Nanqi, hoping for a word of comfort from him. Yet, he remained absorbed in his book, entirely indifferent. Shi pulled Xue Jiayu into the restroom, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Jiayu, do you know why Yu was late this morning? Xue Jiayu shook her head in confusion. Shi feigned mystery, saying, I saw her talking to the janitor. Isn't that normal? The problem is, that janitor approached her. I've seen it twice. Shi's face was serious, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xue Jiayu dismissed it, reasoning that perhaps Yu was merely being helpful to the janitor. Sure, you shouldn't always target Xiaoyu. She's actually quite nice. Shi pouted. You think the one who ruined my picture book is nice? Do you really believe that? I do, Xue Jiayu asserted with conviction. She believed that Yu's actions were a momentary lapse in judgment, and that she could change her for the better. Seeing her unwavering support, Shi fell silent. As they returned to class, Shi suddenly seized Xue Jiayu's arm, exclaiming, Jiayu, look, that's the janitor who spoke to Yu. Xue Jiayu followed Shi's gaze and was taken aback to see Li Minxue. It dawned on her that the janitor Shi referred to was indeed Li Minxue. Why would she be seeking out Yu? Taking a deep breath, Xue Jiayu contemplated how bringing Yu from the countryside to the city, separating her from her biological mother, was supposed to change everything, yet it seemed futile. The disciplinary director confronted Li Minxue, holding a gold lock, demanding, Is this yours? Li Minxue raised her hand, deliberately allowing the director to miss. Don't be ridiculous. If you could afford a gold lock, would you be cleaning our school? Admit where you stole this from. Li Minxue glared fiercely at the director, insisting, I didn't steal anything. Then we'll call the police. Just as the director prepared to make the call, Li Minxue unexpectedly swung a mop at him. Shi, startled, instinctively covered her eyes, while Xue Jiayu reacted swiftly, shouting, Director, watch out behind you. Li Minxue turned to see who had the audacity to warn the director, her expression shifting to one of recognition upon seeing Xue Jiayu. Shi felt a surge of fear, tugging at Xue Jiayu's sleeve, urging, Jiayu, let us go. She's so strange. Xue Jiayu squeezed her hand, offering a sense of security. Li Minxue, upon spotting Xue Jiayu, conceived a horrifying idea to abduct her. After all, the janitor could no longer work. Why not seize a substantial ransom? The Xue family cherished Xue Jiayu. Surely they would pay dearly for her return. Li Minxue advanced towards her. Though Xue Jiayu felt a pang of fear, her demeanor remained calm as she faced Li Minxue, unflinching. It was not that she wished to flee. Rather, she found herself cornered, with no escape as Li Minxue blocked her path. Li Minxue, do not dare to lay a hand on me, or you shall regret it. Li Minxue's cruel smile revealed her madness. And what of Xiaoyu? Xue Jiayu blurted, noticing Li Minxue's momentary hesitation and discomfort. What does that have to do with her? If you commit a crime, it will inevitably implicate her. Do you not care about that? Li Minxue initially intended to dismiss the concern, but she realized that Yu was her only child, the one who would provide for her in her old age. She could not simply disregard her fate. You will not touch my daughter. If I discover you are bullying Xiaoyu, I will enact something far more terrifying than kidnapping. Xue Jiayu exhaled in relief, stepping back a pace. And upon seeing that Li Minxue did not follow, she declared, Rest assured, I will only protect Xiaoyu. The only potential harm she faces is that which you inflict upon her. Li Minxue found herself speechless, wishing to refute the claim, but at a loss for counterarguments. At that moment, the disciplinary director, accompanied by two hastily summoned male teachers, apprehended Li Minxue from behind. She erupted into a frenzied scream, drawing a crowd of students. The piercing shriek echoed throughout the 2 floors, capturing the attention of many students, who rushed from their classrooms to witness the commotion, including those from Class 1. Yu squeezed into the throng, incredulously observing the standoff between Li Minxue and Xue Jiayu. How could this be happening? Hadn't she followed her mother's instructions to steal items from the Xue family for her? Why was she now confronting her sister? Did her sister also know about the theft? In that instant, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of shame, unable to lift her head. Meanwhile, Li Minxue, spotting her daughter amidst the crowd, cried out, Yu, Xiaoyu, please save your mother. With a thunderous crash, Yu felt the wall of pride within her crumble. In an instant, those standing beside her silently distanced themselves. As the tide of people surged around her, she felt like an isolated island. Yu longed to sink into the ground, questioning why Li Min Xue would subject her to such humiliation. Suddenly, she felt a presence before her. She looked up to see Xue Jiayu standing protectively in front of her, arms outstretched, shielding her from the scrutinizing gazes. A concerned voice called out, "Jiayu, you're still defending her? Didn't you hear that woman say she is her mother? Xiaoyu, ignore their nonsense. You are my sister. You were before, and you will be in the future." Upon hearing these words, Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into Xue Jiayu's embrace. "Sister, I want nothing but you. Don't worry, sister will always be with you." Xue Jiayu tenderly stroked Yu's back, comforting her with compassion, uninterested in anything else. Surrounded by the incessant chatter of Gu Yuan, who relentlessly updates him on the situation, it becomes evident that the headmaster has reported the incident to the authorities. Theft combined with assault means that this aunt is in for a rough time. Gu Yuan initially intended to call out a name, but upon noticing Yu's pitiful silhouette, he decided that, as Yu's mother, she deserved a modicum of respect from Li Min Xue. Has the headmaster truly reported it? Yu inquired, slightly turning her head, a frown adorning her brow. "Indeed, are you very concerned for her?" Gu Yuan scratched his head. "If you wish to know her situation, I could inquire further." "No need." It was not that she worried for Li Min Xue. Rather, she was apprehensive that this incident might adversely affect her. However, it was undoubtedly clear that the repercussions of this affair were far more significant than Yu had anticipated. While most were aware that she was merely Xue's family's adopted daughter, none knew that her biological mother was of such despicable character. In an instant, everyone began to label her as the daughter of a cleaning lady. Moreover, given that there were many in class who already harbored disdain for her, they seized the opportunity to further torment her, deliberately tearing her books and stuffing her backpack with trash. Clutching a pile of tattered books, Yu approached her teacher, sobbing as she complained, "Teacher, they've ruined my books." The teacher, weary, looked down at her and said, "Yu, why can't you unite with your classmates? You should first consider whether you have done anything wrong." "I haven't." Yu could not comprehend. Was it not solely because her mother was Li Min Xue that it came to this? The teacher shook her head and sighed, "Yu, you need to discern the reasons behind their targeting you. If I assist you this time, I may not be able to do so again in the future." Upon hearing this, one thought raced through Yu's mind. The teacher would not help her. "Then I shall not heed the teacher." Yu resolved to seek out Xue Jiayu, confident that her sister would surely protect her, despite the hostility directed at her. Those individuals still held Xue Jiayu in high regard. Their method of targeting Yu involved various excuses to draw Xue Jiayu away from her. "Sister, I scored 95 on my exam today," Yu declared, eager to show her sister the paper, but before she could, Lu Shishir interjected. "Jiayu, where's your exam paper? Lend it to me for some corrections. I came as soon as class ended." Yu tried to seize an opportunity to interject, but Lu Shishir intentionally obstructed Xue Jiayu's view. "There's a question I want to ask you." Feeling disheartened and powerless, Yu realized that she could not compete with Lu Shishir's fervor. Unbeknownst to her, Xue Jiayu had already spotted her. Xue Jiayu parted the crowd, beaming at Yu. "Xiaoyu, what did you score? Let your sister see." 95. Only 95? Jiayu always scores full marks. Lu Shishir haughtily walked away, but it did not dampen the good spirits of Yu and Xue Jiayu. "Sister, I can now solve all the questions you taught me last time." "That's wonderful. I will tell mother tonight to give you an extra meal." Just as Xue Jiayu was about to explain the question she had gotten wrong, the headmaster unexpectedly knocked on the door. "Xue Jiayu, come here. We need to verify a statement with you." "Yes. All right." Xue Jiayu followed the headmaster out, and as they exited the classroom, the headmaster leaned down to whisper, "Today, the police are here to take statements. Just remember to speak the truth. Do not lie." "Understood." Xue Jiayu remained unfazed. Having watched numerous crime dramas, she felt that giving a statement would be a piece of cake. However, when she saw the evidence the headmaster presented, she was momentarily taken aback. "Officer, I only offered Li Min Xue a job out of pity. I never anticipated it would attract a thief. Look, this is what she stole. I've asked every teacher in the school, and none recognized this lock." The officer furrowed his brow. Could it be her own? Impossible. If she could afford a gold lock, why would she work as a cleaner at our school? The only explanation for it being with Li Min Xue would be if someone had taken it from the Xue family to give to her. Xue Jiayu was reluctant to speculate further and impulsively declared, "That gold lock belongs to me." "You?" Both the headmaster and the officer turned to her. The headmaster wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Why did you bring a gold lock to school?" "I didn't bring it." "I have no idea why it was with Li Minxue." Xue Jiayu spoke nothing but the truth. She had only seen that gold lock once before, this being the second time. The headmaster suggested calling Jiang Qiui for questioning, but Xue Jiayu, recalling how they had been overwhelmed with factory issues recently, decided it best not to burden her. "No need, headmaster, just return it to me. I won't pursue this any further. That is unacceptable. This is theft. It is quite serious." Regardless of how the headmaster insisted, Xue Jiayu remained resolute in not pursuing the matter. The headmaster attempted to discreetly message Jiang Qiui, but was caught by Xue Jiayu. "Headmaster, did I not already say that I will not pursue this matter?" "Xue Jiayu, you are still young. You do not understand what a gold lock signifies. Isn't it just a bit of money? Besides, she hasn't stolen it. It's still right here. Can it be returned to me now?" The headmaster remained unyielding, asserting that such a valuable item should not be handled by children. He would keep it safe until her mother could come to retrieve it. Given the circumstances, there seemed no alternative. "After all, we are merely elementary students." Xue Jiayu chuckled softly, noticing Jean Nanqi alone in a corner engrossed in a book. "Why does Brother Nanqi not show the slightest concern for me?" "Howdy." Xue Jiayu was about to sit down when Jean Nanqi suddenly lifted his head, their eyes meeting. He raised an eyebrow, as if questioning what he should be concerned about. As she prepared to speak, Jean Nanqi returned to his reading. Look, he might as well spend his entire life with books." Xue Jiayu pushed aside a classmate, blocking her way. "Don't damage my desk. What does it even feel like to give a statement? It's just like dictation. Just write down what you know. Did they ask you about Ing Huanyu's mother?" Xue Jiayu slammed her hand on the desk in frustration. "Ing Huanyu's mother is my mother. Other matters are none of their concern. If you continue to babble about it, I won't play with you anymore." All right. We won't mention it anymore. Don't be angry." The others, eager to avoid inciting Xue Jiyu's wrath, quickly dispersed. Once most had cleared out, Ing Huanyu timidly approached Xue Jiayu. "Sister, I'm sorry." Xue Jiayu was exceedingly patient, her tone considerably softer. "It's fine. Don't think too much about it. It's all her fault. Had it not been for her." Ing Huanyu trailed off, repeatedly apologizing. "No, there is no gold lock. I've never even heard of it." "Oh, is that so? Then it's nothing to worry about." But how did Li Minxue come to possess the gold lock? This was a mystery that Xue Jiayu could not fathom. Su Suzhen, having sensed something amiss at the factory, was in the kitchen wiping her tears discreetly. Upon hearing Xue Jiyu's voice, she hastily wiped her eyes and turned to face them. "All right," Xue Jiayu exclaimed cheerfully, quickly noticing the undried tears at the corners of Su Suzhen's eyes. "Grandma, have you been crying?" Ing Huanyu, in the midst of removing her shoes, leaned in to ask. "Grandma, why are you crying?" "Oh, it's nothing." Grandma was just moved by a television show. These days, the television is quite captivating. "Su then snai. You two should get back to your homework. Grandma will go prepare dinner." Ing Huanyu took her words at face value, but Xue Jiayu stood still, contemplating Su Suzhen's back. A woman who had spent her life in toil, typically engrossed in opera, how could she suddenly be so enthralled by television? It must be related to the factory. Xue Jiayu yearned to visit the factory to uncover the problem. However, no one could accompany her, and Su Suzhen would certainly not permit her to go alone. After much deliberation, Xue Jiayu resolved to seek out Jiang Peirong. "Grandma, I'm going to Brother Nanqi's house for a bit." Xue Jiayu quickly donned her shoes and set off, leaving Su Suzhen momentarily stunned. This child, every time she visited the Zhan family, seemed to dash over as if propelled by a force. One could only wonder what captivated her so. Su Suzhen shook her head with a gentle smile and returned to cooking. Ing Huanyu, having changed her clothes upstairs, descended to find the living room deserted. She inquired of Su Suzhen, "Grandmother, where is my sister?" "She has gone to the Zhan family." "Then I shall go too." However, before she could reach the door, Su Suzhen called out to her, "Do not leave just yet. Help me peel some garlic." Although she was reluctant, she understood that refusing to assist would only deepen Su Suzhen's disdain for her. "Oh!" Xue Jiayu rushed to the Zhan household just as Jiang Peirong parked the car, taken aback to see her. "Jiayu, what brings you here? Are you looking to play with Nanqi?" Upon hearing his name, Jean Nanqi approached the door, silently observing her. Yet, Xue Jiayu shook her head, "And Jiang, I need your assistance." Jiang Peirong smiled. "Of course, What can I help you with? I wish to go to the factory to find my parents. She had a premonition that something significant was about to transpire. Jiang Peirong's expression turned troubled. The affairs of the Xue family's factory were a secret she and her husband had carefully concealed from the children. She could not possibly expose the fragile facade of peace by taking the child along. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu was growing increasingly anxious. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. I must rescue my parents. Zhang Nanqi furrowed his brow. Mother, let's go as well. What? Very well. Jiang Peirong shook her head in resignation. Even if it meant facing scorn from Xiao Yi, there was little choice now that her son had spoken. You too. Get in the car and be careful in the back seat. The freshly parked car pulled away from the Zhang family courtyard, heading straight for the Xue garment factory. On the way, Xue Jiayu was visibly tense, wringing her hands. Observing this, Jiang Peirong engaged her in conversation to distract her. Jiayu, what made you suddenly want to visit the factory? Without hesitation, Xue Jiayu agreed, leaving the outcome to fate. Zhang Nanqi noticed her distracted demeanor as she alternated between gazing out the window and fiddling with her fingers, and suddenly took her small hand in his. Nanqi, why are you holding my hand? Xue Jiayu asked, puzzled, for Zhang Nanqi usually disliked being touched. Stop fidgeting. If you keep that up, your nails will be ruined. Had it not been for Zhang Nanqi's reminder, Xue Jiayu would not have realized the state of her nails, which were now in disarray. She smiled sheepishly, her anxiety somewhat alleviated. The Xue garment factory was situated on the outskirts, and Jiang Peirong turned into a narrow alley. We have arrived. The factory sign still glowed, though beneath it stood a number of individuals awaiting payment. The characters spelling out Xue garment factory had been custom-made by Xue Wangjun the year Xue Jiayu was born. After years of weathering, the sign had become somewhat worn, yet Xue Wangjun remained proud of it. Several intimidating-looking men brandishing invoices shouted at the factory. Xue Wangjun, come out. Why haven't you paid us for the invoices signed in black and white? If you don't pay, we will go to the police. Exactly. If we don't get our money, we will take the machines. As they spoke, a figure emerged from the crowd of employees. I am the deputy factory manager. Please listen to me. Do not act rashly. Jiang Peirong, concerned that the men might direct their anger towards the children, quickly led them a few steps back to hide behind a tree. Upon seeing the deputy manager, Xue Jiayu recalled a troubling memory. This deputy manager was not a good person. Just as the deputy manager was about to agree, Jiang Qiuyi's voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Interest? This is neither a bank nor a loan shark. You expect us to pay interest for a mere 2 or 3 days delay in payment. Lao Qi, Lao Dai, surely you have done business with the Xue family before. Do you lack this much trust? Upon her arrival, the deputy manager's expression shifted, and he quickly donned a fawning smile. Madam Factory Manager, please call me Accountant Jiang. Jiang Qiuyi's demeanor was serious, and the other employees instinctively parted to make way for her. The two men, addressed as Lao Dai and Lao Qi, were indeed there to collect debts. Seeing only Jiang Qiuyi present, their confidence surged. I only call you sister out of respect. Do not confuse personal feelings with business. Money is money, and feelings are feelings. Jiang Qiuyi's composure was unwavering. She responded with a cold laugh. Very well, let's discuss feelings then. Lao Qi, last year when your mother was ill and could not secure a hospital bed, was it not we who facilitated that for you? Lao Qi was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, but what of it? Should we really be dragging out such old matters? All right, let us discuss more recent events. Jiang Qiuyi's piercing gaze turned towards Lao Dai. Last month, when you failed to deliver goods, did we not urge you? Lao Dai awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I did not, but what? Who does not face difficulties? We're not asking for much, just a 2-day grace period. Wang Jun is already working on it, and once the funds arrive, I will transfer them to you without delay. Though slender in form, Jiang Qiuyi exuded an aura of confidence that commanded respect from the assembled men. Lao Qi and Lao Dai exchanged glances, their lips pursed. Jiang Qiuyi's assertions left them no ground for rebuttal. Just as Jiang Qiuyi intended to walk towards the factory, she was halted by the deputy manager. Accountant Jiang, they're the creditors. Please speak to them more politely. Upon hearing the term creditors, Lao Dai and Lao Qi seemed to find their footing and grew brazen. Jiang Qiuyi, unwilling to concede, felt the weight of the employees' gazes upon her, as well as the curious eyes of neighboring factory owners who had come to witness the unfolding drama. She did not wish to be merely a spectator in this farce. Just as she hesitated, a small figure suddenly darted out. Mama. Xue Jiayu clung to Jiang Qiui's leg, seeking comfort. Jiang Peirong, witnessing her daughter's sudden dash, was momentarily stunned. When did she run off? Jiang Qiui was equally astonished. Jiayu, what are you doing here? You should be at home. As she glanced around, Jiang Qiui spotted Jiang Peirong and Zhan Nanqi hiding behind the tree. Without needing further explanation, it was clear that Xue Jiayu had insisted on coming along. Jiang Peirong offered an apologetic smile, but Jiang Qiui gently shook her head, signaling her to stay hidden and avoid drawing attention. The deputy manager, upon seeing Xue Jiayu, was quite pleased. It has been a while, little one. He reached out to touch Xue Jiayu's fair cheek, but she swatted his hand away. Don't touch me. Your hands are dirty. The deputy manager's smile faltered. Yet he could hardly respond, recognizing she was merely a child. Lao Dai and Lao Qi expressed their dissatisfaction. Do you not see we are grown men here? Are you really going to indulge in mother-daughter affection while we are waiting? Either agree to pay the interest or settle the debt. I cannot give you anything, otherwise it will become an endless pit. Jiang Qiui heard her daughter's thoughts, but as the words reached her lips, she altered her statement. No, we will not pay any interest. We are working on the payment for the goods. Must you resort to violence before you are willing to settle? Lao Dai threatened, raising his hand, which prompted Xue Jiayu to burst into tears. Help! Don't kill me. Wah! You're hitting children. The sound of a child crying often elicits sympathy, and as Xue Jiayu wept, several factory owners who had been watching rushed forward to shield the mother and daughter. Come on, this is unnecessary. You came here to collect money, not to take out your frustrations on a child. Don't you have any children of your own? Today it may be someone else's child. Tomorrow it could be yours. Are you not concerned for your own? Lao Dai, chastened, lowered his hand, visibly frustrated. Fine, just get Xue Wangjun out here. Hiding inside like a turtle while his wife and child faced the music outside. Why do you not confront him? The other factory owners turned to Jiang Qiui. Indeed, Madame Xue. Where is Mr. Xue? He has not fled, has he? There was some cash in the factory yesterday, but today it seems to have vanished. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Jiang Qiui shot a glare at the deputy manager. What nonsense! Wang Jun would never run away. He had matters to attend to and left earlier. Lao Qi immediately retorted, what kind of matters could be so pressing? Could it be that you are here to borrow money? Hurry up, give me the money. Otherwise, you shall not conduct business today. As they spoke, several men unceremoniously sat down at the entrance. Jiang Qiui, typically composed, was on the verge of tears, prompting Xue Jiayu to immediately embrace her neck. Chapter 103. The arrival of the police mom, don't cry. Xue Jiayu held onto Jiang Qiui, her gaze fixated on the deputy factory director. It's all this deputy director's fault. That Steve has a connection with him. Jiang Qiui scrutinized the deputy director, causing him to feel unease. Jiang accountant, why do you look at me like that? He stammered. I remember that you were the one who received Steve when he first visited the factory. The deputy director was alarmed and quickly distanced himself from the situation. No, I merely showed him around. The subsequent negotiations were solely between him and the boss. I said nothing. Why are you so anxious? Jiang Qiui remarked, her tone laced with subtle disdain. I'm not anxious. I'm just perplexed by your sudden inquiry. He chuckled nervously. Once Jiang Qiui turned away, the deputy director cursed inwardly. What a meddlesome woman. Why is she asking so many questions? However, he was soon met with Xue Jiyu's penetrating gaze, which made him feel exposed. Why do you look at me, little one? Uncle, do you seem rather guilty? Have you done something wrong? Xue Jiayu feigned innocence, drawing everyone's attention to the deputy director. Of course not. He vehemently denied. I have done nothing. You are slandering me. Jiang Qiui shielded her daughter. You are being overly dramatic. The child was merely joking. The troublemakers, realizing Jiang Qiui had no intention of parting with any money, contemplated retreating to reassess their strategy, when suddenly 2 police cars arrived. Jiang Qiui, startled by the swarm of officers, instinctively retreated with Xue Jiayu. To their surprise, the police demanded, what are you all doing here? Old Dai scrambled to his feet, awkwardly explaining, Officer, we haven't done anything. We are merely here to collect a debt. Blocking the entrance of someone else's factory to collect a debt. The police reprimanded sternly. You are disturbing the public. Who taught you to employ such thuggish methods to collect debts? Leave immediately and do not obstruct the area. However, Old Dai and his group were reluctant to engage further with the police and quickly departed. Once the crowd dispersed, the officers inquired, who reported this incident? Jiang Qiui shook her head in confusion. It wasn't me. Clearly, it was not the deputy director either. Jiang Peirong emerged from behind a tree, exclaiming, "It was me." After the police gathered all the information, they left, and Jiang Peirong sheepishly smiled. "I thought the situation was urgent, so I called the police." "You did the right thing by reporting it." Jiang Qiui firmly grasped her hand in gratitude. "Shall we go sit inside the factory for a moment?" "Sure." Jiang Peirong took Zhang Nanqi's hand, while Jiang Qiui introduced them, with a deputy director trailing behind. "It has been so long since I visited your factory." Jiang Peirong expressed her curiosity, eager to explore. "We won't go inside the factory. The dust is too heavy and might stain your clothes." Feigning annoyance, Jiang Peirong retorted, "Are you afraid I will learn your secrets?" "Of course not." Jiang Qiui hastily denied, yet she noticed Jiang Peirong laughing heartily. You take everything I say too seriously." Jiang Qiui chuckled helplessly. "How old are you?" "Still joking around as if you were a child. As long as one maintains a youthful mindset, one can always remain a child at heart." They meandered towards the factory director's office, where Xue Wangjun was absent, but the key was in Jiang Qiui's possession. Xue Jiayu recalled the last time she was at the factory, having been kidnapped, which was when her bond with Zhang Nanqi was forged. She had not returned since. Unbeknownst to her, her father's aesthetic was rather imposing. She admired the mahogany sofa and genuine leather office chair, decisively choosing to sit in the latter. Jiang Qiui personally prepared tea for Jiang Peirong when the deputy director knocked on the door again. "Jiang accountant, would you like me to keep you company?" "No need. You may leave." Heeding the sentiments of Xiao Bao, Jiang Qiui's demeanor towards the deputy director was icy, leaving him perplexed as he departed without further ado. Once the door closed, Jiang Peirong lowered her voice. "Is there something wrong with him?" "Yes," Jiang Qiui affirmed, though she could not articulate the specifics, as her judgment was based on Xiao Bao's sentiments. Jiang Peirong, not one to pry unnecessarily, refrained from further questioning. "Qiui, I will ask you once more. Do you truly not require our assistance?" Jiang Peirong retrieved a savings book from her bag. "This is my personal savings. Consider it my private help to you. Please accept it, and you can return it once you have overcome this crisis." Peirong, Jiang Qiui gazed at her friend with complex emotions, feeling warmth in her eyes. "Enough. No need to decline. Just accept it." Jiang Qiui immediately stood and threw herself into her husband's embrace, choking back tears. "You have no idea how worried I have been for you." "Qiui, I found him. I found Xiao Bao. What are you doing here?" Xue Wangjun gazed at his daughter in astonishment. "Dad, what did you find?" Xue Jiayu inquired eagerly. "Yes, dear, what did you discover?" "I found out the truth about Steve. It turns out he is not a foreigner at all, but rather a mixed-blood individual who often masquerades as a foreigner to deceive others." Xue Jiayu suggested that Xue Wangjun investigate Steve further, and Jiang Qiui relayed the information in detail. What she thought was merely a relay of information turned out to be a revelation for Xue Wangjun, who decided to pursue the investigation into Steve earnestly. To their astonishment, they discovered that Steve was nothing but a scoundrel who had recently set up a shell company, having been incited by the deputy director to sign a contract with him. "Where is he now? Can we locate him?" Jiang Qiui was fervently agitated, believing that if they could find him, their factory would be safe. Xue Wangjun shook his head. "We have yet to locate him. However, his neighbor mentioned that someone has been in close contact with him." "Who?" Xue Jiayu had a hunch, and Xue Wangjun seemed to share her suspicion as he pressed the intercom to summon the deputy director. Upon receiving the message, the deputy director extinguished his cigarette with disdain. "This is merely a situation concocted by Jiang Qiui." He deliberately strolled to the factory director's office, where the door was ajar. As he entered, he was taken aback to find Xue Wangjun seated in the boss's chair, his expression grave as he regarded him. Xue Wangjun disregarded the deputy director's remarks and countered. "How many years have you been at this factory?" 2 years. "In these 2 years, you have risen from a laborer to deputy director. I have promoted you beyond measure, and you should have a clear understanding of that." Chapter 104. The deputy director's downfall. The deputy director sensed the gravity of the conversation, his posture becoming increasingly arrogant. "That was all due to my own merit." "Merit? Without my guidance in securing clients, how would you have amassed such a clientele? Without the volume of orders from clients, how could you sit in the position of deputy director?" Xue Wangjun slammed his hand on the table in fury. "Yet you conspired with the people from Fongli Textile Factory, deliberately bringing Steve to defraud me." Upon realizing that Xue Wangjun had already investigated Steve and was aware of his collusion with Feng Li, the deputy director understood he could no longer remain in the factory and had to confront Xue Wangjun directly. Why should I only be a deputy director? I wanted to start my own factory, but you refused to lend me the capital. I will ruin your factory, and when it falters, I will acquire it at half price. I want you to know that I can also be a factory director. A flicker of surprise crossed the deputy director's eyes, quickly replaced by defiance. It's easy to talk big. You're just as stingy. I see now that you wealthy people do not care about others' lives. Even if I did not run a factory anymore, I will drag you down with me. Go ahead and rot in prison. I have obtained the documents signed by Feng Li at Steve's residence, along with the transaction records. A simple bank inquiry will confirm it. I will report you. You are on your own. Hearing that he was in possession of such evidence, the deputy director panicked, attempting to prevent Xue Wangjun from making a call. Wait, director. Give me another chance. I will amend my ways. It is too late. You should go to prison to repent. Xue Wangjun insisted on making a phone call, prompting the deputy factory director to kneel before him. Please, I beg you, I have my reasons for doing this. Indeed, Xue Wangjun's heart softened, halting his dialing. What reasons? Xue Jiayu rolled her eyes. What reasons could there be? It's merely a fabricated tale to elicit sympathy. It's just about younger siblings attending school and a sick mother. Please, if that were truly the case, how could there be funds for running a factory? Those resources would have long been allocated to family. The deputy factory director was about to mention his mother's illness when he was interrupted by Xue Wangjun. Are you going to say your mother is sick? How do you know? The deputy factory director gaped in astonishment. Can you predict the future? It's not me. It's my daughter. Xue Wangjun shook his head in disappointment. You still do not recognize your mistakes. How could one curse their own mother when they have erred? This is also a form of harm to her. Do you understand? In any case, director, I implore you not to call the police. I will toil away in the factory for the rest of my life, doing whatever it takes, as long as you refrain from reporting me. Xue Wangjun turned to Jiang Qiui, seeking her counsel. Jiang Qiui quickly averted her gaze. Don't look at me. Decide for yourself. She was inherently tender-hearted, fearing that a moment of softness might lead to a grave mistake. Xue Wangjun could only glance at Xue Jiayu, hoping she would provide some guidance. Xue Jiayu maintained her innocent demeanor, yet internally she mused, of course, forgiveness is not an option. Forgiveness is akin to nurturing a tiger at your door. Indeed, Xue Wangjun resolved firmly to report the incident, decisively pressing 110. As the police escorted the deputy factory director away, he lamented and wept, alternating between regret and cursing Xue Wangjun. Nonetheless, he must pay the price for his actions. Xue Wangjun lifted Xue Jiayu, pointing at the deputy factory director, and said, Little treasure, you must always engage in righteous deeds and never stray down the wrong path. I understand, Daddy, Xue Jiayu replied obediently, while Jiang Qiui stifled a laugh at the side. He even sought his daughter's opinion on whether to report the incident. Yet now he was teaching her about integrity. Indeed, Xue Wangjun cradled his precious daughter, deliberately scratching her with his unshaven stubble. Jiang Perong linked arms with Jiang Qiui as they headed outside, suddenly recalling that her son had not caught up, turning around to stifle a laugh. Xue Jiayu was still gripping Zhang Nanqi's collar. Brother Nanqi, save me. Zhang Nanqi, expressionless, pried her fingers loose and walked towards Jiang Perong. Jiang Perong could not resist teasing her son. How heartless. Wasn't it you who insisted I bring her along? How will you rescue her now? Zhang Nanqi continued forward as if he had not heard, entirely ignoring Xue Jiyu's pleas from behind. Brother Nanqi, Brother Nanqi. Jiang Qiui felt annoyed, thinking, I'm here too. Why does she only seek help from Nanqi and not from me? You just don't understand. Jiang Perong feigned mystery. Girls are more extroverted. Upon understanding, Jiang Qiui playfully smacked her. In the future, I will not easily agree to their affairs. Oh no, future-in-law. Su Suzhen and Ying Huanyu had been anxiously waiting. Xue Jiayu had been gone for several hours. Ying Huanyu was starving, wishing to eat first while also being wary of Su Suzhen's expression. Reluctantly, Ying Huanyu approached, but the Zhan family door was tightly shut. Fearing Su Suzhen's reprimand, she inquired at the Gu household. Gu Yuan was still munching on ice cream, his mouth covered with it, much to Ying Huanyu's dismay. I don't know where Nanqi went. He must have gone out to eat with Aunt Jiang. Ying Huanyu shook her head. That's impossible. My sister isn't here either. She said she wanted to find Brother Nanqi. Then Aunt Jiang must have taken them both out to eat. Gu Yuan licked his ice cream. Aunt Jiang loves Jiayu the most. It's not surprising she would take her out for a special treat. He didn't mind at all. His sole concern was the ice cream. Unbeknownst to him, his words displeased Huanyu greatly. So, my sister went to the Zhang family because Aunt Jiang intended to sneak them out for a meal, and why did she not inform me? Did she think I would shamelessly follow along? After being scolded by her classmates for several days, Huanyu's heart had grown sensitive. Why are you so useless? You can't even find anyone. Huanyu huffed in frustration, shouting, then you go look for them. Aren't you unable to find them either? Chapter 105. Discovery of the missing Qiyu girl. How dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Xue Jiayu scolded, pointing a finger at Huanyu. Although she did not particularly like Huanyu, she could not deny that she had treated her well over the years, never resorting to punishment or demanding household chores from her. Huanyu felt a twinge of regret and was about to apologize when she suddenly heard footsteps and Xue Jiayu's laughter. An idea struck her, and she immediately knelt before Xue Jiayu. Grandma, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't send me away. Xue Jiayu was taken aback. What are you doing, child? When did I say I would send you away? Just as she reached to helping Huanyu up, Xue Jiayu asked, Grandma, sister, what are you two doing? Xue Jiayu met the surprised gazes of the trio and quickly explained, I didn't bully this girl. She knelt down all of a sudden. I didn't say anything. This explanation felt rather feeble, and Xue Jiayu rushed over to help Huanyu up. Sister, it's my fault. I made Grandma angry. Please don't blame her. Huanyu quietly sobbed, her voice sounding pitiful. Xue Jiayu feared that her precious granddaughter would believe Huanyu's words, rendering her speechless with anger. Little treasure, please listen to Grandma's explanation. Grandma, I believe you. While helping Huanyu, Xue Jiayu held Xue Jiyu's hand with one hand, her gaze resolute. This reaction surprised Huanyu. Shouldn't her sister have expressed anger towards Xue Jiyu after hearing her? Why did her sister still trust Xue Jiyu? Xue Jiyu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, touched, confused, and anxious, all intertwining, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Let's go inside and eat. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui found it inappropriate to criticize Xue Jiyu and sent Xue Jiayu to inquire about what had transpired with Huanyu. She deliberately spoke ambiguously, and after listening, Xue Jiayu pondered for a moment. After a while, she patted Huanyu's shoulder. All right, let us go get some food. Sister, why is your reaction so indifferent? Xue Jiayu shot her a glance. What's wrong? Do you have something more to say? Don't be angry with Grandma. Xue Jiayu patted her head. Of course not. Xue Jiyu, being straightforward, had no secrets, and her nature was genuinely kind-hearted. Moreover, Huanyu's account was somewhat vague, leading her to decide to downplay the situation. The two of them took their seats at the dining table, and Jiang Qiui served 2 bowls of rice, exchanging glances with Xue Jiayu to gauge her understanding of the situation. Since Little Treasure said everything was fine, it must be fine. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun shared reassuring looks and began to eat. At the dining table, Xue Jiyu remained displeased about the earlier incident, but Huanyu, being just a child, made it seem petty for the adult to hold a grudge against her. As she was lost in her meal, suddenly a chicken leg was placed in her bowl. Xue Jiyu looked up in surprise to find it was Xue Jiayu. Grandma, you are the hardest working person in our family. You deserve a big chicken leg. The grievances she felt moments ago evaporated, and Xue Jiyu sniffled. Good. Little Treasure is truly good. Go ahead. Grandma appreciates your kindness. No, Grandma must eat it. Otherwise, Little Treasure will be upset. Xue Jiayu pouted deliberately, causing Xue Jiyu to suppress a laugh. All right, Grandma will eat, and Little Treasure will eat too. Seeing that Xue Jiayu had no intention of defending her, Huanyu decided to remain silent, focusing on her meal. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qiui hurried upstairs to take a shower, feeling as though she had become quite unkempt after days of early mornings and late nights with Xue Wangjun. Go ahead, my dear. Wash up quickly. I will stay downstairs to play with the children for a while. Xue Wangjun willingly took on the task of entertaining the children, allowing the beauty-conscious Jiang Qiui to wash in peace. The small golden lock she bought for Xue Jiayu has mysteriously vanished. Initially, she contemplated summoning Xue Jiyu to inquire about it, but then it struck her. In recent days, only Xue Jiayu, Xue Jiyu, and Huanyu had been at home. The golden lock rightfully belonged to Xue Jiayu, which rendered theft unnecessary on her part. Xue Jiyu would never steal her granddaughter's lock, leaving only one plausible culprit, her husband. Come up here. Xue Jiayu, engrossed in a puzzle with Xue Jiayu, was reluctant to ascend the stairs upon hearing Jiang Qiui's call. Aren't you supposed to be showering? Xue Jiayu, I command you to come up immediately. Jiang Qiui rarely adopted such a tone with him, prompting Xue Jiayu to sense the gravity of the situation. He hastily set the puzzle aside, offering a sheepish smile to his precious daughter. Little treasure, you all continue playing. Daddy will check upstairs and return shortly. Okay. Xue Jiayu, unsuspecting, resumed her focused search for the next puzzle piece. Only Huanyu felt something was amiss, casting several glances at Xue Jiayu's retreating figure until Xue Jiayu inquired, Sister, what's wrong? Why are you staring at the upstairs? I was wondering why Mom was so anxious to call Dad up. Is something amiss? Xue Jiayu dismissed her concern, reasoning that adults had their own matters to attend to, and urged her to assist in locating piece 377. A sense of apprehension gnawed at Huanyu, fearing the revelation of the lock's disappearance. Sister, should we go check upstairs? Reluctantly, Xue Jiayu set down the puzzle. All right, let's go. Don't come. Jiang Qiui shot a glare at him, pointing at the jewelry box. The golden lock I bought for Little Treasure is missing. A thief has invaded our home. Xue Jiayu's instinct was to call the police, but Jiang Qiui interjected, it's not merely theft, it's an inside job. How can you call the police? Xue Jiayu felt utterly confounded. What do you mean, dear? I mean, Huanyu took the lock. Mother wouldn't steal Little Treasure's lock. And she wouldn't take it either. It can only be Huanyu. Jiang Qiui crossed her arms, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. They cannot raise a thief in their household. Well, Xue Jiayu scratched his head. It doesn't have to be Huanyu. Perhaps a thief really did break in. Jiang Qiui nearly slapped him in exasperation, patiently opening the lower compartment of the jewelry box to reveal gold bracelets and necklaces. The thief ignored everything else and only took a lock? Don't you find that peculiar? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xue Jiayu questioned, what should we do? Who are we sending Huanyu to? Chapter 106. Who will acknowledge it? Xue Jiayu and Huanyu reached their bedroom door just in time to overhear these words, nearly causing Huanyu to faint on the spot. Fortunately, Xue Jiayu steadied her. Sister, are Mom and Dad really going to send me away? Tears streamed down Huanyu's face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Xue Jiayu immediately knocked on the door. Mom and Dad, please don't send my sister away. Jiang Qiui shot a reproachful glance at Xue Jiayu. Why did you bring the children up? Now that Jiayu has heard, how will we handle this? I didn't expect them to be right behind me. Xue Jiayu chuckled ruefully, reluctantly opening the door to let them in. Little Treasure, weren't you playing puzzles downstairs? What are you doing up here? Xue Jiayu placed her hands on her hips, fiercely declaring, no one can take my sister away. Jiang Qiui, typically patient and accommodating with Xue Jiayu, softened her tone. Little Treasure, listen to your mother. Your sister may have made a mistake, and we need to impose some punishment. Upon seeing the jewelry box, Xue Jiayu understood the mistake Jiang Qiui referred to. Isn't it just a lock? I know it was sister who took it. Both Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu stared at her in astonishment. You know? Yes, Xue Jiayu nodded earnestly. But sister was coerced. Please don't blame her for this. Jiang Qiui glanced at Huanyu, who was looking downcast. Xiaoyu, do you have something to say? Mom, I was wrong. Huanyu cried, pleading with Jiang Qiui not to send her away. At that moment, Jiang Qiui received a call from the principal. Is this the parent of Xue Tong? Yes. The police have decided to file a case regarding Li Minxue. We need a guardian to bring Xue Tong to the station for confirmation. Li Minxue. Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu exchanged glances. All right, I understand. I will take her to the police station tomorrow to clarify the situation. After hanging up, Jiang Qiui donned a serious expression. Now, please explain this to me. Xue Jiayu held Huanyu's hand, succinctly relaying the details to Jiang Qiui. Upon hearing, Jiang Qiui immediately checked Xue Jiayu for injuries. You weren't hurt, were you? No, I wasn't. The teacher restrained her right away. That's good. Jiang Qiui sighed in relief. The lock is lost. I can overlook that monetary loss. However, Li Minxue poses a significant threat. Tomorrow, I will take you to the police station. We must ensure she is completely removed from our lives. Mom, what about sister? Xue Jiayu looked at Jiang Qiui with pleading eyes, softening her resolve. Let us discuss it after we go to the police station tomorrow. Yay! Xue Jiayu pulled Huanyu outside, jumping to conclusions. Mom is going to let you stay. Huanyu remained apprehensive. But Mom hasn't said it explicitly. It won't matter. I'll talk to Mom. and she will agree to let you stay. After they left, Xue Wangjun inquired how Jiang Qiui intended to handle the situation. We shall see, Jiang Qiui replied, somewhat exasperated, unable to fathom why Little Treasure insisted on keeping Ying Huanyu. A troublesome burden. The following morning, Jiang Qiui excused Xue Jiayu from school, allowing Ying Huanyu to ride with Jiang Pero. Upon boarding, Ying Huanyu's swollen eyes caught Gu Yuan's attention. Wow, Huanyu, your eyes look terrible. Did you cry all night? Not all night, but quite a bit. After enduring until dawn, Jiang Qiui instructed her to leave with Jiang Pero. No, if Gu Yuan noticed her condition, would Zhang Nanqi fail to do so? Yet, as it turned out, Zhang Nanqi did not, remaining engrossed in his book without so much as a glance. Even when Jiang Peirong expressed concern, Zhang Nanqi would not spare a single glance. Only when her sister was present did he look up and show concern. At all other times, he remained detached. If there came a day when he no longer saw her, would Zhang Nanqi care? Ying Huanyu felt a surge of anger. Jiang Qiui took Xue Jiayu to the designated police station. After confirming Jiang Qiui's role as guardian, the police presented a statement for her review and signature, explaining that due to the nature of the case, the process involved multiple steps. Prosecution? Jiang Qiui was taken aback. Is theft something that requires prosecution? Yes. Because the stolen item was a golden lock, the amount involved is significant, necessitating prosecution. As Jiang Qiui prepared to sign, a voice echoed from the corridor. If you dare to prosecute me, I will drag Ying Huanyu down with me. Xue Jiayu immediately recognized Li Minxue's voice, frowning and asking, why is she here? Because this is the police station, little one. She has to come in to sign, too. The police waved to someone in the corner, and someone promptly brought Li Minxue over. At that moment, Li Minxue appeared in prison garb, her hair disheveled, her gaze vacant, and her countenance haggard, starkly contrasting with the elegantly dressed Jiang Qiui and her daughter. Huh, seeing me must make you feel so pleased. Li Minxue spat disdainfully at Jiang Qiui. What are you doing? Jiang Qiui instinctively pulled Xue Jiayu back, wishing to shield her daughter from this foul behavior. I have no quarrel with you. I've even helped raise your daughter, yet you provoke me. Of course you would help raise my daughter. Without you, I would be living far better than I am now. Li Minxue retorted, tossing her head back with a scornful glance at Jiang Qiui. Seeing her unreasonable demeanor, Jiang Qiui resolved to be unyielding. I will sign. I must prosecute you. I want to see you imprisoned. Fine. Li Minxue looked at her defiantly, proclaiming that once she was released from prison, she would haunt their family for a lifetime, insisting that Huanyu acknowledge her as her mother. Suit yourself. Do you think I relish the idea of being her mother? It's all for Xiao Bao, she retorted. However, Xue Jiayu felt quite displeased, as they spoke as if Huanyu were merely a ball to be kicked around. Li Minxue, if you truly care for Xiaoyu, you should keep your distance. Xue Jiayu admonishit, hartone il king liminvu. You insignificant child. Who do you think you are to lecture me? She is my daughter, and I shall treat her as I please. It is only right that she suffers because she emerged from my womb. Otherwise, she would surely go astray. Mom, can we not press charges? Jiang Qiui looked at her daughter in astonishment. Xiao Bao, the gold pendant I gifted you has been stolen by her, and you don't wish to sue her? What if she commits an even more atrocious act next time? Chapter 107. To spare her is to spare Xiaoyu. Xue Jiayu quickly interjected. It's with the police, uncle. It will be returned to us once the matter is resolved. The officer nodded, confirming that should they decide against pressing charges, Li Minxue would only be detained for 15 days, and then it would be concluded. Yet, 15 days felt far too brief. In Jiang Qiui's view, it would not be excessive to imprison Li Minxue for life. She still wished to sign the papers. But Xue Jiayu realized that pressing charges would mean Li Minxue would face incarceration. With a criminal record, Huanyu's future would also be adversely affected. She discreetly tugged at Jiang Qiui's sleeve. Mom, many at school have already isolated Xiaoyu. Let's not add fuel to the fire, shall we? Xiao Bao, what are you saying? Jiang Qiui felt a headache coming on. She understood her daughter's compassion, but feared that such softness could lead to endless troubles. If Li Minxue were imprisoned, the classmates would surely speak ill of Xiaoyu. She could already envision it. How about this? We won Sue, but we will draft an agreement stating that Li Minxue must not approach Huanyu or our Xue family ever again. Xue Jiayu turned to Li Minxue. You choose. Sign the agreement or face prosecution. Why should I sign? What leverage do you have over me? Li Minwu maintinit her arrogant demeanor. convinced that Xue Jiayu was powerless against her. That simply won't do. Li Minxue calculated the implications, realizing it amounted to a staggering number. Thus, she concluded that signing the agreement was the more advantageous route. Gritting her teeth, she nodded, "Fine, I will sign." Xue Jiayu turned to the officer politely. "Could you please bring 2 sheets of paper?" Everyone present, except for Li Minxue, stared at Xue Jiayu in astonishment. How could such a young child negotiate so adeptly? "Oh, all right." Jiang Qiui, still on the phone, was incredulous, realizing that Xue Jiayu knew this much. Her Xiao Bao was indeed a prodigy. "Even if I don't comply, what can you do to me?" Li Minxue thought to herself. Yet the astute lawyer discerned her thoughts, clearing his throat. "Let me remind you, this agreement holds legal validity, and thus it will be recognized by the court. Anyone who violates the agreement will be liable for compensation and imprisonment. Do not think you can act outside the law." Realizing her intentions were so easily seen through, Li Minxue turned her head away, secretly clenching her fists. "Fine. I will keep my distance from the Xue family for these years." Huan Yu was a piece of flesh that had fallen from her body. How could she assist outsiders? After signing the agreement, the subsequent matters were left to the police and the lawyer. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Qiui took Xue Jiayu out to eat. On the way, Jiang Qiui could not help but ask, "Xiao Bao, why do you insist on keeping your sister by your side? You must realize that her character does not align with our family." Xue Jiayu lowered her head, playing with her fingers. "Mom, I know you disapprove of some of my sister's actions, but she is quite pitiful. Considering her upbringing, how could she possibly flourish in such a rotten environment? Huan Yu is merely an ordinary person swept along by fate. Since she has managed to change her own destiny, why not extend that change to her as well? Saving one person is still a good deed. Moreover, by helping Huan Yu become better, many lives could be transformed. Mom, trust me. Sparing Li Minxue is akin to sparing Huan Yu, and by sparing Huan Yu, we will all lead happier lives." Jiang Qiui observed her daughter as earnest expression in the rearview mirror, and the innocence on her face made it difficult for her to refuse or argue against her. She smiled indulgently. "All right, whatever Xiao Bao says goes. After all, I am your mother." In her heart, she resolved that regardless of what troubles may arise in the future, due to the Li Minxue mother-daughter duo, she would find a way to support Xiao Bao. Kindness is not a fault, and as for the cost that might come with that kindness, she and Xue Wangjun would bear them for Xiao Bao. After all, having a child is meant for cherishing them. Xue Jiayu did not attend school with Huan Yu, and the bullying from her classmates became even more pronounced. Not only did they not hand her assignments, but the only one she received was soaked. Huan Yu cried out, "Why is my homework wet?" Gu Yuan, hearing this, slammed the table in anger. "Who ruined Xiao Yu's homework? Are you all bullying her just because Jiayu is absent? Even if Jiayu is not here, I still am. When Jiayu comes back, I will tell her everything." Lu Shishir stood up, having recently been appointed class monitor. She was even more formidable than Gu Yuan. "Go ahead and tell. If she can't take care of her own homework, whose fault is that? We did well by giving it to her. Even if you call Jiayu to complain, it will be the same." Gu Yuan wanted to argue further, but was restrained by Zhang Nanqi. "Stop arguing. Why not? Are we just supposed to watch them bully Xiaoyu?" Gu Yuan was perplexed. Zhang Nanqi, however, remained silent, focusing on his book. What was the use of arguing? Since they openly intended to bully Huan Yu, she would either have to resist or grow stronger. Relying on others to support her would not resolve the issue, but he was too lazy to explain this to Gu Yuan. "The teacher is coming soon. Nanqi, I didn't expect you to be afraid of the teacher." Gu Yuan widened her eyes. "Just because the teacher is here, you want to support Xiaoyu? You better watch out for Jiayu when she comes back." Huan Yu was still crying. "Gu Yuan, it's all right. It's my fault for being useless. When others bully me, all I can do is cry." "Hey!" Gu Yuan borrowed a tissue from behind and handed it to her. "I'm not good at comforting people, but just wait. Jiayu will definitely help you. When she comes back, they are done for." Huan Yu sniffled. "Thank you." Yet, she felt disheartened, wondering why she could only be protected when her sister was around. Was she truly nothing on her own? Fortunately, after lunch break, Xue Jiayu arrived, bringing a plethora of snacks. "These are treats my mom bought for everyone. Each of you could take one." She placed the basket on the podium, and the students immediately surged forward, eager for the freshly baked egg tarts and sponge cakes. "Wow, egg tarts! Did you drive a long way to get these?" Chapter 108. Demanding travel expenses as the students savored the egg tarts. They expressed their gratitude to Xue Jiayu and Jiang Qiui. Xue Jiayu noticed Huan Yu standing apart with her head down, and quickly pulled her to her side. Mom said to treat my classmates together, so you all must thank Huan Yu as well. Lu Shir was the first to put down her egg tart. I'm full. I want to eat anymore. Once she started, others followed suit. Me too. My mom said not to eat too many sweet things. I have cavities. I'm getting heaty. They jostled one another, and the crowd dispersed. Huan Yu pouted, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Sister, I'm sorry. They're not eating your food because of me. I've caused you to be ostracized as well. Not all. Xue Jiayu gently patted her back. It's their loss for not appreciating it. Don't cry, Xiaoyu. We'll eat it ourselves. But you bought so much. How can we finish it all? Xue Jiayu glanced at Gu Yuan. Did you forget we have a big eater? Thus, the entire box of egg tarts purchased by Jiang Qiui ended up in Gu Yuan's stomach. Upon returning home, Gu Yuan, despite his hunger, refused to eat, which puzzled Su Huimei. Only under intense questioning did he reveal that he had overindulged in egg tarts. Taking advantage of Su Sujin's cooking, Huan Yu quietly inquired of Xue Jiayu, Sister, what were you and mother doing at the police station? Xue Jiayu, realizing her sister was inquiring about their biological mother, hesitated but ultimately decided to divulge the information. We have decided not to press charges against Li Minxue, but she must ensure she keeps her distance from you and never bothers you again. Why not press charges? Huan Yu furrowed her brow, thinking that if Li Minxue were incarcerated, her worries would vanish. Xiaoyu, you are still young, and you do not understand the complexities of this situation. As soon as Xue Jiayu finished her statement, Huan Yu looked at her innocently and said, Sister, aren't you the same age as me? Why do you understand? This left Xue Jiayu momentarily speechless, forcing her to rephrase her explanation. Think of it as showing mercy. Sparing her is akin to sparing oneself. One should be lenient when possible. Huan Yu shook her head, gritting her teeth and insisting that Li Minxue ought to be imprisoned for life. Xiaoyu, Xue Jiayu exclaimed. Surprised, have you met her privately many times? Why do you harbor such hatred? No, I do not hate her. I merely believe in the principle of retribution. Very well, Xue Jiayu conceded, accepting her sister's reasoning without further inquiry, stating that the matter would end there and that anything further was no longer her concern. However, Huan Yu sensed that the situation was far from simple. Indeed, after a tense fortnight passed, just as Huan Yu believed Li Minxue had vanished from their lives, she was once again pulled into a bathroom stall during a recess by Li Minxue. Instinctively, Huan Yu attempted to struggle, but Li Minxue covered her mouth, hissing, Don't scream. Do you want everyone to see what kind of mother you have? Once Huan Yu ceased her resistance, Li Minxue released her. I have a train to catch tonight. I'm going to work. You must be cautious at Xue's house. Huan Yu wished for her to leave quickly, but could not express her desire, merely responding, I understand. Do you have anything valuable to give me? No. Huan Yu immediately shielded her clothing. Li Minxue was aware that a child like Huan Yu could possess little of worth. Yet she was desperate, having resorted to targeting her own daughter. What about Xue Jiayu? Surely she must have something of value? That can't be true. The Xue family dotes on her. How could she possess nothing valuable? Li Minxue was furious, having spent her last funds on a train ticket, without sufficient fare. Her plans to work would collapse. We truly have no money. Will you let me go now? I have a class to attend. Huan Yu cautiously negotiated with her, but Li Minxue responded with a cruel smile. My dear daughter, you are sitting in class, happily learning, while I must endure hardship. Please help your mother, just this once. How can I help you? Huan Yu exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. I really must attend class. Let me go. Li Minxue locked her in the bathroom, slipping out of the school unnoticed. Later, it was the new janitor who freed Huan Yu from the stall. Child, why are you alone in the bathroom? Don't you know it's dangerous? If something happened, no one would know. Huan Yu silently washed her hands before stepping out, not even expressing her gratitude to the janitor. The janitor shook her head, muttering about how rude children had become. Upon returning to class, the bell had already rung, and the teacher was displeased. Huan Yu, not you again. Always late. You're on the verge of becoming the king of tardiness. Fortunately, Xue Jiayu interjected, Teacher, can we please start class? You haven't finished explaining the topic. Very well, you may enter. The teacher turned to continue her lecture, while Xue Jiayu awaited Huan Yu's approach with a smile, hoping to cheer her up. However, Huan Yu kept her gaze downward, avoiding eye contact and sitting in a daze. Xiaoyu, are you unhappy today? I see you aren't smiling or looking at me, Xue Jiayu remarked, leaning closer. Please smile. Yet, Huan Yu had no desire for levity and instead pushed her sister's face away. She sensed impending trouble. Ah, today mother is coming to pick us up. But as they reached the school gate, a voice suddenly cried out, Xue Jiayu. Li Minxue's grip was so strong it felt as though it could crush her shoulder, causing Xue Jiayu to cry out in pain. Help! The surrounding students recoiled in terror, and Huanyu instantly hid behind Zhang Nanshi and Gu Yuan, leaving Gu Yuan taken aback. Huanyu and Xue Jiayu had always been close. Why was she hiding so quickly in a crisis? Across the street, Jiang Qiui, humming a tune while waiting for her children, was in high spirits until she witnessed her precious daughter being seized. She dashed from the car, shouting at Li Minxue, "Release Jiayu! Whatever you want, come at me. I came for you indeed." Li Minxue retorted triumphantly, "What good is your wealth and beauty if my daughter is still in my grasp? I demand money, a substantial amount." "Fine, no problem." Jiang Qiui readily agreed. "Whatever it takes, just release my daughter. How much do you want?" "I want 100,000. Xue Jiayu interjected, "You're asking for too much, mother. Don't give in." Given the current economic circumstances, earning a mere 10,000 in a year was a challenge. Yet Li Minxue audaciously demanded 10 times that. Her greed was boundless. However, Li Minxue saw it differently, believing that she deserved compensation for having her daughter taken from her for so long. Though Jiang Qiui recognized Li Minxue's unreasonable demands, she had no choice but to comply for the sake of her daughter. "All right, 100,000 it is, but you must give me some time to prepare. Release Jiayu first. Do you think I'm foolish? If I let her go, will you still pay me?" Li Minxue produced a fruit knife from her pocket, pressing it against Xue Jiyu's delicate neck, instilling fear in Jiang Qiui. Please, don't harm my daughter. I can give you anything you want. I want money. Ready by tonight. I will call you." With the knife in hand, no one dared to approach, and the children instinctively retreated. As soon as a security guard made a move to pursue, Li Minxue brandished the knife, prompting Jiang Qiui to urgently shout, "Stop! Don't pursue her." Thus, they could only helplessly watch as Li Minxue took Xue Jiayu away. Jiang Qiui, trembling, sank to the ground, overcome with emotion, and immediately dialed Su Wangjun. Upon hearing the news, Su Wangjun dropped everything at the factory and rushed to the police station to meet her. Since the children could not be left alone, they were taken to the police station together. By the time Su Wangjun arrived, Jiang Qiui was nearly fainting from crying, and it took several attempts from the officers to calm her down. "So, Mrs. Jiang, she took your child right in front of you? What else could I do?" Jiang Qiui retorted angrily. "She threatened me with a fruit knife. Should I let her stab my daughter?" The officers, unsure of how to respond, began recording the situation. "What notifications?" Jiang Qiui slammed the table. "Shouldn't you mobilize all available forces to find my daughter at a time like this? That requires knowing where to look. This city isn't too big or too small. If she runs around aimlessly, it would be a waste of police resources." Jiang Qiui, in tears, stated, "You had better pray my daughter is safe, or I will hold you accountable." The officer's expression hardened. "What? You have the audacity to threaten the police?" As tensions rose between Jiang Qiui and the officers, Su Wangjun intervened. "Officers, I apologize. My wife is just too anxious." "Who isn't anxious? We are just as anxious. But this isn't the time for rash actions." Su Wangjun nodded in agreement, and although Jiang Qiui wished to retort, he held her hand to pacify her. "If we had cooperated sooner, we wouldn't be wasting time." One officer could not resist a sarcastic remark, which prompted Jiang Qiui to argue again. But Su Wangjun pulled her away. "Let's not argue for now. We need to prepare the money. How much can we gather right now? The banks are closed. We can only withdraw money tomorrow." Jiang Qiui quickly calculated that the factory's liquid assets amounted to 20,000, and her family savings also totaled 20,000, leaving a shortfall of 60,000. As she counted, she could not help but crouch down, helplessly embracing herself. Her daughter had been kidnapped, and yet she was unable to produce the ransom to rescue her. What was the point of earning so much money? "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xue Wangjun scolded impatiently. "Is this the time for such words? Hurry up and gather the money. I will call my friends." By the time Jiang Perong arrived to pick up someone, Jiang Qiui had already set off to the Jiang family to retrieve money, while Xue Wangjun was busy making calls to borrow funds. Hello. May I ask if you could lend me some cash?" 50,000. Upon hearing the request for such a large sum, many began to suspect he was off to gamble. Xue Wangjun tirelessly explained his plight until they finally believed he was trying to save his daughter. However, in these times, who would dare keep such a large amount of cash at home? At most, He could gather a few thousand. A few thousand will suffice. I will come to your house to collect it. Just as Xue Wangjun hung up, he turned to see Zhang Peirong standing behind him. Old Xue, do you really need money? Yes, Xue Wangjun replied with a bitter smile. Despite having invested hundreds of thousands, I cannot even produce 50,000. Do you need 50,000? Zhang Peirong pondered. I bought a batch of jewelry today and intended to use the money for replenishing stock. But I haven't had a chance to deposit it in the bank yet. You can take it for now. How can I accept that? Though Xue Wangjun felt embarrassed, his expression was one of overwhelming joy, as it would resolve their urgent crisis. Without further ado, Zhang Peirong retrieved a black plastic bag filled with cash from the back seat and handed it to him. Count it. No need to count. I trust you. Nanqi, we need to leave. Uncle Xue has matters to attend to, so do not act willfully. Zhang Peirong rarely scolded Zhang Nanqi, but he seemed to ignore her. Nanqi, what is the matter with you today? Even when you are sick, you do not behave this way. Zhang Nanqi walked in silence towards the school. Nanqi, Zhang Peirong was on the verge of tears, wondering why her son chose this moment to act out. Gu Yuan quickly got out of the car and shouted, Nanqi, wait for me. Xiao Yuan, this is a burden for you. Zhang Peirong sniffled, and Gu Yuan felt a heavy responsibility as he immediately pursued Zhang Nanqi. Ying Huanyu remained silent in the car, feeling out of place while everyone had their own tasks to attend to. She could neither seek help nor find money. Unsure of what to do, she could only stay in the car, awaiting news. Chapter 110. Gathering 100,000 Zhang Nanqi walked briskly, and Gu Yuan struggled to keep up, only managing to catch up after calling out Zhang Nanqi's name. Finally, panting heavily, he found Zhang Nanqi squatting on the ground, examining something. Nanqi, why are you walking so fast? What is it? There's nothing here, Zhang Nanqi replied, looking at the place where Xue Jiayu was held captive by Li Minxue. After circling around, he eventually discovered something on the ground. Gu Yuan, having rested enough, came over to see what was so captivating. What is that? It looks interesting. Gu Yuan leaned down to get a better look and realized it was merely a piece of rubber scrap. This is what you rushed over to see? Gu Yuan wanted to explode in frustration, but Zhang Nanqi suddenly moved forward in a different direction, prompting Gu Yuan to fall silent and follow him closely. Worried that Zhang Nanqi might encounter danger alone, Gu Yuan kept close behind. Initially thinking he was just wandering aimlessly, he was surprised when Zhang Nanqi turned down 2 streets and headed towards an underpass. Nanqi, where are you going? Didn't the teacher tell us to avoid underpasses? Zhang Nanqi ignored him and proceeded straight to the underpass. Gu Yuan could only pout and follow, feeling as exhausted as a dog. Xue Wangjun shook his head, sitting despondently on the sofa, troubled by the kidnapping of Xiao Bao. Kidnapped. Su Sujin nearly suffered a hypertension episode upon hearing this. How could this happen? Who did it? Li Minxue. Xue Wangjun, already agitated, grew even more so at his mother's outcry. Mom, please calm down. Xiaoyi is still out gathering money. Li Minxue is demanding 100,000. If we refuse, she will kill Xiao Bao. Su Sujin wiped her tears, dashed into the kitchen, and grabbed a kitchen knife. Let her come to our house and take it. If she has the guts, let her take my life too. Mom, just as Xue Wangjun was about to speak, the phone rang urgently. Fearing it was Li Minxue, he rushed to answer it. Hello, darling, it's me. Jiang Xiaoyi had already arrived at the Jiang family home. To alleviate her parents' worries, she merely stated that the money was needed for the factory's operations. He Mei-Qin, trusting her, immediately packed the cash and handed it over. Is this enough? Do you need more? All right, Mom, give me as much cash as you have. He Mei-Qin furrowed her brow in confusion, but said nothing further. Her mind filled with questions. Have you reached your parents' house? Yes. Jiang Xiaoyi whispered, my parents can gather 150,000. How much can you get? I have it all. Peirong gave me 50,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyi was overwhelmed with tears. In that moment, she truly understood the value of close neighbors over distant relatives. As soon as He Mei-Qin finished packing the money for her, Jiang Xiaoyi wasted no time and drove back home. The elderly couple stood in the wind, watching their daughter's car depart, their hearts filled with unease. Xue Wangjun had smoked 4 cigarettes, waiting from dawn till dusk, yet he had not received a call from Li Minxue. The police had also arrived, sitting on the sofa at the Xue residence, their eyes fixed on the phone. I hope Xiao Bao is safe. Money can be earned again, but there is only one Xiao Bao, and she could not afford to lose her. Regret filled her for not having pursued them earlier. Now, with one less Xue Jiayu. Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi were also nowhere to be found. Jiang Peirong thought she had misheard. Aren't you at all worried about Jiayu? I thought you had a good relationship with her. Ying Huanyu realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. I am worried about my sister. But my parents are still at home, so I'm also concerned for them. Oh, Ying Huanyu learned to be more patient, and no matter how impatient she felt, she refrained from urging them. As they approached the underpass, the crowd thinned out. There were no guardrails around the bridge, and people often came here to take their own lives. Gu Yuan had heard of this from Su Huimei and had been frightened sleepless. Yet, Zhang Nanqi appeared oblivious. Continuing forward, unable to abandon his friend, Gu Yuan steeled himself to follow. Once they reached the underpass, they discovered it was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light near the riverbank. What is this? Zhang Nanqi glanced at him, signaling him to be quiet. They found a concealed spot to hide, waiting. Gu Yuan was unsure what they were waiting for. The weather had not yet fully warmed up, but mosquitoes were already buzzing. After he swatted one mosquito, Zhang Nanqi pressed his head down behind a pillar. A series of footsteps approached, and Gu Yuan was unable to look up until the sound faded. To his astonishment, it was Li Minxue. She was 20 meters away, and while Gu Yuan had good eyesight, he could only see her back. Everything else was obscured. Nanqi, how did you know she was hiding here? A hint from Jiayu. Gu Yuan questioned whether he had overlooked something. When did Jiayu give a hint? When that woman emerged. In the urgency of the moment, he had kept his eyes fixed on a knife in Li Minxue's hand, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xue Jiayu, signaling him. He then noticed Jiayu's pocket, from which he had pulled out a newly purchased piece of rubber, a purchase made by Jiang Xiui. Xue Jiayu had been discreetly extracting it from her pocket and dropped a small piece on the ground. Later, while being taken to the underpass by Li Minxue, she continually sought opportunities to discard the rubber. Fortunately, Li Minxue was too tense to notice her hand's movements. Once they reached the crowd, Li Minxue concealed the fruit knife in her sleeve, pressing it against Xue Jiayu's shoulder. Should Jiayu dare to scream, she would plunge the knife into her. Until they reached the bridge arch, she bound Xue Jiayu tightly with a rope before finally putting away the fruit knife. You've been obedient. At least there was no ruckus on the way. Otherwise, you wouldn't see your parents again. Chapter 111. Living under the bridge, looking at Xue Jiayu's delicate, pale face, Li Minxue felt a surge of anger. The Xue family devoted so much effort to raise their biological daughter, yet they had allowed her to become so emaciated. In a fit of rage, she pinched Xue Jiayu's face until a mark appeared on her fair skin before releasing her grip. Xue Jiayu inhaled sharply from the pain, but given Li Minxue's volatile state, she chose to endure. Please let me go. If the police catch you, your crime won't end just because we don't press charges. Li Minxue was displeased by the way this child spoke so maturely. Your mother always talks to me in a condescending tone, and you are no different. You're just as irritating as she is. Xue Jiayu initially wanted to remain silent, but as Li Minxue's words became increasingly intolerable, she had to retort. You can criticize me, but don't speak ill of my mother. I will insist on it. Li Minxue sneered. If your mother hadn't been born into a wealthy family, she wouldn't have what she has today. It should all belong to me. The endless wealth and carefree life should have been mine, not Jiang Xiui's. Her past was unchangeable, but her future could be salvaged through her daughter. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Li Minxue. She could take Xue's family money, toss Xue Jiayu into the sea, or take her along to abandon her at the next stop. Xue Jiayu saw through her scheme and hurriedly thwarted the notion. Don't even think about it. If you dare to touch me, you won't escape this city. My parents and the police will not let you go. Humph. Why would I need a little brat like you to direct me? Li Minxue pulled over a chair, took out the hot meal she had just prepared, and began to eat heartily against the cold wind. I'm several months behind on rent. I'm not a saint. Are you going to pay the rent? If not, you can get out. You just got out of the police station. You're bad luck. The landlord, disgusted, pinched his nose and used a broom to shove Li Minxue out the door. With no other option, she gathered her belongings and settled under the overpass. The bed was made from bricks she scavenged nearby. Her blanket was her own, and she found a large piece of plastic to shield against the wind. As night fell, the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. Although Xue Jiayu was wearing her long-sleeved school uniform, she could not withstand the biting cold and began to shiver uncontrollably. Could you find me some clothes? If I freeze to death here, you'll be guilty of murder, and you'll end up in prison too. Humph. Li Minxue chewed her food and replied with a sinister laugh. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I won't let you freeze or starve. But if you catch pneumonia or something, it's not my fault. After saying this, Li Minxue stood up, grabbed a piece of plastic, and flung it over Xue Jiayu. This is the most I can do for you. Don't tell your parents I mistreated you. After devouring the last bite of her meal, Li Minxue intended to rest. But Xue Jiayu insisted, I want to call Mom and Dad. TSK. Though Li Minxue was impatient, Xue Jiyu's words reminded her that she needed to find a place for Xue Wangjun and his wife to send money. After thinking for a moment, Li Minxue said, Give me your home phone number. I'll call from the convenience store. Fearing Xue Jiayu might play tricks, Li Minxue added, Even if you don't tell me. I have ways to find out, but then you won't be able to call your parents. You can weigh your options. After contemplating for a long time, Xue Jiayu decided to inform her parents that she was safe, reluctantly revealing the number. As soon as Li Minxue left, Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi, who had been lurking nearby, were ready to rush in to rescue Xue Jiayu. Hurry, Nanqi, why are you still standing there? Gu Yuan, seeing Zhang Nanqi frozen, anxiously shouted, If you don't go, I'll go first. I'm freezing to death. Had it not been for Zhang Nanqi's quick reflexes in grabbing Gu Yuan, the two would have been exposed. Li Minxue found a passerby to borrow a mobile phone and painted a pitiful picture of herself. Upon seeing Li Minxue with such a lovely child, the passerby's heart softened. All right. Upon receiving the phone, Li Minxue immediately called the Xue family, who had been anxiously waiting. Xue Wangjun answered with great excitement, and the police signaled him to switch to speakerphone. Who is this? It's me. Li Minxue lowered her voice to avoid being overheard by passersby. Are you ready? As per your request, not a penny less. Jiang Qiui interjected. I want to hear my daughter's voice. I need to confirm she is safe, or I won't give you the money. Li Minxue gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, but she still handed the phone to Xue Jiayu, pressing the fruit knife against her arm to signal her to remain silent. Suppressing her inner fear, Xue Jiayu softly called out, Mom. The passerby holding the phone stood a few steps away, smoking, and did not see clearly, merely assuming Xue Jiayu was calling Li Minxue. Oh! Jiang Qiui instantly burst into tears. Little Bao, have you eaten? Are you cold? Enough already. You're still fussing over her well-being. Li Minxue aimed to conclude quickly to avoid drawing attention. Tomorrow morning, place the money next to the trash can on Haiban Road. Don't even think about playing tricks or calling the police. If you even entertain such thoughts, you will never see your daughter again. With that, Li Minxue hung up and returned the phone to the passerby. Once the passerby left, Li Minxue revealed her true colors. She took a length of rope, tying one end to her hand and the other to Xue Jiyu's. Feeling that the binding was insufficient, Li Minxue glanced around, picked up a piece of black cloth from the ground, and prepared to stuff it into Xue Jiyu's mouth. Don't use that. Xue Jiayu fought back the nausea, recalling how Li Minxue had just used that cloth to wipe dishes and chairs, and now she wanted to silence her with it. A 1T scream. You can rest assured. Li Minxue sneered. I can't be at ease. Do you think you're still a precious young lady who can't tolerate this little dirt? Do you know what kind of life I lead? What kind of life you lead is your choice. It has nothing to do with me. It's fate. It's the life bestowed upon me by heaven. Li Minxue's eyes turned red as she glared furiously at Xue Jiayu. Chapter 112. A narrow escape. Xue Jiayu wanted to argue further, but Li Minxue appeared uninterested, rummaging through her disheveled bag to find a roll of tape. Using it to seal Xue Jiayu's mouth. Though the tape would hurt when removed, it was far better than that filthy cloth. Xue Jiayu closed her eyes, contemplating her next move. Li Minxue crawled into her makeshift bed and soon began to snore loudly. Gu Yuan had just uttered a word when Zhang Nanqi covered his mouth, prompting him to swallow the rest of his words and question Zhang Nanqi with his eyes. Zhang Nanqi surveyed the area and finally spotted a discarded toy gun. If worse comes to worst, he could always give Zhang Nanqi a new toy. Without saying a word, Zhang Nanqi squatted down to dismantle the toy gun. Moments later, he extracted 2 springs from it. Gu Yuan, baffled, watched as Zhang Nanqi straightened the springs, fashioning them into 2 sharp points. Now he understood. Zhang Nanqi intended to use these to cut through the ropes binding Xue Jiyu's hands. Though their tools were rudimentary, they were the best they had at the moment. However, a more significant issue loomed. Li Minxue. She could awaken at any moment, and if she discovered them, they would both be captured. Zhang Nanqi met Gu Yuan's gaze, instructing him, so you need to keep watch. If she discovers me, Find someone. Who should I look for? Gu Yuan stood there, bewildered, listening to Zhang Nanqi's commands. Find any nearby police station or somehow reach out to our families. Meticulously confided in Gu Yuan on how to rescue them, and once he finished, he departed, leaving Gu Yuan in a state of anxious turmoil. This was perhaps the most extensive conversation Zhang Nanqi had ever had with him. Yet Gu Yuan could hardly retain any of it. He could only hold his breath, concentrating fervently, praying that Zhang Nanqi would not be discovered by Li Minxue. The wind by the riverside was fierce, and Xue Jiayu found it impossible to sleep due to the cold. Exhausted and famished, she was not overly concerned that Li Minxue might kill her. Li Minxue was primarily driven by greed, and there was no necessity for her to resort to lethal measures. The legal repercussions for crimes in this era were quite severe, and most people would tread carefully. As she was being swept into a daze by the wind, she seemed to perceive a blurry silhouette approaching her. Nanjun Gij. Xue Jiayu instantly snapped to attention. Indeed, Nanjun Gij understood her implicit plea and had come to rescue her. Zhang Nanqi circled around, discreetly maneuvering past Li Minxue's bedside to crouch beside Xue Jiayu, employing a makeshift tool to fray the ropes binding her hands. Will this be effective? Hearing her unvoiced skepticism, Zhang Nanqi remained silent, hastening his efforts, and soon the results became evident. The hemp rope was far easier to wear down than nylon. It required little strength, merely time. Just as he was about to sever it, Li Minxue's snoring abruptly ceased. Xue Jiyu's heart leaped in her throat as she fervently prayed to all the deities she knew, imploring them to ensure that Li Minxue would not discover Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi paused momentarily, yet continued his work with unwavering determination. Fortunately, Li Minxue rolled over, turning her back to them, and soon resumed her snoring, allowing Xue Jiayu to exhale in relief. That was terrifying. After finally severing the rope, the duo stealthily departed, only breaking into a sprint once they were 10 meters away. Gu Yuan hurriedly followed suit, and they did not dare to halt until they reached the main road. It was quite late, and only the streetlights illuminated the area. Not a single taxi was in sight. Xue Jiayu, panting, teased him, "You still saved us. Just remember to run as far as you can when escaping." "Xue Jiayu, are you not loyal? I stayed behind for your sake." Observing Gu Yuan's puffed-up face, Xue Jiayu could not contain her laughter. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not recognizing your good intentions. Don't be angry, Gu Yuan Gij." Xue Jiayu stuck out her tongue in jest, while Gu Yuan huffed in annoyance. "Hail a cab." Zhang Nanqi suddenly interjected. Xue Jiayu immediately turned, and indeed a taxi was approaching them. The driver, surprised to see 3 children flagging him down, promptly stopped. Noticing that they were clad in school uniforms, yet wearing fine shoes, he deduced they must be from affluent families and agreed to their request. "All right, hop in." After Li Minxue ended her call, Jiang Qiui promptly inquired of the police. "Have you determined what measures to take? We will deploy personnel to the vicinity to lie in wait. As soon as she appears, we will apprehend her. Is that all?" Jiang Qiui clearly expressed her dissatisfaction. "What if you fail to catch her? Moreover, how can you guarantee that the children won't be harmed during the operation?" The police, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "Do not question our police procedures. Every action we take is justified, but I am worried for my child's safety. Li Minxue is a madwoman. What if she takes my daughter hostage amidst the crowd?" The officer slammed the table. "As a parent, your responsibility is to prepare the ransom. Leave the rest to us." Jiang Qiui was about to protest further when she was pulled away by Xue Wangjun. "All right, let us go upstairs to prepare the money." Upon ascending the stairs, Jiang Qiui pouted, feeling deeply aggrieved. "Did you hear their tone? It's as if they only care about accomplishing their task, disregarding our daughter's life. That's not the case." Xue Wangjun gently patted her back in comfort. "You must trust the police. At the very least, trust me." After Jiang Qiui had a cathartic cry, a sudden thought struck her, and she grasped Xue Wangjun's hand, her expression resolute. "Darling, let us rescue our daughter ourselves." Xue Wangjun was taken aback. "What did you say?" "We will rescue Xiaobao ourselves. Tomorrow, you distract the police while I deliver the ransom." Xue Wangjun's immediate reaction was to reject the idea. "No, don't be foolish, dear. We must follow the police's instructions. Whoever can save my child, I will listen to." Xue Wangjun had to concede that her reasoning was sound. After careful consideration, he nodded. "What do you propose we do?" "I have a plan. Here's what we shall do." They delayed descending the stairs, causing the police to grow anxious, prompting them to send Xue Jiayu upstairs to hurry them along. Xue Jiayu, not daring to offend the police, promptly complied.